goes on about how we have a leadership problem. And every time when we talk about leadership, we look at politicians, we look at government agencies, and we assume that corporate organizations, private-owned companies will do it better. But some of them have leadership challenges. Why?
Well, I would say, I think some of them is a big understatement. There is no way you don't have
Good evening. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is the news update. Security operatives attached to the convoy of the Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai on Thursday evening clashed with Shiite members in Bakinruwa area of Agabi local government area of Kaduna State. The development, according to reports, resulted to the death of at least 4 persons, while many others were injured. The governor's convoy came in contact with the Shiite members while they were performing their weekly procession at Bakinruwa along Nnamdi Azikiwe Expressway. According to reports, Shiite representative in Kaduna State Abdullahi Usman, who confirmed the incident, said one of those killed was their member. The spokesperson of the Kaduna State Police Command DSP Mohammed Jalige also confirmed the incident, saying investigation was ongoing and that a statement would be issued later. The People's Democratic Party (PDP) in Kaduna State has raised concern over the resurgence of attacks in southern Kaduna and its implication on the March 18 poll in the state. Felix Hayat, Kaduna PDP chairman, said the banditry attacks in the last few days are worrisome. Hayat said and urged the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) not to be disturbed by the recent security developments in southern Kaduna. And from Oyo State comes the report that the police command has confirmed the clash between supporters of the ruling People's Democratic Party and the All Progressives Congress on Thursday in Ibadan, which reportedly left 3 people dead. The clash took place at the Ile-Tuntun area in the Ibadan Southeast local government area. The State Police Public Relations Officer Dewale Osifeso, who called in on a program on a radio program in Ibadan, said the Deputy Commissioner of Police in charge of the State Criminal Investigation and Intelligence Department had been mandated to lead an investigating team to the scene of the incident. A few days before the governorship and State House of Assembly elections in Oyo State, a councillor on the platform of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) in the state, Suleiman Ariyubi, from Ward 10, Ibadan South-East local government of the state, has been shot dead by gunmen. The deceased is gathered was attacked and killed in his house at Ile-Tuntun area, Ibadan, the capital city of the state, in the presence of his wife and children. The deceased and 2 others yet to be identified were confirmed dead upon arrival at the Adeoyo State Hospital on Ring Road, Ibadan. Confirming the incident during an interview with journalists at the Adeoyo State Hospital, the lawmaker representing Ibadan Southeast Northeast Federal Constituency, Abbas Adigun, alleged that it was APC boys that launched the attack on his boys, who were with him on campaign trail around Ile-Tuntun D. Arere axis of the city. Also ahead of Saturday's governorship and House of Assembly elections, the Labour Party LP in Lagos State has condemned the violence perpetrated against its candidates, members and supporters by suspected members of the All Progressives Congress APC in the state. A statement by Olubunmi Odesonya, the state publicity secretary, said Honorable Olumide Oworu, a candidate who is contesting against APC's Desmond Elliott, was attacked around Bode Thomas Street Junction in Surulere as he was about to kick off a campaign rally on Thursday. According to the statement, Oworu and his supporters were attacked, beaten up at the rally ground by thugs suspected to be members of the APC. The Inspector General of Police, IGP Usman Baba Alkali, has deployed 1 Assistant Inspector General of Police and 5 Commissioners of Police for the governorship and State House of Assembly elections billed for Saturday, 18th of March 2023 in Rivers State. The AIG Kayode Egbetokun, in charge of election, noted that relevant laws would be enforced by the police to ensure peaceful and successful elections, and restriction of movement during the elections would be strictly enforced. AIG Egbetokun urged citizens to come out and vote for their preferred candidates, adding that the police would provide level playing ground during the exercise. He cautioned residents to desist from hate speech, fake news, and anyone planning to disrupt the process would not be tolerated, as the command had massively deployed officials ahead of the elections. AIG Egbetokun also warned that security aides and escorts are not allowed to accompany their principals and politicians to the polling booths and collation centers during the election, as anyone found flouting this directive will be severely sanctioned.
In this election, we are committed to ensuring a peaceful conduct. We will not allow any person or group of persons to disrupt this election. We are committed to ensuring peaceful conduct. And in doing this, we are going to enforce all laws relating to this election strictly. All persons who are criminally minded and who may want to come out to disrupt this election are hereby warned to have a change of mind.
The Legalify Attorneys and Solicitors Association have called on Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to comply with the subsisting court judgment. Counsel to the plaintiff in the suit and owner of the law firm Legalify Attorneys and Solicitors, Barrister Opatola Victor, made the call on Thursday in a press conference in Abuja. The group called on the international communities to condemn INEC's actions and to stand with the people of Nigeria in demanding that it complies with subsisting court judgment until, if it is upturned, as they have appealed, it should. They also call on all Nigerians who have been disenfranchised by INEC to unite in a call on INEC to obey court judgments.
INEC has chosen to ignore the court's decision and has continued to imply their intent to deny eligible voters their right to vote by not complying with the court's judgment. Given the fact that temporary voters cards contain all necessary information needed by beavers to verify and accredit an intended voter, and INEC needs no separate technology or additional effort to comply with the judgment of the court. This is a brazen disregard for the rule of law and a blatant violation of the democratic principles that Nigeria claims to uphold. We call on the international community to condemn INEC's action and to stand with the people of Nigeria in demanding that INEC complies with subsisting and valid court judgment until it is upturned on appeal. We call on all Nigerians who have been disenfranchised by INEC to unite in a call on INEC itself to obey the court's judgment. This is not just about an election. This is about the future of our democracy.
The Court of Appeal in Abuja has dismissed an appeal by Assistant Commissioner of Police Sunday Ubua, wherein he sought to be admitted to bail. Ubua is the associate of the suspended Deputy Commissioner of Police Abba Kyari, being prosecuted together by the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency for unlawful drug dealings and other charges. In a judgment on Friday, a three-member panel of the appellate court held that the appeal by Ubua was without merit and affirmed the ruling by Justice Nwite delivered on March 28, 2022. The March 28 judgment rejected Ubua's application for bail on the grounds that the prosecution placed sufficient materials before the court to warrant its rejection of the bail application. We'll move now to other parts of Africa. The UN Security Council has voted to renew UN mission in South Sudan for 1 year. 13 out of 15 members voted in favor of the resolution that extends the UN mission in South Sudan, UNMISS, until 15th of March 2024. China and Russia abstained. Since the end of a civil war in 2018 that began in 2013 and claimed at least 380,000 lives, President Salva Kiir and his rival formed a transitional government and agreed to unite their forces into a single army to protect their people who have been hard hit by the conflict and climatic disasters. South Sudan is the world's youngest state and is engaged in a fragile peace process but is still plagued by armed violence. Outside Africa, at least 8 people were killed after the roof of a potato cold storage building collapsed in northern India, police said on Friday, March 17. The accident took place in the Chandausi area of Sambal city in Uttar Pradesh on Thursday, March 16, after which national and state emergency services were deployed to carry out search and rescue operations. Police were present at the site on Friday, while rescuers and excavators cleared piles of potatoes to look for bodies and survivors. Fires burned on the streets of Paris on Thursday, March 16 night as police fired tear gas to disperse protesters following the introduction of an unpopular pensions bill in the French National Assembly. At least one car was burning along with piles of rubbish and debris in the streets near the Place de la Concorde. Some protesters were seen throwing cobblestones and shooting flares at police, where local media reported at least 217 people were arrested, according to authorities. The demonstration was across the River Seine from Parliament, where Prime Minister Elizabeth Borne earlier on Thursday announced her government would push through the reform using a special constitution clause. The move will ensure the bill raising the retirement age by 2 years to 64 is adopted after weeks of protest and fractious debate. In business news, air transport workers have sued Hadi Sarika, Aviation Minister, and the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, FAAN, over the planned concession of 4 major airports in the country. In the suit filed before an industrial court, the plaintiffs are seeking to stop the concession of Aminu Kano International Airport, Kano, Port Harcourt International Airport, Rivers State, Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos State, and Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja. The claimants are the Air Transport Services Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, the National Union of Air Transport Employees, the Association of Nigerian Aviation Professionals, and the Nigerian Union of Pensioners. Aside from seeking to stop the planned concession, the claimants are also praying for an order of injunction restraining the defendants from determining the employment of the members of the claimants without complying with the provisions of the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria Act, CAP F5, laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, and the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria Reviewed Conditions of Service 2021. In entertainment news, Apple Music has added 8 new playlists to their already extensive collection as part of Apple Music Africa's vision to represent all regions, genres, and scenes across sub-Saharan Africa. The much-anticipated additions to Apple Music African playlist ecosystem include Hits Afrique, Afro-Folk, Bongo Flavor, Africa Jazz Nation, Afro-Fusion, Rap Ivor, Afrikaans and Spatial Audio, and Afrobeats in Spatial Audio. We move now to sports, where Manchester United will meet record 6-time winners Sevilla in the quarterfinals of the Europa League draws that was held today in the House of European Football in Nyon, Switzerland. In the other last 8 ties, Roma face Feyenoord, Bayer Leverkusen meet Union Saint-Gilloise, while Italian giant Juventus will face Portugal's Sporting Lisbon. The first legs will take place on the 13th of April, with the return games on 20th of April. And that wraps it up on the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plustv Africa and Plustv Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Many thanks for watching.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plustv Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to. I looked away and tried to imagine Mama's reaction when I told her about Gozie. She had been waiting eagerly for me to bring someone home. I needed to marry early, she said. I lacked the traits and beauty to attract many suitors. Thus, I had to make to do with what I had before I was too old and educated to catch a decent man. Maybe I made a mistake by letting your father send you to university. That's why you like arguing like this. Too much book is inside your head, she lamented one day after interrupting a heated conversation between me and my brothers. Today it's politics, tomorrow it's football. Instead of you to come and join me in the kitchen, you're shouting up and down the house like a street boy. My grandmother used to say, only a foolish rat dances with the lizard in the rain. You're a woman. Your brothers will have wives to cook for them. After all this book, better make sure you come home with a husband. You better not bring just a certificate. Adugo has that young man who's undo. Even Chinelo has somebody. Mama had been born in a time when education had been a luxury, if not a waste, for a girl child. But my grandmother had been a troublemaker. She'd insisted her husband send all their daughters to the local primary school to learn to read and write. Mama had spent the years afterwards learning to be a wife, and then her father shipped her off to be married long before she turned 18. I had other ambitions, desires she did not understand, to be something other than a wife. I hoped telling Mama about Gozie would restore her faith that I would be married someday. I was tired of being introduced to friends' sons, cousins, uncles, friends. Tired of Mama telling me every time the daughter of someone we knew got engaged or married, and our Ashrebi they were all planned to wear. Tired of congratulating others and watching them respond with oily smiles of those who had achieved all you aimed to, saying, don't worry, God will do your own. My name is Iwanuse Odafen, and I'm the author of Tomorrow I Become a Woman. Growing up, my parents were very big on reading, and my dad would buy me a lot of books. You know, my mom made us read academically, like she would always make sure you had to. But then my dad would also like buy me like Charles Dickens, just like a lot of the classics. My dad made me read them, and I just loved reading. And it got to a point that I started disturbing him to buy me books, and then he would then we had these book shopping days where we'd go shopping for books together. And once I finished reading the books after a while, I'd go back to him again until he got tired and he was like, leave me alone. Because I've always loved reading, like I explained to you, like growing up that way. Well, writing actually was something I discovered pretty recently. It all started in 2015 when a friend was going through a very difficult situation. And I remember I was so frustrated about it, and I was talking to someone. The person said something I didn't agree with, basically repeating a lot of societal talk. And I was really upset by this. And I remember I told him, this friend of mine, I was like, I'm going to write about this. And he was like, can you go ahead now? Where is it? And it's obviously because it sounded absurd that I had written it. Then I used to write essays and I'd contributed to like some non-fiction things in school, but I'd never written like a novel, so it was a very bizarre thing to say I was going to do. But then in 2016, I had some free time because I was like in between jobs. I was applying for a job, and I was like, I want to write about this thing. I was really bothered by it, and I just started asking about writing. You don't get better. It's all that you don't get better if you don't write. And I started, and my very first attempt was terrible, but I continued, and that just gave me so much peace, and that's how I really discovered my love for writing. Oh yes, definitely. When I attended the Purple Hibiscus Writing Workshop in 2019, at that point, because I come from a very finance background, so I studied accounting, MBA, everything was just very finance, consulting. But it was the first time I was actually surrounded by writers. Everyone around me was actually a fellow writer that wanted to write. And just to be honest, I think we really underestimate how much just reading other people's works, so when you actually have to workshop each other's works and just reading and being inspired, wow, more people are writing, you know, and just listening to other people's experiences. And I remember also a lot of the tutors at the workshop were also very insightful. Just little things, not about writing, you never know what will change. And I remember at that point, I had a draft for my novel then, and I was stuck and I didn't know what to do. I remember Chimamanda, who was in charge of the workshop, said that particular session I was in, she said something around, you know, sometimes you're writing and then you're so focused on your agenda and you forget to tell a story. It sounds like a very simple advice to a writer, but then it clicked that was what was wrong with my draft. It was a lot. It was a very long process in the sense that, because I had to even gain confidence as a writer, I had to be sure in my own voice. You know, I had to find my own writing voice. But it was such a learning experience for me because I learned so much, not just about the subject I was writing on, but also about myself. Because several times I had to interrogate some things I'd accepted and some things I thought were normal, and because I had to also think back over my own experiences to reflect them, because I really wanted the novel to be a true reflection of society. I wanted everyone to be able to see themselves. So I'd talk to friends, and then I had to even interrogate myself that, is this, you know, why are you comfortable with this? You know, why have you accepted certain things as normal? So it was a very insightful experience. And it also taught me a lot about betting on yourself, because it's so easy to give up when you're writing as a writer, and because you get no's, there's so many like, why are you special, you know? But it really taught me resilience. I stopped so many times and I kept going back. The first draft took me about 2.5 years. Yes, so I started writing the first draft in February 2016. I had a draft by September 2018. But then I had to keep editing, and I had something close to what is published now by 2020. Yeah, so it was a long process. Okay, so it was, again, publishing. I think a lot of people don't really understand how the publishing process, you know. So generally, okay, it's different for a lot of people, and also in Nigeria is a bit different from the West. So like the very first edition of my book was published in the UK, and to do that I had to like query a lot of agents. So I got a lot of no's. Like I got over 50 no's, and from like the draft I had, and that's kind of what, you know, spurred me to keep editing my draft. But I think around after the workshop in 2019, I went back early 2020 and I rewrote my entire draft in 3 weeks. And I finished it and I just felt like, I can buy this book. As I could walk into a bookshop and I can pick, I know. And I was at that point, I knew I was close to something, like this can go out. And I started querying again. I think one thing people don't prepare writers for is actually rejection and the reality of publishing. And I think accepting that you're going to be rejected is the first step. And it sounds like a crazy thing to say, you know, like, why would you tell me that, you know, that's a defeatist mindset. But then that's the thing, you're going to be rejected. But then most of the time, all it takes is 1 year. And it's about not stopping your work, just keep writing. Because the thing about writing is, the only way you can get better is actually by writing. And it's crazy, it's like, oh, but my writing isn't good, but then you won't get better if you stop. You know, it's about reading more. It's about also finding works that connect with your writing voice, works that speak to you and also improve your writing, you know. Just consistently improving your craft and never stopping. You'll get no's. You get no's that, and the thing about it is accepting that those no's will come and you will be discouraged. Because you will be discouraged. I was discouraged so many times. Like there are times like I paused writing for months, like it will come. But then it's about not stopping there, refusing to allow that be the end, and just believing and having insane self-belief that at some point in the future, this will work out. And so that's my encouragement, to just keep writing and to just not stop.
Store phone switch to on, light on. Switching command to internal. Expectedly back, TW. Fuel tank pressure 62 on 55. Your nav state with back and is perfect.
Reading is an essential habit and a culture that must be developed. Nigerians are generally believed to have a poor reading culture. The role of government in promoting reading and equipping reading spaces and libraries in Nigeria cannot be underestimated. But first, we must look at the development of reading habits from the home and the role parents play in encouraging their children.
My parents, my mom used to be a teacher, so reading was obviously part of a curriculum. And then my father used to be a professor and is an author. So I started reading very, very early, and I started reading books that were higher than my age grade. I was reading African Writer series from age 7, age 8, and reading encyclopedias by that time. So obviously my parents had a huge part and encouraged that in me.
In the Nigerian book market, there's a high influx of foreign authors writing for children, but very few Nigerian authors telling relatable, homegrown Nigerian stories.
If you start out reading stories even to your baby, even before they're 1, and then as they get older, buy appropriate materials that are colorful, with easy to read words, and read with them. I think that helps.
Adedotun Enyade, a co-founder of Robin Heights, a leading bookstore in Nigeria, has tips for Nigerian authors and how they can improve on their work and get into the hearts of readers.
The story has to be good, right? If you're writing, whatever you're writing, if you're writing fiction, if you're writing non-fiction, it has to be really, really compelling, one. The next thing would be in terms of the packaging, right? People have gone past the era where you just take your books to just about any printer to print for you. I think, publishers, self-published authors as well, they need to invest in ensuring that the quality of the book, the final output is one that would, stack up with any book, published, elsewhere in the world. So that's really important. Then I think, what would be the most important tip for me to them would be just, they need to invest in marketing.
The book business, like any other business, is challenging.
If you ask anyone who's running the business in Nigeria, they will tell you capital, of course, right? Book selling is also, as with any other business, is also quite capital intensive. Getting to pay your rent, getting to actually buy the books and stock up your shelves when you have them. Hiring good people requires decent amount of capital. So I would say it's getting the startup funds to set up something, and then if you're looking to do it at scale like we're hoping to do, then it also requires you raising funding, which isn't readily available in commercial banks, right? I don't think a bank would say they want to give you a loan to set up a bookstore. They probably will be skeptical about the number of people who read. So for us, I think it's just I would say capital is at the top of a totem pole.
It is commendable that certain individuals and organizations are making concerted efforts to revive the reading culture in the country. The government should also redesign the school curriculum to incorporate more reading activities in primary and secondary schools.
The hair industry is a multi-million naira business in Nigeria. The industry has experienced impressive growth in recent years. From the sale of hair extensions, wigs, and hair care products, it is a huge market and it is largely buoyed by patronage from women. Women are mostly identified by their hair, but does that mean without hair they have no identity? Definitely not. There is a condition called alopecia. It causes the partial or complete absence of hair from areas of the body where it normally grows, and for women who have it, they experience baldness. We met an alopecian, Jasmine Oguns, who shared her story with us.
Alopecia is an autoimmune disease, but we alopecians like to define it as an autoimmune condition, so we don't scare people. So alopecia is an autoimmune condition that happens when the immune system attacks the hair follicles, thereby causing partial or total hair loss. The immune system is actually supposed to protect us from germs, diseases, and sickness. But in this case, the immune system attacks the hair follicles because it sees the hair follicles as a stranger to the body system, so it attacks it. And once the hair follicles get attacked, then there's a problem in the roots of hair growth. Yeah, so that's where hair loss starts from. I started having hair loss in 2004. That was my first year in school, in higher institution. Before then, I used to have very long hair, like very beautiful hair. And a particular day, I went to the salon, and my hairstylist noticed a bald patch behind my head, just around here. It was very tiny, very insignificant, but she noticed it because she has been making my hair for a long time. Yeah, so she noticed it and called my attention to it, but I didn't pay so much attention to it because I felt it was a minor thing and my hair was going to grow back. So after 2 weeks, I went back to make my hair. She noticed another one on this side. She called my attention to it again, so I became scared. I informed my mom about it, and my mom also didn't see it as a big issue. She just said it would grow back. And after a while, the patches started increasing, and they started forming a map on my scalp. I stopped going to the salon to make my hair. It became a thing of concern, and someone told my mom it was lakpa caused by dandruff. But then I didn't have dandruff, so where did it come from? So she got sulfur, started applying sulfur on the scalp, but instead of it to get better, it got worse. That was how the alopecia journey started for me. How I knew it was alopecia. Okay, before I got to that point, it was the whole journey. Because after the lakpa episode, there was always an extended family member who would come up with one name or the other. In fact, it metamorphosed to spiritual problem. So they tagged it a spiritual problem. I know in this part of the world, anything we don't know is automatically a spiritual problem. So that was when the frustration started. They started taking me from one pastor to another, and because most of these people, they're about what they can get into their pockets, they second, you know, and it was really traumatizing, you know, and I didn't know until after 10 years. Yeah, I didn't know it was alopecia until after 10 years. So I'll share a bit of my experience in that journey. First, some pastors said someone took my hair to the ocean. That's why I don't have hair. But there are some sacrifices here and there that we could perform that would make my hair grow. So I had times that I killed cows. I had times that I killed chickens. There were times we just give out the cows raw, like the meat, the pieces, you know, raw like that. There were times we cook and feed people with it, just in the quest for my hair to grow back. And there were other ugly experiences I had too, ugly encounters I had of some spiritual men asking to have some form of intimacy with me before my hair could grow. Like, it was really traumatizing. It was annoying. It was frustrating because at some point I got depressed, and I got to meet with a dermatologist who introduced some hairsprays to me that I used. It didn't work. And the moment I stopped using the spray, my hair fell off. In fact, at this point, I now lost my hair completely because the spray did not work. You understand? So it triggered some other hormones, and then I lost my hair completely. So I became completely bald. You know, initially, it was just in patches. And then After applying those sprays, I lost my hair completely. And I used that spray for a period of 1 year and 6 months. And at that time, a spray costs 15,000 naira. So I must use a can, like I must buy a new can every fortnight. It was a fortnight thing. I was buying a new can every fortnight. And I administered it for a year and a half. But instead of it to get better, it got worse. And I still did not stop. I wanted a solution. I wanted my hair back. So I approached another dermatologist who placed me on a wrong medication. And because I was so desperate, I didn't even bother to ask, what is this thing you're placing me on? What is this medication for? I didn't know it was using me as a specimen. For every time I got 0.1 mg, I took 5 as a dose. For every time I got 0.5 mg, I took 10 as a dose. So that was an abuse. And I discovered that my memory was diminishing. So at that point, I had to stop. But it had already caused some damage, and I became depressed. And I became suicidal as well. So at some point, I became suicidal. I almost died because I made a suicidal attempt. But thank God my mother was at home on that particular day and she saved me. So it has been from one bad encounter, one bad experience to another until 2015 when I decided I was going to do a personal research to know what exactly my problem was. And that was how I stumbled on the word alopecia on the internet, and I realized it was a condition, or it is a condition. Like what I've been going through actually has a name, and the name is alopecia. So that was how I got to know that the condition is alopecia. I started embracing myself in 2015. Yeah, that was when I did the personal research that I became aware. And okay, I stumbled on a particular lady's story online and I started following her up. Her daughter has alopecia, and I saw the way she instilled confidence in her daughter at every stage that her daughter was encountering. Like, it started with bald patch. From one bald patch, it increased to patches, and then she lost almost everything, and there were just few strands of hair left. I saw the way she would pack the hair into ponytail and go everywhere with it, you know. So I admired that. But I noticed that while I was doing my research, I didn't really see much of black people with the same condition. There were more of white people. And within me, I resolved that I could be a strength to other people, especially black people who are going through this same experience, who are experiencing the same thing. Because looking back to how my journey started, it wasn't funny. And at that point, I knew there were people who were going through worse situation than what I went through. So I decided I was going to be a voice to other people. I was going to stand my ground and create awareness. Though in the process of doing that, I opened up to a few persons, media personnel, who did not really understand my story, and they made a mess of it because I wanted to do a come out video, you get? So they made a mess of it and turned it to a comedy skit. That was when I knew there's really no bad publicity, because that was when I met my deputy, Moshidat Badmos. I was really sad about it because the whole thing went bad for me. You know, it went viral. A lot of people saw it. A lot of people misunderstood the message because they actually did not pass the message right. A lot of people misunderstood it. So it went sour, and she came online, saw the ridicule and everything, and she started fighting for me. So she was like the voice I didn't have at that downtime, at that point in time. So I approached her and I was like, you seem to know about alopecia. Do you have alopecia? She said yes. He needed to see the joy that I felt that day. Like, I didn't feel that kind of joy in 10 years. I was so excited. I was so happy. I contacted her immediately. We started talking, and before you knew it, I was on my way to. Then she was in Ogun State. I was on my way to Ogun State from Kaduna. I took a trip to Ogun State just to meet her because, you know, it was relieving for you to see someone or know that there's someone who can relate, you know, to whatever it is you were going through. Because before then, people around me could not understand. There were times I wanted to talk. I wanted to just, you know, explain how I was feeling, but I didn't have people to talk to, because even when I talk, they don't understand. You understand? It was more like a mental thing for me. But when I met her, it was relieving. I felt so much relief because she could relate. Yeah, she understood where I was coming from, and that was how the foundation journey started.
The National Alopecia Areata Foundation states that alopecia affects about 147 million people in the world, and according to Africa Prime News, there are over 100,000 persons living with alopecia in Nigeria.
It has not been easy running the Heroic Alopecia Foundation because, okay, one thing is for people to know what their condition is. Another thing is for them to come out, right? So, like I said, when I met Moshudat, that was when the foundation journey started. Though I'd already started single-handedly before I met her, and then we took the race together, and we got to know more. We got to know that alopecia is actually a journey. You get, some would accept the fact that this is what it is. Some may never accept it. But it's a good thing that you're aware that this is what the problem is, right? And we realize that a lot of people are out there suffering that don't know what this condition is, and they really need to know, because if you know that you have a problem and you know what that problem is, I think your problem is half solved already. So what we do basically is try to reach out to people, try to create awareness. Thanks to BBC Pidgin, I was featured on BBC Pidgin last year, and as a result of that publicity, our member strength grew from 13 to 70. Yeah, so right now we have 70 members. Majority are Nigerians. We have few of them in Ghana, some in Sierra Leone, Cameroon, Senegal, America, London. So we still feel there's a need for us to create more awareness, because if you'd ask for my opinion, I would say only 2% of people in Nigeria are aware of this condition called alopecia. I think a lot has to be done, a lot needs to be done concerning awareness. There was a training I went for recently at Nikkei Art Gallery, and on the first few days of the training, I didn't go with my wig. I didn't wear my wig, and nobody really paid attention to the fact that I don't have hair. I only got comments like, your hairstyle is nice, and because of what I went there for, I didn't have that time to explain to them that it's not a hairstyle, but it's a health condition. Until after 5 days, I decided to wear my wig. So I went there with a wig, and after a while, I started feeling uncomfortable with my wig on, so I removed it. And people were like, it's better. You look better without your wig than with your wig. So another question popped up from someone else, that why the hairstyle? What inspired the hairstyle? And I told them it's not a hairstyle, but it's a health condition. So that got a lot of people's attention, and they're like, oh really, it's a health condition, tell us about it. So while I was talking, I heard whispers of two persons arguing about one Tope somewhere that has a similar condition, and the other person said, no, it's not the same. Tope's case is spiritual. You know, they were arguing in their dialect, in Kaba actually. So I heard, and I paused and asked, why did you say Tope's condition is spiritual? He said because hers is not completely off like mine. She has patches and all. I said, yes. The patch is a form of alopecia, actually. Like, there are different types of alopecia. Hers is alopecia areata. That's the medical term for her condition. And they're like, oh, really? I said, yes. So I went as far as explaining to them that there's also a condition called alopecia totalis, where it's just limited to the head alone. You know, the hair loss is limited to the head alone. And I also explained about alopecia universalis, where the victim loses the lashes, the brows, and every other part of the body that has hair. And they were amazed. So when they told me a lot about Tope, I told them I was interested in meeting Tope. But guess what? Tope is dead. Tope died as a result of isolation. Tope died as a result of stigmatization. I also heard of the story of one woman in Benue State that died as a result of stigmatization. She was tagged a witch because her hair stopped growing, and she was isolated, far away from people. You know, they stopped giving her food, and that was how she died. I also heard of some girls in Benin who were constantly tied and flogged with broom because they have alopecia. And at the moment, we have two parents in Kaduna who are representing their sons because they are kids. One is 6 years old, the other one is 7. There's this belief in the north, when strange things happen to you, they just assume you have anjanu, like a spiritual problem, like evil spirits. I think anjanu is evil spirits. And they kept burning their scalps with fire, that they are chasing away the anjanu, until they met me. Someone actually told me about them, and I went to visit the family. So when I got there and I removed my wig, I saw the relief. You know, there was this sigh of relief that, oh, okay, so this thing is not happening to our son alone. There are other people who have this thing, and it's a medical condition. You understand? So a lot needs to be done concerning awareness.
Alopecia can affect anyone regardless of age and gender, and in many cases, it takes a toll on their relationships.
To an extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people, because I remember back then in school, when it started at first, I didn't start covering it immediately. I still rocked it, and after a while, I started covering it with a scarf. And my friends were surprised, like, when did you start covering your hair? You were not like this, what's the problem? And some of them just tried to be naughty and they pulled the scarf off. And when they realized that there was something strange about my head, some gave space. The naughty ones tagged it a name. Some started calling me an alien. Like when I applied the spray and everything fell off, like I lost every strand of hair on my body. I'm talking about my lashes, my brows, every part of my body. I didn't have hair. I had a friend who was constantly calling me an alien, like to my face, and people would laugh about it. It became embarrassing at some point. And then relationship, yeah, I had a major relationship then that failed as a result of alopecia, because my supposed to-be mother-in-law called off the wedding introduction, 3 days to the wedding introduction, because of fear of the unknown. You know, she didn't want a situation whereby our grandchildren would have hair loss problems, so she called off the wedding introduction, not minding how far we had gone, and then the preparation for the event and all that. Then the last disappointment I got to was as a result of alopecia, because I went for a consultation with the person I was dating at that time, and he heard all the medical advice I got about me. Like the dermatologist advised that I should not bother myself, because at this stage, at this point, the hair loss has really, it has gotten to an advanced stage where I might not my hair might not grow anymore, you understand? So he heard all of that, and his countenance changed on our way home. So out of curiosity, I tried to question him about his mood and everything, and he said he's scared, doesn't want to raise kids that would not have hair. So to a great extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people. Alopecia has really affected my family in a lot of ways. Like my mom, right now, she still does not accept the fact that it is a medical condition. She's yet to come to terms with the fact that it's a medical condition. She still feels that there's more to it and the hair would grow. Yes, the hair could grow because alopecia actually has a mind of its own. The way it decides to go off, like the way your hair decides to go off, it could just decide to start growing overnight. That's another mysterious thing about alopecia because it has to do with your immune system. So your immune system might just decide, okay, I want to be good, I want to be perfect, and then your hair starts growing again, you understand? So it has really affected my family because I remember when I didn't know what it was, I was constantly being stigmatized because my mother would always have a scarf or a cap or something beside her, and the moment someone knocks at the door, she's throwing it at me to cover my head. I didn't like that part. I didn't like the fact that I could not just be myself, you know, and feel free like every other person. I didn't like the fact that I have to always cover my head, you know. And another thing is it became a prayer request. Like till now, it's still a prayer request. Everyone is always praying at some point, at one point or the other, for my hair to grow back. Yeah, so it has really affected my family, not just me.
1 in 20 people with alopecia also has a family member who has experienced the condition, which implies that most people that have alopecia usually don't have family members with this condition.
I'm not too sure that the awareness is really there. Having said so, I mean, if we think about the patients who come into the clinic, alopecia is, at least what I would say, some studies have shown that is one of top 10 dermatology consultations. And because the world is generally getting more visual, everybody's more concerned about appearance, and we talk about quality of life and all this. So you're seeing a lot more patients coming in. They're coming in. Areata in itself, a lot of people don't know. I don't think the awareness is really, really there. But remember that when you are dealing with a specialty, so if you talk in the general population, maybe no, but if you come into the specialty community, specialty hospital, we'll see we have a bit, a high enough number of cases. But I would say if you just ask for the general population, no. And so to the next question of how can we make them more aware of what you're doing? If we have people who suffer from, I remember that because of the stigma of alopecia, everybody knows that a woman's hair is supposed to be like her crowning glory. She wants to do things with it. She wants to look well. You don't really want to cover it. But with wigs and weaves, nobody knows who has what. Now, a lot of women will just take it out. So you don't know who has a problem because of the stigma or the quality of life. Very, very significant impact on the quality of life. So people are hiding. People are not able to get, and some people go to those who don't really know what to do. Some people, the salon, the hairstylist, who should almost be like your first sort of, oh, madam or girl, as the case may be, what's happening to your hair? Do you think you need to see somebody? Most times they might give you their own version of what they think works, and the hair loss is worsening. Where ideally, if you present early enough in alopecia areata, you may just be able to break that autoimmunity.
Alopecia often develops suddenly over the course of just a few days. This condition affects the mental health of the victims and sometimes makes them withdrawn.
Dealing with stigmatization before I became aware was not easy. I had days that I cried. I had days I didn't want to see anybody. Like I locked myself up in the room for days, for weeks. There were days I didn't want to see my immediate family members, my downtime and all, as a result of stigmatization. Like I mentioned earlier that there was a time I was depressed. was as a result of stigmatization, because I felt stigmatized by everybody, even those that were close to me. You know, at every point in time, I was expecting people to show me love. So at every moment that I don't, at every time that I don't get that kind of love that I expect, you know, I feel stigmatized. So it was really ugly for me. But the moment I got to know that this is what it is, I became free. You know, I got some form of liberty, I got some form of liberation, and I don't get stigmatized anymore. So when people try to mock me now, I just laugh at their ignorance. And if I have the opportunity to educate them, I don't hesitate.
Alopecia can cause a lot of anxiety and sadness. It is important we have more support groups in the society to help people living with alopecia deal with the psychological effects of this condition.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plustv Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Are you ready to party right from the comfort of your TV screen? The Rundown's here to save the day. From freshly baked videos to the classics to the youngins and dope conversations, all in one chart. We got you covered. Just tune in to The Rundown every Friday, 10:30 p.m. West African time. The Rundown. Let's turn it up.
For me, I wanted to change that culture. I didn't believe that until you see a white man or you see a foreigner in the kitchen before you can believe that, you know, good food is going to come out of that kitchen.
You can leverage on each other's spaces and, you know, sell. We believe in Nigeria, right? We believe that Nigeria can get better. We, the youth, are the ones that can make it better.
and my products are proudly made in Nigeria.
Made in Niger, showing every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. and repeats on Saturday at 8:30 a.m.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore.
Very good evening to you and thanks for joining us. We're opening our Ballot studio right now. The 2023 governorship election begins in a few hours and there are expectations of the outcome of the polls in various states and the extent of voter education in many communities. You're welcome once again to Ballot 2023. My name is Nyamgul Agaji.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plustv Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Well, many pundits have said it's a fight to finish in Lagos, Bauchi, Kaduna, Gombe, Delta, Adamawa, Rivers, Kano, Ebonyi, Enugu, Ogun, Oyo, Sokoto, Nasarawa, as 11 governors race for a second term. As Nigerians go to the poll again tomorrow for the governorship and state assembly elections in 28 states, this round of elections, just like the February 25 presidential and national assembly elections, will throw up more surprises, which would further question the nature of dominance of the governing All Progressives Congress APC and the People's Democratic Party PDP, the main opposition in Nigeria's political space. In tomorrow's election, 837 governorship candidates will slug it out in the 28 states, while 10,240 others will battle for 993 state assembly seats in 1,021 constituencies across the country. Of the 28 states that are due to vote for governors, 17 serving governors are departing. These are governors of Taraba, Benue, Enugu, Ebonyi, Abia, Cross River, Delta, Akwa Ibom, Rivers, Kebbi, Sokoto, Kaduna, Katsina, Kano, Jigawa, Plateau, and of course Niger states. However, 11 others are standing for re-election, namely Lagos, Ogun, Oyo, Kwara, Zamfara, Gombe, Nasarawa, Yobe, Borno, Adamawa, and Bauchi states. This is an election cycle like no other in Nigerian history, with no fewer than 20 incumbent governors failing to deliver their parties during the presidential and National Assembly elections, and 7 incumbent governors losing their senatorial beats, unlike in 2019 when 20 former governors were elected into the 9th National Assembly. Well, joining us to discuss this expectations in the following or the forthcoming election is Segun Sokwetan, a public affairs analyst. That's how I would like to leave it this evening, describing him. We'll be joined later by Reverend Father Raymond Anoliefo, Director, Justice, Development and Peace Center, JDPC, Lagos. And also, we have Moye OO standing by also, who is a technology executive. Thank you so much, Mr. Sokwetan, for joining us on the show.
Thanks for having me.
And OO, thank you for being there for us this evening.
Thank you, Yamgo.
Okay. Now, a lot of people are saying that the credibility of the elections can be traced to the fact that so many governors lost their states to the opposition, and so many people that are incumbent lost their seats, the senators and the National House of Assembly members. And that's what they're using to say that the election was good enough. What do you say?
That will be a grievous mistake. You know, if you are trying to assess the success or otherwise of a process, you don't look at the outcome. Because if you look at the outcome, you might miss the lessons in the process. You know, so to say that, for example, that because Lagos State was lost to the Labour Party in the presidential elections would be an evidence that the elections were credible and free and fair, belittles the enormity of the challenges that we faced during that election. So I don't agree with that point of view. I think that we have to leave the outcome and focus on the process. And if you do that, then you have to ask INEC very, very fundamental questions with regards, I mean, you know, the narrative is out there. It's even in court as we speak with regards to their failing to follow the provisions of their guidelines. Those guidelines were drafted in accordance with the provisions of the Electoral Act 2022, which empowered them to draft them. Now, having drafted those guidelines, I've heard those arguments that say, well, INEC is at liberty to use electronic transmission or to use the beavers and or not. But I beg to disagree, you know, because the guidelines were drafted in accordance to a law and therefore draws their powers from that law and therefore become law in themselves. So as an umpire, you can't draft a set of rules and then when you blow the whistle for the game to start, you change the rules, you know, and that's exactly what INEC did. I know that they claim that, you know, those changes happened as a result of some glitches and some technical difficulties they might have had, you know, with transmission of results and uploading to IREV and all of that. But that's it's for them to prove right now. As far as Nigerians are concerned, they did not follow the guidelines they themselves laid out. And that calls to question the credibility of the entire process, especially when you realize that those things that were omitted or skipped were the very safeguards that guaranteed the credibility of the process and the outcome. So if you've skipped the guarantees and the safeguards, then how can we know that this process was credible?
Well, tomorrow is another election, and there's a lot to talk about. Let me come to you, OO. You are the technology expert. INEC and the NCC, that is the Nigerian Communications Commission, has claimed that more than 9 million hacks were tried on the servers, especially on election day. We had more than 6 million people trying to hack. Or there were more than 6 million attempts to hack the server of INEC. And some experts have come out to say that is a blatant lie, that it couldn't have happened that way. But whenever we talk to INEC or talk about INEC and their failure from the point of view of a lot of Nigerians, their failure to deliver on election day, they always complain that it is the technological factor that caused it. It couldn't have been that they wanted to do that. So tell us how far, how much this technology could have worked and the likely glitches that were supposed to happen or could have happened on that day to make them not able to upload especially the presidential results, because the National Assembly results were uploaded in most places, but the presidential results are the ones that we are quarreling about. A lot of people are quarreling about. So these things they're talking about, hacking their system or trying to hack their system up to more than 6 million in one day, is that a possibility? And how far can an instrument like that, a machine like that, work in an election day or under pressure?
Yes, it's easy to throw statistics around. It's actually laughable, but I don't want to be in a. I don't want to seem like I'm being antagonistic. So I don't think I would like to comment so much to say that it's not feasible. If it happened, then it would have broken all the records in the world. The reality is this, transparency is key, and that's what technology helps. Technology cannot replace human intent. Technology is there to optimize efficiency of a process. The reality is, for whatever reason, coincidentally, like you pointed out, only the presidential elections seem to have challenges and issues, and they were not forthcoming on why or what happened. The beavers, which people think is there are two systems. There's the beavers, which worked very perfectly. The beavers was for the accreditation. However, the IREV had one job: upload images. Like millions and billions of people upload pictures on Instagram, weekly, monthly, yearly, Facebook. So the technology to upload is as old as the internet in itself, right? So the excuses they gave, they're not. I wouldn't say they're baseless, but they're they're highly unlikely. The challenge we have is the challenge of transparency. We do not know the organizations. We do not know the process through which the organizations who were handling these systems were selected. Are they competent? Remember, the IREF technology is as basic as it can be. It's just to upload. It had one single job and it failed at it. But curiously, I voted in the southeast part of Nigeria, and they didn't have internet on the devices. I don't think the hackers wiped their data plans. Some of them didn't have SIM cards or were not ready. They were not built to do the job or the task they were meant to do. So if there was an audit of what happened and they came out to be transparent about it, then we'll be able to fix it. But if there's no honesty, then there's no technology that can deal with that.
Okay, let me just stay with you a moment now. Before tomorrow, before now, there was an outcry, and the opposition was saying that they should not tamper with the BVAS because the data in it might be tampered with, but they wanted to reconfigure it so that they can use it for the governorship election. And when we try to say, okay, why did you have to go that way? You should have maybe postponed the elections until the inspection of these materials was done and all that. They say there's no cause for alarm. Is that true? Or there's a possibility that information on the BVAS machine could be tampered with in trying to reconfigure this for the tomorrow election?
What has been lost is trust, right? And technology can solve for that. The BVAS machine they talk about is just an Android tablet, or the iRev machine. It's just an Android tablet with a fancy name. And an Android tablet, as you know, can store, depending on the size of the storage, can store thousands and thousands of images, talk less of text. The BVAS authenticates your identity and places a number on it. So it stores digits. Even your Nokia 3310 could store thousands of digits. So storage-wise, you do not need to wipe out previous numbers. So a polling unit that has a complete computer that is storing the value 110 can store literally millions of that type of 3-digit numbers, right? So you do not need to reconfigure it. However, there might be technical reasons why they would like to reformat the device before utilizing it for the second time. In that case, they should be backed up. However, like I said, trust has been lost. So the ability for something to be done doesn't translate to the willingness for the thing to be done. So, as it were, everyone would be suspicious of what would happen. Would you say that the millions of hacks have wiped out the records? So as a result of that, people would not trust that they would keep the system as authentic as it should be. So that's the challenge. I think that's the main issue we are looking at: a lack of trust, not a lack of technology capacity.
Okay, thank you, Oo. We'll come back to you in due course. And I'm still here with Segun Sokweton, but we'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll continue this discussion. We're really focusing on tomorrow's election and how much it's going to be successful and how much confidence the people have in the process. Stay with us.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamode Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plustv Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamode Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Seize it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plustv Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plustv Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plustv Africa. Big stories live here.
You know, there are certain laws or certain policies that he cannot, or certain procedures, governance procedures, that he cannot just execute without passing through other tiers of government. So every tier of government is important. We have to try as much as possible as we are trying to vote in a credible candidate for the president.
Or what are the things he said he's going to do? Whether it's APC, PDP, Labour, it doesn't matter. Who is the person?
They are the one in power. If there's anybody sabotaging, then arrest them. They have all mercenaries of the state in their care. Use them. Let us know what has really caused this scarcity.
Put in the right. I was in Kenya and I saw how things were working, right? And a friend was telling me that there had never been any reason for me to go and say I'm queuing to purchase fuel, and he's been there for 5 years.
2023, and tomorrow is the governorship and State House of Assembly elections. And if you ask me, that is even the most important one, because that is the government that is closest to the people. But we're looking at the lessons we learned from the presidential and National Assembly elections and how that will translate into making or marring the election of tomorrow. I did promise you that we're going to be joined later on by Reverend Father Raymond Anoliefo. Well, he has joined us now. He's the Director, Justice Development and Peace Center, JDPC, Lagos. Welcome to the program, Father.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so I've spoken with O.O. Nwoye, who is a tech expert, and also we started off with Mr. Segun Shokweton. Now that you're joining us, JDPC, what lessons are you carrying from the last election into the second election, that is the governorship and State House of Assembly elections?
Oh, thank you very much. Thanks for having me. In the last election, the presidential and the National Assembly elections, we were out there on the field and we deployed observers across the length and breadth of Lagos State, and then together with the Catholic Caritas Foundation of Nigeria, we had well over 3,000 or 4,000 observers across the country. So it was a beautiful one. It was, of course, there were heightened expectations. A lot of persons expected a lot of things out of this election. I think the INEC promised us a great deal, and we see the youth bulge in the election as well that characterized this election leading up to the election. There was a lot of interest even from the international community, and then of course from us here in Nigeria. It was also, the interest was very high. So I would say, give and take, at that point, we all expected that this election will be a watershed in our democracy. And it was neither here nor there for us at the JDPC. Neither here nor there, in that the one thing that we all looked forward to with regards to the beavers supposedly being the game changer, I don't think our expectations were adequately met at the presidential and National Assembly elections. We felt a little disappointed, especially with regards to uploading of the results using the beavers onto IREV. That wasn't comprehensively done across the 36 states plus FCT. And here in Lagos, of course, we had pockets of violence in some parts of Lagos that also marred that election. But that said, I think going forward, tomorrow's election, INEC has something to prove, that they are credible, that they are capable, and they are willing, of course, to right the wrongs of the presidential elections. And we are quite hopeful, we're optimistic. We'll be there tomorrow again to observe the elections for tomorrow. So we're optimistic, and we're hoping that all will go well. And this time, INEC will deliver on its promises.
Has there been any interaction with INEC since the presidential and National Assembly elections between the JDPC and INEC?
Yes, but not directly, in that, of course, between this period, INEC had also met with civil society organizations, of which we have been part of it. And we have also given a press conference immediately after the elections, just to let Nigerians know exactly what our findings were while we are out there on the field. So basically, INEC has promised not only the civil society organizations, not only the JDPC, but the entire country that they will do better. They'll do better. So of course, there's a trust deficit in our system at this time, the trust deficit. But rather than throw away the baby and the bathwater, let's give them a second chance. I would say that. Let's give them a second chance. I'm optimistic that they'll probably want to right the wrongs of the presidential elections, the 25th February elections. And we hope that the beavers and IREV, of course, will serve the purpose for which it was designed, for which it was created. And I would say that was really the toast of the election, that a lot of people believe that their votes will count. And so we are hoping that tomorrow the votes will actually count.
Shegun, you also have dealings with the civil society. You're part of the civil society. What is the strength of your confidence in tomorrow's exercise, knowing what transpired at the National Assembly elections and the presidential elections and the time in between?
Well, I mean, pardon me. So we've seen a lot of interactions between INEC and the various stakeholder groups. Civil society, the politicians or the political parties, security agencies, and even the electorate. And, INEC has said a lot of things in terms of trying to maybe assuage fears, lift the confidence. But the old saying is that the taste of the pudding is in the eating, So what we ate on the 25th of February was not tasteful at all, So tomorrow, INEC simply has to do better. I don't want to mince words. Without equivocation, 25th of February was a disappointment. For some of us, especially for some of us in civil society who had embarked on a lot of voter education, and all of that, encouraging people, trying to build their confidence, trying to work against voter apathy that, we've experienced over time as a result of their lack of trust in the system. It was almost as though we put our personal integrity on the line, as organizations. And to come to the process and find that INEC failed to follow their own process, was very disappointing. Tomorrow, INEC must do differently. They must do better. It's very simple. I don't think anybody, including the main political actors, would have too much to say with regards to the result if the process is transparent and if the process is credible. And the use of technology was the major basis for the confidence that we all had and for all the good things that we said about INEC, about their preparedness, about the process that they've laid out, the guidelines that they sent forward, the wonderful, in quotes, provisions of the Electoral Act, all of that needs to come together tomorrow. We need to see an interplay of all of those factors effectively and ensuring that the process is credible. So this is an opportunity for Professor Mahmood Yakubu in particular, because when we talk about INEC, it's an institution, but the institution has a head, and it is his name that people are calling. And I think it's important to let him know that posterity and history will judge him one way or the other. So it's critical that at this point his legacy is one where he can look back and be proud. At the moment, he runs the risk right now of competing with the 2003 and 2007 commission and the chairman of those commissions, which is the most ignominious in the history of Nigeria. Right now, Mahmood Yakubu is running that risk.
Well, but he has always insisted that he didn't fail Nigerians. Well, maybe we'll come back to that. Well, you're still there, and we're concerned this same technology that failed us in the last election, do you see that it needs an improvement, or that same technology can deliver on the promises that were made by INEC to Nigerians tomorrow?
The saying goes, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I think the biggest mistake made, and I've said this in many fora, the biggest mistake we made in the last 25th of February was trusting INEC. And as a result, I don't think anyone should believe what they say. And consequently, interestingly, last week, my team built a product called Collate.Africa. So the whole idea is simple, to replicate what IREF was supposed to be. Because people, when I just thought about it now, when Father Anulefa was speaking, people say their votes should count. Yes, it actually counts at the polling unit, but it's not collated, right? It's when it's time for collation that we have the theories, the stories. Because the whole essence of IREF was that it goes directly from PU straight to HQ, to the headquarters, and it could not be manipulated. But however, we're seeing a case where the tally, even on IREF of Rivers State, says something completely different. A party didn't score up to 25%, and it was declared winner based on the statistics on IREF today, not based on people's own collection or aggregation. And I think one of the biggest mistakes was in trusting INEC. So when people went to the collation center, they hadn't prepared to collect images of PUs from their agents or from the third parties. So everyone was dependent on the IREF system. And when they say it couldn't upload and people had gone home, only for people to go home and go to the website and see that after 24 hours, less than 10% of the polling units had the results uploaded, which is a mandatory aspect of the the guidelines for this election. So I think many organizations have started creating their own parallel IREFs, and I think every Nigerian that votes tomorrow must, as a matter of obligation, take a picture of their the form EC8 and find a way to upload it. So we built something called collate.africa. There are other ones out there, but it's very important that we do not trust this time.
Okay, we'll come back to how that collate.africa works. I'm interested because if there's something else that INEC will be afraid of, then we should know it. Not just INEC, but when we're talking about people who are serving the public, there should be something that we should be looking back and saying, okay, if we misbehave, it is going to fire back at us. Maybe they didn't have that in the last election. And that also goes to the civil society organization and the JDPC. It's like when you're having traffic wardens on the road, people behave, drivers behave. So when you're monitoring, I'm sure the places that you monitor, there will be some sort of order. So even with the disappointments that you had in the last election, what are your plans for tomorrow, the JDPC?
Okay, thank you very much. Now, let me just quickly make that very short clarification here. There's a bit of a difference between the monitor and the observer. We were observers. Only INEC and INEC officials per se are allowed to monitor elections, and while we are expected to observe. And so going out there on the field, our business was to observe, that is to watch what's happening, to gather information on what's happening, to collate those information, to analyze them, and of course, in the end, to make a report of what we have found. If you ask me about the February 25th election, we actually did go out. It was a beautiful one. It started very well, almost across Lagos State, for example, where I was the director. It started pretty very well. And somewhere along the line, pockets of urchins came around, and regardless of the order that was there, mayhem broke out. Of course, before then, there was the very rife delay in the electoral officers arriving the polling units. Considerably, I think, from our statistics, only about 30 to 35% arrived at about 8:30 a.m. The remainder came very late. And of course, we know what happened. It affected the proceedings. And so while we dealt with that on the one hand, then violence came. But at this point, I must say that we were also grateful for the security measures that were put in place. Were they adequate? No, they were not. But there was a marked improvement from 2019. There was a marked improvement. For the first time, I remember in 2015 elections, I remember I did mention on one of the media houses that I was at the time that we should not militarize our elections. But I saw myself eating those words in 2023. I was excited to see the military, I was excited to see them out there, and they give a lot of confidence in some areas where I was in particular, and I'll mention them. Surulere, some areas were just catastrophic, and I can tell you elections would never have held in those places if the military did not intervene. The military did. At a point in time, we were all dispersed from the polling stations. Bottles were thrown at us. a great deal. And I thought that wearing my clerical wear, I'll be accorded some respect. But I was very wrong. I had to also take cover, But thankfully, we reconvened again when the military came, and then the elections went on smoothly till the end. And of course, we observed everything. I was there till the end, and up until when nobody was going to upload the results. And that was when another mayhem almost broke out from the electorate, who didn't want the INEC officials to leave, the electoral officers to leave. I had to even implore on them that one has to go with them to the World Collation Center and see what we can do with regards to uploading. We did take photographs. We had photographs of the Form EC8A, but of course that was not enough. And of course I did check. What I had tallied with what was on IREV at the end of the day from a few polling units where I observed. Of course, we also found some where there were a couple of discrepancies, which I'm sure they are all out there on the social media spaces, so I don't need to bore you with that. So basically, I think I'll toe the line of my brother here and also OO as well. Trust has been a problem, but to say we are not going to trust, I think I'm an optimist. We may not trust fully. Maybe we'll say benefit of doubt. That this time now, INEC will do what they are expected to do. The one singular assignment they had to do to deliver on the promises they have made. They need to do that. IREV, the polling unit results must move to IREV from the polling units and not afterwards. And of course, the observers will be there just to do their business. They are not to interfere with the process. We are only there to observe the elections and to gather the piece of information we have, to aggregate them, analyze them, and of course, submit a report also to INEC so that they can improve on their processes going forward. So we are quite ready for tomorrow. We're quite ready.
Okay, well, Father, they know the fear face. You had to take cover. It made me laugh, sorry.
Yes.
But this beautiful bride, the bride that was supposed to be beautiful turned out not so beautiful, and she's coming back to ask for a second chance, like Father has said. What conditions are you giving this bride, which is INEC at this moment, for this second chance that you're giving? What are the conditions that you would like to see tomorrow?
Just an improvement in the process. First of all, the logistics. So as at yesterday, INEC had assured that non-sensitive materials had been moved, had been deployed as at Wednesday. And then the sensitive materials started getting deployed as at yesterday in some places, and then, it continues into today. So we expect, for example, that officials should arrive at the polling units on time. It's a very critical part of the process because there are polling units that have more than 1,000 registered voters. There are polling units that have reportedly 5,000 registered voters. How do you process 5,000 people in one polling unit when the process will take maybe 2 to 3 minutes for each person to finish? So they need to start on time. Of course, I think, Reverend and my brother on Zoom has also said this. The use of technology has to be in place. We cannot have stories and excuses about the failure of beavers to upload, these things are far-fetched. The beavers, I think, like Owa said, look, this technology is basic. There's nothing spectacular about this machine. It's a pad. It's just a tablet. Saying that you can't upload on it is marks of some sort of mischief, if I may say. So would like to see the technology used. Would like to see INEC respect their processes. Very crucially, something happened pervasively on the 25th of February. A lot of people were disenfranchised. A lot. It appears as though it was a significant number of people who were on the queue as at 2:30 in line with the provisions of INEC, of the guidelines, and who never got to vote because of the effluxion of time. At 6 p.m., 7 p.m., 8 p.m. in some places, the INEC officials simply packed up and left, with a huge number of people having failed to have voted yet. In some places, the registered voters took things into their own hands and refused to allow the INEC officials to leave, and they voted till 4 a.m., till 5 a.m., in some instances. We have to ensure, I think we need to call on INEC that they respect their own guidelines. What the guidelines say is, if somebody is on the queue, as at the closing time of the polls, that person must vote. So this is very crucial. I saw that and it was very painful. So you see, for example, that in the results, if we're to take those results for what they are on the face value, turnout has been the lowest, I think possibly in our history, 29% or something like that. It's terrible, and it appears as though turnout was far more than that. There was some measure of suppression, either deliberate or perhaps just as a result of processing efficiencies or what have you. We have to ensure that those things don't happen again. We would like to see a greater turnout tomorrow. We would like to see that turnout result in votes that are counted and, like OO said, that are collated. So there's so much expectation for tomorrow. We would appeal to INEC to just allow this process be. Let the outcome of this election tomorrow be a reflection of what the people of Nigeria all over the country want to see.
Let me just digress a little bit, but still remain with you. The presidential election, we've not heard the last of it. At least we know political parties that are contesting this in court. Is the civil society organizations or other civil society organizations in Nigeria also having a say and following that case?
Oh yes, I mean, look, the election electioneering process starts long before election day and ends long after election day. And as a civil society organization, whatever your role might be in the value chain of the election process, you do have to stay in touch with all of that till the end. So the ongoing legal challenge and what's happening in the courts in various places, let's not forget that it's not only the presidential elections that have gone to court. A lot of candidates for senatorial districts and constituencies in the House of Reps have also gone to court to try and reclaim mandates that they believe have been stolen. So that process is being followed, and we hope and expect to see the judiciary play the role that the Constitution provides for them, being the last hope of, in this case, they're not so common, but being the last, being the temple of justice, where if people that are feeling aggrieved can get redress. Now, this is crucial because where that fails, you leave room for people to take the law into their own hands, and you run the risk of allowing anarchy to reign. And I'm sure you've heard some of the things that are circulating now about protests and all of that. Yeah. It's simply because people don't trust the judiciary. So that process of redress seeking and all of that needs to go through to the end. We hope that the judiciary will not disappoint, and we hope that justice will be done.
Okay, let me come to you, OO, for a word of advice to INEC and the people. You've already told the people that if you want justice, if you want things to be transparent, be sure you take photographs of the process and the end results and all that. But what does INEC have to look out for? Last time we remember that they claimed that in some places there was no network, even when we were promised that they were not even going to use the network providers around Nigeria. They were going to use a network that will never fail, which we didn't see on that day. Well, some of the pointers to INEC, if they have to look out for things that might hinder the process, what are they, if they're listening now, to know?
Usually there's a saying again that goes that you should not attribute to malice what can be explained by ignorance. I can confirm that INEC is not ignorant on what should be done. I think Father Anolefo is quite, would I say, he's quite generous with his expectations. I don't think we should ever be comparing our elections with bad with worse. 2019, terrible. We should have a standard of elections. Someone scores 20, another person scores 27 over 100. We should not be celebrating or even looking in any case favorably at the person that scored 27. Both are bad. We should have a standard 70% is the pass mark. And for quite a long time, we have had slight progress, but it's no longer enough. There has to be leapfrogging. Now, the thing is, there's really no consequence for bad behavior. So I don't want to seem antagonistic towards INEC. I keep on saying that, but enough. Like, we're Nigerians, we can do much better than this. Why are we giving these excuses? It makes no sense to transmit a count. You count 10 for someone and just transmit that information. It can be transmitted with an SMS. There are too many technologies that could fix it. So I keep on saying I wouldn't be trusting. It doesn't mean that we would not respect or accept grudgingly. I don't need to even accept it, but we would not be bound by the outcome. But we have to take a stronger position on saying that no, it's enough. This is soiling our name. We saw the outgoing UK ambassador Katrina Liang saying, "Oh, we have come a long way," infantilizing Nigeria. In Brazil, the election results are concluded that very night in hours. 2-3 hours after closing, 90-something% of the results are in. So that's where we should be operating. I have no advice. If I were to advise in technology, we normally do something called the post-mortem. If something goes wrong and you want to earn back trust, you'll be public about what happened. This is what happened. This is what we did wrong, and this is what we are doing to ensure it doesn't happen again. Now we're talking of the IRF. No one knows what happened. So who says it's not going to happen again? How can you go and just hope INEC would not do it again? We should go and warn them, no consequence, nothing happens.
Okay, let me cut you there so that you have time to tell us a little bit about this collate.africa that you said. Does it have the capacity to make INEC sit up, for instance? Just tell us briefly about it.
First of all, so collate.africa is basically everyone having IREF. So anyone can put in the scores and upload the Form E68A sheet. Simple. Now it has been democratized. So what we're saying is that at any polling you just go online, collate.africa, you register your polling unit. On the day of the election, you take a picture of the result sheets, president, gubernatorial, whatever state, you upload it and put in the scores.
How can you make sure that the scores that are uploaded are authentic?
So because we don't have the rights, or we're not backed by law, what we're optimizing for is transparency. So at a polling unit, 5 different people can upload their results. So if 5 of them decide to lie, but what I've seen from experience is that Nigerians are not bad actors at scale, right? So what would happen is 10 people upload the result, 1 person might be a bad actor, 9 of them will be correct. Father Anolefo said when he went online, he saw that it was actually the result that was uploaded. Mine, in my case in Aba, in Anambra State, it was the accurate result uploaded, but 2 weeks after. So what we're doing now, we have already built something in a week, right? Using our own personal funds. INEC was given a budget of almost $1 billion, $100 billion to build this, and they had years. So INEC should be, I don't know how they should feel now that individuals could come together and build what they were given and mandated to do.
Are you all Nigerians?
What we are doing...
are you all Nigerians
of course,
that built this?
Definitely all Nigerians.
Because it gives me joy to find out that our Nigerians can do what we're looking for something in Sokoto when it is in Ashokoto. That's not what it is.
Ashokoto, yes. Okay, so what built it is agnostic. Teams can use it. So JDPC can use it for their teams.
All right.
And
thank you. Because we are out of time right now, Father, let me come to you, talk to the people, because tomorrow a lot of people will be dragging their feet. But from what you have seen, from what you're hoping for, talk to Lagosians and every Nigerian who is watching this right now, how you would like for tomorrow to be like.
Neutrality does not favor the oppressor. It doesn't favor the oppressed, sorry. Rather, it favors the oppressor. To lie down resigned to fate is madness, says Olarotimi in his book, The Gods Are Not to Blame. So I would say we all have to come out. We all have to come out. People are disappointed. A lot of persons have said they may not be turning up for the elections. And with the seeming threats and suppressions and statements out there, Yachukudi and all of that we've heard in the last 24 to 48 hours, it has also heightened the whole thing. I would still urge people to come out, but I would want to appeal. If you remember very well the last time we had an engagement, I said there are two institutions that need to deliver: INEC and the security agencies. The security agencies are supposed to go after all those who have overheated the polity in the last 1 or 2 weeks leading up to this, so that people can actually come out. A lot of persons don't want to come out because they are afraid, because they think that they may be hurt and the security agencies will not be there to protect them. But I want to appeal. We all come out en masse. We stay there from the beginning till the end. There is a lot of security in number. So, but if you just allow a few persons to be scattered across the polling units, it probably becomes very difficult to ward away any form of aggressor that comes. But Nigerians should please come out and vote and guard their votes jealously. And then INEC, fulfill your responsibility, your task. You have only one duty: deliver on it.
Okay, Shegun, you?
Well, I mean, look, I think it's important that Nigerians understand very clearly that this election, in so many regards, is far more important than the 25th of February election, because you are electing governors and State House of Assembly representatives who will be making laws that impact you directly in your locality. The local government elections, for example, is probably even more important than this. But guess what? This governor that you're electing and the House of Assembly guys that you're electing are the ones that determine whether you get actual local government executives or not. You know, so we can't joke with how important this election is. And I think that the only thing we can say is that people should go out, go vote, and protect your votes. Go with your phones. You are protected by the law to use them. Go with your phones and, you know, exercise your franchise and protect your vote, and then let's hope that INEC will do their own part.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, whoever is watching us right now, we're hoping that tomorrow you will go out if you are of voting age. We've been talking on the ballot. The studio is just open today, and tomorrow morning we'll be here to monitor what is happening. Our reporters will be on the field also giving us information what is happening, step-by-step information. We've had Father Raymond Anoliefo, Director, Justice Development and Peace Center here with us. We've also had Shegun Shokweton, who is a public affairs analyst and is also the chairman of Accountability, Candor and Transparency Network. And he's calling for transparency in tomorrow's election. We've had also Nwoye Oo, who is a technology executive. And I'd like to thank you, gentlemen, for coming on the program today.
Thank you very much.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
I wish you all safety tomorrow as you monitor the elections, and I wish Nigerians safety as well. And may the will of God be done.
Amen.
Until we meet tomorrow morning on the ballot again, my name is Nyamgul Agaji. Have a blessed night.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Chinelo and I'm joined by three of our amazing anchors tonight. Dami, Uti, and Uwa. Uti and Uwa are joining us virtually today, and I have Dami in the studio. Hello, Dami. Hi, Uti. Hi, Uwa. Hello. Uti, Uwa, are you there?
Hi ladies, good evening.
Good evening, how you doing? It's Friday and it's election day tomorrow.
We're counting down, tick, tick, tick.
Hours now, actually, no more days. We're now counting down hours.
We're looking forward to hoping that tomorrow will be well.
Yes, we can't wait.
Everybody voting wisely, every vote counts, voting in the right way. So it's DD.
Okay, so here's what we found as today's quote. Our political leaders will know our priorities only if we tell them again and again. And if those priorities begin to show up in the polls. And this is by Peggy Noonan. And I think that's just what an election, the election process is about. Us letting our political leaders rather know that we know what we want. We don't need to be psyched. We know we have our choice, right? And then we're going to go out there and then vote for who it is that our conscience actually decides.
Yeah, well, I mean, I support you. That's what democracy is really. It's for the people, of the people. Yeah, we know what we want to vote, and we're just hoping this time that we actually get who we actually voted for. But yeah.
Hopefully. Tomorrow, the 25th of February 2023, Nigerians that are eligible to vote will troop to their various polling units to exercise their constitutional rights as citizens. Today, we want to sensitize Nigerians on how to vote correctly to ensure the validity of their votes in this election. But first, let's take a break to see what we found in the news.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
You are still watching Ways. Today is International Stand Up to Bullying Day, and it's observed twice a year in February and in November. The observations in February are part of the Anti-Bullying Week that aims to create empathy and end bullying and harassment. It's observed by schools, workplaces, and organizations in more than 25 countries. Bullying can have a lasting effect on a person's psyche, and it is important to recognize instances of bullying and put an end to them immediately. Bullying. I mean, I think I'm very big on this when it comes to children, actually, because you find out that in most primary, secondary, even in university as well, you can see a lot of bullies. They're actually, even us as adults, they're bullies.
I was going to say that bullying is not just, it doesn't just exist among children. We have bullies as parents. We have bullies as bosses. We have bullies as friends. Really, I just don't subscribe to bullying because I feel like you're trying to trample on someone's weakness. You probably know that the person is not strong enough to, fight back, and then you just, because of that, lord over the person, and really, it doesn't show character strength, if you ask me. It just shows that you are weak, because truly, if you are strong enough, I feel like maybe decent conversation could work, but bullying, I don't subscribe to it.
Itzy.
Yeah, it's sad that bullying still exists, but unfortunately, it does. And I agree with them, it's across all stages of life. And we having, most importantly, I think, is for children, is being able to support children through bullying. And even the bullies themselves as children, Studies have shown that most times this is driven by feelings of inadequacy, issues in the family, issues at home. So being able to recognize that bullying is happening, not tolerating it, and having a proper process or program for being able to manage and deal with whatever issues is actually motivating the bully to lash out. Because that's really what it is. It's lashing out when you find yourself in a situation where you find that a lot of bullies are actually maybe being bullied at home or being victims of domestic violence and things like that. So it's important to treat it from both sides.
Yeah, I'm glad that you even mentioned domestic violence there, because in most cases, bullying actually stems and grows. That's where domestic violence, rather, that's where it comes from. It comes most times from bullying. Uwa, do you have anything to add to this? Okay, I'm not sure why is this. I'll just go with you, Dami. What did you find for us in the news today?
Okay. So the Osun State Police Command in Osogbo on Friday put out a show of force ahead of the election on Saturday. The Commissioner of Police for Election Duty in Osun State, Peter Abayomi, said that in the deployment of officers was to ensure adequate security for the people of the state during election. Well, I mean, yeah, this is actually good, but then again, in Nigeria, as we've had it, you don't, when there's terrorism, when there's a fight, when there's war or something, you don't see them putting out these security agents, in quotes now, to protect the citizens and to fight. But then all of a sudden, because there's an election, and then, I mean, I thumbs up to them, honestly. I support that, but still, I mean, we could do better with that, and not just only when there's an election, that's when these things should come about. So, I mean, but yeah, good job so
I mean,
far.
the prayer now is that we hope that this actually also cuts across every other kind of event that it is that we have, not just
the election. My point exactly.
I understand. Yeah. So, what did you find for us in the news today?
Okay, so my story is also in line with the election. So it's talking about the total amount of voters' cards that have been collected. So interestingly enough, we have about 87.2 million PVCs collected as Nigerians go to the polls tomorrow. So that's the headline. And INEC just reiterates that, of course, no PVC, no voting. So if you're going out to the polls tomorrow, you have to have your voter's card to be able to vote. And the story also gives a breakdown of the different numbers of PVCs in the different parts of Nigeria. So comparing the data to say that Nigeria has a registered voting population of 93,469,008. So those are the voters that are actually registered. But of course, according to that, it means that we have just over 6 million voters' cards that have actually not been collected. So I think where for me this story stood out, it's important that we sort of have a sense of the numbers so that when we start to see the numbers coming out tomorrow, it's another way for us to be able to validate the breakdown. So the story does give a breakdown of all the number of PVCs collected state by state, so that we can just see. I know sometimes in the elections, it just seems like from nowhere numbers appear in certain states and you're wondering, how did that happen? So important for us, data is key. Data is currency, it's power. So important for us to have this information so that we can monitor what is happening and at least have something to compare for validation.
Thank you, Uti. Funny enough, there was something I saw just before I came into the studio today, and it was about some news. I'm not sure how true it is, though. How even if you had voted, if you had registered for your PVC before and you've not collected it, they were saying there's a website, an INEC website you can actually log on to. Your details will come up, and you can still take that too. I know, right? I saw that and I'm like, I'm not sure how I feel about this. I don't know. I'm not sure this is accurate. I hope that people don't just go tomorrow with their phones and say, oh look, I registered. These are my details. Can I vote?
I don't think
I'm not sure that's going to work, right?
As a country, I don't think that we're there. Electronic votes, I don't think so. I mean, it would have made a lot more sense, honestly, instead of having to go and queue and whatnot. But I don't think that was
No, not even the e-vote. I mean, that's even one. I was going to come to that as well. But then this one was like, okay, so even if you registered for your PVC and you haven't collected your PVC, you can just go, you know how normally you log onto the INEC website, put in your details, everything will come out. That's what you use to collect your PVC, right?
Yeah.
Now they are saying that now, if you were not able to go collect your PVC, you can still take that information to the polling units, and then at the point of accreditation, you can still get accredited as a voter.
That means I can
I'm not
register now
sure
as well, and then just go there tomorrow.
No,
and
you
say,
must have
okay.
registered before. That's the thing. So you must have registered, just that you didn't collect your PVC. I don't know how true that is. I mean, that would be nice because I know a lot of people that were not able to get their PVC because they were out of town or something like that. But I'm not sure how true that is. So yeah, my story. Labour Party's logo missing on Ondo ballots. And this is as reported as Punch newspaper. So it says the Ondo State of the Labour Party has raised the alarm over the omission of its logo on the ballot papers sent to the state. And this is noticed barely 24 hours before the presidential and national assembly elections scheduled to hold on Saturday. And the party's state secretary actually reported this, saying that there's an omission of our party logo on the ballots brought by the INEC for the National Assembly. Now, he said this is just for the National Assembly. It doesn't cut across the presidency.
How is that remotely possible, though?
Isn't very disturbing news?
Yeah,
because I heard that this same thing also happened in some areas in Lagos. I'm not sure how true that is either. But how can this even happen? But what happened to who is in charge of quality control? How did it happen that they printed ballot paper missing a whole party's logo?
I don't think that was a mistake. Because
it was deliberate, right?
I don't think it was a mistake. If you ask me, I do not, because how do you make such a big mistake? That's too much of a mistake to actually make.
Sounds like a sabotage.
Yeah, I don't think that was a mistake. I don't think so.
Anyway, let's go into, let's take a break. See you after the break.
Hello and welcome to Space and Style, a property show designed to connect various stakeholders across the property value chain. We can also provide realistic solutions and deepen your knowledge about the interesting world of real estate. We shall showcase architectural design, interior design trends, lifestyle and real-time property news updates, and the right way to navigate through property development and investment. Join me every week on this channel as I take you through an exciting journey in the world of real estate.
Space and Style, 6:30 p.m. on Saturdays and 5:30 p.m. on Wednesdays.
Hello Nigerians, this is the Vox Pop on the Way show, and for the forthcoming election we'll be doing a sensitization teaching Nigerians how to vote correctly, because it is no news that many Nigerians don't know how to vote correctly, and so that our votes are not void, we need to be able to teach the people how to vote correctly. So come with us as we teach the Nigerian people how to vote correctly for the forthcoming election. Hello sir, do you know how to vote correctly?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Do you want to show me?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. This is exactly how you vote. You put your thumb on the stamp pad and then you vote right here. And then make sure that your thumb has taken a lot of ink so that it can show correctly on whatever candidate you are supporting. Thank you. Like we know, and like I said earlier, it is no news that many Nigerians don't know how to vote correctly. Some people thumbprint across the line. Some don't even get enough ink to thumbprint correctly. And that is why we came on the street to teach people how to vote correctly. Thank you very much for staying with us. This is the Vox Pop on the Way show. And of course, it's your girl, Dami. Thank you. Till next time. Bye-bye.
Thanks for staying with us. The major landmark in the history of electioneering in Nigeria was the introduction of party politics by the Macpherson's Constitution of 1951, which led to the evolution of the political parties that contested elections into the regional assemblies. The parties were the Action Group, AG led by Chief Obafemi Awolowo, and was in control of the Western region, the Northern People's Congress, NPC, led by Sir Ahmadu Bello, and was in control of the Northern region, while the National Convention of Nigerians and Cameroons, later National Convention of Nigerian Citizens, NCNC, which controlled the Eastern region. Over the years, there have been clear challenges confronting the electoral process and the electorate of Nigeria. And with the general elections just hours away, it is important that we sensitize Nigerians on how to vote correctly when they go out to cast their votes tomorrow. Please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 08180384663. You can also tweet to us at WayShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WaysShow. You see this thing about voting correctly, it's actually a very big deal.
Yes, sir.
Because see that video that we've been watching every day this week. Imagine, do you know there are people that actually don't know how to place?
Okay, let me shock you. When we went to the street, well, as a matter of fact, the video is from the streets anyway. One guy literally thumb printed on the party's logo. I'm like, oh my God, how? How is that even possible? He thumb printed and he didn't see it as wrong.
Of course, he doesn't know.
Do you care? It just felt like, okay, well, since it's the party and it's the logo, so I can just thumb print anywhere. Meanwhile, there's a space that is for thumb printing actually. So many people don't. Some people just think when you just put your index finger on the ink and then just put it on the party that you want to vote, that's it. They don't even take caution to even check that, okay, it is properly truthfully, many people don't know how to vote correctly.
Yeah, I mean, I've had so many, I've had people ask me questions like, okay, so can we use any of our fingers? Does it have to be the index finger? Can it be the middle finger? Can it be any other? Can it be the thumb? And the truth is, I mean, most if you look at most voter sensitization and enlightenment, it's advised to always use your index finger, and that's because it is just a whole lot easier to control your index finger. So truly, because I mean, when you did your biometrics for the PVC, you registered all of your fingers, right? So anyone will work, but your index finger is a lot easier to control. That's why it's.
I thought we were going to thumb print. Me, I did not know until later.
You can actually use your index finger. I saw a joke earlier, and then they said all the ladies that usually have claws as nails.
Me, I was going to use myself as an example right now, because imagine I have to thumb print and then my nails already stopping me. I mean, so I think that for tomorrow, some of us will have to remove the nails on our index finger.
Why are you hearing that?
I was just going to say, can you ladies hear me now?
Yes,
I was going to say that this index finger, see my fingers, as long as but I think the whole idea, right, is for us to ensure that whatever we're thumb printing, right, it doesn't go outside of the borders of because if it goes outside of the borders, it spills into another party. Yeah. You know, this thing about proper thumb printing, you won't understand how painful it is until you are actually standing where they are counting the votes, and you then see so many votes being voided or called out to be invalid or, you know, or unacceptable just because somebody didn't know how to put the ink where they wanted to vote, or even folding the paper correctly. Because, I mean, some of the ink, you know, it's very watery, right? So the trick is always put just a little, just enough for it to just show, okay, this is where the ink is, you know, and then just thumb print, you know. So, I mean, a lot of times, I have gone through how many elections now? I've been voting for a while now, and you know, every time that subject of invalid vote comes up, you know, I cringe. I always feel so bad that why, you know, I mean, somebody should have just, you know, at least sensitized these people or taught them what to do properly, right? I mean, because there's no point standing in that queue for so long. I mean, there was a particular election that we were in the rain, you know, and yet, after all that suffering, after queuing long lines of queues just to cast your vote, then they now call out maybe 100 people voted, about 30 votes are invalid. How painful is that?
Very, very.
You know, I think, you know, for anyone that is going out tomorrow, please just be careful with whatever party you're voting. I don't care, but let that vote be worth your while, like, you know, when you're thumbprinting. So for us to have clause, what I would say we should do is probably maybe, you know, try to not like this, try to just to get the thumb to touch to touch the paper. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Uti, maybe Uti has some tips.
Uti, please share.
No, Uti does not have any tips. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but then well said. It's actually very important.
Yeah.
Imagine that you left your house at 6 a.m. You got there, it took about 2-3 hours to get accredited, you know. Then you excitement and all of that. You pick your ballot paper and then you want to then put your fingerprint and then you now make that mistake.
So to what end at the end of the day?
Please.
No,
let's be. We're actually going to show you live in the studio.
Chinelo,
yes.
You know, Chinelo, that's 6 a.m. I have left my house now because I am currently lodging where I'm supposed to be voting, because I chose not to change or transfer my polling location, right? So because for me it's also time to spend with family. So I'm at my sister's house, and you know, I'm going to be voting tomorrow. So sometimes it's not even leaving 6 a.m. So people have actually traveled. I mean, I was on the road today heading to the mainland. It was like ridiculously without any traffic. You know, a lot of stores have shut down. A lot of businesses closed early. A lot of businesses not even open today, because a lot of people have taken out time to say, okay, they're traveling to go vote. Some have gone out of state. You know, some have gone out of probably location or something. So you just imagine how, after you've put in all that effort, what then happens? You then go to the polling unit and you're not able to, you know, get that vote delivered. I don't think it's wisdom. So if you have taken the sacrifice, because I mean, I overheard, but I think I lost a bit. I was watching the news this morning, and it's quite impressive what the numbers, the data, Madam Data Uti will tell me, the data have said about this particular election. The number of people, you know, that have gone out to go get registered, to get their PVCs. So we have a huge number of first-time voters, right?
Yes.
So it's not enough to shout, I'm going to the polls, I'm going to whatever, I'm going to go and thumbprint, I'm going to vote my candidate. It's not enough. You must know how to do it well, because if you end up putting all the sacrifices just to get that thing done, and at the end of the day, you then come out to when it's time to count those votes and the votes are considered invalid, what then happens to all the effort that you have made? So it's because there are loads of first-time voters in this particular election. You know, it's very important that people pay attention. If you are watching at home and you have first-time voters around you, now would be the time to start, you know, explaining how it is done. Because again, you will not be allowed to have those conversations whilst at the polling unit, because it will be considered, you know, what's it called, a breach of the rules of voting, right? Process, I mean, you guys had you dwelt on that well enough yesterday. You dwelt on all the do's and the don'ts when it comes to what's it called, whilst you're at the polling unit.
Yeah, thank you so much, Uwa. Well said. You know, I was going to ask you a question. You might term this silly anyway. If anybody makes a mistake on their ballot paper, are they going to give them another ballot paper?
How now?
I'm just asking because I am sure that some people. Haven't you seen exam halls where have you forgotten when we used to use HP pencil to shade? People that will go and overshade. What happens
is that just like in examination,
just like every voting material has been counted.
Yes.
Exactly. Unfortunately, you do not have an opportunity to vote twice. You only have one chance, one paper. Do you understand? I've not seen it, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong, anybody. I've not seen anywhere in the history of my voting where somebody says, oh, sorry, excuse me, ma, I made a mistake. Can you give me another paper to vote? No, it's not done. You know, you get one chance to go in, to put your vote in, and so that's why you must get it right.
I deliberately asked that question because I know there are some people that are wondering, if I make a mistake, I can always go back.
That's why I was going to use the example of examination. For instance, you know that if you fail, you have already failed. There's no makeup. So you need to make conscious effort not to fail. And that's why we want to shade. We have to shade carefully, like, I must shade within the box so that I will not go and shade another answer that is wrong. Do you understand? So this particular election is like Nigeria is really hanging and really depending on the result of this election. So the best that we can do for this country right now is to actually vote correctly and intentionally.
Anyway, so we had promised that we're actually going to show you guys live in the studio how to properly place your fingerprints while you want to vote, right? Remember, you're going to have a ink pad or stamp pad, as the case may be. But then we'll do that when we come back from this break.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely, no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, no.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity. No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event
on Plus TV. Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
If you just tuned in, we're discussing voter sensitization, how to vote correctly. Please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-8038-4663. You could also tweet to us at WayShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WayShow. So before we went on the break, I had promised that we're going to show you, those of us in the studio, myself and Dami actually. We're going to do a live demo of how to actually thumb it and how to fold your ballot paper. That is also very important. And the reason we're saying this is if you fold your ballot paper incorrectly, the ink can stain and stain another party's thumbprint area. And at that point, your vote is going to be rendered invalid. So, am I ready?
Yes, I am.
Let's do this.
Okay.
I'm not going to show you what party it is that I'm voting for. Okay.
Okay, so now here's the problem because my nails can actually.
You see, that's part of what we're saying. Better take out those claws.
Oh my God, my nails literally cannot go inside this, so I don't know.
There we go.
Ink, but okay, got it. All right. So yeah.
Good. Make sure it doesn't. Yeah.
Of course. So yep.
So you have the slots already allotted for each party that you're voting for, and then they usually look like this. So once you have done this, please make sure not to fold this way. Okay, I think I'm just going to use my son as an example. Yes. Because if you fold this way, now watch what's going to happen. By the time you bring it up, look at that. Your vote is already considered invalid because you already have two. So nobody will start calling you to say which one is the correct one or which one did you vote for. So please make sure that you do not fold this way. That means going to show us the correct way to fold our ballot papers.
All right, so this is actually you fold your ballot papers. This is vertically now. Yes, so fold it vertically so that even when the ink stains anywhere, it's going to stain the party logo. Do you get it? It's going to stain the party logo as against another party's ballot points, or rather, thumbprinting points. So you fold it vertically, not horizontally. Vertically this way, so that it can stain the party's logo and not another party's points. So yeah, that's basically.
So basically, you're folding like you're closing a book.
Yes.
That's the trick. So even if you don't remember any other thing, just remember that once you place your fingerprints, you fold it like you're folding a book. You're not folding over, right? You're folding it to the side. Maybe I think that's better.
Yes.
It's easier to remember. So fold to the side. Don't fold it over. I hope that we actually understand that. Uwan, Uti, are you practicing?
Well, what do you? Well, I was just going to ask that, Chinelo and Dami, can you help me out? Okay. For those people that don't know where their polling units are, is there anywhere we can check?
Yes.
Because now I just got to the area where I'm supposed to be voting. I'm trying to, just, scan through where would I be going to tomorrow? Is there any information about, even your polling unit, knowing your polling unit?
Yes.
That.
Yeah, sure. There
So
are
you
actually
can.
2 ways, right? There are 2 ways.
Uti, go ahead.
Okay, Uti, go on.
Yeah, so you can go on to the INEC. In fact, I did that just before as we got on air. I wanted to test it again to see if the site was still up and running. And I did that this evening. So on the INEC website, the cvr.inecnigeria.org/VVS. And there you can enter your state of registration, local government, your surname, your first name, and your date of birth. And then click check status, and it will bring out your details. So it will say voter information found, and it will bring out your voter identification number. Well, the first set of digits are blurred, but it also gives you your registration area, so your polling unit and your polling unit code. Interestingly enough, it also tells you that you can get directions to your polling units, and I tried that as well, and it tried to bring up the map information. So yes, you can get that information online.
I'm actually
Awesome.
I'm a living witness to that, because that actually happened. I did that today. I went to my polling units this morning, actually. So I was confused because I remember that when I collected my PVC, I collected it somewhere around Oniro. So in my head, I'm like, okay, so that means that my polling units would be in Oniro, right? Until Dami nudged me and she's like, you better check this thing. So I just logged on. As a matter of fact, I just typed polling units, right? And then I saw a polling units locator on the INEC website, and I just went there. That's what Uti said. That's even long story safe. Guess what? The code on your, funny enough, the code on just right on top above your photograph on your PVC. You ask the code that you can use, because so the first one, Lagos, is 24. So you just go Lagos. You type in whatever local government it is. So just that code anyway, and then your polling units, your what's it called? Your registration center number as well, and voila. I did it for 3 people today, and they found their polling.
You should understand that Uti is a systems person. She will give you in details. She's not
She does not like the sharp way.
Uti should be, if the government understands the strength that Uti possesses on her inside, they will not even waste time.
Honestly, they need her.
I hear you. Well done, Uwa. Thank you.
I agree with you about 100%.
So I was stranded somewhere, and I told Uti, before I said Jack, Uti has sent me location, sent me this, sent me that. I said, so, I mean, when she's that one person that when you feel like there's something you need to do, just call Uti. It will be done. I'm serious. But thank you for that information, because I think many people are not aware of this.
Yes.
But I'm just curious though about how this would impact people that do not have access to data and all of those. Yeah. Go ahead. Uti. Yeah, what did you say? Yeah, I said I was just curious about how people, that are not, they don't have access. I guess like Chinelo, you have to find somebody that can help you check. It's quite easy to do so. So anybody that can actually get online can help you check. I think that if you're also in that locality, to also be able to ask, because there's one, what's it called? Within every polling booth is supposed to be within your walking distance. So the idea is that people that live around you should also have the same polling unit. So you can also confirm from like your neighbors or people in that location where you are, because of course it's gridded around certain addresses. So if you're in a particular location, then people around you should also know what your polling booth is. But because, I mean, every polling booth should be literally within a walking distance of where you are. That's how the system is set up. But really, to be safe, always better. So for somebody like me, I am almost smack in the middle of 2 polling units. So there's one by my estate gate and one behind my estate. So don't assume, I always assumed I would be in one. And then I when I eventually registered, I ended up being at a different one. So better to be safe and not assume and check before you go.
I would also like to know, just to get to our polling units early enough.
I think we had the same thoughts because
that's what we're going to say as well.
Yes,
please get your polling units early enough, and this is why you need to check your. I saw the list of names today, and honestly, that's one thing that's going to waste people's time tomorrow. Trying to find your name on that list is going to take a while, so it's better that you get there early enough so that you can do that in time and then vote in time. So that even if you want to stay back, you are done with that whole process, and then you can just relax and wait for them to count the votes. If not, you finish and then you go home as well.
We just pray that the INEC officials will actually get there on time.
No, if they don't get on time, there's a number to report them. We spoke about that, I think 2 days ago. There's a number to report any electoral official that is not there on time. There's actually a number to call or to send an SMS to report them. Speaking about SMS, please don't forget to join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 08180384663. You could also tweet us at WayShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WayShow. So as I was saying, you can actually send reports any electoral official. Yes.
I need people to help me out here because I've been watching you guys sensitizing people, talking about all the rules and the regulations, the do's and the don'ts. The question I'd like to ask, really, who implements this thing? Because it is it's a feel-good thing that we have all of these rules and regulations that is really now to 50 million naira fine, 50,000 fine, go to jail and all of that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we know these things because again, they will tell you it's Nigerian factor. So you are just saying it's with so much confidence that call the INEC number, I can call the number and report the official for coming in late. Come on, you're in Nigeria, you should know that some of these things
they're not particularly accountable.
So you see, the moment we stop making those excuses for them, that's when good things will start to happen.
I don't think it's about excuses now. I just think it's about our reality.
Why should bad things be our reality?
Well, that's
Why?
how we have seen it.
No, it shouldn't be that way. I don't agree. It should not be that way.
Until a change actually, we are the ones that can affect the change at the end of the day.
That's why you should report.
Okay.
So if anything like that happens,
what you're trying to say there is that you have a responsibility to report it. Even if you think that nothing is going to be done and nothing will come of it, at least play your part. The idea here is that everybody should be playing their part and making sure that things are done. I found it very interesting today. I spent some time just perusing the INEC website to try and even see how much information is out there, because here we are trying to sensitize voters, right? And we'd expect that INEC has put out as much information as possible. And I found it interesting that I ran into a document that said, it's a 31-page document. That's to tell you how much thought has gone into it. It's a code of conduct and rules of engagement for security personnel on electoral duty. I mean, the document is quite robust, and it covers almost everything from how they should carry their weapons, handle their weapons, rules for escorting the materials and the INEC officials. And I think for me, knowledge is power. So as much information as people can get, so that people know what to expect at the polling unit. Again, information is key to not just managing behavior, but actually keeping people safe, because people then know what to look out for when things are not right, or what seems out of place or seems off. So just encouraging people to try and get as much information as possible and to stay situation aware. Keep your head on a swivel. Anything can happen. I think one of the things I've seen in some of the very useful guides that I've seen, this is not the time to wear your high heels. This is not the time to wear your latest designers and jewelry. Keep it all at home. Stay comfortable, stay loose, keep it casual. If you need to pick up your feet, you need to be able to move.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching Chinelo and Dixon, I think, when they were discussing the security fight. You should be ready
Yeah.
When he said, when you're wearing your attire, you should also consider that there's a flight mode in your head in case of any eventualities, or you need to just leave that scene in a hurry. I mean, I don't think anybody would not be smart enough to wear a sneaker or maybe a sandal or something flat, because again, outside of even the stress of, outside of the flight mode, how about the long hours of standing, So even where I am, I don't know, we're luxury people here. You see, that's why I like voting here. They give us, places to, relax. Sometimes they give us some small chops and all of that, even though I don't eat it, but hey, it's available there. So I mean, there are some very, very, really safe polling areas, and that's why I particularly like where I normally cast my votes. But again, there are volatile areas where you need to be at alert. Like Uti rightly said about what you're putting on your clothes. I will not wear all this jewelry when I'm going to certain areas. So it's only wisdom, for you to just tone down on whatever it is that you're doing and be ready for for whatever. Maybe if you have to leave that scene in a hurry, you should be prepared and ready.
I think the other thing that I'd like to point out also, in fact, it was the first thing I went to look for in the document, which spoke to how the security officials should be dressed. Because, sometimes our officials, you say somebody is in any kind of attire claiming to be a security personnel. So they're all supposed to be in their uniform. So if you're getting accosted, they're supposed to be in their uniforms. They're not supposed to carry any weapons around the polling booths. So just information to empower ourselves and knowing what to expect and what to look out for.
True, very true. I mean, this cannot be even overemphasized. Comfortable clothing, because like I said, you're going to queue for a long time. It's inevitable.
But on a lighter mood, I've been seeing the news around, people are saying, you don't know where you can meet your future husband.
Hey, Jesus Christ.
You don't know where you can meet your future husband. So I mean, dress nice in the polling center.
You can dress nice you can dress in comfortable clothing. What are you saying?
Fair enough. I mean, I'm just on a lighter mood, like I said. But please, it's very important that we smell nice.
No, but Debbie, you can actually look really nice and at the same time smart. So if that's your goal. I think if a husband should find a wife at the polling unit, that would be a long-lasting relationship. It means that both of them they care about their country enough.
As long as they didn't come there to vote for two different parties, then it's okay.
Uti, right.
Most importantly, please, we need to smell nice.
And brush your teeth.
Brush your teeth, please. Not because you left your house around 6 a.m. So when you're speaking to someone else and it's like, no. Please, let's let our breath be nice. Let's smell really good. Let's look good. As much as we're trying to be comfortable, I think that we should also look really good. So Nigeria is beautiful.
You just hit all the right points. You know this thing about smelling good, right? I watched a skit this morning. One of these comedians, he brought out toothbrush, brought out deodorant. And he said the toothbrush is only 300 naira. The deodorant is only maybe 1,200 or something. That please, they take God beg all of them. Because again, you're standing in queue, somebody is in front of you, and no, please. Personal hygiene is very important too. Very important. Very, very important. So you smell nice.
Imagine that someone is standing in front of you and their hair is smelling.
Oh no!
Oh my God! It's so much suffering at the same time. You are in the sun and then someone's hair or someone's breath is choking you. Oh my God! I could literally pass out.
You can make a change of party you want to vote for. Okay, Uti, I think you have a comment.
Okay, so my comment says, "Dear team, I just tuned into your channel. My polling unit is at Ikeja and Ifowoshe, to be precise, but I stay at Alimosho area of Lagos. I would like to know if it is possible that I vote at my locality, a concerned Nigerian, and need my vote to count." So unfortunately, you would have had to move your polling unit. So there's a process for doing that, which you would have had to do before this time. So it's not possible to just go to any polling unit to vote. As we said, the materials have all been dispatched in preparation for the expected voters at each polling unit. So the voter hasn't, the viewer hasn't put their name, but unfortunately, you have to get to your polling unit to be able to vote. So there's still time to get there this evening. But you have to vote there.
And I think the curfew, Uti, just to add to what you said, the curfew I think is 12 midnight tonight. So after 12 midnight tonight, nobody's allowed to move until after the elections tomorrow, right? Yeah. So if the person is really, really eager to cast his or her vote, you need to go. That's why I left my location to come here to vote, right? You need to live. I didn't want to, but if not, you should have done that transfer months ago. Because a lot of people have also transferred. I mean, some people were living in Abuja, they're now in Port Harcourt. They transferred their details to Port Harcourt where they stay. So, I mean, since you didn't do that, for your vote to count in this particular election, you need to head to Surulere.
Well said. Okay, I was also going to mention that, I mean, we're rounding up now. This election is not a war between ourselves. Please, we're not fighting a war. It's not a religious war. It's not a tribal war. It's just us trying to exercise our civic responsibilities in order to make our country a better place for each and every one of us. So please, as you're going to your polling units tomorrow, go in peace. Go with peace. Go for peace.
Honestly.
Don't go there.
Be violence.
Exactly. Don't be a man or a woman of war. No. Be a man and a woman of peace.
Because
very, very important.
A lot of people are just so scared about this forthcoming election because it just feels like anything can happen. And truthfully, anything can happen, but we just really hope for the best that nothing really happens and people don't allow themselves to be used as instruments to disrupt the election. Yes. Because I mean, it's a thing and it has happened time after time. So we're just really hopeful right now that the same thing doesn't repeat itself again tomorrow. But other than that, I just hope and pray that we are all of love and joy and peace and not of violence.
And when we come back here on Monday, we'll have...
Okay, we had a meeting in the office today. Sorry to cut you short. And at the end of the meeting, the lady just says, if we still have a country by Monday. And I'm like, oh my God.
Please.
we will
definitely have a country. We will definitely have a country.
I just want to add to that. So I went to the salon, talking about smelly hair. I had to take out my hair to wash my hair, and So by the time I was done, you know what my stylist told they were so funny. They said, please wash Auntie hair very well, wash it very well, so that in case for the next 2 weeks she cannot come to the salon, that at least the hair will be clean because they know that I like my hair very clean. Yeah. So I chuckled. I said, but the thing is, yes, I feel like before today I would have been part of the school of thought that it's going to go violent. But after today, there was some level of calmness that I just noticed whilst driving on the roads today. I feel like it's going to be a very peaceful election, right? It's going to be a peaceful election. And I would rightly said, this is not the time to solicit for anything. Just go there quietly, cast your vote and leave. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. I think I'll just add to that.
Yeah.
I saw a meme earlier today about the election. Said if you do anyhow, you see anyhow. So let's try to avoid seeing anyhow, and most importantly, staying safe. For those that are able to go out, have their PVCs, and do their civic duties, vote wisely, and stay safe.
Okay, thank you so much, ladies.
Yes.
Yeah, before we go, do ensure you follow us on Instagram at Wayshow Africa. You can interact with us further, drop a comment, and most importantly, follow all our social media engagements. And remember to like, share, comment, and invite your friends and family to watch us and follow us. If you missed today's quote, here it is again. Our political leaders will know our priorities only if we tell them again and again. And if those priorities begin to show up in the polls, this is by Peggy Noonan. See you on Monday at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Bye.
Bye.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hydration is when you have enough water content in your body, then you're hydrated. And what is dehydration? Dehydration is the opposite of hydration. That's lack of water. And a lot of people are suffering from dehydration. Why are they suffering from dehydration? A lot of people find it difficult to drink water. It's healthy for you to get up in the morning and drink water, a glass of water. Cleanses your system. It makes you start on a good mood. It's is when you take enough water, your skin equally glows. You know, your mood is well balanced. You're not feeling tired, because when you are dehydrated, you tend to feel tired. You tend to feel sick because your body is toxic. You understand? So your body is toxic, and things that are not supposed to be in your body are being retained in your body instead of it being flushed out. When you are properly hydrated, then you will pee, you go to the toilet, you urinate, you sweat well, which is very, very healthy. In doing that, the excess things you do not require, the toxins you do not require are passed out from the body. So it makes you healthy. Watermelon is good. Watermelon has a lot of water. Pineapple is good. You know, you can take this fruit like cucumber. If you okay, let me just give you these little tips. You can do your mix your cucumber, blend your cucumber with watermelon, blend it with a bit of beetroot, add a bit of ginger to it. It will keep you very, very energized. It will keep you alert when you have your then add apple to it, because definitely apple is going to sweeten it up, but not too much. So you can add apple to it, but it's going to keep you energized for the day. Then another combination, like I said, is an addition to another combination that can give you enough energy for the day. You can have your kale, you can have a bit of pineapple, you can have a bit of so when I say a bit, it is now for you to come to us and ask us what the bit is. But so you have your banana, you have your kale, you have your pineapple, you can add a bit of chai seed to it. Blend is energy giving. Kale on its own is powerful. Is a power bank of veggies. Then banana is another. So you have your banana there, you have your pineapple, you have your kale, you have your chai seed. If you want, you can add a bit of ginger to it, depending on. But you're beautiful with that. Then with water, you're fine. Well, we need to have fruit in our life because we don't want to go to the hospital. They help fight they help combat diseases in the body. So you derive vitamins from fruits. Your body absorbs your food properly when you eat well, when you take in fruits. Your body metabolizes the food you eat. You're not constipated while you eat. Your body metabolizes your food properly when you take enough fruit. You have a very glowing skin when you take fruits. You have vitamins, it helps aging. Some of us that are tending towards and we don't want to look old, take enough fruits. You'll be fine. Your face, your skin, everything will glow. You have to find out what that child likes. All children are not the same, so you need to know what that child likes. When you find out what the child likes, then you start mixing fruit together. Most children, not all of them anyway, they have sweet tooth. So it could be a combination of banana with some other things, But the first thing is to find out what the child likes. When you get what the child likes, then day in, day out, you introduce it into their meals. You can make it into smoothies. You can make it into juice for them because it's easier to take. When you make juices or you make smoothies, it's easier for them to take a whole lot of nutrients into their body within a short time. So I would talk from experience. If I want to, cucumber for example, not everybody likes cucumber because cucumber is tasteless. But for you to enjoy cucumber has high water content and is really good for the body. But for you to enjoy cucumber, you can combine your cucumber with other fruits that you love to eat. Take for example, some people like pineapple, some people like apple. Combine it with the fruit you enjoy, then you can make it into probably juice. You can juice it, you can make smoothies of it. You can make your salad interesting. When I say interesting, make your veggies add some food to it. Add your chicken and all that, then add some food to it. Most fruit gives your normal vitamins. So I'm going to start with apple. Apple will help you with your digestion. The beetroot will help you with metabolism. Citrus fruits, lemon for example, cleanses your system.
Now, let's join ace broadcaster Mamode Akuga as he takes us inside the Niger Delta.
Following their clearance and confirmation by the Senate, members of the governing board of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, were inaugurated on the 4th of January 2023. Since then, the new managers of the NDDC, all of whom are accomplished technocrats and professionals, have rolled up their sleeves to carry out the onerous task of revamping the Commission for the Common Good of the Niger Delta. In today's package, we bring you the profile of some key members of the NDDC governing board.
Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, making a difference.
Welcome back. It's Inside the Niger Delta, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region. On the 5th of January 2023, Loretta Onoche assumed office as chairman governing board of the NDDC. We kickstart with the profile of the first woman to be appointed chairman governing board of the commission since its inception in 2001.
Loretta Onoche, chairman governing board of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, is a household name in Nigerian politics. Until her recent appointment, she was personal assistant to the president on social media since January 2016. Before joining politics, Onoche had served in several capacities in the United Kingdom as a thoroughbred professional. Between August 2005 and May 2011, she was a lecturer at the New City College, Epping Forest in England. She later became a consultant to African First, a global network for experienced entrepreneurs, investors, and development rating experts, providing financial and technical support for commercial projects with high social and environmental impact in Nigeria. Onoche's flourishing career as an educationist and public servant is enabled by sound education. Born on the 19th of July 1955 in Anioma, Delta State, she spent her formative years in Calabar. In pursuit of higher education, she gained admission into the University of Calabar and earned a degree in elementary education. She later proceeded to the University of Benin and obtained a postgraduate degree in business education. Onoche subsequently left the shores of Nigeria to study at the University of Greenwich and bagged a degree in post-compulsory education and training. Widely known as a disciplinarian, Onoche, an educationist by excellence, is a child behavior deficiency correctional expert. Driven by her quest for self-development, she enrolled at the prestigious Harvard University twice in 2020 and obtained certificates in humanitarian response to conflict and disasters, as well as health effects of climate change. An experienced consultant with a track record of sound educational management, Onoche is highly experienced in civil society work, business planning and coaching, lecturing and event management. At home, she has been actively involved in the mobilization of the Anioma people for socio-economic advancement. She is a co-founder of the India Anioma Group, a socio-cultural group established to promote solidarity and peaceful coexistence of her people. In recognition of her sterling leadership qualities, Anioma people recently rolled out the drums in celebration of her appointment as chairman governing board of the NDDC. Onoche is a prolific writer who has authored several commentaries in the social media. While serving as special assistant to the president on social media, she had cause to spar with political opponents on many occasions in defense of her principal, President Muhammadu Buhari, whom she holds in very high esteem. She is widely known for her outspokenness and won't play to the gallery for all the tea in China. The appointment of the Anioma-born educationist and business coach is being greeted with celebrations in many quarters for obvious reasons. She is not one of the regular politicians appointed previously to supervise affairs of the NDDC. Onoche is a thoroughbred professional and technocrat possessing the requisite expertise to revamp the NDDC and transform the Niger Delta region in line with the Commission's Establishment Act. With her appointment as chairman governing board of the NDDC, Onoche goes down in history as the first woman to preside over the affairs of the commission since its establishment in 2000. This development comes with a huge relief for campaigners of gender equality in governance, especially in post-insurgency Niger Delta, where women have been systematically excluded from peace building and leadership, a situation that is generally adduced by scholars to explain conflict relapse in the region. Fortunately, Onochie brings her technical expertise and wealth of experience in leadership to chart a new course for the NDDC and the Niger Delta region. She also comes with a motherly compassion to right the many wrongs of the past that has left many disillusioned and created an atmosphere of restiveness and political instability in the Niger Delta region. As she had observed during a recent retreat organized for the board and management of the NDDC in Uyo, the Akwa Ibom state capital, the new NDDC under her leadership will focus on skills acquisition and employment generation for youths to douse tension and foster sustainable development in the Niger Delta region.
Inside the Niger Delta.
Up next is a profile of Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the NDDC, Dr. Samuel Ogbuku, whose appointment has since been greeted with jubilant celebrations, especially by youths in the Niger Delta region.
Dr. Samuel Ogbuku, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, is a man of many parts. He is a Niger Delta activist, traditional ruler, and entrepreneur and politician. His recent appointment has been greeted with remarkable enthusiasm, particularly amongst the youthful population in the Niger Delta, which regards Dr. Ogbuku as one of its own. Dr. Ogbuku, who hails from Ayakoro town in Ogbia local government area of Bayelsa State, was born on the 19th of August 1975. He acquired his elementary education at Christ the King School, Orominike, D-Line, Port Harcourt, and proceeded to Government Secondary School, GSS Borokiri, Port Harcourt, where he obtained his West African School certificate in 1993. In pursuit of higher education, Dr. Ogbuku secured admission into the University of Port Harcourt, where he bagged a Bachelor of Science in Political Science and Administrative Studies in 2000. As an undergraduate student, he was fully involved in student union activities in preparation for future public engagements. As a young man, he had been influenced by the ideals of icons who pioneered the Niger Delta struggle and decided to participate in activities of the Ijaw Youth Council, IYC. Owing to his vibrancy, Dr. Ogbuku was appointed Public Relations Officer of the IYC Central Zone. Earlier in life, the NDDC boss saw the need to approach the Niger Delta struggle intellectually and decided to advance his educational career. Consequently, he had returned to the University of Port Harcourt, his alma mater, where he bagged a postgraduate diploma in sociology, industrial relations, and personnel management in 2002. Driven by the passion for knowledge, Dr. Ogbuku went further to obtain a Master of Science in Political Science and Administration with a specialization in Development Studies. He had gone the whole hog in his academic pursuit when in 2021 he was awarded a Doctor of Philosophy in Political Science and Administrative Studies, majoring in Development Studies. Dr. Ogbuku, a deputy paramount ruler of Ayakoro town in Ogbia local government area of Bayelsa State, had served as Chief of Staff in Government House, Yenegua, between 2007 and 2012. Until his appointment, he was an entrepreneur with interest in commercial agriculture. Dr. Ogbuku assumes office as Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the NDDC with deep wells of resources dwelling inside of him. Those who know him very well have expressed absolute confidence in his ability to reinvent the processes of the Commission and reposition it for the optimal performance in line with the wishes of President Muhammadu Buhari and the aspirations of the generality of Niger Deltans with the limited time at his disposal. By his training, Dr. Ogbuku is equipped with requisite skills for managing and transforming conflict in the Niger Delta region. His background in development studies is also an invaluable asset that can easily be deployed to bring about a more holistic approach to solving the problem of underdevelopment plaguing communities in the Niger Delta region. Over the years, the NDDC has had to contend with undue political interference and the volatile nature of the Niger Delta in carrying out its statutory obligation to largely backward communities in the region. It is the expectation of most Niger Deltans, notably youths in the region, that Dr. Samuel Obuku, current Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the NDDC, and his team are given a breathing space to carry out their all-important assignment of aiding development in Nigeria's beleaguered Niger Delta region.
Inside the Niger Delta, Ezekiel Group, oil and gas, dredging, power and air transportation. Ezekiel Group, petroleum product sufficiency, energy sustainability and infrastructure development. Nigeria's Niger Delta region, where the black gold continues to flow and fuel Africa's largest economy, where the line between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Oil, gas, politics, development and community issues all are highly valuable commodities in the Niger Delta. How do they combine and how can they work together to spawn a new era in the Niger Delta? Join ace broadcaster Mahmoud Akuga on Plustv Africa every Friday at 9 p.m. as he probes deep to analyze issues in the region from angles never before explored. For sponsorship and participation, call us on 080-584-75898 or 080-205-40134. Inside the Niger Delta with Mahmoud Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
And now we bring you a rundown of the professional achievements of retired Major General Charles Ehige Ayabere, Executive Director of Finance and Administration of the NDDC.
The new governing board of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, has a member who combines a Spartan outlook on life with an unrivaled sense of dedication to duty in service to the nation. He is Major General Charles Ehige Ayabere, retired, the current Executive Director in charge of Finance and Administration at the NDDC. Born on the 11th of October 1954 at Ekiadolo, Ovia Northeast Local Government Area of Edo State, retired Major General Ayabere had his primary education in several Nigerian cities, including Benin, Ibadan, Lagos, and Zaria. In 1968, he was admitted into Egosa Grammar School, Benin City. He later sat for the competitive entry examination into the Nigerian Military School Zaria and was admitted into the institution in 1969. On completion of his studies, retired Major General Ayabere proceeded to Auchi Polytechnic and graduated with an upper credit in accountancy in 1980. In 1987, he bagged a master's degree in business administration with specialization in finance from the University of Ibadan. Armed with impressive credentials, he enrolled in the Nigerian Defense Academy, NDA, where he won the Best All-Round Cadet Award in the Direct Short Service Course 7. The born Edo retired Army General was commissioned as a lieutenant in June 1980 and posted to the Nigerian Army Finance Corps. During his flourishing military career, retired Major General Ayabere held the following positions: Staff Officer in the Nigerian Army Headquarters and Command Finance Office, Apapa, at various times; Division Cashier 1 and 2 Mechanized Divisions of the Nigerian Army at various times; Deputy Defense Attaché, Washington, D.C., USA, and Director of Finance at the NDA. He also served as Commandant and Director of Studies at the Nigerian Army School of Finance and Administration, as well as Commander at the Command Finance Office. In 2011, retired Major General Ayabere voluntarily resigned from service. At various stages in his career, retired Major General Ayabere bagged several awards for his brilliance and unwavering commitment to national service. He had spent the better part of his military career managing the finances of the Nigerian Army. The two-star general, a worthy ambassador of the Nigerian Army, is an alumnus of the Manchester Business School in the United Kingdom and the National Institute for Policy and Strategy Studies, Kuru, Jos. He is a member of the Nigerian Institute of Management and the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Nigeria. A member of the National Institute, He is a Nigerian patriot who, out of his own volition, elected to put life on the line in defense of his fatherland. With his training, he is imbued with the attributes of hard work, competence, and service delivery, all of which serve the best interests of the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari in its quest to reinvent the NDDC and transform the Niger Delta region in the shortest time possible. Retired Major General Iriariri is a devout Christian, committed family man, politician, and statesman. He brings the deep wells of resources dwelling inside of him to bear on the effective and efficient management of finance and administration of the NDDC.
Inside the Niger Delta.
Also in today's package is the profile of Mr. Charles Ogumola, Executive Director in charge of projects in the NDDC.
Mr. Charles Ogumola was in December 2022 appointed Executive Director in charge of projects at the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC. With his appointment, Mr. Ogumola has the responsibility to design, execute, and monitor all NDDC projects at various locations across 9 states comprising the Niger Delta. Needless to say, Mr. Ogumola is saddled with a very huge responsibility, considering the fact that the quality of service delivered by the NDDC to a large extent depends on the standards of its projects. Many would probably want to know why President Muhammadu Buhari considered Mr. Ogumola as the right man for the top job. Born on the 26th of April 1964, Mr. Ogumola hails from Owo town in Owo local government area of Ondo State. He attended Methodist High School Ibadan, where he obtained the General Certificate of Education (GCE) O-Level in 1982, and thereafter proceeded to Ambrose Ali University, Ekpoma, to earn a Bachelor of Arts degree in History in 1987. In fulfillment of his desire for self-development, he enrolled at the Kingston University Business School and obtained a postgraduate certification in Management Studies in 1991. Mr. Ogumola later secured admission into Middlesex University Business School in the United Kingdom and earned a Master's in Marketing Management and Strategy in 1995. A finance and information and communication technology expert with many years of experience in the corporate world, Mr. Ogumola has a strong track record in implementing core banking systems and anti-money laundering. With his background, he had served in several managerial and executive management capacities in leading Nigerian banks and globally renowned telecoms outfits abroad. While in the United Kingdom, the Owo-born technocrat spent many years studying project management. Today, he is a UK-trained project management professional with core competencies in the following areas of project management: methodology and techniques, Gantt charts and critical paths, devising variables, baselines and timelines, cost and resource planning and control, end-to-end project coordination and management, as well as project governance techniques and frameworks. Mr. Charles Ogumola, the first indigene of Ondo State to have been appointed an executive director in the NDDC since its inception in 2000, had explored the corporate world for many years before setting up his own business, Red Tech Limited, a fully integrated ICT consultancy firm. Mr. Ogumola brings his wealth of experience in the private sector to bear in public service. As evident in his track record characterized by professionalism and high moral standards, he is a fit and proper candidate for the exalted position he occupies in the NDDC. Moreover, Mr. Ogumola's solid background in project management remains an asset that can easily be deployed to retool the project management culture of the NDDC for improved service delivery. Ultimately, oil producing communities in whose interest the NDDC was established as an interventionist agency will become the highest beneficiary of Mr. President's choice of Charles Ogumola to function as Executive Director in charge of projects at the NDDC.
Inside the Niger Delta.
Without a shadow of doubt, the new NDDC governing board comprises highly rated technocrats and professionals who prior to their appointment had created a niche for themselves in their various chosen career paths. They are expected to deploy their wealth of experience to deepen organizational transformation in the NDDC and fast-track the pace of bringing sustainable development to the Niger Delta region.
Inside the Niger Delta.
Chairman Governing Board of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, Loretta Onoche, says the commission, under her watch, will continue to adopt a balanced approach in developing largely backward communities in the Niger Delta. Onoche gave the assurance when members of the Ijaw community in Abuja and Northern Region paid her a courtesy visit at the commission's corporate headquarters in Port Harcourt.
Members of Ijaw community in Abuja and Northern Region were at the corporate headquarters of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, recently in Port Harcourt to express their solidarity with the chairman of the governing board, Loretta Onoche, and other members of the board. Chairman of the Ijaw community in Abuja, Alagba Ehifenowe, while expressing gratitude to President Muhammadu Buhari for finding Loretta Onoche worthy of piloting affairs of NDDC, said they were confident that she would change the narrative of poverty, insecurity, and underdevelopment in the Niger Delta. Members of the group used the opportunity to call on NDDC board to initiate more women empowerment schemes, a move they believe would reduce the level of poverty in the oil-rich region.
We the women, we've been neglected so much. It is very hard and difficult to see women in the Western world that are not doing something meaningful or are not engaged in something meaningful. Now, in our own country today, we see women going about embarking on illegal bunkering just for survival. We want all that to stop. We want the Ijaw women to be engaged in a meaningful activity by embarking on a vocational training that will help them to achieve something very, very important in life. As women, we want to appeal that we want to be carried along.
In a response, Chairman of the NDDC Governing Board said the Commission had already mapped out sustainable empowerment programs for both women and youth and would roll them out in the coming days. Onoche, who underscored the important roles of women and youth in development, said the intervention agency was making concerted efforts to invest in human capacity development to complement infrastructure development for the benefit of the region.
The vision of this board is not just to empower people, particularly women and youth, but to make sure that the empowerment yields fruit. The days of throwing money at people, those days are over. When we empower people, when we draw out our empowerment programs, it's something we will follow up to make sure that they begin to yield fruit. If a youth is engaged, he wouldn't have time to be doing illegalities. We are determined to stand our ground and make sure that we do the best we can for our people.
In a related development, Loretta Onoche has assured NDDC contractors who have successfully completed their projects that the Commission was working out modalities to offset debts owed them. Onoche gave the assurance when she received the Association of NDDC Contractors in her office.
The first step we took, the board took, was to set up a committee to look into ways we can begin to pay you guys. Because if you have worked, you deserve your wages. If you have done your job well, and you have evidence of that, why should we not pay you? So I plead once again, we are working assiduously hard. It's been really difficult given that the whole nation has been thrown into politics at the time. So, but give us a bit of time. You will get your money once it has been judged and proven that you have done your job and you have done it according to specification, you will get paid.
The contractors, while thanking the NDDC chairman for her concern, promised to continue to support the board and management of NDDC to succeed where their predecessors failed.
From the tune of the MD and the board chairman that we've just met today, we're confident that there is light at the end of the tunnel. We're happy. We're comfortable with them. We have faith in them. and we pray that they succeed.
Everybody comes with his own mindset and with what they intend to achieve. But most importantly, this board that has come right now, I believe they will listen.
Today, the contractors are all happy that we have gotten a board who has a listening ears to the cries of the contractors of the NDDC. And so we want to thank Mr. President for this opportunity that he has given to the Niger Delta people again.
In recent years, the NDDC has had to contend with paucity of funds to execute and implement projects and programs designed to aid development in the Niger Delta. To overcome this challenge, the current board is pushing for the release of funds realized from statutory contributions of oil companies by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. The new NDDC board is also exploring a public-private partnership model in infrastructure development in a bid to accelerate the pace of development in the region.
Inside the Niger Delta.
Well, with that report, we draw the curtain on the program. Inside the Niger Delta, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region will be back same time, same station next week. Until then, you can follow us on our social media handles shown right now on your screen. And please remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel at NDNTV Nigeria. Until next week, I am Mahmoud Yakuga thanking you for staying tuned. Bye for now.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plustv Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
On Plustv News Now, Islamic Movement of Nigeria, Shiites attack Governor El-Rufai's convoy. Intrigues as Nigerians head to the polls again on Saturday for the governorship and House of Assembly elections. More than 400 dead people in Southern Africa, Malawi bruised. Good evening, my name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is News Now. The Kaduna State Police Command has arrested suspected attackers of the convoy of the state governor Nasir El-Rufai by suspected members of the Islamic Movement of Nigeria, IMN, popularly known as Shiites. Spokesman for the command, DSP Mohammed Jalige, says the security officials attached to the governor's convoy cleared the Bakin-Ruwa axis of Rigasa Nnamdi Azikiwe Expressway after armed hoodlums suspected to be members of the IMN attacked law-abiding citizens and prevented motorists from plying the route. Meanwhile, the Islamic Movement of Nigeria has confirmed the killing of its members by the security operatives attached to the convoy of Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai. Shiite leader Aliyu Umar alleged that 6 members were killed, 9 people sustained various degrees of injuries by the security operatives while performing their weekly procession.
Out for protest to remind the world that our leader is still deny his rights. So when you come out from Gubernatorial to Bakilua, around Bakilua, just Governor come out with his convoy. And this convoy often fire on us in the presence of the governor, killing 5 people, and 9 people were serious.
Aliyu claimed that the group is peaceful and law-abiding citizens, explaining that it will institute a legal action against the Kaduna state government.
No, we are not blocking road because everybody knows that we do our things in order and organized, because we have our traffics that used to clear the road. Therefore, we don't block anybody's road. We didn't block his road. We are going to take legal action. That's what we are.
The People's Democratic Party, PDP, in Kaduna has raised concern over the resurgence of attacks in southern Kaduna and its implication on the March 18 poll in the state. Felix Hayad, Kaduna PDP chairman, said the banditry attacks in the last few days are worrisome. Hayad urged the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, not to be disturbed by the recent security developments in the southern Kaduna. A federal high court, Abuja, on Friday ordered the Independent National Electoral Commission to electronically transmit Saturday's governorship and House of Assembly election results in accordance with its regulations and guidelines. Justice Obiora Egwata, in a judgment, also ordered the use of the Bimodal Voter Accreditation System, BVAS, to upload scanned copies of the Form EC8A to the INEC Result Viewing Portal immediately after the completion of all the polling units voting in Akwa Ibom. The judge further directed the Commission to conspicuously paste the publication of its result posters EC60E at polling units after completing the EC8A result sheets in the state. He equally ordered INEC to enforce the observance and compliance of Section 27, Subsection 1 of the Electoral Act 2022 in distribution of the electoral materials during the conduct of the polls in the state by engaging the services of independent, competent, and reliable logistic companies who are non-partisan or known supporters of any political party for the distribution of electoral materials and personnel. A legal practitioner, Barrister Opatola Victor, is calling on the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to comply with the subsisting court judgment compelling the electoral umpire to allow his clients vote with their temporary voter card TVC. Barrister Victor made the call at the press conference in Abuja. He is calling on the international community to condemn INEC's actions and stand with the people of Nigeria in demanding that it complies with subsisting court judgment until if it is upturned, as they have appealed it should. He also called on all Nigerians who have been disenfranchised by INEC to unite in a call on INEC to obey court judgments.
Despite fulfilling all legal requirements, including registering to vote, my clients were denied their permanent voter's card, and INEC has refused to comply with the court judgment which compels INEC to allow them to vote using their temporary voter's card. In the case of Koforola and another versus INEC, this is not an isolated incident. INEC's inefficiency and ineptitude to issue permanent voters' card has led to the disenfranchisement of millions of eligible voters in Nigeria. We call on the international community to condemn INEC's action and to stand with the people of Nigeria in demanding that INEC complies with subsisting and valid court judgment until it is overturned on appeal.
The Center for Democracy and Development and other countries' civil society groups has called on the Independent National Electoral Commission to learn lessons from the Presidential National Assembly to improve on the coming elections. The call was made in Abuja on Friday as the center gets set for the governorship and the State House of Assembly elections tomorrow, Saturday, the 18th of March 2023. Plustv Manuel Hijene completes the report.
25th of February 2023 presidential and national assembly elections may have come and gone, but it has thrown so many questions begging for answers for the electoral umpire INEC. The Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, in collaboration with other civil society, has joined all the concerned Nigerians to x-ray what actually happened during the build-up to the elections, during the elections and after, with many condemning the final outcome. Issues of electoral violence, insecurity, vote buying, amongst others, were some of the issues that resonated from the last elections, and all these were highlighted by the chairman, Center for Democracy and Development Elections Analysis Center, during the press briefing as they attempt to profile recommendations towards the next round of elections.
We occupy the center stage in the elections that are taking place tomorrow. We hope that voter turnout will be higher than it was during the presidential and national assembly elections. And there will be little vote trading that has, unlike what happened during the 25th February elections.
According to CDD, over 109 electoral violence were recorded during the February 25th polls, as well as issues of transparency of the process, which has raised more burden on the electoral umpire as it prepares for Saturday's election. The group further highlighted several states like Lagos, Adamawa, Zamfara, Sokoto, amongst others, for special focus as these states will be keenly contested.
Also important is the management of logistics, particularly with the 1 month that 1 week extra they have had. We expect that there will be prompt opening of polls, adequacy of election materials, and better trained staff in these elections, with the transmission, the upload of results to IREC completed in record time and are set out in their own regulations itself, while the officials and ad hoc staff should abide by the code of conduct they've also signed on to.
However, the Executive Director, Civil Society Legislative and Advocacy Center, Awal Rafsanjani, however, urged citizens to go all out and vote on Saturday despite the disappointment of the outcome of the February 25th polls and shun all forms of electoral violence.
This time around, they should be able to conduct themselves in a very organized and timely manner without creating doubt on Nigerians. Otherwise, if we repeat what had happened previously, many Nigerians might not want to be participating in the election again, and that is not good, because we need Nigerians to participate in the electoral process so that they can hold elected official and government official to account.
The CSOs urged INEC to ensure that this time around the governorship and state houses of assembly elections are not just free, fair and credible, but it must redeem itself to change the negative perception Nigerians now have about the commission.
A coalition of women in Rivers State has stormed the office of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, in Port Harcourt, the state capital, demanding strict adherence to the provisions of the Electoral Act in the conduct of Saturday's governorship and State House of Assembly elections.
The women, clad in black attires, chanted solidarity songs while asking INEC to upload the result of the March 18 elections from the various polling units across the state in line with the Electoral Act and INEC guidelines.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So please, thank you.
While delivering their protest letter to the electoral umpire, Anita Natasha said a repeat of the Commission's inability to upload results during the presidential election will not be tolerated.
So we are the women of Rivers State, and we're out here today to urge, if we even need to beg, we would beg. We're urging INEC to please do the right thing on the 18th, because there's a lot of sacrifices that we do to come out here to vote. We're voting because we're deciding our future. We're deciding the future of our unborn children. So this is very, very personal to us. And what we're saying is, INEC, please stick to the Electoral Act and please deliver a free, fair and credible election on the 18th. Thank you so much.
Women will not agree again. No more wayo. Allow people to vote their mind. Even if they give you money, take your money and vote your choice. Take money, is River State's money. Take it and vote your choice. INEC, our vote must to be counted.
Addressing the women, INEC's Public Affairs Officer in River State, Geraldine Ekelumo, commended them for their peaceful disposition and assured that the Commission will comply with the Electoral Act in the conduct of the March 18 elections.
I must commend you for this effort. Thank you. Basically, we have seen some of the inscriptions, the placards, and what have been written on them, and we have taken note of them. And we also believe that some of these are reflected in your letter that you have just handed over to me. The Commissioner is yet on his way to the office. I'm assuring you that I will deliver this later. Thank you. Concerning some of the things you have raised here this morning, we are assuring you this time that we will play by the rules.
The women vowed to occupy the INEC head office in Port Harcourt if the Commission failed to upload the results of the election as contained in the Electoral Act.
Some governorship candidates in Rivers State on Friday staged a protest against alleged intimidation by security operatives. The protest was at the police headquarters in Port Harcourt, the capital of the state. Among those who led the protest were Tonya Cole, candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC, Magnus Abe of the Social Democratic Party SDP, Dumo Lulu Briggs of Accord Party AP, and Tonte Ibraye of African Democratic Congress ADC. The candidates alleged that the security operatives were intimidating their members on instructions of Nyesom Wike, governor of Rivers State. They said many of their members have been arrested, warning that the election should not hold if they were not released. The Inspector General of Police, IGP Usman Baba Alkali, has deployed 1 Assistant Inspector General of Police and 5 Commissioners of Police for the Governorship and State House of Assembly elections billed for Saturday, 18th of March 2023 in Rivers State. AIG Kayode Egbetokun, in charge of election, noted that relevant laws would be enforced by the police to ensure peaceful and successful elections, and restriction of movement during the elections would be strictly enforced. AIG Egbetokun urged citizens to come out and vote for their preferred candidates, adding that the police would provide level playing ground during the exercise. He cautioned residents to desist from the speech of hate speech, fake news, and anyone planning to disrupt the process would not be tolerated, as the command had massively deployed officials ahead of the elections. AIG Egbetokun also warned that security aides and escorts are not allowed to accompany their principals and politicians to polling units and collation centers during the election, as anyone found flouting this directive will be severely sanctioned.
In this election, we are committed to ensuring a peaceful conduct. We will not allow any person or group of persons to disrupt this election. We are committed to ensuring peaceful conduct. And in doing this, we are going to enforce all laws relating to this election strictly. All persons who are criminally minded and who may want to come out to disrupt this election are hereby warned to have a change of.
The Oyo State Police Command has confirmed the clash between supporters of the ruling People's Democratic Party and the All Progressives Congress on Thursday in Ibadan, which reportedly left 3 people dead. The clash took place at the Iletontun area in the Ibadan Southeast local government area. The State Police Public Relations Officer Adewale Osifeso, who called on a radio program in Ibadan, said the Deputy Commissioner of Police in charge of the State Criminal Investigation and Intelligence Department had been mandated to lead an investigation team to the scene of the incident. Meanwhile, a few days before the governorship and State House of Assembly elections in Oyo State, a councillor on the platform of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, in the state, Suleiman Ariyibi, from Ward 10, Ibadan Southeast local government of the state, has been shot dead by gunmen. The deceased, as gathered, was attacked and killed in his house at the Letontun area, Ibadan, the capital of the state, in the presence of his wife and children. The deceased and 2 others yet to be identified were confirmed dead upon arrival at the Adeoyo State Hospital on Ring Road, Ibadan. Confirming the incident during an interview with journalists at the Adeoyo State Hospital, the lawmaker representing Ibadan Southeast Northeast Federal Constituency, Abbas Idigun, alleged that it was APC boys that launched the attack on his boys who were with him on campaign trail around the Letontun Idiarere area of the city. The deputy governorship candidate of the Young People's Party in Cross River State, Prince Agbo Onyi, alongside 3 other people, has been kidnapped. The incident reportedly happened around Akparavuni in Viase local government area of the state. The identity of the 3 other persons has not been revealed. A statement by the party signed by its State Secretary Frederick Omari confirmed the incident, saying it has left the party broken, bruised and distressed. He explained that from information available, the kidnappers are already demanding a humongous sum as ransom. Ahead of Saturday's governorship and House of Assembly elections, the Labour Party LP in Lagos State has condemned the violence perpetrated against its candidates, members and supporters by suspected members of the All Progressives Congress APC in the state. A statement by Olubunmi Odesonya, the state publicity secretary, said Honorable Olumide Oworu, a candidate who is contesting against APC's Desmond Elliott, was attacked around Bode Thomas Street Junction in Surulere as he was about to kick off a campaign rally on Thursday. According to the statement, Oworu and his supporters were attacked, beaten up at the rally by thugs suspected to be members of the APC. Also, members of the Labour Party in Edo State have expressed confidence of replicating the feat the party recorded in the presidential and National Assembly elections over 2 weeks ago. The members were reacting to possibly vote buying on Saturday governorship and State House of Assembly elections following the Supreme Court judgment which declared the old notes legal tender, adding that Nigerians are now more politically conscious and can no longer be swayed or financially induced.
Come on Saturday, we do not see the exuberances, either the force of arm by anybody, that we would be so whittled that we'll be out of the election come Saturday. It's organic, and the people of Nigeria are resolved to ensure that this change, this real change that is coming, is brought about.
You know that whatever happened lately in this country had never happened before. The youth are ready to take back their country. Whether they release money or not, it's not going to disturb anything. I'm even sure that the money they are going to give to those people to buy the vote are their money. It's a common patrimony. So when I give them the money, then take it. But it's what they call a secret ballot. You give somebody your money, you are not there when he's voting, he's going to vote for whoever he wants to vote for, evidently.
Whatever money they bring to the field that day is going to go on voicemail. We will collect their money and still vote against them because they are not good people. They don't have our interests at heart. It is not about money now. People came out to vote their conscience. They want a better Nigeria.
Ahead of the election slated to hold tomorrow, Saturday, March 18, 2023, The Bayelsa State Police Command has deployed officers including civil defense, road safety and immigration across the 8 local government areas in the state. The exercise took place at the police headquarters in Yenagoa. Although Bayelsa is among the 7 states that will not observe the gubernatorial polls, it will, however, conduct the state assembly elections. The election is expected to be rancor-free, and Bayelsans are urged to come out and exercise their franchise.
Everything is in top gear. People are leaving. The final people now, those badges are the final people that are leaving to their respective destination for the election. And at the end of the day, we expected to have a very credible and rancor-free election. People from a civil defense, road safety, immigrations, and what have you, they are part of the ISIS team, and they have been deployed to their respective polling units. Sometimes people can raise the bar just to put fear into the mind of the people. You are here, you are a witness to the election that was conducted last 3 weeks, and there was nothing like that. So people are just trying to create panic. What I will call on the people of Bayelsa is all of them should come out and exercise their franchise.
The chairman of Zenith Labour Party, ZLP in Delta State, Comrade Emeka Nkwola, has called on Deltans to come out in their number to vote for the right candidate that will bring development to the state as the state prepares for 2023 governorship and House of Assembly elections. The state chairman made this statement in an interview with our Asaba correspondent, Akpomejero, Friday in the state capital. Nkwola said election is not war and there is no need for Deltans to fight nothings but put the interest of the state first before personal interest. He appealed to the INEC to play along the law of the land.
That by tomorrow we want to see the electoral officers march on ground before 8 o'clock. So I believe Delta is relatively calm compared to some other states, though we had recorded some incident of attack on the PDP candidate recently. But I believe generally Delta is calm, and we want to believe that election is not war. Election is not war. I think election is it's a process.
On his part, the DIG in charge of South-South Zone, Moses Jitobo, has said that police is fully ready to build up security for Nigerians going to cast their votes in the forthcoming governorship and State House of Assembly elections.
That we should just go ahead with your lawful businesses. 3, the police are come here to protect lives and property. And 4, the election will come. Yes, there may be skirmishes here and there, which is natural in any human setting. Police is there, we are here. The election will come, peaceful and.
Political parties in Zamfara have again signed a peace accord to be of good conduct during the March 18 governorship and State House of Assembly elections. This is the second time in 5 months police, in collaboration with other security agencies, is organizing Peace Pact for political parties aimed at dousing tension during elections. The Zamfara State Commissioner of Police, Kolo Yusuf, says security agencies remain apolitical and will ensure that electorates vote candidates of their choice without any harassment or intimidation. According to him, Zamfara is one of the states in the country and indeed the entire world looking forward to in terms of peaceful election. CP Kolo blamed electoral violence on politicians who are interested in their selfish desires at the peace of the land, while appealing to politicians to accept the outcome of the election, as not all candidates will win the polls. 16 political parties are expected to participate in the governorship and state assembly elections in Zamfara State, but only 7 out of the 16 political parties were present at the signing of the peace accord. The United Kingdom on Friday said its visa application centers in Lagos will be closed on March 20 over likely outbreak of post-election violence in the city. In a statement on Friday, the UK said the affected centers are in Ikeja and Victoria Island, adding that customers would not be able to collect their passports on the said day. The UK said priority visa, PV, services remain available, while super priority visa, SPV, services will be suspended on Friday because the next working day opening isn't until Tuesday, 21st of March. The Lagos State Commissioner for Police, or Commissioner of Police, Idowu Owohunwa, on Friday said that an investigation has been launched into the alleged threat issued against Igbo by the Lagos State Parks Management Committee Chairman Musiliu Akinsonya, popularly known as MC Oluomo. Omowuna made this known while featuring in an interview on the preview of the governorship and state assembly elections slated for Saturday. MC Oluomo, in a viral video, had threatened that Igbo people living in Lagos should not bother to come out to the polls if they will not vote for the ruling party, All Progressives Congress, APC. Meanwhile, the governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has cautioned traditional institutions ahead of Saturday's governorship and House of Assembly elections. This was contained in a statement signed by the Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Gbenga Omotosho, following news that some traditional rulers had scheduled oral rites in their communities for Saturday. Reacting, the governor urged the traditionalists to respect the rights of citizens who are not of their faith. The chairman, Nigerian Union of Journalists, NUJ, Benue Council, Comrade Vincent Nyinongu, has called on members of the Joint Association of Persons with Disability, Benue State Chapter, to refrain from acts of violence that will disrupt tomorrow's governorship and State House of Assembly elections. The NUJ chairman made the call at Journalists' House in Makurdi when the association was in the press center to state their demands before the coming political dispensation. According to the state chairman, if the elections are not disrupted, the group will be in a better position to demand for their rights and privileges as people with disabilities.
When you go to your respective places to vote, you will vote and you will not cause any problem. You will not stir up any crisis. You see, in as much as you are very enthusiastic, it pays that you be peaceful and you conduct yourselves at the polling units so that we can have the best of peaceful elections on Saturday. It's only when you maintain peace that the person you want will emerge.
Persons with disabilities, we are in clusters. And of course, we have our peculiarities. Gone are those days where people in the government select able-bodied person to represent persons with disabilities. Today, we have to tell the public that we have gone to school, we know our rights, we have sense of direction, just like every other person, bodied persons.
Our passion is to advance equal opportunity, integration, full participation, inclusion, independent living, and economic self-sufficiency for people living with disabilities in Benue State. To this end, we are mobilizing the over 800,000 people living with disabilities and their families throughout the 23 local governments in Benue.
The Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, says 389 cases of diphtheria have been confirmed in 6 states. The NCDC, in its latest diphtheria situation report, says as of March 2023, a total of 1,064 suspected cases were reported from 21 states. The agency said Kano has 843, Yobe 86, Katsina 46, Lagos 22, Sokoto 14, and Zamfara 13, accounting for 96.2% of suspected cases. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, said diphtheria antitoxin can be used to stop the bacteria from harming the body. Meanwhile, traditional leaders and key players urge government to invest more in the education sector, saying no nation develops without investment in education of the younger generation. As part of efforts to improve the standard of education and conducive learning environment, traditional leaders and educational players have called on governments at all levels to invest more to save the nation's educational sector from collapsing. They say education is a panacea to growth and development of any nation to meet 21st century standards. Plustv correspondent Habila Darufai files in this report.
For every nation to be developed in the 24th century, there is a need to invest in the educational sector of its younger generation to compete with their counterparts across the globe. Speaking at the commissioning of the Faculty of Allied Health Sciences at the city campus in Kudenda, Kaduna, Emir of Zazzau, Nu'u Bamali, says provision of quality facilities will encourage young minds to strive for education, stressing the need for more investment in the education sector through establishment of more universities in the state to meet the demand of the people.
The number of universities here is not enough to cater for. Greenfield University now in the city of Kaduna will certainly complement what is in place, and then certainly a lot more students will gain admission into the tertiary institutions, especially medical sciences, computing, and then health sciences, which these are some of the most needed, faculties that you require in every university.
He urged the youth to embrace education and shun any forms of social vices capable of affecting growth, security, and development of the nation.
Has a bright future if the promoters or the leadership in every university as serious as Greenfield. I think they're doing well, and we hope and pray that they will continue to rise.
Also, the Pro-Chancellor of Greenfield University, Engineer Simon Wakacha, alongside stakeholders, says that government investment in education is not enough to meet the demand of Nigerians, stressing the need to prioritize the health sector to compete with the Western world.
And general investment on education is not yet as high as we shall desire for a country like ours. We are asking government, therefore, to invest more in education, because if our people are educated, many other problems will be solved.
Education is the key, and that's why we encourage all the investors in the industry, in the educational sector, and everybody who has made their mark. We encourage them to continue, because without education, the society will be ignorant, society will never progress.
They appeal to the government at all levels, educational stakeholders, to prioritize investing in education of younger generations for the development of the nation.
Still ahead, fire and rage on the streets of Paris after pension reform is pushed through. Details when we return.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plustv Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
From other parts of Africa, Cyclone Freddy, an exceptionally long-lasting storm, has claimed the lives of over 400 individuals in southern Africa. The vast majority of these casualties occurred in Malawi, where the death toll continued to rise on Thursday night. As search and rescue efforts become increasingly futile, hopes of finding survivors dwindle. Freddy struck twice in a few weeks in the region, killing 73 people in Mozambique, 17 in Madagascar, and now 326 in Malawi, according to the latest death toll announced in the evening by the president of this poor country. Ousmane Sonko, a Senegalese politician who came third in the country's last presidential election, has made his way to court, where he faces a defamation trial. Sonko is being sued by Terrorism Minister Mbaye Nang for defamation, insult, and forgery. He also faces separate charges of rape and making death threats, and the former presidential candidate has since denied the charges and accused authorities of trying to silence him and his party. On Wednesday, police fired tear gas at legislators seeking to reach him in his Dakar home amid growing political tensions. Member of the parliament, Guy Marius Sagna, and several other members who came to support Sako were affected. Journalists attempting to interview the members were also fired at with tear gas. The opposition has called for nationwide demonstrations to condemn what it calls manipulation of the justice system and arbitrary arrests. Meanwhile, the UN Security Council has voted to renew UN mission in South Sudan for 1 year. 13 out of 15 members voted in favor of the resolution that extends the UN mission in South Sudan until 15th of March 2024. China and Russia abstained since the end of the civil war in 2018 that began in 2013 and claimed at least 380,000 lives. President Salva Kiir and his rival formed a transitional government and agreed to unite their forces into a single army to protect their people who have been hard hit by conflicts and climate change. South Sudan is the world's youngest state and is engaged in a fragile peace process but is still plagued by armed violence. Outside Africa, French Prime Minister Elisabeth Borne used a special procedure to push an unpopular pensions bill through the National Assembly without a vote on Thursday, March 16, amid shouts from left-wing lawmakers brandishing placards against the reform. The move, using the so-called Article 49(3) of the Constitution, will ensure the bill raising the retirement age by 2 years to 64 is adopted after weeks of protest and fractious debate. But it also shows President Emmanuel Macron and his government failed to garner enough of a majority in parliament in a blow to the centrist president and his ability to win support from other parties for further reforms. When the session resumed, Borne took the floor, but her speech was largely drowned by boos and chants from opposition members of parliament and shouts of resignation in rare chaotic scenes in the French parliament. Colombian President Gustavo Petro says the death toll from Tuesday's coal mine blast in the Colombian department of Cundinamarca has risen to 21 after the bodies of 10 trapped miners were found. 8 of the 9 miners who survived the explosion were treated in hospital and later discharged, while the 9th remained under observation, according to Fire Captain Alvaro Farfan. Farfan said the National Mining Agency will begin an investigation to determine the cause of the blast in the interconnected mines belonging to the Myanmar company, which have been in operation for 30 years. The Israelis have continued the protest and took to the streets during night, and as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu rejected a compromise for his government's planned judicial overhaul. The hard-right government's drive to limit Supreme Court powers while increasing its own power in selecting judges has caused alarm in Israel and abroad about the country's democratic checks and balances as protests have swelled for weeks. Netanyahu, upon departing for a state visit to Germany, which has voiced concern over the judicial plan, said the proposed compromise outlined by President Isaac Herzog would not restore balance to the branches of government. Economists, legal experts, and former security chiefs have warned that the judicial plan, which has yet to be written into law, will wreak havoc on the country's economy and isolate Israel internationally. Netanyahu, who is on trial for corruption charges he denies, says it will strengthen democracy and boost business.
I came over to protest and demonstrate against the trial of the Israeli government to cause a dictatorship on Israel. We have to fight for democracy and we have to demonstrate, and everybody is coming out.
I'm here with so many other Israelis to demonstrate against the so-called reform, which is threatening the Israeli democracy and which is very concerning regarding the fact that Israel's resilience is being a democratic country and a democratic society.
The White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre has told reporters that the U.S. was informed of Poland's decision to provide Ukraine with fighter jets. that this is part of a continued effort to closely coordinate with allies and partners. One of the Ukraine's staunchest supporters, Warsaw, has taken a leading role in persuading sometimes hesitant allies to provide Kyiv with heavy weaponry. It has said that any transfer of jets would be as part of a coalition.
Good afternoon, everybody. So we were informed by their decision by Poland to provide the jets to Ukraine. So we continue to closely coordinate with our allies and partners, including Poland, as we provide assistance to Ukraine. Yesterday, Secretary Austin, as you probably know, hosted the 10th Ukraine Defense Contact Group, in which countries around the world continue to step up. With that, guys.
Up next, Naira, fuel scarcity, insecurity, inflation push 24 million Nigerians into hunger, according to FAO. That's in Business News. Stay with us.
And in business news, the African Development Bank and some partners have officially launched a new investment in digital and creative enterprise program with investment worth a total of $618 million. The initiative was launched on March the 14th and is expected to attract direct investment in more than 200 technology and creative startups and provide non-financial services to about 450 digital technology, small and medium enterprise, with a potential to generate $6.4 billion into Nigeria's economy. IDICE is expected to create 6 million new jobs for young Nigerians. According to the report, the Nigerian government, through its executing agency, the Bank of Industry, will provide $45 million in counterpart funding. Other institution and private sector investment are also expected to provide additional funding for implementation of the strategic initiative. Now, at the official launch of the project, the AFDB's President Akumi Adesina stressed the need to leverage the huge potential of IDICE for sustainable job creation and economic transformation. The program is designed to support young entrepreneurs and innovators who are driving these industries forward. President Muhammadu Buhari has declared that for any economy to grow and create jobs, an equally vibrant and successful small and medium enterprise sector must be in place. President Buhari spoke at the State House Abuja as he received the Governing Council and members of the Institute of Directors led by its President and Chairman Dr. E.J. Jidema. Buhari said he signed the Business Facilitation Bill into law to ensure that SME sector improves and makes an impact. He added that the bill would ease various constraints for micro, small and medium-sized enterprises. In her remarks, Dr. Jidena noted that the reforms executed in various sectors of Nigerian economy in the past 8 years have increased expectation on the performance of business leaders and board of directors and public sector organizations. The federal government has commenced steps to install $8 million, about 3 billion in naira, of a 1.6 MVA 132/33 kVA transmission substation in Kwara State. The project is expected to transform the lives of the people in Oru in particular and the entire local government area in general. Speaking while performing the groundbreaking ceremony of the project, the Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, said the power substation is expected to be completed in 18 months as it comes with a 5 kilometers turn-in, turn-out, 132 kVA double-circuit transmission lines. The project was approved by the Federal Executive Council on December 31st, 2022. This project is also expected to lead to improved power supply, boost economic activities, especially for artisans, small and large medium-scale business, and enhance social development of the people. The federal government is identifying security and climate change as factors responsible for the rising prices of food in the country. The National Bureau of Statistics in its latest report indicated that the increase in the prices of bread, cereal, rent, potato, yam, tuber, vegetables, and meat drove inflation up in February. The MBS Consumer Price Index report states that the contribution of items on a class basis to the increase in the headline inflation index are presented as bread and cereal 21.67%, actual imputed rent of 7.74%, and potatoes, yam, and other tubers of 6.06%, vegetable 5.44%, and meat 4.78%. The journey of food system dialogues in Nigeria had started in January 2021 as the country responded to the call by the Secretary General of the United Nations that countries should look inward and organize different levels of dialogue to identify issues and challenges around food systems and come up with sustainable, innovative, and strategic plans towards ending hunger and all forms of malnutrition in line with the SDGs. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Communication Commission has announced plans to introduce measures to curb data depletion and ensure that telecom subscribers get value for their money. The Communication Commission noted that data depletion was one of the most prevalent complaints received from telecoms consumers. The Executive Vice Chairman, Chief Executive Officer of NCC, Professor Umar Dambata, said these at a 91st edition Consumer Parliament Tag Data Depletion discussion on various perspectives held in the FCT. Dambata said most of the criticism came as a result of the recent customers' migration to 4G Lite technology. According to the NCC boss, as much as the Commission has an obligation to telecom consumers, it is also an obligation to the industry, a symbolic relationship in which one party cannot survive without the other. An analysis done by Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations together with the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development and other developmental partners have revealed that the protracted insecurity, fuel scarcity, naira redesign policy, and consistent high prices of food commodities have been identified as key drivers that are pushing over 24 million Nigerians into food and nutrition insecurity. While the withdrawal of the old naira currency note from circulation constituted a bottleneck to households' ability to access cash as well as food commodities, the prolonged scarcity of petrol and the associated hike in pump price across the state, on the other hand, has led to the astronomical rise in transport fares and cost of food products in Nigeria market beyond affordability. The report says insecurity, especially insurgents in northeast part of Nigeria, mostly in Borno, Adamawa, and Yobe State, armed criminality and banditry in northwest states of Sokoto, Katsina, and Zamfara and Kaduna, as well as north central states of Benue, Niger, and others are responsible for hunger. Air transport workers have sued Hadi Sirika, aviation minister, and the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria over the planned concession of 4 major international airports in the country. In a suit filed before an industrial court, the plaintiffs are seeking to stop the concession of Aminu Kano International Airport in Kano, Port Harcourt International Airport in Rivers State, Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos State, and Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in Abuja. The claimants are the Air Transport Services Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, the National Union of Air Transport Employers, Association of Nigerian Aviation Professionals, and the Nigerian Union of Pensioners. Aside from seeking to stop the planned concession, the claimants are also praying for an order of injunction restraining defendants from determining the employment of members of the claimants without complying with the provision of the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria Act, CAP F5, Law of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, and the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria Reviewed Condition of Service of 2021. And that's it on A Business News. The news continues. Many thanks for watching. I am Messi Ibokbo.
Up next is entertainment.
And in entertainment, the Biden administration has threatened to ban TikTok in the US if the social media company's Chinese owners do not divest their stakes in it. The move is driven by fears that US user data held by the company could be passed on to Chinese government. It also comes amid a global backlash to TikTok over concerns about the potential for Chinese spying, with countries including the UK, Canada, and Australia recently moving to ban the app from government phones. The US has already banned TikTok on federal government devices. The move comes as TikTok CEO Xu Zichu is due to appear before the US Congress next week. Strictly Come Dancing George, Motsi Mabuse, has said she struggles to understand the accents of people from the north of England. Mabuse, who speaks the 5 languages, admitted she has to really concentrate when making conversations in the UK. She added that fellow Strictly George Craig Revel Howard helps translate when an accent is too strong. Mabuse grew up in South Africa but now lives in Germany. A group of Iranian teen girls who shared a video dancing to Rema's Countdown were reported to have been detained and pressured into apologizing for the act. According to a tweet from the Twitter account Sharak Ekbatan, the 5 girls were first brought in and given a warning, then called again and detained for 2 days before being compelled to make a coerced confession. They weren't wearing headscarves, which are required for women in Iran. In response to the incident, Rema used Twitter to express his inspiration from the girls and other Iranian women who are fighting for a better future. Ben Affleck is clearing a few things up in an interview. He addressed controversy that followed comments he made in 2021 while speaking to Howard Stern about his past marriage to actress Jennifer Garner. The actor and director faced backlash after saying he felt trapped in the dynamic with Garner. Affleck said he believes his quotes were mischaracterized in order to make it clickbait. He also sought to clear up the speculation that sparked the Ben Affleck having a bad time at the Grammys meme after the pair seemed to have visibly different reactions while at the event. Affleck said he actually was having a good time. The Crown will detail Prince William and Kate Middleton's relationship origin. The Netflix series, currently filming season 6, is set to recreate their first meeting at St Andrew's School in Scotland in 2001. The show will further delve into the late 90s and early 2000s from the royal family. The 6th and final season of The Crown set to stream later this year. And that's all in entertainment. I am Ifeoluwa Oshunke.
Now sports. Chelsea Football Club of England will face defending champion Real Madrid in the quarterfinals of the Champions League. Graham Potter's side saw off Borussia Dortmund to reach the last 8, while Madrid, managed by former Chelsea boss Carlo Ancelotti, beat Liverpool. Manchester City, who are unbeaten in this season's competition, were drawn against manager Pep Guardiola's former club Bayern Munich. The rest of the draws sees Benfica face Inter and Serie A derby between AC Milan and Napoli. The first legs of the quarterfinals will be played on Tuesday, April 11 and Wednesday, April 12, while the second legs will be played on Tuesday, April 18 and Wednesday, April 19. Crystal Palace Football Club of England has sacked their manager Patrick Vieira after a 12-game winless run. The club hasn't won a single match this season, which leaves them 3 points above 18th-placed Bournemouth, who have a game in hand. Patrick Vieira was appointed before the start of 2021-22 season and led the Eagles to a 12th place finish, earning praise for attacking style. Meanwhile, Manchester United will meet record 6-time winner Sevilla in the quarterfinals of the Europa League draws that was held today in the House of European Football in Nyon, Switzerland. In the other last 8 ties, Roma will face Feyenoord and Bayer Leverkusen will meet Union Saint-Gilloise, while Italian giant Juventus will face Portugal's Sporting Lisbon. The first leg will take place on the 13th of April, with the return games on 20th of April. Just before we go, the main news again. The Islamic movement of Nigeria Shiites have attacked Governor El-Rufai's convoy. Intrigues as Nigerians head to the polls again on Saturday for the governorship and House of Assembly elections. And more than 400 dead people in Southern Africa, Malawi bruised. That's the news now. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plustv Africa and Plustv Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyam Gul Agaji. Many thanks for watching.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria?
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plustv Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
to this edition of Timeless Conversations. Today, the conversation will bring in a very dear friend and brother of mine, someone with whom we go back many, many, many decades. He is into our line of work. By that, I don't mean he appears on TV or radio, but what he does really brings to your screen, in many ways, stuff that will touch your heart. He's the founder and managing director of IBST Limited. It's a company that's into media and TV production right here in Lagos. I want to welcome Remy Ogunpiton to Timeless Conversation.
Thank you very much, Lekon. Yes. Nice to be here.
It's a pleasure that you came. I know how busy you can be. Now, Remy, one first question I want to ask you is this. You have a very strong Ijebu background. You also have a UK background, plus your Nigerian background. Tell me who Remy Ogunpiton is.
I don't know. I think I'm a mix of various things. You know, I think our experiences in life and our exposure, the places we live, the schools we go to, the friends that we make, and all these potpourri of experiences make us who we are. But I went to school in England. I left Nigeria when I was 5. My father was a politician. And during that period, he decided to go to England with his wife to pursue his accountancy qualifications. And he took his wife along. We were young. And they left us behind in Lagos, myself, my sister, Yetunde, and my brother Ladipo. Yetunde and I were living with the Adelajas.
Okay.
At CMS Grammar School
compound.
Yeah, Mrs. Adelaja is the senior sister to my mother. Okay. And Ladipo was staying in Ibadan with my mother's junior sister. When they settled in England, they sent for us. I was about 5 or 6. Yetunde that's my junior sister, was about 5. We went to join them. And we were with them there for many, many years. We went to school, went to university, started work. My father qualified, worked in various companies and organizations, and at a period in time, he decided that he was coming back to Nigeria. And he decided to come and work with the company he was working with in the UK then, and they brought him back, and he was in Kano.
What company was that?
That Raleigh Bicycles.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And he rose to become the managing director of Raleigh Bicycles. They came back with Yetunde. I stayed in the UK. I was then, by the time they came back, I had left school, I had left university. I was in the British Army. And I spent some time in the British Army, in the Ordnance Corps. Wow. And that was where I got the love for video communications and all of those kind of things, apart from the fact that I was a sportsman. So those were the two things I was doing. And when I left the army, I spent 3 years there, came out of the army, and I was looking at what to do. And I realized that in all this period that my parents had left me. My sister had left me, and here I was in England. And by that time, I spent like 16, 17 years in the UK. I'd never been to Nigeria during that period.
That explains your Yoruba.
Yes. So, yeah, why I don't speak Yoruba well, and why you love to hear me speaking Yoruba and like to laugh at me. It's okay, I understand. And
yes, no.
Yeah, and all my friends who are Yoruba love laughing at me and give me funny looks, but it's okay, I'm used to that too. So I decided I was going to come back and visit my parents and come and see what Nigeria was like. And I came, bought a ticket, and went to Kano. And I want to tell you a funny story, because when I was coming back to Nigeria to visit, I decided I was going to look, amazing, that when I arrived at the airport, everybody was know that this guy just landed from England, and that there was going to be, everything was going to be there. I'll just pick up the phone, I'll go to the public telephone, I'll call my mom, and guess what? Because it was meant to be a surprise. I'm in Nigeria.
Yeah.
And all of that. So that's what I did. And I landed at Kano Airport. And I asked them, I said, please, I need a public telephone to call my parents. This is like 1980. And the guys were all looking at me. Who is this guy? public telephone. What? And I didn't have the address where they were living. All I knew as of that time was my father was the financial director of Rally Bicycles. That's all I knew. When I landed in Kano, so I came out with my stuff. I called a taxi driver and I said, look, this is where I'm going. I want to go and look for this man. I want to go to the factory. And it was funny because that was the same man when my parents arrived in Nigeria.
The same man?
Yes, that took them to their home in Alu Avenue.
In Kano?
Yes. So the man said, don't worry. I know who you are. I know where they live. And then he took me straight there. Of course, my father at that time wasn't back from work. He had gone to pick up my mother, who then was teaching, and there was no lights.
Culture shock.
No light. So he dropped me. He said I shouldn't worry about the money, that I will come back and collect the money. And I sat there for 2-3 hours in darkness, waiting for my parents to arrive. They drove in with their 504 Peugeot. They turned the light. They just saw me like this. They just ran out of the car. So, and I was in the north. I worked for some time in the north. I'm very familiar with the north. I worked in Kano. I worked in Zaria. I worked in Kaduna. I used to play rugby. We used to travel around together. I have a lot of amazing friends that I made in the north. When I came back to Nigeria, that period, it was peaceful. There was cohesion. There wasn't a lot of all this religious
dissonance
and all of that. It didn't exist. The only thing that I witnessed during that period that was anything like that was the Maitasini riots.
Maitasini riots. That was in 1980 or 81.
That was the only thing. But Igbos, Yorubas, Hausa people, we mixed together. It didn't matter whether you had money or you didn't have money. We were all one. There was nobody, So that was good. So that is where you get that mix of Ijebu, where that is my origins.
Yes.
My mother is from. She always used to tease my father when he used to misbehave. That look, don't talk to me anyhow. I'm from a royal family. My father is the Daguri of Idowa. So my mother was from a royal family.
But Idowa is also Ijebu now.
Yeah, Ijebu, yes. And my father too. You tell her that look, my father was one of the richest men in Ijebu. And that's how they used to banter. And I just used to laugh. But that's my Ijebu origin.
Yes.
That's my Oyibo UK origin. To Nigeria, where I've been
since 1980.
Yeah, yes.
You see, I was going to ask you the question, but you alluded to it, so I'll just expand it now. But what attracted you to media and TV production? You said it started from the UK,
when I was
British
in the
Army.
Army. Yes. We used to make, in those days, making career films, training films was a big thing. And I wasn't really doing that, but I was working in the department that used to do that. More like a production secretary.
Yeah, okay.
And I liked it, and I got interested in it. And when I applied to go to uni, which was Leeds University, to study film and television, it was the Army that actually...
Okay, so it was like a hop, step, and jump thing for you.
Yes, and I got into it. Then when I finished, I worked a bit in the UK, CBS Records.
Okay.
I was doing what they call new release coordination, which is a big name for a runt job. And it was during that period of doing that job I decided to come back. And and that's when I started getting into TV production. I went back to Unilag, I did Mascom again. I met Jimmy Odumosu, worked on some of his projects, Fiery Force, and that was how I started getting into the industry.
Yeah. But you must have seen something that made you say, this is the line I was going to stay with.
It was, some things are fortuitous in the sense that it's destiny. I I went through a lot of different things. I worked with, when I finished at Unilag, Jimmy Odumosu was doing a project then called Fiery Force.
Fiery Force, yes, I remember that.
And I ended up being the production manager on that.
Yeah.
And I've met a whole lot of people. That was where I met doing Jaisini and quite a lot of other people.
Doing is my cousin.
Yeah, and doing Jaisini played a significant role in my life. Yes, because things were not easy then. My father was a bit of the disciplinarian. The way you make your bed is the way you lie in it, and at times we just leave you to sort yourself out.
Yeah.
And doing after school, Doing took me in, and I lived with him and his wife, Lucy.
Yeah, Lucy, yeah.
You know, and I was with Doing for almost a year. And if you you might not remember, but the commercial that we did together.
Yeah, I remember we did
the Sheraton Hotel.
Yes.
It was Doing
that
took me to you.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, you see life.
That's true. That's true. That's
the circle
true.
of life and that
Yes. Doing is my cousin, like I said.
Doing
So
was at LTVH. So
yes.
Let's go to Lekoka.
Yes, can do this for you.
That was, so you know, I went through that phase. I went through that phase of with Doing, thinking that we were going to start an amazing TV production company doing commercials. We did that commercial and then didn't get another commercial for
a while.
For
a
long
long while.
So I had to go back and look for work.
For work, okay.
And that was when I now ran into Doing Osasoni Adun.
Okay.
And I started working at DBN.
At DBN, yes, that's true.
In fact, the interview for that job was myself and Sheye Kehinde.
Really?
Yes. Sheye Kehinde looked dapper that day. If you see the suit that he wore, the shoes, I said, lie, I cannot get this job with this guy looking like this. But we did that interview together. I think he had just come back from England or something.
England too.
Yes. And I got the job. But I remember it was me and Sheye. We sat down to each other. We sat down next to each other.
Wow.
So I worked with Osa. Osa was the one that really opened up my eyes.
Good.
He gave me a lot of responsibility. And he gave me a lot of opportunity. I was in charge of production. I was able to travel to around the world. Osa paid for it.
Yeah.
You know, I'll go to NAB. I'll go to IBC.
Yeah.
I'll go to Cannes. You know, all those places. I think he had a lot of faith in me.
Yeah.
And I was also able to challenge him in terms of, intellectually and in terms of vision and direction and everything. And I think he liked that.
Yeah.
Because he had just come back from America and he had set up DBN. He had DAS network and everything.
Yes.
And we got on really well. And also had a lot of arguments. But what was important was that it was somebody that was always able to accommodate and listen. And if you could come with a superior argument, even if it will go with you. So he gave me that opportunity.
Not a lot of employers do that.
He gave me that opportunity, and I traveled and I saw and I said, this is it. This is where I want to be. I became passionate about it. I'll read everything. I'll go anything concerning media, broadcast, equipment. I wanted to be there.
You were just like a sponge.
Yes, just taking it all in.
Yeah.
And I worked with him for, I think it was about 3 years. And then the American Embassy came along and offered me an opportunity that I couldn't resist.
What was that opportunity?
They offered me a job at the United States Information Service.
Okay.
Yeah, as the audiovisual manager.
Oh, that's on Broad Street, USIS.
Yes, when, I think the director then was a guy called Bob Lagama.
Okay.
And the director of communication was Carol Wild. And that was where I met the late Livy Ajunoma.
Yeah, Livy Ajunoma, yes.
He worked there.
Yeah,
and there was an amazing house guy, Kabir Dangogo.
Okay, yes, I know that.
You know Kabir Dangogo too, yeah. Yes. So, but what was amazing about it was that was where I really got introduced to technology. Because even as of that time, this would be like about 1987, 86, 87, everything was computerized. And I'd never been exposed to a computer before then. Computers. It was a new thing. You know, everybody also started shouting about, I've got a 286, I've got a 386 computer,
Yes.
I've got a 486.
Yes.
And that was where I got introduced to computers and technology and everything. And I just soaked it all in. And it was the same time too that I started talking to my cousin, Gubernatorial, about, he was then the managing director at a television company called Nationwide
Television, yes, I remember that.
Which I think was set up with the late Mike Enauro.
Mike Enauro, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he was also running it with a guy then called Felix Egbanumo.
Yes.
So we started talking, blah, blah, blah. We're interested, can't continue working for people all our lives. This thing, we know it, let's do it. How are we going to do it? We don't have money. We'll talk, we'll see regularly. I was still at the USIS. He was at Tafawa Balewa.
Tafawa, just next door.
So we always see, always talk.
Lunchtime talk.
Yeah, lunchtime, evening, we sit down, drink beer, pepper soup. What are we going to do? So after working there for some time, I was approached by an American called Lloyd Weaver.
Oh, Lloyd Weaver, he died recently.
Yes, sir, it is.
Yes.
That's another of my...
Yes.
Lloyd. Yeah. May so rest in peace.
Amen, amen. He was an amazing man.
I get emotional when I think about him.
Yeah.
Lloyd approached me. They were setting up a company there called Swift Studios.
Swift, before this, after
CDW.
Yes.
After CDW,
yes.
Instead of Swift,
yes.
There were some Nigerians that came around and gave them money. I don't want to mention their names.
Oh, no. We don't need their names.
They gave them money and they set up Swift Studios. And they asked me to come and work for them as the executive producer.
Okay.
The unfortunate thing, though, was that during that period, Big and I were already running around trying to see where we can get money, doing proposals, budgets, business plans, and all of that. And as I started that job with them,
that's with Swift.
With Swift, yes, a lot of things started coming through on the other end.
On the other end, okay.
And we approached Otumba Shubomi Balogun.
I thought you said you didn't want to mention names.
No, I must. These are the ones that are important.
This one must be mentioned.
Yes.
Okay, let me take a break now.
Okay.
We'll come back. Don't forget where you are. We're taking a break now. We'll be back with you shortly. It's still Timeless Conversations, and I'm talking with my friend and brother, Remy Ogunpiton. So you were going to mention names of, or the name of someone who stood by you in that quest.
We approached, when we decided we wanted to set up a production company, we approached Shubomi Balogun, or Tumba Shubomi Balogun, who then, FCMB. But then he had a finance and security firm called City Securities.
Yeah, City Securities, yeah, that's true.
And he believed in the dream, and he gave us money, a lot of money, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of pounds then in 1989.
Was a lot of money.
Yeah, and we took the money, and I think we did well. We set up a company called Solar Productions.
Solar Productions,
which was in Lupeju.
Yes. Town planning way.
Yeah, we had people like Olumide Ofere, Mike Afigo, Unwosu, plenty of, the big company.
I know all of those guys.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know them now.
Yes.
Moses Ebere.
Yes.
All of them. They were all, and we had an amazing business, and we quickly established ourselves in the marketplace and did a lot of work and started to make money. But things fell apart.
How?
It's simple, and I think everybody can relate to it. If a business partnership is a marriage.
Yes.
And this was not even a ordinary business marriage. This was a business marriage of family.
Yeah.
You know, everybody on the board was family.
Yeah.
In fact, City Securities Limited then was represented by Ballot. My father was on the board. Mega's father was on the board. But you know, the directors, they're not involved in the day-to-day running.
It's their running, sure.
You see, when two people who are meant to act as one have a different vision, the center can never hold.
It can't.
Whether it's in a business, whether it's in a home, whether it's any public institution, whether it's the president and the vice president.
Sure.
Once the vision diverts, it can't hold. And that's basically what happened.
What happened?
And apart from differences also, because division comes because of differences. Differences in approach, differences in ability, differences in skills, differences in the ability to manage funds.
Even in style.
In style, everything, yeah. And even differences in terms of who the clients prefer to work with. Maybe they prefer working with this person to this person. And all those things become convoluted. Jealousies come in, all kinds of things come in, and it becomes difficult for the center to hold. So after 5 years, I left. And for quite a period of time, almost like a year, I didn't know what to do. I knew that, I'm going to do work in production. I knew that.
Yeah.
And then I was again, God continues to send people along. And then I was again rescued by two gentlemen called, who then were running an advertising agency called Concept Unit. Larry Awukoya and Kaide Ido, who basically came to me and said, well, look, we've been working with you for a long time. We like the way you work. Da-di-da-di-da. We've noticed that you're no longer with Bega. What do you want to do? And I said, I want to set up a production company. And they said, fine, they're interested. And they put some money up, a substantial amount of money. And I looked at the whole thing. And of course, you tell your family, look, this is what I want to do now. I want to put money up, I want to start a new business. And I remember my father saying, no way, that you're not going to take their money without any of your own money in there. How much do you have? I told him, he said, no. He said, we're going to match them penny for penny. So that this time around, we have a hold. And that's what we did. So I was able to use some money I had. My father gave me a substantial amount of money and added it to what they put in. And we started Schaff-Weisberg Media, Studio 77.
I remember that. I just wanted to hit you a little bit. Your disciplinarian father.
Yes.
Supported you.
Yes, he did.
I'm underlining it because we'll come back to it.
Yes, he supported me.
Yes.
And that was how we started Schaff-Weisberg Media.
Yes.
Which I ran for 9 years. And later on sold my shares to, because by that time the company had become part of a bigger group called Integrated Marketing Services.
Yeah, I remember that.
Which was, it was used. So by the time I decided I wanted to go on my own 100%, when I sold my shares, it was a juicy bit of money.
Very good.
With some other businesses that I had done at that time, like the All Africa Games and everything, I started IBST till today.
What does IBST mean?
Integrated Broadcast Services and Technologies.
And Technologies, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So congratulations on that roller coaster of a movement. Now, because that's the space you operate in, the production sector of the Nigerian media space appears to be growing, interestingly, at both a fast and slow pace. Fast because technology is moving fast, but slow because of peculiar Nigerian challenges. What do you think can bring us to par with other climes? And by other climes, I mean even other African countries, like South Africa, for instance. What do you think can bring us to par with that?
That's an interesting question because our sector is made up of various and very, very, very, very diverse ingredients that make it a whole. If you look at our film sector, everybody will think that it's growing, that we're seeing a lot more of our movies on Netflix.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot more commissioning going on and things like that, which makes sense.
Yeah.
Because that's the perception.
Yes.
In our TV industry, broadcast, terrestrial, cable, OTT, and online, things are not moving so rapidly in terms of revenue.
Yes.
There are revenue challenges there. There are challenges in technology. And if you look at where we are and in how broadcasting is done today, a lot of it is still it's all IP based.
Yes.
So we're dealing with the issues of technology. We're dealing with issues of how do we improve our quality. And to improve your quality, you need to access revenues. And for revenues to come, you need to have quality. So that one is like, which one, chicken or egg? And then we have what I've talked about before, the movies, which everybody is talking about. You know, the government, oh, Nigeria, and all of that. Oh, the fastest moving sector in Nigeria is all of that. And as I said, it's just a perception.
But they say perception is everything.
Yeah, it's just a perception, because what you have to ask yourself is that, what is it doing to the country as a whole, economically, socially, and all of those things? Is it really having an impact? And for me, I think that we're not really making that impact yet. The challenges are multifarious, but I think a lot of it has to do with the enabling environment, which is one. It has to do with access and education. And then it has also to do with the people who actually are in control of the industry.
Okay.
If we look at a lot of the people that are in control of the industry and have made investments in the industry, the question is, who are they? Where do they come from? You know, what is their stake?
What's their long-term goal?
So all these things, when you add them all together, the position that I have taken is that you can't, if you try to change everything, you can't change it.
Yeah.
One person can't do it.
No way.
So I just figured that the only way to really address this is decide where you want to play. Decide, do I want to play here? Do I want to play here? Or do I want to play defense? Do I want to play midfield? Do I want to play attack? Left or right? Decide where you're going to play. And then carve out a role for yourself. And try to become the best at it. And through that way, also influence people that come into contact with you. Try to create revenues and opportunities in the areas where you can influence. Because, Liko, I'll be honest with you, I get confused a lot about Nigeria and the direction, especially even in our own industry.
Yes.
Because, you know, we can't isolate ourselves from everything that's going on around us. So that worries me. So that question is something that is an ongoing discussion in my mind.
Yes.
And at times, the answers and the solutions change from day to day as the environment and as the equation changes, as it always does.
Yes, it must.
It
has to remain dynamic.
Yeah, so, you know, you've got to, if you're a computer geek, you'll understand what DHCP means when you're trying to network. DHCP means that it's on a dynamic frequency. So if it goes up, you go up with it. If it comes down, you come down with it.
But then you must remain consistent.
Yeah, but as long as there's a throughput, as long as there's data coming through, if it is good, it will be fast. If it is slow, you'll still be able to access, but it will be.
But then you see, the consistency I even mean is, I know this is not to patronize you. I know that your love for technology and innovation has been always at the forefront and the background of your engagements. So in your company, in your productions, we see a lot of that.
Yes.
And that love, for me, is the consistency.
Yeah, okay.
That can drive the engagement. So for you...
You know what? Like, really, you know what? The way I thought about it really is that, for me, the focus has always been on value. We work in a very, very competitive environment because I work in the private. All my clients are in the private sector. And a lot of those clients are driven by institutional values in terms of quality, excellence, what they want for themselves, how they want their brands to be perceived and all of those things. So a lot of the things that one does is focused on value. So the equipment, the personnel, the manner you run your business, the style and all of those things are just a means to an end.
Yeah.
So technology is just one of the legs of ensuring that you deliver value. But whatever is required to deliver value is something that I always try to ensure is contained in our offering, in our product offering, because a lot of people say Nigerian business, man no man. Yeah, fine. But when man no dey go, when the man has gone,
yes,
what are you going to do? So the only thing that is sustainable is value.
Is value.
So that's just the way I look at it.
Thank you, Remy. We'll take another break and resume our conversation.
Wow.
Please stay tuned. All right, welcome back to our program. Remy Ogukpito is still my guest, and we just during the break we were saying he'd never been interviewed like this before, and I said, well, it's, like they say, it's the person who knows you that knows what to ask you now, and don't be too humble. I know who you are, don't I? I do now. I do. Now, value is the soul and the heart of the business that you run. If you deliver good value, then your clients will come back. If the value is bad, they take a hike. Now, you don't want them to take a hike. However, in rating the media industry in the country, what would you like to place your finger on as what can improve our industry?
People.
In what sense?
People. We've got to train people. We've got to invest in people. We've got to expose our people. We've got to support our people. We've got to grow them, talent, in knowledge, in their networking skills and everything. You know, we talk about technology all the time. Technology is technology. Garbage in, garbage out. So give anybody, people talk about DOPs and cameramen, they talk about all these kinds of people. But if you give, I always, this analogy is that give a 60,000 pound camera to a cameraman that's not trained, and give a $5,000 cameraman to a DOP who has been trained and has experience and has exposure, and tell them to go and shoot the same thing. The guy with the $5,000 camera who is trained and has exposure will shoot you something better than the guy that had the 60.
Very true.
Yeah?
Very true.
Yeah. So it's all about people. I think that we don't invest enough in our people. I think business owners take people for granted. And I get it all the time. They say, look, if we train people, they will just go, they will come, they will land, I think that's all bunkum and rubbish. You know, in life, when you invest in other people, it will come back to you.
It does.
Whether they leave you,
they've got to leave.
Doesn't matter. But what you are doing is that you are feeding an industry with people who are talented, who have knowledge, and they're coming from you.
And they will impact others.
They will impact others. And that impact they have on others will come back and impact you.
Sure.
So that is a very critical area. I think in terms of technology and all of those things, all that is money.
Okay.
If you have the money, you can buy it. But I think it's people. People.
Yes, you asked me what areas I wanted to cover, and I said, don't worry, I'll ask you any question. You reserve the right to answer or refuse. Now, you said your dad was a politician.
Yes.
Are you a politician?
No way.
Why?
No, I'm not going to answer that question. Kai, politics, no.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, how do we solve the problem of low voter turnout in our country?
I vote.
You vote?
I vote.
You do?
Yeah, but just I will not be a politician.
Okay, very good. So then let's expand the question so that you can answer it. Let's look at it this way. How can we get more Nigerians involved in politics, especially the younger one? And by involvement, I mean them voting, I mean them participating in the process of canvassing for votes, of changing the society.
That sounds like a complex question, but it's actually very, very simple. You know, until we show that our people have a stake in government, in the decisions that are made by government, that those things are done in their own interest, you will always continue to have low public turnout during voting because there is no trust and there's no belief and there's no validity in the minds of Nigerians about the system being operated in their interest.
How do we show that?
By ensuring that the things that matter will start to change it, by showing that there's actually, truly, there's justice in the system. By showing that everybody is accountable to the law, and nobody is above the law. By showing that it's only the best people that will run this country. Merit.
Yes.
By ensuring that if you are running government, you are accountable. Those are the things. They're very, very simple, actually. You know, by showing that that government cares about the education of the child of somebody who is poor, the hospitals that they go to. As it is now, the majority of Nigerians don't believe they have a stake in the country. The people that are fighting for a stake in the country are the politicians and the people that identify with them. And of course, the elite ruling class who have invested money and are working to try to keep their businesses going, their manufacturing plants, their banks, their retail shops, their restaurants. You know, they're the people that have that seem to have a stake because things that happen around them impact them. But the average Nigerian believes that no matter what impacts them, they can't change it.
They can't change it.
So that's why they don't bother to vote.
How do we achieve that change?
You know, Lekon, it's a very interesting question, but I used to be very idealistic about all these things, and I used to be very vocal. And I came to the conclusion that we're in a big ocean of, can I say, rishi. And that I, as Remi Ogunpiton, the only way I can impact and do anything is within my sphere of influence, within the people that I relate with, that I do business with.
Spot on.
You know, we talked about people before and trading and everything. Do you know, because I have staff over the years. I have staff that have worked with me. I've had a driver that worked with me for 23 years. From the time I was at Solar.
Yeah.
And he's retired now.
Yeah.
I have people that worked with me for 7 years, 8 years, 10 years. I have 3 of my staff. I know that, you know, because that was the way I was exposed and I was gifted. So when I have money, I send them, yeah, go to America, go to NAB, go to Dubai, go to Capsat, go to this, go and attend this course, go and do this. Some of them have gone, some of them have left.
Yeah.
Many of them, one of them that has left was a young man that I found in Computer Village. He worked with me for many years. And I originally brought him to come and do cabling for me, cabling. But after 7 years, he left, set up his own production company. And he's doing amazingly well.
Fantastic.
You know? So we have the ability to influence people around us. We have the ability to uplift people around us. And I believe that, you know, when we do that, the more people we uplift, the more people we expose, the more people we teach, the more people we mentor.
Yeah.
When they look at us, they will see that these are the principles, these are the values that have made this man what he is. And hopefully they will emulate us, imbibe some of those values, and also teach other people.
Teach other people.
So hopefully to be like a ripple.
Okay.
But we need a lot of people doing that. A lot of people doing that. A lot of people able to stand up, for instance, and say that there are certain things they won't accept.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And
principle.
And for you to get to that level in this country where you are saying that there are certain things you don't accept and you be principled, you know, the tendency is that you must have either been through a lot and you are not comfortable to be able to say, I'm not going to take it. Because you can't ask a man to be principled and not steal and not take an orange you put on the table there who has not eaten for 1 week.
Well, he could be. It could be.
It could be.
Yeah.
He could resist it. He could say, I want it. Could I? But the tendency is that most Nigerians, they don't have. They are in need. They are in want. So they take shortcuts. Because at the top, you don't get dealt with if you take a shortcut. So who am I not to take a shortcut?
So we need to strengthen our institutions, right? Institutions like the police, like judiciary, where we have to. Yes.
We know now. We say this all the time.
Yes.
We all know it, but
then we have to keep saying it so that it can be relevant. We have to. Change does not come when we keep quiet.
People in leadership don't know that.
Well, some of us will get into leadership too and not change from what we used to be.
Well,
that's the truth.
Well, you know, the thing is that individual change can change yourself, can change you, can change your life. But what we're talking about is the change for a country of over 200 million people.
Yes.
And that's something that when I think about it, I won't lie to you, it baffles me how you do it all. Because I ask myself, how do you galvanize into a cohesive force of the same power, the same thought, the same vision, the same drive? 200 million people or so of different interests, of different backgrounds.
It's leadership.
It's
leadership.
Well,
yeah, even from your own analogy, it's leadership. Yeah. It's if they start in their own spheres.
Yes.
Right. then others will emanate. They will produce people and all that. And some of those people will get into that position of leadership.
I think, I think at times when we look at leadership as being from the top down, at times leadership can be from bottom up.
It actually should be from bottom up, so that when you find yourself at the very top, you already are known for something. That's it. You're known for something.
But it can be very disquieting.
Yeah, well, it can be. We're going to take another break now. Don't worry, it won't be too long. We'll be back shortly. Thank you. Welcome back to the program, where we're talking to none other than Remy Ogunpitan. Now, Remy, in the last 3 or 4 decades, about 4 decades now, almost 4 decades, you've been doing business in Nigeria, you've worked in this same industry, you've led or headed, and then you have founded, companies that deal with production. What's that experience been like for you?
If I died and I had the choice of coming back again, I don't think I would have changed. I don't think I'll change my.
You will come back and do the same thing.
Again, I'll do the same thing.
Okay, fine. So let's start being specific about your experience. For instance, traveling around the country as a result of working. What was that like?
Okay, let me tell you. It's been interesting. When I came back to Nigeria, the 1980, I was in Kano. What I did was I bought myself a Volkswagen bus, a Kombi bus.
A bus?
Yes.
So we have that in common.
Yeah, and I equipped it with a bed, a kerosene fridge, a kerosene cooker.
Are you kidding?
And I spent 1 year traveling around Nigeria.
You did that?
Yes, I did, yes. My first 1 year back in the country. There was nowhere I didn't go to. I traveled from... There was nowhere I didn't go to. And in some places, I would spend a week or 2 weeks. I remember I spent 2 weeks in Boko.
Really?
Yeah, because I had met this girl and I thought I was in love with her, but I had to move. But there was nowhere I didn't go to. From Sokoto
so
to
you left the love back in
Boko. I moved, from Sokoto to Potiskum to Nguru to Biu to Daura, Dambata, Adeja,
just driving.
Yola, Guzo, Mubi, yes.
Right
down to Miduyo, Kafancha, Funtwa, Adeja, Guzo, Kafancha, Kontagora,
all by yourself.
Shendam, Jos, yeah. And I did that for about 11 almost a year. And it was amazing.
And your parents left you to do that?
Yes, now. There was no...
Yeah, well, you were a full-grown
and apart from that, Nigeria wasn't stressed now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there was still armed robbery, but it was not like the way it was now. You could move. You could drive at night.
Yeah, that's true.
You could drive at night.
And police were friendly.
Yes. You could get somewhere, park and sleep and wake up in the morning and the villagers will come out and say, well, okay, look, you want food? Nigeria was like that. Now, it's not so much like that.
Yeah.
We travel a lot now. Our production crews today in Nigeria, when we travel to locations outside of, let's just say Ibadan, Abeokuta, but the minute we're going to Ilorin, Akure, Benin, all those places we normally go by road. We go with police escort.
No.
Yes, we do.
But you didn't need that in 1984?
No, it didn't. Even when we were doing productions where we were traveling on the road with things like Benson and Edge's Golden Tones, the road shows, when we were doing Rothman's Groove, the road shows and things like that, Peak Talent Show, Glow Soccer Academy, all of those things. We used to travel by road. We didn't used to go with police now. But now you do.
You do.
You know, some of the clients will not even allow you to travel without them. I mean, we work for flour mills, we work for a lot of the oil companies. You can't go anywhere without security.
Without police?
Yeah, you can't.
These days?
Yeah, you can't. It's impossible.
Yeah, What's that like for you? Someone who's traveled all by himself.
Yeah.
And now needing police escort to do that.
It's just part of the, it's part of the mix now. You know, these things, they become normalized. So you don't see, you know, what happens is that over a period of time, things that you're not used to, you now have to start putting them in place. And after a while, they become normalized. So you don't even see it as being unusual. You see it as being just part of.
Just part of.
Yeah. You know, like our international clients that we work with.
Yes.
I'm not going to mention their names, but there's not one of them that comes into this country without security devices, which maps and tracks their every single movement, right up to where they are, with an accuracy of 25 meters. They carry it. It's not a phone, it's not anything, but a lot of people don't know it, but it will be on them. So that if anything happens, it can be tracked. So that is there. In terms of work, you know, liaison with Nigerians and getting things done, it's a bit more challenging because Nigerians are wiser. They know that a lot of these things that people do, you want to use a place, you want to use somebody's shop, you want to shoot in a location, they understand that what we're doing, we're being paid for it and we make money from it. They're smart. Social media, live TV, cable TV has made everybody understand.
Made them aware.
Yeah. So, you know, they will cooperate with you, but, you know, these days you need to drop something. We're shooting something in the market on the 3rd of February. We have to pay 250,000 naira to enter the market.
I was going to ask that.
Yeah.
How do you acquire your sites and locations?
Yeah.
What's been like?
We pay.
And then even shooting within communities.
Yeah, communities are easier because the shooting within communities, what you tend to do is that you identify who the key leaders are within that community, whether it's a traditional Oba or a chief or whatever, identify them, tell them what you want to do. At times, some of the things we want to do is actually to their advantage.
Yes.
And when it is, you know,
they might even end up being the ones entertaining you.
They'll cooperate and you know, we're Africans and we're Nigerians and we have a culture, you know, which is not this is not a corruption culture.
No.
But this is a culture of you show respect.
Yes.
I accommodate you. I thank you.
Yes.
So
the experience has been a mixed one.
Yeah, it's mixed, but nothing nasty, nothing horrible.
Okay.
You know, it's something
in the last 3-4
No, you can always
get over that.
Yeah, walk over it. Yeah. We've never had anything nasty like that.
So finally, let me ask you, you did some tourism content, some of which you even graciously passed to us and we're using. What inspired that? Was it that your...
Yes, it was.
1980?
Yeah.
1881?
Yeah, it was. And the fact is this, is that, you know what?
Road trip. You did a road trip?
Yeah, road trip, yes. Yeah.
And that's what opened your mind up to, I need to
And it still keeps on, and my mind still keeps on getting opened up every day. You know, we've had the opportunity of traveling around Nigeria to so many places, and at times some very obscure places. And the more that you travel, the more you see, number one, how beautiful we are as a people. The average Nigerian that you see in Lagos that is hustling is not your typical Nigerian. When you go to some of these obscure, remote areas and you see the land, you see the topography, you see the potential of the opportunity that there is, you start to say to yourself that I need to do something about this. And that was what inspired us, basically starting to put that kind of content together, because we just felt that, well, look, it's our country. Yeah, there's a lot that is wrong with it, but we still have one or two things that we're proud about. And at least if we can't get there, let's show people the beauty of Nigeria. When I traveled around Nigeria around 1980, in Jos, in places in Jos like Shendam and all of those things, then I used to go into, they have a lot of tin mines there, which were then being run by expatriates.
Yes.
And most of the tin mines then had orchards. They had gardens. I used to go into those orchards and I used to pick fresh strawberries, blackcurrant, pomegranate, apple, peaches. But now, you can't do that. But the thing is that we are able to do those things if we put our mind to it.
But they are even they're in, was that in Jos now? They're in Plustv.
Yeah,
they
Plustv.
have started cultivating strawberries on a large commercial scale.
But then it wasn't a big deal. It was everywhere. You just pick strawberries, you pick blackberries, you pick blackcurrant, anything that you want, you just pick it.
Yeah.
Those days you go onto the farm, you give them like, I don't know how much, you give them like about 20 naira. And then you can just take.
That's a lot of money. Maybe like 2 naira.
I don't know. No, maybe about 2 naira, or maybe 1 naira, or 50 kobo. You just go and you pick everything that you want to pick, and you go.
When you go.
Yeah.
So now, that's like your own way of giving back to society?
No.
The tourism content?
No, it's not. I think you get to a stage, you need to give back.
Yeah.
So what I try to do now is I try to give my services free of charge to churches, for instance, who want to do media training, to universities.
Okay.
We're doing something now with NIJ, Nigerian Institute of Journalism, where every Saturday they come across to our facilities and we give our time and our equipment to train their students in the area of broadcasting and production. There are other things that one is doing, but what I found is that the only way I can give back, and I feel very, very satisfied about it, is to try and improve what is going on in our industry, because there's so much, there's still so much to do.
I want you to give back to us.
Okay.
Let's work together
on
a documentary.
Okay.
On the bridge, when you are coming towards the island, Okobaba,
Makoko,
the timber.
Yes.
I'd like us to do
the funny thing,
a documentary on that, because there's a period that they will bring so much of the timber.
We discussed this,
and it will be all over the place.
We discussed this in a meeting.
Yeah.
About 2 weeks ago in our office.
And we'll go all the way
to Ondo,
Kitipupa,
where they now build the raft,
exactly,
and then ship it down.
And if possible, follow the raft.
Who's going to follow them? Me and you?
No, follow. We don't have to be the ones.
We have big belly now, so
yes, we have underlying. I have underlying issues. Even the children will say, "Hey, Daddy, where are you going?" but let's do that together.
No, I would love to do that, because that would be an amazing.
It's a good way,
film.
and it will be something we'll put in the public space.
An amazing film,
right? To tell the story of the timber industry.
Okay. I'll take your offer up on that.
Yes,
we'll do it as a joint production.
Yes, let's do it together. Okay. Let's merge forces.
Yeah.
Right, write scripts and all that. I can voice.
We can put all those young boys to. You can go get this our young guy on the camera.
Yes. To shoot and all that.
You live on the raft for 2 weeks, because that's how long it takes for them to.
It takes 2 weeks. Yes, I know.
You'll be eating on the raft, sleeping on the raft.
Yes.
Just take plenty of mosquito repellent.
Yes, that's it. It will be good. It will be an experience for them. And worst case scenario, we can train somebody on the raft that can position the camera and all that.
No, they have to go with them.
Exactly. So that's it. Anyway, it's been nice talking to Remy. Remy, well, we know each other. We know how far we've been together. And I'm just so amazed at your accomplishment. I'm not any way flattering you. You know that. We don't flatter. But just commending your great work, and thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much.
Right. Yeah. Thank you so much.
And we thank God too.
Yes. So we have another episode of Timeless Conversations. It's been Remy Ogunpiton as my guest today. Thank you all for watching.
Hello and welcome to One on One on Plustv Africa. I am Maureen Menonwezibe. My guest today is Mayoko Christopher Ilo. He is a petroleum engineer, economist, policy analyst, brand strategist, business administrator. He's a member of the SPE. He's also a member of the PMI and member IIBA. You are welcome to One on One.
Thank you for having me.
Some people will say your CV is quite intimidating.
Well, I wouldn't see it as that, but like every house, it takes one stone after another. So
I understand you also contested for governorship some time ago.
yes, I did. It seems like a lifetime now, but once a politician, always a politician.
Yes, once a politician, and we are in the very, very political season right now. Well, the much anticipated February 25th election has taken place. A winner has been announced, and that is Ballot of the APC. And he has been moved to the Defense House, Abuja. The main contenders, opposition contenders in this election are kicking against the results, talking about the PDP presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar, and the Labour Party counterpart, Peter Obi. Now, in a few months from today, President Muhammadu Buhari's tenure, which also has Professor Yomi Osinbajo as vice president, will be coming to an end. How will history judge this outgoing administration? That is my first question to you. How do you analyze the legacies of this outgoing administration?
Well, it's a mixed bag. A number of successes, at least with infrastructure, with some legacy items. But for the most part, Nigerians, because of who we are, we tend to remember only the most recent. And by most recent, I will tell you, it's about the Naira redesign policy. It's about the violence experienced during the election of last Saturday, as it were, among other things. But by and large, as somebody who is close to maybe the politicians and some policy actors, I would say it's a mixed bag. There's been some successes over the years, and there's been some notable failures. We've had some clashes with the terrorists over the last few years, but you will notice that lately that seems to have died down. Whether it's intentional, whether it's due to the activities of our military, time will tell. But for now, I think it's going out on a mixed note. Some people will be saying good riddance to bad rubbish, while other people will say, okay, but somebody has been committed to this country over the last 8 years. Maybe it's time for him to take a bow and allow another person to try his hand at solving the country's many problems.
Well, in May of this year, a new leadership is going to take over the mantle. And there's no doubt that his work is already cut out for him. But where do you think he should begin from?
Well, let me say congratulations to the president-elect. When 2-3 people are contesting for a position that only one can occupy, ultimately you expect one person to be declared the winner, as has been the case now. That doesn't mean that the people who have faulted the process are wrong. If you remember when Yaradua was declared winner of the 2007 presidential election, he acknowledged that the process that brought him into office was flawed, but he would try his best to make sure that, you know, such things don't happen again. So this one too is a bit flawed, but that doesn't mean that we should discard the baby with the bathwater, as it were. So I will implore the incoming president to put out the olive branch, at least extend it to his compatriots who contested against him.
He has done so. He has said so in his speech that he's inviting them
I
to
would say that one is for the public to devour, but you know, they know how they reach out at the back, on the background between one another. So you should still try. You know, you can never stop trying, because at the end of the day, there are millions of people who are believers in Peter Obi. There are another equally maybe millions of people who believe only in Atiku Abubakar. So these people may try to become clogs in the progress of the nation if they are not well managed. The sign of a true and good leader is for him to know how to reach out and how to make them believe in his administration. Otherwise, it will suffer a crisis of credibility within time.
Yeah, you know, something you said about Yaradua admitting that the process that brought him in was flawed and that he was going to try to make things right. Same thing we're witnessing here. We've continued to have repeated cases of flawed processes throwing up leadership. why do we continue to have this problem
Well,
as a people?
the issue for me is when some people believe that they benefit from a flawed process, they might not be the best or champions of a better system. But in this instance, we saw that INEC championed an improvement over the way elections were conducted in the past. The only problem we had was that INEC itself did not follow its own script. You know, the excitement, the belief of the people was anchored on the fact that INEC said, this time around, we are going to make sure that elections are collected right from the polling booths. The results are transmitted electronically. People believe that, okay, the room for rigging will be reduced. But at the last minute, due to maybe technology or human malfunctions, we found out that that was likely not adhered to. So I want to believe that that will not be the case in the coming election. That's the election of the governorship and state assembly.
Which is taking place
so
on the
which
11th.
is coming in. So if that is done, then maybe there's still room for people to believe more in the system. But that said, we have to move forward. We have to believe in the process. I don't begrudge anybody for going to court. It's their right. Even President Muhammadu Buhari himself, for all the times he contested and lost, he took the case up to the Supreme Court. Nobody became his enemy on account of that. So if they believe that that is the way to go, you wish them well and you hope they get some form of justice in the process. It all strengthens our democracy. It is better to judge than to war, as some wise people will say.
Yes. Well, the youth are angry and disenchanted because of some of the things that people have complained about with these elections. Yes, we're moving on, but then, as you said, that the incoming president has his work cut out for him. How do you advise them to reach out and embrace the youth and speak to their aspirations?
Well, the youth will always tell you that they are democratic, but even within that, there are notable voices, influencers within the youth that you can reach out to. And for once, the needs of the youth are not hidden. They are known. Look at the issue of NSAS that happened in, I think, 2020. The harassment that the police officials were meting out to the youth because somebody has tattoo on his arms, because somebody is carrying a laptop, that doesn't make him a criminal. So the NSAS protest started on account of that. It was largely ignored, and that's what led to the protest. So if you listen to the youth, their needs are not things that cannot be met, even not holistically. At least let them see the desire. Let them see the sincerity on the part of those who are governing them that, okay, we are hearing you, we are trying to do our best. You know, how can somebody leave school 5, 10 years and they are still looking for jobs? What exactly are you doing to help them? This should not be the fact that, okay, maybe when there are openings in ministries and parastatals, then some lawmakers will be the one throwing lists all around when the average man, average youth on the streets doesn't get a chance. The important thing is to make sure that you run an inclusive government that is at least tailored towards transparency, so that let them know that, okay, if I do my best, this is a merit-driven system. There's hope for me along the line. That is what everybody is looking for. Some of us went to public schools. We didn't have all the opportunities in the world. But at some point, because the system was maybe not as perfect as you will see in the Western societies, but we still believed in Nigeria, and we didn't go to expensive schools, but because we were maybe diligent enough with a bit of good luck from God, we were able to find ourselves in good systems that helped us to grow and nurture us to where we are today.
Well, moving on from the youth, the generality of the Nigerian populace, there seems to be this huge division. Of course, there have been division all along, but it seems more pronounced now, more than ever before. Here you're talking about Muslim, you're talking about Southwest, North, South. How would you advise the incoming president to bring everyone together?
Well, there are things we cannot wish away, and that is the fact that, okay, maybe the religion you belong to, the ethnicity, but like Brian Tracy said, everything rises and falls on leadership. It is our politicians, our leaders that amplify some of these divisions for their own ends, personal, political, narrow political ends as they are. So if they want to de-emphasize those things, they know how to go about it. Like I was looking at some issues some days back. Okay, there's a Muslim ticket, then there is a North handover to North system, which Atiku represented. Which one made more? I'm a Christian. Which one makes more sense for me? Will I prefer a Muslim from the South who has a Muslim running mate to be the president over a Fulani man taking over, running the country for 8 years in a democratic setting, and when he's going, he gives it to another Fulani man. So I had to make a kind of mental decision in my head that, okay, if it falls this way, I believe I can live more with this than with that. Then talking about the candidacy of Peter Obi, it will have maybe, if everything were to work according to plan, if this is for France, for instance, where Emmanuel Macron became the president, but Peter Obi doesn't have that luxury of time. He has not been in the race long enough. Like I said earlier, I've participated in political decisions and political currencies before. So as it occurred to me, he doesn't have that time coming from where he was coming from to build a structure. When you join a party that doesn't have a national spread, that doesn't have known structures on ground, because the structure of politics actually begins at the various units, which are like streets and communities, from where you go to the ward, you go to local government, you go to states and senatorial districts and all of that. So people can tell you they are following you in the main cities, but do you have the structures that will make sure that your votes count at the end of the day? That is what Peter Obi lacked. I will advise that, okay, even if he doesn't win at the Supreme Court, he should not forgo the structures that he's now building. Because whether you like it or not, there are some senators of the Federal Republic now that are going to be on Labour Party. Before now, there's no Labour Party senator in the Assembly. So by May 29, we are going to have maybe 10 of them or thereabouts who are senators of Labour Party. He doesn't have to abandon them. He has to control them, not control in the sense of be a godfather, but he has to influence them and let them know that, okay, he's the party leader. We have another shot in 4 years' time, or even if you are lucky, Supreme Court leans your way. So it's something you have to learn how to manage over time.
You know, talking about him not having structure, I just love the way you've analyzed all the parties and all of that. But talking about him not having structure, which was a major thing that was said against the party when they started, and then the elections came, and we were surprised to see how Labour Party appeared to have been so loved at the different local governments. You have all these, all those who vied under that party, unknown people winning.
Yeah,
that was a shocker, wasn't it?
It wasn't a shocker to me, I would say, because talking about structure, it doesn't mean that you can't have some wins. What it means is, okay, where it matters most, because when you do politics, you understand that the machinery of politics emanates from the rural areas. Mm-hmm. Lagos is a cosmopolitan city. There are many cities in Nigeria where you have people who are enlightened. You don't have to spend so much money to reach out to those people. There are maybe gruntled, they are disgruntled as they have their leanings. There are some that, okay, the energy is coming from their churches because those are the issues that matter to them. You know, Peter Obi, as it were too, has some tribal affiliation, not necessarily of his own making, but the old Southeast kind of, you know, tried and say, okay, this is a candidate that we can follow. You know, that doesn't make them tribalistic, but it means that they saw him as their project. That's why I don't think Tinubu in some of the states got up to 5%, you know. But that doesn't mean that it's not politics. At the end of the day, each person will look at what moves your needle, what it is that matters to me in this day and age. For me, I would rather a southerner of any extraction. That doesn't mean I don't believe in merit. I believe that this country is big enough to accommodate all of us. But this rotational presidency is something that I think can work. 8 years or 4 years in the north, let it come down to the south so that lets everybody feel a sense of belonging. At the end of the day, it should still go around to touch every...
All right. Well, Nigeria is quite pivotal in how Africa is perceived. How would you describe Nigeria's place in the Committee of Nations today?
Well, Nigeria is a country that has been blessed. Some people will tell you out of 3, 4 Africans, one is a Nigerian. If you travel out often, for every black man you see, or every 3, 4, 5 black people you see doing anything, 75% of them are Nigerians. It's that good, And because of the goodness of God in our economy, when you travel out, the ones that can afford to maybe spend money, they're also Nigerians. Those who are doing well. I was looking at the English Premier League lately. Just about every major club, even the championship clubs, there's always 1 or 2 Nigerians. Many of them have not been to Nigeria before, the truth be told.
Yes.
But by the time you are hearing Alao, Kelechi, Nketia, Saka, Adeyemo, that you feel a sense of connection with them, that this is my brother. Even Mbappe of France, he has a middle name that is Nigerian. Most people don't know that. So that is how we have been blessed. But managing that success, managing that sense of purpose that God has bestowed on us has been a challenge. But that doesn't stop the fact that we are a leader within the sub-region. Even in the Community of Nations nationwide, we've had people sit on United Nations General Assembly as Nigerians. Okonjo-Iweala is a Nigerian. She heads the World Trade Organization, among other things. So our education has been top-notch over the years. The standards have been falling lately. But the education, the population, the energy of the youth, The UK representative to Nigeria was saying the other day that Burna Boy is topping the charts in the UK. He's a Nigerian, and yet he's beating their own artists hands down. During the Super Bowl or whatever they did in UK, maybe NBA finals, they brought Burna Boy, brought Thames. Thames is a US citizen, but she has Nigerian origin, and brought maybe Omale or one of these other artists to come and play. That's how far in their dressing rooms, footballers play Nigerian music. So those are the soft things, the soft power that God has bestowed on Nigeria. We are not getting it right politically. At least democracy is there anyway. But I would want our political leaders to take the growth of the country. There's been a lot of stealing, a lot of personal enrichment, aggrandizement, and the rest of it. Let them tamper some of these things down and focus on the growth of the country. If the country grows, the youth benefits, they bring it back, they pay taxes. I'm a young person technically, but the way people are living the country, our leaders are not overwhelmed. They don't seem to appreciate the gravity of what it is that is leaving the shores of the country. The banks are having issues now, technical issues here and there. It's on account of the tech guys that have been managing the back-end servers leaving the country. So if you don't understand the gravity of that, then the problem is there for all of us to stare at. So if it behooves the government to say, okay, how do we encourage these people to stay? It comes with security, it comes with employment opportunities, it comes with sense of inclusivity. I learned that some people are tearing their PVCs on account of what happened the last time. I implore them not to do that, not to lose hope in the country. But the government itself has to show by doing it. It's not just telling people.
Exactly.
It's by showing them that we are here for you and we care about you. Not the children of the politicians, all of them graduating, going abroad and graduating from foreign institutions only for ASU to be on strike for 8 months or 10 months. It's unfair. It's ungodly.
Well, we have millions of Nigerians abroad, and there is an annual remittance of about 25 billion annually. That means that they are a key stakeholder in our development. How would you advise this present administration to embrace them, entice them to come back home and contribute to the development of this nation?
Well, there's no point enticing them. What you do is to provide the economic opportunities that will make them want to come home. Most of them is not because of the money, it's the security, it's the expectations of having a good life, Some people have come home only for them to, to experience inhuman experiences, death, murder, some other things I don't want to mention here when they come home. So government should provide security for people provide enabling environment for businesses to thrive. You know, we should not tax businesses to death. The first thing is about helping those businesses to grow. You know, a lot is happening. Nigerians are abroad. They are remitting money. But when a Nigerian wants to go to school abroad and is having issues getting foreign exchange, it's not a good thing. You tell them, okay, go and buy at the black market. But when they now make money, you want them to remit. Something doesn't add up for me. You understand? If you have to show that, okay, the same way you want me to sell my items and remit through the central bank, then when I need that forex, it should be available for me. Although it is tied to productivity of the country, which is also at the foot of the government per time. Focus on productivity, focus on what you can do to raise our GDP. And if that is done, then all these people on their own, it won't happen overnight. But, you know, one person comes, everything looks okay, it calls another person. Nigeria is not the same Nigeria that you used to think. Things are changing. You can even explore the concept of diaspora voting. You know, let them have a sense of belonging. You know, people from abroad, in US, they have people from abroad vote and send their votes home. We can technology has gone beyond what some of these people are telling us. That's why it's difficult for some of us to believe INEC when they were saying they had some downtime or they had some glitches. You know, we've had enough experiences to know that something like this, you prepare for it. So if you didn't prepare for it, maybe you should look inward. If there are fifth columnists within your system or within your rank that are making these things difficult for the ordinary Nigerians.
Well, you just mentioned INEC, which reminds me of the election that's coming up on the 11th of March, the governorship election. How confident should people be in going out on that day?
Well, I think they should be confident. INEC made some mistakes in this election of 25th February, and they've owned up, at least partly. The international community has called their attention to it, so they know that the eyes of the world is on them. So I want to believe that they will live up to expectations this time. Let the results be collated, as it were. Let it be transmitted from the polling units. You know, rein in the talks, whoever is responsible for them. When they cannot be reined in, then the military that were brought in and the policemen should do their duties so that there will be confidence in our democracy. We don't want to risk going to war on top of an election, but you don't rule out everything. An aggrieved party, if there is no room for the redress, can go in directions that you don't even think about. It was J.F. Kennedy that said, those who make peaceful transition impossible, we make violent revolution inevitable. We don't want to get to that stage. Let there be room for venting via the courts. Let there be room for engagement, at least of the youth. Let them feel they have a sense of belonging in this country. And you will be surprised in how well things run, at least where you have hope.
Now, how would you respond to the saying that the governors we've had over time have not been able to make the states as viable as they should be? Here we are going to another governorship election to elect people that I'm not quite sure whether they are going to change the narrative or it's just going to be same old same. If the states, the various states, are functioning as they should, we wouldn't be saying some of the things we're saying now.
Well, let me say one or two things. I have a WhatsApp group of fellow colleagues of some sort. You know, there's been an Okada rider in the East that won a seat.
Yeah.
You know, people are talking about him. So a friend was saying, it's not about an Okada man. Does he have what it takes to be in that chamber? Somebody replied him, those who have been there all along, what have they contributed? The governors that turned, maybe former governors that turned National Assembly to retirement homes, what actual contributions have they been making? So those are the issues. It's not about occupying a seat. It's about making a difference in the lives of the people. All of them come into office, you start hearing that there are no enough resources. For crying out loud, we knew that we don't have enough. Nobody has enough resources from day one. But the focus, the priorities you have, is it in tune with the people, or you prefer that, okay, the first thing is that I must live a good life. I must have a 40 car entourage. These are not the things that matter. Security is paramount for any sitting governor. Fine. But outside that, focus on spending money on the resources, on the things that the people need, that are of, that are tangential to their life. You know, outside Lagos, most of the states are, from an economic perspective, they are not viable the way I see them. You know, you have a city of maybe 2 million, 3 million people per state. At the end of the day, you are managing $3 million, $4 million a month. That resource is not enough. So how do we do? Look outside yourself. Look outside your state. Invite models, economic models that you feel can work. You know, okay, what are the things we as a state are good at? Is it corn? Is it cocoa? Go in those directions. You know, I was in a state, one of the 7 sisters in the Dubai Emirates. It's called Sharjah. I was there. They built that economy. They were building houses so that people can live and transport themselves to Dubai, because they look at, okay, what can we do? Ogun State, for instance, should do its policies mirroring Lagos. Okay, some people that are working in Lagos, they may not be able to afford living
houses in Lagos.
So how can we make sure that we do policies that will make people
live in Ogun and work in Lagos?
And work in Lagos, something like that. You have to be thinking out of the box most of the time. But the focus of people who govern us most time is just how do we, take this resource, not necessarily to the next level.
Okay, let's move away from the governors, the leaders, to the people themselves, the followers, we, the Nigerians, our mindset. Do you see us involved as we should be in terms of owning the country and contributing at different levels towards the development of the country? Because corruption has also eaten deep into the fabric of the society, as we can see.
Well, at the risk of sounding like a broken bottle, I will reiterate that everything rises and falls on leadership. Although some people have said every people gets the government they deserve, but there's a reason why we elect people into office. They are supposed to be the best of us. They are supposed to lead us in different directions. Be like Moses and chart a path for the children of Israel, so to say. He took a Winston Churchill to drive Britain during the Second World War. He took an Abraham Lincoln, for instance, to cancel slavery, abolish slavery in the U.S. He's dead now, maybe more than 150 years ago. But they will always tell you the legacies live on. So leaders should be about legacies. What can I do? You can make the people see new lights. It's not when the people have no hope, when there's hunger in the land, you can barely think about the next 2 days. It's now in the place of the leaders to tell them, okay, there's a future. And the leadership, the character, the competence of the leader will be what they'll be looking at. And we trust this man, as he's shown by his example. The reason many people follow Obi is because of his pattern lifestyle. They look at him, okay, this is a man that is maybe worth money in the millions of dollars. He will take economy, he will sit down, he does things, he carries his own bag. Even an ordinary local government chairman, for the most part in Nigeria, you see mopo all around them. They don't carry their own bags. Even you see their wives.
Their wives become something else.
You understand? But this man is somebody that we can identify with. And over time, it's not something he's been doing just because he's a politician now.
Yeah, it's been his lifestyle.
It's been his lifestyle. So they identify. That is the crux of the matter, why people feel we can identify with this person. Yeah. There's a quality in leadership they call empathy. How many of these people that parade themselves as politicians have it? The ability to connect with the followers at their level and see things from their perspective so that you can engage, you can provide solutions that are pungent, and related to the problem at hand.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayoko Christopher Ilo, for being our guest on One-on-One today.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
I am Maureen Menong. Many thanks for your time. Join us next time.
Today on The Breakfast, Nigerians across the country will again head to the polls to choose who governs their affairs at the state level and their representatives at the various houses of assembly. Now, what should be the expectations of Nigerians? Also on The Breakfast, we'll also be talking sports with the sports journalist, Monday Thomas. Don't forget to, we'll also be looking through today's newspapers, analyzing the biggest stories of the day. We call it Off the Press. Welcome to The Breakfast on Plustv Africa. It's a beautiful Friday morning. Yes, I'm very correct. And it's good to know that you're on the other side of a divide. And it's also great to know that I hope you're getting ready, to go cast your votes tomorrow. So it's the eve of the elections. My name is Messi Eboko. The lineup's quite interesting this morning. We ask that you sit back, relax as we have a very great and nice time. Now, don't forget, you can also engage with us on our various social media platforms on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. We're at Plustv Africa and Plustv Africa. As always, we start off our conversation with what's making the rounds. What are people talking about? Now, first on the list is that, church members of the Seventh-day Adventist Church have decided to sue INEC as well as the President, the Attorney General of the Federation, for fixing elections on Saturday. So at the Federal High Court in Abuja, it was actually on Wednesday that was fixed. Actually, it's been fixed May the 22nd to hear a suit seeking to stop the conduct of the elections and examinations on Saturdays. Now, listed as defendants in the suit are the President, like I mentioned earlier on, the Attorney General of the Federation, the Independent National Electoral Commission, and the Minister of Internal Affairs also. Now, you've also found out the defendants were the Joint Admission and Matriculation Board, National Examination Council, that's the West African Examination Council, and National Business and Technical Examination Board. The plaintiff, this is what they're seeking for. Seeking an order to restrain the 5th to the 8th respondents from scheduling and conducting compulsory public examinations on Saturdays. Now, don't forget that, if you remember vividly, JAM is always on Saturday. Most of these examinations on Saturday. Everything is always on Saturday. Without making an option for members of the Seventh-day Adventist Church to take their exams on that particular day other than Saturday. So when we talk about religion, it's quite sensitive, right? It's a very sensitive subject. And really, I never even thought about this and, how these persons actually feel. We live in a society that's very dynamic, Nigeria, in terms of our tribe, religion. You have different religion and practices. But we're also hoping that the government of the day will be able to accommodate, all of this divergent personality in terms of religion and what have you. And, however, fingers are crossed and let's see how that pans out. Let's see what becomes of it, especially the hearing in May. One would have actually said that, the court was this is happening at a time where we are supposed to have an election on the 18th of March. Now, don't forget the election was supposed to be on the 11th of March. But do they really have a valid concern? Are their concerns really valid? And what do you make of this? Are they expected to make sacrifices? And, we hope that we have a system that accommodates and tolerates, and we also have a system that people would understand, the business of governance and what have you. That's the much I can say at this point in time. Now to the next one, which involves the governor of Lagos State donating 100 million naira to the Akere marketers. Now, don't forget that the Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, had donated, of course, it happened on yesterday, I beg your pardon, 100 million naira to traders of that market, the Bond Akere Motor Parts and Allied Dealers Association in Ajegunle area of the state. The Governor, Sanwo-Olu, also laid the foundation of a new market building. Now, speaking during his visit to the Bond site of the market, The governor of Lagos State was quoted to say that the donation was part of efforts by the Lagos State government to help alleviate the plights of traders who lost goods and cash in the fire when the market got burnt last week. Now, remember that the governor had also said that it was like a promise. He would come back. So he came back. That's nothing that's very common, around us. When you say something, do you do what you say? And that's where the issue of integrity comes. So apparently, the governor lived up to his expectation. He said he will return, and he did immediately to support the people who were affected by the unfortunate incident. But he's also said, because I know that in your thoughts right now, in the conversation that a lot of Nigerians are talking about, is that, oh, it's a political season. This is politically motivated. Oh, it's because it's a campaign. Now, whether or not it's politically motivated, the most important thing is that, these persons have actually gotten support. And that's very, very important. So he said, just before you think out loud, that this is not politics. It's just a coincidence that it's a political season. And so whatever action, whatever government does and, whatever government decides to do and do not do will be tagged as politicking. So I like to quote him. I'm happy to be here to lay the foundation for the new market building. Now it's a story building and a small compensation that will alleviate the suffering and the loss of our traders. He also said that it is for us to make a clear stand that we're not about ethnicity or religious division. And that's what the governor was quoted to say. That's a very brilliant statement. But however, like I said, whether or not it has to do with, politicking, and you begin to say, oh, it's about the politics. The most important thing is that these persons have actually received support. And I hope that 100 million will go a long way in helping them, to rebuild their businesses, because you don't want to go to a fire incident, especially the markets. I've seen a lot of traders. I've witnessed that. I've actually reported that story. And, it's not a sight you want to be, around, especially at a time where a lot of people are still very conventional. You still have the unbanked. People keep cash in the markets, in the market space. And when this fire incident happens, it takes everything entirely. So yes, it's a plus. Whether it's politically motivated or it's not politically motivated, the governor himself has put out a statement as to the fact that it's just a coincidence. So, that's something to go by. But it's also important that we look at the essence, because every other time you have a fire incident, there are two things involved. It's either it's an accident or it's an arson. And when you talk about an arson, it means that someone is responsible for that fire. It's a deliberate effort. So it's not an accident, that an element or, group of persons are responsible for that fire incident. Now, in this case, it's been alleged that this fire didn't just happen. It's not an accident. It was just a deliberate effort of, some persons very associated with a political party. To be very precise, the allegation is that the APC is responsible for this. Their thugs are responsible for this because of the outcome of the presidential elections result in Lagos State, and that's why that happened. So I think that the governor should also be bent on ensuring that those who are responsible, even though, the police officers in Nigeria, the Nigerian police, I don't think you need a reminder to do your job. But if this is what's happening, the governor should also be interested in ensuring that those who, if it's an arson, that's the allegation, that we get to the bottom of this. What was responsible for this incident? If it's an arson, those who are responsible should be arrested and be brought to book, made to face the law. That's it. Okay? But as we progress, another on the top trending is the fact that Nigerians are talking about the census. Yeah, I saw a post where there's been a calculation of what will happen to the Nigerian student, those who are in the university. The postponement, the fact that the elections have been moved from 11 to the 18th, that's tomorrow. And then you also have the fact that there will be holidays. The census will come. There will also be Easter holiday in April. The Ramadan would also be there. It would just be a lot of holidays right there. So there's been a postponement, which was announced on Wednesday by the Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, where a lot of persons have asked, where is Lai Mohammed? But he's speaking now. after the weekly Federal Executive Council meeting in the FCT. Now, he said that the decision to shift the census was necessitated by the postponement of the governorship and state assembly elections by the Independent National Electoral Commission, that's INEC, from the 11th of March to the 18th of March. The exercise, of course, you already know, was scheduled to hold for the 29th of March. That's the census. Will not take place, will now take place, I beg your pardon, in May, but with no specific date that's been given. So, however, the minister also disclosed that the council had approved 2.8 billion naira for the National Population Commission to procure a software for the census. Apparently, it feels like, that's the reason why the date was moved, apart from the previous, because we also have Lai Mohammed. In some quarters, they're saying, hey, the reason why that was moved is that you have the commission trying to secure an extra fund. If you look at what originally it's been stipulated to be the fee or the amount for the conduct of the election, and then now you have the fact that there's also a need for extra 2.8 million, if I'm not mistaken, then tongues are already wagging. Nigerians are talking about it, and it's a lot to grapple with. But this is the point where we take a break and then join Jide Johnson on the other side of the divide to be part of Off the Press. Please stay with us. Good morning. And we're back with Off the Press on Plustv Africa. Jide Johnson joins us this morning. He's a senior lecturer of the Nigerian Institute of Journalism. Jide, it's good to have you join us. Can I say happy, election eve? I like to say happy, wish you happy something. Well, I'm not sure Jide can hear us, but hopefully we're able to connect with him. I'll start off with the leadership newspaper now. We have several papers to go through, and that's courtesy of our paper vendor. Now, the leadership says 14 states in dramatic governorship contest. And that's what it is. It's fight to finish in Lagos, Bauchi, Kaduna, Gombe, Delta, Adamawa, Rivers, Kano, Ebonyi, Enugu, Ogun, Oyo, Sokoto, Nasarawa. That's it. 11 governors in race for second term. INEC, Army warned personnel and please restrict movement for 18 hours. That has always been the case. But Kofi, that's also a point of dispute and conversation. That when we have elections, what's with the whole shutting down the entire economy? Can we have elections and have people, go about their businesses? Well, I can't wait to share the thoughts of Jide on this one. President Muhammadu Buhari to successor, sustain my anti-corruption fight. And I saw some tweets, somebody say, Baba, you don't do anything. Presidential poll, I will win in court, says Obi. And just before we move away from the leadership, competency will be my basis for appointment. Oh, that's what the president-elect is quoted to say. And then again, you find aviation workers secure federal government or sue federal government over proposed concession of airports. This conversation has been going on for a very long time. I owe you no apology, go to court. Lukman, there's Omoshere or Mishure. I hope I got that correctly. That's about the crisis in the APC. Naira and fuel scarcity, inflation push 24 million Nigerians into hunger. It's not something you want to think about. That's it this morning on the leadership.
Important questions that you asked, Mercy. Let's go over to the Punch this morning with these headlines. Nigeria needs competence, not national unity government. As the President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu still struggling, trying and striving to improve his legitimacy, because that's always going to be difficult, even if he emerges at the end of the day. More from the Punch. Leadership not by force. Good luck, Jonathan. It's a very funny one. Leadership not by force. So like we say in Nigerian pidgin, leadership not be by force. Polls, Lagos, Kano, Rivers governorship candidates face tough battles. Yes, so Mike, governor of Rivers State, made a live broadcast yesterday and he got people talking. Threats ahead of Saturday polls worrisome, Abdul Salami. States insist on contempt charge against Malami Emefiele. We have IPOB rejects 10th deadliest terror group ranking. Okay, 3 feared killed as party supporters clash in Lagos, Ogun, Oyo, and unions protest airport concession sue minister fan. And we see a picture story there. Readiness of officers of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. Remember when they were asking Nigerians to allow them use guns, and you can see they're brandishing their weapons ahead of the state governorship and House of Assembly elections in Abuja on Thursday. And they have their own, I think, their own local elections in Abuja as well. But remains to be seen whether this will translate into any actual security and protection on the ground. Those are the headlines on the front page of the Punch.
Well, we take our attention from the Punch now, and let's quickly look at the Daily Trust newspaper. It talks about the elections tomorrow. Security operatives on red alert in state, and peace committee worried over violence, intimidation, and threats. Now and again, there's also another video of MC Oluomo threatening a sect of people. To be very precise, I mean, let's say the way it is, Igbos. If you don't go to vote for the APC, stay at home. Now, this also is generating too many, controversies and questions. And people are saying, what exactly is going on? Is this not a crime? What does the Electoral Act say about this? Now, apart from the Electoral Act, if you look at the Constitution, is there any provision? Is this not a crime? How come the police is not involved? How can we even, have party members of political parties projecting this kind of narrative? I mean, this would actually pass for voter threat and intimidation. If you look at the number of persons who actually register for voting in election, and then you look at the number of turnout, over time, we always say voter apathy, and that's because people are not interested. That's the cliche. But I think that we need to begin to expand. But like again, Jide Johnson will be here to share his thoughts on all of this one. IPOP ranked world's 10th deadliest group. Very interesting. How I will form my cabinet, that's what the president-elect is quoted to say. 17 die in Kano auto crash. And just before we move away, National Assembly leadership, while we're delaying zoning till after governorship polls, Adamu is quoted to say, Finance Minister urges up incoming administration to increase VAT to 10%. VAT of what? You want to ask. Girl, 6 mistakes petrol for kerosene and burn self while learning to cook. Wow. Well, that's it this morning on the Daily Trust newspaper.
All right, we'll take a final one. We have an interesting addition to the Out the Press family. It's an environmental newspaper called Nature News. Lead story there, EcoBank, IITA, partner to support 16,000 youth through Agric. That is the world-renowned IITA. It's very important organization, Tropical Agriculture, the Institute of Tropical Agriculture, Nigeria produced 1.3 million barrels per day accrued in February, missed target by 500,000 barrels per day. OPEC, SPDC lifts force majeure on Bonny exports. That's some good news. Rivers pipeline explosion, Shell failed to protect facilities. CAP, that's a Corporate Accountability and Public Affairs organization. All right. More from Nature News. Nigeria, 54 others suffer shortage of health workers. I think that reminds us of what the Minister of Labor Dr. Prisingige said about the health workers in the country have more than enough. IMF approves first batch of climate resilience loans. We're going to probably go back for these loans. And death toll rises as Cyclone Freddy ravages Africa. Some really, really worrying news there. Jide Johnson, good morning once again. Let's start with your thoughts on the picture stories of on the front page of the Punch newspaper and indeed Daily Trust. But I hope our guys can show us the Punch newspaper. I mean, we see the weapons. You can see this is not even, we're not talking about army. We're talking about civil defense here. And if this can be what the civil defense will be using on election day, then imagine what the Nigerian army and the police will be using. I mean, this looks like some SWAT team from an American movie. But Jide Johnson, we saw a show of force before the presidential election. Convoys of Nigerian soldiers, some of them even filming their own personal videos warning those who were coming out to rig elections and to cause trouble with thugs to beware that they were on ground. But what did we see on election day? These guys were nowhere to be found in most cases, not all cases. What are your thoughts on this, Jide Johnson?
Need these people in collation centers, the ward collation centers. That's where you want these people to be. But what you have just seen is just a PR for these security agencies to justify their budget. At the end of the day, if you send your reporter to go around during the election, I'm not too sure you are going to see these security agencies in the polling unit. I've always raised this question: where do we need to secure? Elections are not rigged at the polling unit, even though it starts at those processes. We have seen that elections are rigged at the collation center. But what do we have at the collation center? If you have the collation center, you use the local government secretariat as the collation center. So you have given a head start and advantage to the party that controls the state and the local government structure. So as far as I'm concerned, this is just these security agencies to justify their budget that they are spending money to preserve and protect democracy. As far as I'm concerned, I'm just saying that they are just playing to the gallery. In any case, were the security agencies able to prevent some places in imposing curfew without having the authority to impose curfew on the rights of the citizen to move left, right, and center? Kofi, you and Mercy, I wonder how you people got to the office this morning, because where you are, I guess, is one of the areas in which the traditional ruler imposed curfew on people going about their normal business. So as far as the security pictures, you see, even the pictures, if you know, you know. If you understand what I mean, if you engage, all those pictures are paid for. They are just PR. They are not newsworthy. They are not newsworthy picture. They are paid for to justify the budget that these agencies are spending on security, protecting democracy. Who audited the money that was spent for the presidential election? After the election, what happened? We saw what happened in the collation center. We saw what happened across the length and breadth of Nigeria. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm not impressed and I'm not perturbed.
Well, I also like you to share your thoughts on the leadership. I mean, the headline that, you have 14 states which are really in a dramatic contest for the governorship elections. And Lagos is, one of it. Bauchi, Kaduna, Gombe, Delta, Adamawa, Rivers, Kano, Ebonyi, Enugu, Ogun, Oyo, Sokoto, Nasarawa, amongst others. Now, do you really agree with this caption? Is there really going to be any sort of drama?
Yeah, if you understand, if you see now, this is when people say politics is local, you see a lot of things will play up concerning gubernatorial election. In actual sense, it's not out of place for a party to have won the presidential election outrightly, to win a state outrightly, and then for the party to lose out in the gubernatorial election, because there are so many local dynamics to the election. So like has been pointed out, based on the intelligence that has been gathered by the reporter of the leadership newspaper, Ogun State is a toss-up, Nasarawa State is a toss-up, Lagos is a dead heat, Kano is a battleground, Bauchi, the gladiators contesting in Bauchi. So all of these states that have been, Rivers, for example, Rivers, there's a lot of people that are aggrieved One, allegedly based on the manipulation of the February 25th general elections in Rivers State, and there are people that have put their foot on the ground that they'll set the record straight. So there's no doubt that these dynamics will play out. And don't forget that some of the governors are ending their tenure. So as a result of the end of their tenure, new governors are coming in. So there are a lot of things that will come to play. I agree with that report in totality, because if you look at Ogun, you look at Oyo, for example, Oyo, that was a clear-cut victory for PDP. If anyone has told you, I've spoken about it in 4 months' time, 4 months ago, 6 months ago, 3 months ago. But you saw what played out with presidential election result and then the National Assembly election, where APC almost cleared all of the states. So it will embolden those that won the election, and those that lost, they will be licking their wounds. So I agree with that particular report. It's going to be interesting. But what we want to happen is for us to secure the critical infrastructure of democracy, which is the votes. Let whoever emerge through the ballot system. Let it emerge through the votes. Leaders are elected from the polling units, not from the collation center, not by the electoral body. The moment we start voting, by the end of voting, if you do everything under normal circumstances, by the end of voting, the winner will have emerged. The winner will have emerged, because what the beauty of it of this representative democracy is that when I'm going to vote, I don't know the outcome. But as I'm voting, all of us are voting, and whoever emerges through that voting process automatically becomes the elected representative of people. And when people emerge through free and fair democratic process, then you have a fair and a responsible public governance. But when people emerge through crooked means, that's why you have crooked delivery of deliverables of democracy, because they are not accountable. They knew that they did not get the mandate of the people. They got through office through crooked means, so they will be accountable to those that got them into power. And I hope the security agencies will understand that they are critical to securing democracy. And how do we secure the democracy? Whoever the people that we assume responsibility of leadership of state apparatus must emerge through a free and fair electoral process.
All right, very interesting, J.D. Johnson. I'm just enjoying your analysis here. It's like eating some nice delicacy. PMB to successor. This is on the front page of the Leadership Friday. He's saying to his successor, sustain anti-corruption fight. Is this, to you, from what you see playing out, going to be possible, and is it feasible? And does the president have a tangible anti-corruption fight to hand over to any successor, in your opinion?
The president is living in self-delusion. I've said it is in the public domain. You see, on the anti-corruption drive of this administration, from inception, I can tell you for a fact, I've done nothing less than 20 programs talking about the anti-corruption drive of this administration. And I've said that they are just playing to the gallery, that they were only fighting corruption on the pages of newspaper. What successful prosecution do you have? What institution did this? We knew when Obasanjo came, a team loved him. There were institutions that were established. EFCC, ICPC, agencies were established. And we knew ministers under Obasanjo that were prosecuted. We knew Inspector General of Police that was prosecuted. Minister under Obasanjo, governors that were prosecuted. We knew. No doubt, some will say that they switch hunting. Well, that's another perspective to story. We saw all of that under Obasanjo administration. Now, what kind of anti-corruption drive did you see that this administration, this present administration that came into in 2015, what kind of anti-corruption drive did they? All we see is that money was recovered, yet we are borrowing money. The money that were recovered from who? Who are those that those money were recovered from? Who are those that have been prosecuted over corruption cases in Nigeria? But what we see is that those stories were slammed on the pages of newspaper, and the media will awash their spaces with those stories without any corresponding investigation to attest to whether in actual sense those money that were recovered or those that have been accused of corruption were actually tried and prosecuted. We have a situation under this administration where somebody was was convicted, was almost convicted, and because of technical issue, the person his case was thrown out, and then the person later emerged as the chief whip, as the chief whip of the Ninth Assembly. He's even projecting himself to be the Senate president. So what type of corruption? And someone said, you know what? You recall when people said that if you want your corruption, if the national chairman of APC then, who happens to be a senator-elect and the former governor of Edo State, said, as long as you come to APC, your sins will be forgiven. If you have corrupt cases, I'm saying what is there in the public domain. So what is the president saying? He's saying to the gallery, the reality will dawn on him, because now we will discover that nobody is coming to Aso Rock again. The attention has shifted to the president-elect. So everybody will be going to the defense house, and the president will live under the delusion that he has subjected himself to in the last 8 years with respect to fight the corruption. Those corruption were just fighting on the page of newspaper. You know, they campaign on that, and they have to justify why they got the mandate of the people for the last 8 years.
Well, I'd like you to also share your thoughts on this. Is on the Leadership newspaper. It talks about the fact that aviation workers in Nigeria have sued the federal government, or are suing the federal government over airport concessioning, and the fact that 150 billion arrears have not been paid. Jide, how does this really make you feel? And do you think that there's any hope in all of the suing? Is it even necessary in the first instance?
Well, government has a responsibility to pay the arrears of the workers. That's their liability. They should. But if you ask me, I'll tell you that there is a need for us. There are a lot of things that we need to privatize in terms of government has no business in the aviation sector. Allow the public, just regulate and allow the public to operate and manage this sector. All you need to do, if you've traveled through the length and breadth of this country, and then if you traveled outside of Nigeria and you see the way we run our aviation sector, you just wonder whether something is actually wrong with us as a people. As far as I'm concerned, if you see what happened in telcos, in the telcos, and if you see what happened in other sectors that we allow the private to participate in, we see that there are better service delivery and reduce a lot of wastages that you have and a lot of redundancy that you have in government managed institutions. So I want us to privatize. They said they privatize NNPC. No doubt, we have not seen what has been done to that effect. So let's really privatize the aviation sector, but whatever liability the government is owing the workers will not want you to privatize, because they are feeding fat from the redundancy, from the mismanagement, and from the unprofessionalism that characterize the management of these various institutions that are involved in the aviation sector. So as far as I'm concerned, I want us to privatize, but government must also fulfill its own part of the bargain, pay the areas, and don't give them the reason for them to go to court. If the areas are not paid, they have a right to go to court. They have a right to approach the court for the court to adjudicate on the matter. And the court should look at the merit of the case and adjudicate as proper. However, is it a government that respects the decision of the court system, which is therefore is an open debate. Everybody knows whichever side he belongs to. There's a particular story which, in one of the pages of the newspaper, where the state governor insisting that the Attorney General of the Federation and the central bank governor should be tried for contempt of court. And I agree with them in totality. When the chief law officer of the state is himself the person that is not actually putting in place instrument to ensure the enforcement of the decision of the court. What do you have? When the chief lawmaker, the chief law enforcer is the chief lawbreaker, then you have chaos in the society. So I agree, let's privatize.
Okay. A lot to look at. Let's talk about concession of airports. So, try to reduce our talk on the parties today. But the airports concession is a big one that some people are looking forward to with some sort of expectation, so that it may be a way of having these airports that government has invested money in through huge loans, have them work. But the airport workers, aviation workers, are not in support of this, and they have proceeded to sue the federal government over these proposed concession of the airports. Do you think that the workers have a point here, that they may become the victims if this concession goes ahead?
They have a right. They have a right to go to approach the court, and the country also has a right to allow the private sector to participate. Like I've said, the a Nigerian owned one of the largest airports in Great Britain. I can't recall his name now. So if you look at MM2, which was considered to boycott me, you compare MM2 to MM1, if you have traveled to the local wing, and you look at what is available in terms of facility, in terms of operation, and in terms of management, you understand what we are saying. There's a need for us to concede. If those ones want to go to court, they have a right to go to court and let the court look at the merit of the case. Government should pay the arrears, but there's a need for government to take its hands off a lot of things. Like I've said earlier, if you look at the telcos industry, where is Nitel today? Nitel moved to MTEL. Where is MTEL today compared to the likes of other actors and players in the telcos industry? So I don't want to mention that name because they didn't pay your organization for advert.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Well, just quickly as we close this conversation down again, there are several interesting headlines that we need to look at. Another one talks about the issue of Naira and fuel scarcity, inflation that's been pushed as 24 million Nigerians are going to be moved into hunger. Do you think that this is actually real, or it's just a pepper statement? 24 million Nigerians getting into hunger.
There's an environmental news. There's an environmental newspaper which is a fresh bread to what we are doing, which you read, where EcoBank and IIT partners to support 16,000 youths in agriculture. Mercy, Kofi, you and I will go to the market. We knew what has happened to the price of goods and services. We knew, it's clear, and then so it's very clear for us to understand that when you have scarcity of goods and too much funds are running after those goods, you have inflation. Every of the actions of the government in the past has contributed for us to have hyperinflation. We are even having a double-digit inflation. So a lot of people have been pushed down into poverty line. So it's clear for everybody to see. Except you don't go shopping, except you don't go to the market. If you look at the price index of commodity products, it's clear for anybody to see that there is in the last 8 years we have moved further down the poverty line, and it will not get better. It will not get better next year. You see, let's talk about the currency exchange. You know the value of money that people have lost. We use money to buy money during that until the judgment of the Supreme Court and the compliance with it this week, a week after, by the actors and players in the banking industry. Everybody uses money to buy money. You need 5,000, you use 1,000, 1,500 to buy the money. So over time, people whether it was your program where one of the public commentators said he got 100,000 for whether 125,000. They had to pay 25,000. So where is that 25,000 coming from? All of this money we are getting, where is it going to come from? And if you look at this policy, I've said it over time. Look, the money they are collecting on trying for us to be cashless, it's putting further burden. It's eating deep into your money because you're not paying attention. You pay 6 Naira 70 kobo for telco charges. And I tell you, if you do, let's say if you do a 100 billion transaction in a day, that's 6 Naira 70 kobo times 100 million transaction in a day, plus the 20 Naira or 25 Naira that the banks will collect as their charges. If you put that over, so who is paying for who? So we have a system that has been put in place to take money from the mass and put it in the hands of the elites. So the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. So there are a lot of things, there are a lot of conversation we are going to have as soon as we are through with the electoral, as soon as we are through with the election and new government comes into place. Because when people begin to look at some of these policies of government, there are different forms of indirect taxes. There are different types of indirect taxes that have been imposed on you and I. That is taking our money, but because you cannot pay attention, because those money are in units, 6 Naira 70 kobo, it makes no difference. 20 Naira. But if you take 20 Naira from 100 million Nigerians, you know what it amounts to in every of the transactions they make. And if you are getting quality service in return for some of this revenue the government is making. If you are getting quality service in return, there is no doubt about that. You pay for what you have. In other climes, people pay 40-45% of their income as taxes, but they get that in return in terms of good services, in terms of good infrastructure, in terms of good health care, in terms of other things that they can enjoy in the society. But what do we have to show for all of the money that they are collecting from our hands? It's for us to have people threatening you. It's for non-state actors to have more power over the citizen than even state actors. It's for a Ballot to
But Jide Johnson, you would also
democracy. It's for the chairman of a
Johnson, you'd also want to agree with me that our tax collection regime is very weak. I mean, I'm not sure we're collecting, the taxes that we should collect. I'm not talking about the extra, but if you look at the percentage,
the one we are collecting, I agree with you. The one we are collecting, what are we doing with the one we are collecting? I'm asking you, the revenue that are being generated, what are we doing with the revenues that are being generated? It's the question I'm asking. If you say, okay, our tax regime is poor, is this, is that, okay, no doubt about that. But the little one you are collecting, justify why you are collecting it so that people will know that you are spending this money judiciously and you prosecute whoever is not paying the taxes. The interesting thing is that it is people that are not paying the taxes that are also in charge of leadership. You know that?
You're telling me now.
I recall the president-elect said in one of his colloquium that we need to expand the tax dragnet to capture a lot of people. And he mentioned his name, that even I, Ballot, if I'm not paying, I should be captured so that I should pay. So it's there in the public domain. It's not whether you are for this or you are for. What we are saying is that let there be a justification for. I'll give you an example. What's the justification for the collection of the toll that have been collected on Lekki toll gate for many, many years? For many, many years. It's an axis you go through. Mercy, you live in Aja. So it's an axis and you work in BI. So it's an axis you go through, you've gone through many, many, many, many, many years. Once you leave the toll gate, tell me. In fact, you even go through hardship in going through the payments. It's in Nigeria that the cost of collecting the taxes is even much more than the taxes that are collected.
All right, Jide Johnson, we'll just take a final one before we say goodbye to you, and of course, look forward to having you back on the program. The Naira fuel scarcity and inflation is pushing 24 million Nigerians into hunger, according to the FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization. It's on the front page of Leadership Friday. While we have our eyes on the elections, this is a very important aspect of our national life that some people may go to bed hungry tonight. And even if, the elections are concluded and the best candidate wins at the end of the day, we'll still have to grapple with hunger. Jide Johnson, 24 million Nigerians. What hope do these people have? The hope is definitely not coming from the government, is it? Naira scarcity and fuel scarcity are driving factors, including inflation, to push these people into hunger. Jide, what hope?
You see, they are just being conservative with figures. It's not 20, they are more than 24 million Nigerians. And you know the interesting thing? Kofi, if I have been able to convince at least 9 million of those people, you know I'll be the president-elect today. If I've been able to convince 9 million out of even that 24 million, and that's why you see that the incidence of vote buying is very, very high. And that's why it's a key component part of our democratic experience, because one of the things that we have seen since 1999 to date is not an exception to the APC government. It's what we have seen since 1999 to date across the states, across the 36 states of the Federation, including the Federal Capital Territory, even though the 9th chairman is trying to call the Federal Capital Territory one of the states. In one of the press conferences, he said that 7 states. I didn't know where he got that from. Is to perpetuate poverty. And once you perpetuate poverty, an hungry man cannot think straight. It's clear. An hungry man cannot think straight. So we have a situation whereby people justify collection of revenue, people justify that they are investing in projects, and you see a lot of people walking on the street, living in hunger, living in abject poverty. And
But, you know, Jide Johnson, when we talk about poverty, I mean, because this is, you know, another dimension to this, Jide, if you can hear us, is the fact that if we look at this, there's been several policies of government as to, I mean, these policies are targeted at tackling the issue of poverty. Remember, you know, several statements and policy statement has been put out. You also have different programs, social intervention programs by this government. 8 years, you know, almost 8 years already, because few more months before the handover. And all of these programs are, you know, were made and formulated to take care of the issue of poverty. And so why then do we still talk about, you know, 24 million persons getting into poverty? Is this new 24 persons, or what exactly is it? And then, you know, it feels like the government has not been thinking, because that's how you're sounding. I think that there's been several policies that the government has put in place, and, you know, there's been a statement that's been put out also to tackle the issue of poverty for the past 8 years. Let's call it 8 years already. Jide, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mercy. There's no poverty that has been tackled by any administration.
But you agree with me that there's been policies of government. I mean, there's all, you know them. For instance, the social intervention program.
They've succeeded in doing is to perpetuate poverty, and as a result of that, we have seen a lot of Nigerians impoverished under this present democratic dispensation, which I call civilian administration and not a democratic governance. Because what we have seen is a transition from military government to people in civilian dresses. They still have the tendencies of all the military. They still have all the tendencies. They still have it.
All right, Jide, we have to go at this point in time. We do appreciate you for being part of our show this morning, The Breakfast, and Off the Press, to be precise. We look forward to sharing your thoughts on more national critical issues as, you know, we proceed in 2023. Thank you so much once again.
All right, still ahead on The Breakfast, we have conversations concerning the elections, governorship and state houses of assembly elections, especially in Nigeria's commercial nerve center of Lagos, to look at what lies ahead, expectations, and of course, what are some of the fears that voters may have ahead of the Lagos governorship polls. We'll also look at what's happening in other states around the country. Please stay with us.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you're looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plustv Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
Welcome back. We still have more discussions right here on The Breakfast on Plustv Africa. It's less than 24 hours to the governorship and state assembly elections in Nigeria, and voters in Lagos State will troop out, just like others around the country, to participate in the governorship and state legislative elections in what perhaps represents the toughest challenge to the reign of the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, in Lagos State. The recent wave of the obedient phenomenon has thrust the Labour Party to the position of main challenger, while the hitherto main opposition party in Lagos State, the People's Democratic Party, struggles to remain relevant. Now, this has not been helped by the fact that the age-long leader of the People's Democratic Party in Lagos State, Chief Olabode George, and his Eko Akete leadership political think tank or group and structure yesterday declared their support for the Labour Party and its governorship candidate. Now, meanwhile, it remains to be seen if the results of the presidential election that saw the APC lose in Lagos State will repeat itself or be repeated in the governorship poll. Stephen Agiode is a legal practitioner, and he's our guest this morning on this conversation right here on The Breakfast. Stephen Agiode, thank you very much for your time. There have been projections, by some, statistics and intelligence organizations like SPM Intelligence, which was the leading in the country, that show that we might see a different result in Lagos State from what happened during the presidential election, where for the first time, since its formation, the APC lost a presidential poll in Lagos State. They're saying that the People's Democratic, the All Progressives Congress, and the incumbent governor Sanwo-Olu will emerge as the governor of Lagos State, and they put some factors out there. Now, what is your analysis and your expectation as far as the result of the Lagos State election is concerned?
Well, if you look at the result of the presidential election, one would see that there were some factors at play, which I am not sure could have changed much. Normally in Lagos, there's a block ethnic vote, which has always been outside the APC. That is that of the Igbos. But something happened some time ago, the EndSARS crisis, which I think has had a profound effect on the politics of Lagos State. The youth population of the Lagos State seems to have decided to adopt the stance of protest votes, and that is what I think is playing out in Lagos. Whether between last election and today something might have changed, I don't know, but it's not something I would want to wager on.
Very interesting.
But let's also, look at the fact that, prior to this time, if you talk about security, it's a major concern. And we know how a lot of persons had anticipated that this election was not going to hold or going to have an interim government and what have you. Now, there were some states, according to research that was also put out, that should be, given attention to. These states have high risks of, security threats. Lagos was one of them. There were about 24 of them, if I'm not mistaken. And now, juxtaposing that with the security situation in the 25th of February elections, what do you think that we should anticipate? Do you think that the security personnel would do a better job? When we compare that to what had happened, we saw ballot boxes being snatched. We saw people being intimidated. A lot actually happened. With all that we had, information in terms of intelligence, and the fact that it felt like the government was proactive in deploying personnel.
Well, I can speak of Lagos where I am now. What I see in Lagos is that the security personnel, the administrative mechanism of Lagos has been a little slow in reacting to what I see as threats coming from ethno-sectarian. You see, what we've seen now is that the Labour Party candidate has now been associated with a particular ethnic group. You see on the social media claims as if some people are taking over a state, some people are not taking over a state. Before this, there was a much publicized peace commission in which the president was a part of. Things were signed. And I was saying then that things were signed, but there was no mechanism for enforcement of them. I would have thought when most of these ethnic claims and all that were coming out, I would have expected members of the peace committee to speak out, to say, no, this is not right. This harkens back to an earlier time in our politics. We should have gone beyond this. I would have expected them to even call out names, to say, you, stop this. This is not the way to go. I think we have not seen a reaction from that peace committee. We have not seen a reaction from the security agencies to say the manner of this campaign is dangerous. I hope between now and tomorrow we will begin to see that. People come out and say, for instance, you can't stop people from moving about. You can't stop people from voting just because they are not going to vote for you. I hope those things are going to happen between now and tomorrow.
That's a big hope.
It's a big hope, because otherwise the situation might be unpleasant for all.
I mean,
because you hear, I've seen some of the things going around on social media. Almost all parts of Lagos are going to be under some kind of lockdown, Oro festival.
What are your thoughts on that Oro festival? Because you have a sort of a dilemma of being obedient to the customs and the traditions of the land, you know, which is something that we all should respect. I mean, we here in the media, we always respect that. So how does one maneuver, you know, that? If care is not taken, people are going to get to the polling stations, polling centers, and there'll be people there already, like we saw in the video that's gone viral from MC Oloma, who is saying that the APC supporters should go there on time. You know, non-indigenous women are not allowed to step out before a certain time. Should they obey this? Should they say, no, I'm going to enforce my rights? You know, as a part of Lagos where this was reported earlier this month, and they said they made a report to the CP. The police haven't said anything that I know about this so far.
Okay. So we start from the fundamental. In law, we call the Constitution the fundamental norm, the basic norm of the country. Our Constitution in Section 38 allows you to have a religion, to propagate the religion in any way, which means the people who are engaged in the whatever they are doing in Oro have a legitimate right to do it. They can propagate whatever traditional belief they have. But at the same time, we have in the Constitution a provision that, one, you must not discriminate against people. Which means you cannot say, for instance, because I'm a woman, I cannot move about. Two, we have basic freedom of movement, which means I can go here and go to Sokoto State at any time I want to, whether in the midnight or in the morning or wherever. I can reside there too. These are the these are our fundamental laws. Whatever rights you have are subsumed under that fundamental law. You cannot breach it. The fundamental rights in the Constitution are far more important than any other provisions of the Constitution, not to talk of other laws of this country. So, the rights of Oro worshippers or whatever they are is subject to the clear provisions of the Constitution. They cannot stop anybody from moving. They cannot discriminate against sections of our people. We must get that very clear.
But wouldn't this be played on? Because I've seen some adverts, you know, in let's say, what would the effect of this be? Because there's a strategy we can see from the MC Lomo camp, which is a big block in the APC, to say, if you are a supporter of APC, get to the polling center very early. And then the video, the claim is that he said, allegedly, I don't speak Yoruba, I have to get a translation, allegedly that he's saying, when you get there early, make sure you vote very early, and then anybody that comes after you, ask them, are you voting for APC? If not, you chase them away.
These are clearly unconstitutional things, and these are things that I was thinking the Peace Committee and the security agencies will immediately stop in and stamp out. They are clearly unconstitutional.
What about the security agencies? I mean, we asked the question to our guest on the newspaper analysis segment that we see on the front pages of a couple of papers, show of force, you know, police officers and civil defense in with high caliber weapons. But where are they when all of these things are happening?
Their voices should be heard. The Commissioner of Police, Lagos State, should be able to say something about it. The Inspector General of Police should be able to say something. But more importantly, we created some political structures to deal with this, the Peace Committee. Where are they? I mean, it's not enough to tell people to come and sign papers that it's not going to be enforced. What's the point? When you expect people like Bishop Kuka and all the former head of state,
Abdulsalami Abubakar,
all you expect them to come out and talk now. It is not, we shouldn't wait till there's a crisis I expect within the next 24 hours to hear from them. The trend that is going, this trend of ethnic jingoism, it takes us back to a time in our past that we should have gone past.
So, yeah.
I mean, if you look back in our past in the early 60s, these were dangerous.
Are you advising voters to go out irrespective of
any
traditional
curfew?
They
should. The voters should go out and vote without fear. They should go out in numbers.
At any time they want to?
At any time they want to. They should go out in numbers and vote for the candidate they want.
Okay, so but just quickly, let's also look at another issue with this election, because the February elections, the 25th of February election, presidential election, seem to be like what would trickle down to the elections of tomorrow. Now, for instance, if we looked at some of the issues with that election, prior to the fact that INEC was boasting and bragging of having the resources and having what it takes to conduct a rerun in terms of logistics. And then we also saw at the end of the elections that INEC also complained that, they had the issue of logistics. Now, looking at that in terms of preparedness, the materials has always arrived very late. In some polling units, the materials didn't arrive at the time, and we also had reports where elections were rescheduled. So again, do you think that there will be an improvement of what we experience in the presidential elections in terms of, arrival of these materials? Because that's what also trickles down to the coalition center and whether or not results are also announced early. Because if you don't start early, you're just going to end up late as well.
You raise an important issue, but there's even a more important one that arises from all these things you have said. In the let's start with the fact that we have about 93 million registered voters in this country. Of the 93 million registered voters, 87 million, about 87 million, are said to have collected their PVCs. The winner in the presidential election won with 9 million votes. There is a trend in our elections that the voter turnout has been reducing. In fact, by the latest figure, we have the lowest voter turnout in Africa.
By percentages?
Yes. So if you look at it now, you will find that INEC actually then needs to ask itself, is all these things that you have highlighted, are they the reasons why voter turnout is coming down? Is it a question of our own performance? Is it that we don't get early to the polling booth? We don't get to the people. We don't have enough materials. Is it the reason?
In some polling units, if you look at the result sheets on iReporter, they had more ballot papers than even the number of registered voters. In some places, you see maybe they have 30 registered voters, and you see they took 450 ballot papers. So it can be a lack of ballot papers, especially with the $1.7 billion.
Yes, if you get to a polling station at 2:00,
as INEC,
I mean, what time is really left for voting?
But the law says that the last person on the queue at the time the voting is supposed to end.
That is true, but if I wait for you till 2, I may feel you are not coming. I may lose interest in the election. I may not go again. I may not come out. If I consistently go like that, I may not. There's a reason why we are having decreasing voter population, and INEC needs to think about it, because it comes back to the legitimacy of our democracy. So you have so few numbers.
What could be the possible reason? Because it's a very crucial question that Mercy has asked. Because you have a point you've raised that from 1999, the voters register has been increasing. But with every increase, we see a decrease in the percentage of voters coming out. 24.9 people only came out of 87.2.
24.9, yes.
So what could the problem be? Some have said we have an overbloated register that really needs to be cleaned out. Some people have died. Some people had multiple registrations from the days of Maurice Wu, and even before till now, you just had some people so that the voter register is overbloated, it's overstated, it's not real.
Well, as for deaths, I would say we have not had a civil war since. So, I mean, how many people could really have died? I mean, statisticians will know that there's a given number of people you expect to die naturally. We have not had, we had COVID, but it didn't really affect us that much. So why are the numbers so low? All these things are what a responsible electoral body should sit down and investigate. If it's the voters register that is overbloated, then why are you going to elections with a register that is not clean? They should look at these issues after this election. But surely there's something wrong here. There's something wrong.
No. So again, you know, as for tomorrow now, we're still looking at this. We're looking at the fact that what should we anticipate? What should people expect? Are we going to see INEC doing better than what they did before? Are we going to have voting start for 8:30? I mean, hardly have I ever seen any elections where we say we're going to have people, you know, start casting their vote by 8:30. Maybe this might just be different. So it's a question. And what do you think? Do you think that the energy of the people would, you know, turn out for these elections?
No, I feel the people are ready. The people have shown that they are at least in the small numbers in which they come out. If you look at them in the polling booths, particularly in my own polling booth, what I notice is people are enthusiastic. They want to come out. They want to vote. If the voting people are there, I think we will see a turnout similar to that of the last election. I think whether INEC will be better prepared, you know, there were issues with uploading results immediately, whether they have learned their lessons, that remains to be seen. That remains to be seen because, you see, the problems with voting were already evident in the Osun State election, the one held previously. And, you know, they were already in court. And they didn't seem to have learned the lesson of Osun State and all that. The elections they held with the earlier off-cycle elections they had held with Beavers had thrown up Anambra, Osun, had thrown up issues that would have warned them that the presidential elections might have some problems. And I think it was Yeager Africa who were mentioning that maybe it should have moved them to do a trial mock national run and all that. Well, it doesn't cut it for you to say our server was overwhelmed because we did not foresee from off-cycle elections that we will have this volume of information on our server. And all that.
So in other words, you're saying that if we did not get it right with the off-cycle elections,
we should have learned from them.
If we didn't learn anything, then there's no magic that can happen tomorrow.
The time is short. We were to hold elections last week, but we didn't hold it. You know, they spent most of that time in the election tribunal with some of the parties and all that. You know, the reason why it was postponed was basically because they needed the same machines they used for the presidential needed to be cleaned up. So they've been engaged in some other activities other than other than correcting their past. You know, so I don't really see the time they have to do this. In any case, the time is 2 weeks. Is even short.
But Professor Mahmoud Yakubu had said early this month that Nigerians should be assured that the bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS, will be deployed for the elections, and that the machines used are being worked on to avoid a repeat of the glitches that occurred on February 25 in the national polls. You know, so this assurance by Mo Yakubu is something we can take to the bank, don't you think so? Because the main issue for the BVAS, let's just start with the BVAS, was the upload of the presidential results, transfer first of all, transmission, whichever you know you lawyers.
The accreditation was okay.
Yeah, but transmission of the presidential election results to the INEC system, which is in the guidelines section 38 subsection 1I, and then you have the upload of the scanned copy of the from EC8A to IREV real time, which was what they assured. So. Based on what he said now,
what
that
he assured.
Yeah. So now he's assuring like a politician to say he's assuring, you know, that this time the Nigerians should be be rest assured that they won't.
Well,
the glitches, like they call it.
We have a choice, but as we have said, he has promised before. But let us take his word for it this time around. I hope for the best. But if the past is a guide, you know what to think. Anyway.
So you're saying Leopard cannot change his spots. Now we also have issues. With apart from the beavers now, the polls itself, daylight rigging. Someone took us down memory lane on social media last night. I saw a clip of the Shagari time with the NNPP and co. When the party that lost in that election, said, hey, there was rigging. In fact, they said fantastic rigging, and they went, said they were going to go to the court and all that. So history, it shows the history repeats itself. I know you remember that very well. Do you expect that there'll be any any difference in this election? We saw in some states, collation officers who are professors from ivory towers, tertiary institutions, went missing with result sheets. Nobody could find them, and appeared after 3 days to give results that were different from what even now we are seeing on the INEC portal. So as far as the rigging is concerned, do you expect to see any difference? Any difference? Right?
To solve the current problem of rigging with beavers, we've deployed a lot of technology along with ZPad. Before then,
I'm talking about rewriting
results and all that. I know what I'm saying is. What I'm saying is, we did all this to avoid rigging. Technology doesn't seem to have helped. I think we have a human problem which we need to solve. We cannot solve a human problem. What you do, you can make things faster with technology. You can't solve the human problem. We need to sit down and address the human problem that causes all these things. It's the job of INEC. Maybe bring civil society groups together in order to look at it and see how we can solve it. It's a topic we can't finish now.
Definitely.
Interesting, very interesting. We have to go because we're out of time. But we remains to be seen if Lagos State will have for the first time a new party in charge, different from the Tinubu political dynasty. There'll be a continuation. Some have given analysis that, the reason why the APC lost the presidential election in Lagos State is that Yoruba Christians decided not to support the Muslim ticket. That they will come out and probably would see a push for the APC, but I don't know if that, very briefly, please.
If there's a change in Lagos State, it will be in keeping with what democracy is about.
Okay.
If there's no change, then it's a warning to the current governor to do better.
All right.
You can see, in the last 1 week or so, we've seen him move out, campaign and all that. Before this had not been the case. I think part of the problems he may have had in this election is that he did not, before this, itemize his own achievements so clearly so that people can see. And then with the issue of the answers, he was not upfront. He was not clear in some of his actions. I mean, you set up a panel and then you track the results of your own panel. Who does that?
All right. Stephen Agiode, legal practitioner, has been a thrill having you on the breakfast this morning. We look forward to having you again. All right. Mercy, he said it all, that, the voters should feel free to defy the gods of the land. He didn't use those words. Fairness to him. But Mercy, you came to work very early this morning. I know you stay in Kate, Ilegushi, Kingdom.
It's like you say, wait. It feels like every other time. It feels like every other time you're changing the location of where I live. But however,
it shows a good worker because you defied.
No, but Kofi, if you look at it, let's even be very realistic. When we had the issue of COVID, as deadly as COVID was, there was still exception for COVID, still recognized essential workers. I'm sure that the gods of the land should also factor essential workers, like doctors, like media practitioners, the police, and what have you. So, if you begin to have, the gods, if you have the gods of the land not caring about, this set of persons that are very important in society.
Essential workers.
Then really,
Do the gods of the
you know,
land speak English?
I don't know, but my point is the gods
for,
of the land should also consider. If you have something as deadly as COVID, and COVID had no restriction,
you might have to go for consultation in
Kofi,
in
we need to go away. That's the size of the conversation.
But we here at Plustv Africa, we have a high regard for traditional institutions. We love them and we respect them. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll discuss sports. Please stay with us.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plustv Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
And we're back with the Breakfast to Talk Sports this morning with Monday Thomas. Thank you so much for joining us.
Great to be here this morning, Murphy. Thank you so much for having me.
Now, just a quick one. Victor Osimhen, Ademola Lookman, Alex Iwobi, and 20 other players have been included in Jose Peseiro's list for the upcoming African Cup of Nations. That's AFCON qualifying doubleheader against Guinea-Bissau. Nigeria and Guinea-Bissau will meet at the Moshood Abiola National Stadium right there, Abuja, from the 5th of, 25th, I beg your pardon, 24th of March. That's 5 p.m. That Friday, just before jetting out for the reverse fixture 3 days later in Bissau. Now, 2 players from the Flying Eagles squad that finished 3rd recently in Egypt, a surprise inclusion for, the game. I mean, we're talking about Joe Aribo, who had struggled for the game with his Southampton team and is also invited. Now, I'd like to share your thoughts on that. How does that really make you feel?
To expect the Super Eagles in action. What a time where it's a season where the likes of Ademola Lookman and Victor Osimhen are blazing the trail right there in the Italian Serie A. And from the Nigerian point of view, we are supporting these players. We are rooting for these players in Europe. And it will be gracious for them to come to Nigeria and replicate that great performance. Ademola Lookman has scored 10+ goals in the Italian Serie A. And how about Victor Osimhen? He's getting close to that 30-goal mark in the UEFA Champions League. And I'm talking about all competitions in the Italian Serie A. And it's a great season for Napoli as well. So seeing these players in action for the Super Eagles of Nigeria is going to be great. But there are some lapses for the Super Eagles. The likes of Joe Aribo, who has not been performing according to reports. He has been demoted to the under-23 of Southampton. So that means in that midfield, we don't really have some great talent. Wilfred Ndidi, who has been in and out from the Leicester City squad, not very strong. So that's another breakdown in our midfield activities. Wilfred Ndidi, Joe Aribo, not forgetting Paulo Nacho, who's not been getting great minutes for Southampton. So if you're looking at it from the Victor Osimhen and Ademola point of view, we have a great squad. But if you look at it in-depthly, they say great games are won in the midfield, and when you don't have a good midfield, that's a big problem. Jose Pesaro calling up some players yesterday. I was quite impressed about him mentioning 2 players who just finished the under-20 Nations Cup, winning the bronze medal in that particular tournament. The likes of Daniel Abemiyi and the 3rd choice goalkeeper from Giant Breeders. I mean, it comes to tell me that there's a chance for home-based player. There's a chance for young stars in the country showing some glimpse of hopes. And with this under-20 being included, so that means there is many more to come. Not forgetting Victor Osochima, who's a 2nd choice goalkeeper, was also invited. He plays for Rivers United. So in the whole, I think it's a very good team composed by Joseph Pesaro. But I'm really worried about our midfield. Just like I earlier stated, we don't have the best of hands right now. In current form, we don't have good midfielders.
All right. I do hope that Aribo is still training, even if he's been demoted. One of the best performers for Southampton before the last coach was fired. Jose Peseiro, some Nigerians are not convinced of his potential or his ability to lift the Super Eagles to where they really truly belong. What do you expect, of this coach? Because his winning ratio has not been too impressive since he became coach of the Super Eagles. He hasn't really had too many opportunities, and this will possibly be the first time Nigerians will really get a feel of Jose Peseiro for successive games, in a short time. So what would you say about the coach's ability, based on what he has performed, how he has performed since he became the national team coach, and of course his history generally?
Well, we've not really seen the best of Joseph Peseiro yet. I can remember when he was appointed the head coach of the Super Eagles of Nigeria, his main target was to qualify Nigeria to the Nations Cup. Not just qualify Nigeria to the Nations Cup, but go into the Nations Cup and finish a very good place, maybe the second, or make it to the semi-final. So we've been playing friendly games. We've also played some qualifiers. If you can remember that, I think it was 10-0 thrashing of Sao Tome and Principe. Nigerians were in high heavens when that particular game. If you want to judge from that game, then Joseph Peseiro has come in to make Nigeria a free-flowing side, a high-scoring side. But, we played against Sao Tome and Principe. A lot of people also have arguments that was a very small country. And this doubleheader friendly will also give him some marks as far as his scorecards is concerned for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. And with the players in form now, just like I rightly mentioned, Coach Joseph Peseiro with the call-ups of these players, not forgetting Ahmed Musa, who has been called up because of his years of service for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. I think his ability is up there as well. It's still up there. We've not really seen the best of it yet. We've been just seeing friendly games against Portugal, where Nigeria lost woefully. It was a sad one, but we've also seen some sweet moments with Coach Joseph Peseiro. Let's just wait and see. I'm pretty sure he's going to qualify Nigeria to the Nations Cup. And at the Nations Cup, that is where he's going to be tried and tested.
Well, just quickly, we are really out of time, but I'll just ask you in less than a minute what you think about the under-20. We're looking at the under-20 now, and especially at the time where we know that it's only the likes of Ghana that has taken that. And now looking at Nigeria, do you think we stand a chance, the Flying Eagles right there, playing that third place?
First of all, let me start from the African point of view. Senegal are tremendous, and I know Ghana are the only African team to win that competition way back in 2017. And guess what? It was hosted by an African country, Egypt. And this year's World Cup in Indonesia, expect a lot from Africa, Mercy. The likes of Gambia will also give their very best, not forgetting Senegal as well. And the likes of the third place side, I'm trying to remember. The second place side was, I'm trying to remember the second place side, but that's by the way. But let's talk Nigeria right now. We saw them in the third place game. They did their very best, scoring a lot of goals against their opponent. And seeing them in the Nations Cup they were prolific. And the World Cup, we're expecting the best to come. The Ladan Boso is still very confident that it's going to be the head coach, and that is very good for a manager, knowing that he has the security for the next job. That's going to give him confidence to do whatever he wants to do with the boys, and knowing that some of the players are already promoted to the Super Eagles of Nigeria. So that means he's been doing a great job. So we just expect him to do a great job in the World Cup as well.
Monday we have to go because we will be joining the newsroom at 9 o'clock for the news brief. We're pretty out of time, but the conversation will continue right here on Plustv Africa. Many thanks for joining us. We appreciate you.
I hope the conversation continues longer next time.
It will. All right, then.
All right, that's the size of our package. It's been a very thrilling week right here on The Breakfast on Plustv Africa, and we will be counting down to elections tomorrow. Of course, Plustv Africa election studios will be on throughout the election period. We call it the Ballot, so do make it a date with us through the election as you are voting, and even as you're at home. We are online streaming on our YouTube page, Plustv Africa and Plustv Africa Lifestyle, 2 channels. And you can watch us also, of course, on social media. Follow our activities on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, as well at Plustv Africa. My name is Kofi Bartels. See you on Monday.
And I am Messi Bokbo. Have a fantastic morning.
You may want to ask why murals are important. It is no secret that murals make neighborhoods beautiful. They add color to building walls and streets which would otherwise go unnoticed. They are a treat for locals and tourists alike. Murals have been part of Nigeria's cultural landscape for thousands of years. The term mural became popular with the Mexican muralism art movement. The transformation which took place in the history of mural art during the 1920s and 1930s was highly influenced by the government's sponsorship in Mexico. The Mexican President Alvaro Obregón began a nationalist cultural program in the 1920s. As part of this program, the Mexican Ministry of Education and other government entities to create public murals. In Lagos, the visual effects of wall paintings are an excitement to attract public attention to social issues like the ones here under the Falomo Bridge. An artist, Poli Alakija, created these murals on the columns in homage to the Bring Back Our Girls, the 276 schoolgirls who were abducted on April 14, 2014 by Boko Haram. We speak to an artist, Ebenezer Omole, a 34-year-old who started off as a child and has been painting for many years. This is one of the locations where he has some of his works. He explains the processes involved.
There's a way I blow this color. When you look close to it, you see as if it's flowing down, So I have to follow the flowing down, then blow it both left and right. So in order to make it creative, so that it won't just go down straight, but go left, right, and zigzag like that. I mix another black thicker than this, then to write what they have here. Especially like this is, we have food here, then we have swimming pool here, then we have games, then we have drinks here, then we have pools, music. So I just did an artwork that will speak for this place because this is a restaurant. So I did those backgrounds so to speak. So anybody coming inside, looking at this place alone, so they will know what is going on around there.
He speaks on the distinguished effects imbibed in artistic painting than ordinary ones on the wall.
Ordinary painting is just maybe changing the wall to a particular color that you like. Mural is very interesting, and I used to say it. No painting is complete without an artwork like this. So for your painting to come out well, so you need to add some artistic to it so that will make it more, because a lot of people in the world, they cherish artwork. Now, for example, now, this is lion. A lion represents a king, and the writing here, so it's all about this place, because this restaurant is not just a restaurant, it's a reggae restaurant. So that's why we have most of the color here, reggae color.
Ebenezer further explains that murals are a mode of expression for artists in every graphic style imaginable, abstract, photorealistic, expressionist, to name just a few.
Anyone who is into painting and had a mural painting into his work will get more job than just ordinary painting. No matter how bad situation a building have, when you design it with artistic, even though if it is hot or old building, when you paint it well with this mural artistic painting, it adds more value to the building, and it makes Lagos look more beautiful than another.
As a community centerpiece, the wall painting gets a new dimension as a powerful visual communication tool meant to promote the opinion of the people and transmit social and political messages towards unity. Murals bring art into the public space, and because they occupy public spaces, are accessible to everyone regardless of class, education, or ethnicity.
From north to south and east to west, life in Nigeria has become dangerously unbearable. The country is faced with what seems to be endless waves of homegrown security threats and violence. Nigerians live in fear, from terrorism to kidnappings, armed banditry, farmer header clashes, ethnic violence, and separatist agitation. To better understand the causes of the unrest, as well as the true agitations of the people, Searchlight travels across Nigeria.
The bandits, I use the dark place, the forest place, to hang around. When our drivers reach there, they will come out and start shooting them.
In fact, if I can give an estimate, I can say that in a week we used to treat not less than five gunshots.
Look, people and people living under siege.
Now, Owerri is too hot.
No rest of mind. Kò sí fọkànbalẹ̀ kankan for anybody.
If you sleep now, sleep with one eye closed, one eye open. Be vigilant. This is Igbora for you.
Igbora is one of the 7 communities that make up Ibarakwa land. Ibarakwa land comprises of Igangan, Erua, Ayete, Igbora in Oyo State, Nigeria's southwest region. There is a long-standing history dating back to the early 20th century between settler herders who are mostly of Fulani descent and local farmers in the Ibarakwa axis. Recently, however, coexistence has become increasingly problematic as the communities are now plagued with kidnappings, farmer header clashes, reprisal attacks leading to the forceful ejection of Sarakins and Fulanis in the area.
I have been back home here in Igbora since January because of the armed herders and farmers crisis that has been rocking nearby villages and farms. Although the Sarakin Fulani of Ngongo, Salihu, was evicted in January on accusations that he was helping evade justice, not much has changed. There are still incidences of kidnappings and attacks on farmlands.
This is Shekere village in Igbora. We live in fear. I do come earlier in the day and could enter the farm. You would find their cattle eating crops, and when confronted, they attack the owners of the farm. If perchance they meet a woman unaccompanied on the farm, she could be raped. There is no safety on farmlands.
The nomadic ones are moving around. The residential ones, we know them. Some of the residential ones are still within the community. They are peaceful. One incident occurred when our people they are outraged and they burnt all the karas in the whole Ibarakwa land, even that of Erua. In Igbora and here now, there's no kara again.
If you had burnt all the karas in the whole of Ibarakwa land, I want to think that Kara is a place for residential Fulani.
No, Kara is a spot, a market for them to come and buy and sell.
So you have burnt.
Do you know? Come,
their economic spots.
Let me tell you some things about that Kara. Some things we discover about that Kara, especially that of Igbora here. That spot is a spot where they do hide their ammunitions. And in the nights like this, they will pick up those ammunitions, go out, kidnap, rob, anything they can do. And when they come back to town the following day.
Kabir, You've done a lot of work out of the Ibarapa land. What did you see? What do you know? Can you share your first-hand experience?
Not just in Igbora, not just in Lanlate, not just in Oyo State, but from my experience across the Southwest states, I realized that most of the killings, the kidnappings being perpetrated are being done by the Bororos, who are mostly referred to as foreigners. Some of these Bororos, they come into the country through Benin Republic, some through Cameroon, and you get to realize that in the essence of it all, some through Niger, that many of them are not the traditional Fulanis. And the reason is this: we've had cases where traditional Fulanis, those who are Nigerians, some of them who came from, who are from Kwara State, also alleged that they have also been kidnapped. They've also been victims of the attacks of these persons. Most times, those that perpetrate this, they don't even have any cattle. All they have is gun, sword, and other weapons.
The violence doesn't end there. Nigeria is faced with the Boko Haram insurgency in the northeast, banditry in the northwest, armed separatist agitations in the southeast, amid communal clashes in the Middle Belt, southwest, and south-south. Increasingly, violence between herders and farming communities is spreading from Nigeria's central belt southward, while kidnappings are rife nationwide. What exactly led to this?
When you see a failure of this scale, of this magnitude, and spread right across the country, the first thing that comes to your mind is that somebody somewhere who has responsibilities to secure Nigerians has failed in their duties. There's no other explanation for this. So we have a country that is poorly run, poorly governed, and therefore unable to master the requirements of securing both citizens and the country itself. That is the first one. The second one is that there are a lot of opportunistic criminal activities going on. People understand the weaknesses, they perceive a weakness at the level of the state. They think the state is weak or the state is incapable of protecting citizens from all sorts of attacks, bandits, kidnappers, insurgencies, insurrections, secessionists, irredentists. All these people actually exist because the state has not been able to assert its obligation and responsibilities to protect citizens. And they are emerging and increasing by the day. The third one is the failure of the Nigerian elite to get together and demand that the Nigerian state does what it's supposed to do. The leadership does what they are supposed to do, that is to protect citizens. The voices that are supposed to be heard are not being heard. Too many people are quiet, either out of fear or because they think that they are not likely to make any impact if they don't raise their voices.
Traveling by road is now an extreme sport. On our trip to Kaduna State, we drove along the Kaduna-Beningwari Road. The 123-kilometer road trip seemed easy enough, but we had no idea what we were getting ourselves into. From Buruku village, right on the outskirts of Kaduna, there is a fully armored vehicle with soldiers who lead drivers 3 cars at a time from Buruku to Ojoa town. This stretch is considered to be the most dangerous. Drivers have to wait their turn as they stand no chance of traveling safely to and fro Beningwari without these escorts. From Ojoa, the journey to Beningwari is considered safe from the kidnappers and terrorists, whose victims are not just travelers but also villagers and farmers in and around this long stretch of road.
Our major problem in this area is insecurity. These terrorists have wrecked our town and destroyed our source of livelihood. Nobody sleeps in this town anymore. We take refuge in the neighboring community and come here every day at 8 or 9 a.m. and then leave at 3 or 4 p.m. Look at me. I'm the village head of this community. I used to own a car, but these criminals made me sell it to pay ransom for our children. I can't estimate how much we have paid to bandits as ransom because this community has been attacked more than 25 times.
We have a lot of problems in terms of insecurity on our road, more especially in between Burku and Udawa. So we have a lot of insecurity. We have only one vehicle, which is mobile police. They are the one escorting our members to carry them to Burku. Let's say from January up to now, at least we lost more than 30 of our members as a result of the bandits.
Forests in Nigeria are now hideouts for cattle rustlers, highway robbers, kidnappers, and terrorists due to the absence of state capacity or political will to exercise control. From Binigwari Forest in Kaduna to Rugu Forest in Katsina and Zafe in Zamfara, these forests are now referred to as ungoverned.
Erena is in Niger, Shiroro. From there you cross over to Folware.
What security measures have we put in place for farmers and the indigents that are easy prey to these bandits?
Well, I have explained to you that Kaduna is very vast. The state is so huge. We had over 46,000 square kilometers. And I have also explained to you that we are having this problem mostly in locations that are remote. You know, boundaries with Niger State, boundaries with Zamfara, boundaries with Katsina State. You know, the locations are very remote. Even if there's a distress call, before you get there, it takes you time because of the terrain, mobility problem. But the Air Force is complementing the ground troops and the police as well. Once we receive a distress call from a location that is very far, what we do, the Air Force move while the ground troops and the police form a blocking force. You know, and it is really yielding positive mark. We don't have enough boots on the ground. There's a need for us to scale up recruitment. There's a need for security operatives or our security agencies to outnumber the criminals. We are not relenting. We are working and we are making progress. In the first quarter of 2021, we were able to neutralize 64 bandits.
Our schools, just like our roads, have become hotspots of violence. Across northwestern Nigeria, from Zamfara to Kebbi, Kaduna and Niger, about 1,000 students of primary schools, secondary schools, and even universities have been kidnapped since December 2020. Most have been released after payment of ransom, while scores are still being held in forest camps. Some of these students have died in captivity, and some killed during the abductions. Earlier this year, after the kidnapping of students at Government Science College, Kagara, Niger State, I asked the governor, Malam Abubakar Sani Bello, if a state could guarantee the safety of school children.
No one can guarantee that unless we have the numbers, the manpower of security personnel required The Niger State, for example, during the military administrations, Niger State had 14,000 policemen. Today we have 4,000. Same Rafi local government where this kidnapping took place, Kagara town itself has less than 10 policemen. So how will it work? How? What magic could you do? We don't employ or employ policemen. I understand in the past, the state police command had the powers to employ policemen from the states, but it is no longer like that. And that's probably the reason why we're having problems.
That was back in March. Not much has changed since. Many have said that the present centralized structure of the Nigerian police is too detached from local communities. A vote conducted by NOI polls indicates that many Nigerians are in favor of state policing to bring security closer to the people. Experts say there is a need to reflect on the current security approach across the country.
The various institutions need to sit back and reflect that the current approaches that we are deploying to address security concerns, are they adequately addressing these issues? What are the intelligence mechanisms that you need to put in place to really get information on how crime is happening across various communities? So I think critically it is the model, it is the approach that seems to be a bit defective. We are practically waiting for violence to happen before we then react. We talk about community policing, especially for the police especially. I keep making reference to the police because they have the mandate when it comes to internal security. Community policing is very important. Then intelligence-led policing. We are not emphasizing that so much. Intelligence-led policing is that strategy through which you just want to get intelligence of what is happening in a certain community.
In the southeast, insecurity takes a different dimension. According to authorities, agitators for the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, a separatist group campaigning for Biafra independence, have been responsible for a spate of attacks on security forces and innocent people since December 2020. Olu, a local government in Imo State, has become a flashpoint of trouble in the region. On the 25th of January 2021, many Hausa-speaking traders in a market in Olu were going about their business when gunmen invaded the area, killing some and setting shops ablaze.
It is very, very unfortunate that this kind of thing would happen in 21st century Olu, 21st century Imo, 21st century Nigeria. People are not happy with the things, with the way this country is being run. When you talk about security, there is no security in Nigeria anymore.
We are here at the Islamic Central Mosque, Amafeke, and this is the third Friday without holding a Jumat service here because of insecurity issues. There is a lot of apprehension amongst the Muslim community.
This is my third year living in Olu, and I have never had any ugly experience living here until recently. During the NSAS protest, they burnt our mosque and killed some of our members in some part of Olu town. For 3 weeks now, we have been unable to observe our Jumat prayers in this mosque. We now live in fear. More worrisome is the absence of security operatives in the town. Despite all these incidents, the governor has not visited us to assure us or condole with us.
Since the January attack, Olu has had no peace. The people are in constant fear as these gunmen, time after time, unleash violence, destroy shops, kill, and even behead people in the community. In the southeast and south-south regions at large, dozens of security officials have been killed. Biafra agitation and the violence going on in the southeast have been said to be an untoward way of expressing dissatisfaction about leadership failure on the part of all tiers of government?
Well, I feel that there are many voices in the conversation to deal with the disaffection that people have about the Nigerian state. There are many voices. And evidently, his is just one of those voices. But, that may not be the optimal route to go. There are so many benefits of a functional, democratic, sound constitutional state. But where there are imperfections, you will now begin to see the voice that, Nnamdi Kanu echoes or propagates. War is terrible. Sometimes you think about it from a more glamorous point of view, but it's bloody, it's heinous, it's damaging, it destroys families, societies, and so on and so forth. So my preoccupation is for peace. Okay, peace arrives through legitimate constitutional routes. That is what is most paramount. No society can develop without peace. And in terms of the disaffection of those of us who are from the Southeast goes, there's a need to hear us and to look at our grievances and to consider them on their merits.
The Southeast substantially mirroring Boko Haram. We have not been able to understand and deal with the issue of IPOB. The Igbo leadership allowed IPOB and ESN too much ground to take too much ground to control what is going on in the Southeast. So they misread the threat of organizations like IPOB. There was opportunism, crass opportunism. People thought maybe this IPOB will do for us what we want. They will get for the Igbo what the Igbo didn't get through the political process. And eventually now we are creating a monster. And it's a monster that is eating up the local environment, the same way Boko Haram ate up Borno and Yobe and parts of Adamawa. IPOB and ESN are eating up the Southeast. The federal government is throwing the military at them, the same way they threw the military at Boko Haram, rather than trying to understand the real issue. What is behind IPOB? Who supports them? Why do they support them? What is the issue that has made IPOB attractive to a large number of young people? Can you do something about it? Is it something you need to do about it?
I would say that the Southeast governments can do a whole lot better. The state governments, they can do a whole lot better in delivering services to the various constituent parts of the Southeast. We don't see enough of government in our rural communities, in the local government. We need to raise the bar as per the effectiveness of subnational entities. All right. Once we've gotten to a point where we can say for certainty that the state governments are operating optimally and delivering their own share of the governance dividend, then we can look elsewhere to seek inputs. But state governments in the Southeast need to up their game.
The Nigerian police force, on whose shoulder the responsibility of protecting the nation lies, is unable to perform its basic functions, forcing the Nigerian military to step in.
A society gets the kind of police that it pays for. Over the years, successive administrations have not made the connection around policing and development. So they just see the police as, oh, that is the police, and not critically putting it in a position of primacy, because people need to be safe internally first. You need to take care of the internal enemy before you begin to look at those ones that are threatening you on the outside. So over the years, there's been consistent underfunding, which is very, very critical. You want to undertake police operation, it has to do with funds, it has to do with state-of-the-art technology, equipment, and all of that. And then the manpower, less than 400,000 police personnel currently police a country of over 200 million. So what it means is that there is inadequacy somewhere. The police right now is overstretched. The country is very big and diverse. And then if you look at the scale of insecurity that is happening, it changes rapidly. So what it means is that the security landscape is not constant. You understand? So the police is trying to really grapple with all of this in the midst of very meager resources in terms of training, in terms of equipment, in terms of manpower, and every other thing. Government's approach in trying to address some of these inadequacies by the police has been to set up committees, police reform committees. But the question again is that each of these successive government that comes in set up a committee, do they make reference to the last committee to say, okay, what did my predecessor, found when he talk about policing challenges? How can I build upon that and actually implement this to make the police effective? But no, our approach has been that, okay, I get into office and then I'm setting up my own committee.
Though the carnage isn't over yet, in more recent times, the joint military effort of the Nigerian Army and the Nigerian Air Force has recorded more success in combating terrorists and criminals.
In the last few months, the synergy and jointness among the three services has been cordial and overwhelming, which has resulted in the decimation of most of the criminal elements we have in this country.
While Nigeria may or may not reform its police soon, critics say the new conception of security now places emphasis on human and non-military variables, saying even the best of soldiers and policemen may be unable to maintain security in a country with a whopping 33% unemployment rate. Nigeria cannot solve its insecurity problems in isolation of other developmental issues. Where we go from here depends on our ability as a people, a government, and a nation to make the urgent steps needed to pull our country, Nigeria, from the brink.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God. The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plustv Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
I was just calm. I just kept calm, like, okay, let's see what's going to happen next. And they were there that night till at about 11 or 12 late in the night. And then they brought a bus. So they packed all of us. The bus was empty, like they had removed everything inside the bus. They made us sit. We sat in the bus and we drove. So we drove for a couple of hours. I can't remember how many hours, but like close to 7 hours. So on daybreak, I saw where we got to was like a house, very big house, gated, fenced and all that. And they just dropped us there and turned back. So I was surprised, like, So for the first time, and I had to ask the 4 ladies, the 3 other ladies that were left together, please, do you guys really know where exactly we are going to? Like, this whole thing is really looking blurry to me and I don't understand anything anymore. And they're like, even them too, they are even confused though. And to crown it up, they asked us not to talk to each other. They asked us not to say anything to each other. I don't understand. So I just looked everywhere and saw that, okay, there are batches and batches of people seated at different corners. Okay, so I really need to ask questions. So at that point, one allergy came out, like he's one in charge of that house, and then he did say, okay, let's look for something to eat. All through this while we are not eating, and he said we should fix something to eat, and they made one spaghetti that didn't have salt, and it was so very funny, like. So I just summoned courage. I went to meet the allergy. I said, please, sir, I need you to just be open and tell me what exactly is going on. Where am I, first of all? He said, Duruku. I said, where is Duruku? He now said, how do I expect him to be able to explain that Duruku, that is what he knows, this place is Duruku. I said, okay, do you know where exactly I'm going to? Or do you know the person that brought me here? He was like, maybe Libya you they go. I said, Libya. I said, I'm not going to Libya. He said, I still say you be Johnny just come. Like, he said, you don't reach here. The only thing now for you make you they go the place where then they carry you, they go. Say, then go come carry you tomorrow night. And he refused to say anything afterwards. So I went to sit down and relayed what he said to the other ladies. And everybody became very, very, very, like, upset and curious, like, okay, let's even find out. So just at that time, there was a lady in the particular room that had like 5 big bags, Ghana must go bags, big ones. So she said she was going back to Kano, that she stays in Kano. She sells gold and clothes. She speaks Yoruba. So she was explaining to one of the ladies. So that was the first instance where I started hearing information, and I just didn't want to believe. Honestly, I didn't believe at that point that maybe that is what we are in. But what she explained to the lady was that we are either being transported to Libya for prostitution or Italy. And then the lady said, she told her that no, the person that took us said we are going to Malaysia. And the lady now laughed and said that is what they will tell you, and that this is her 5th time going through this route. That was the same way she was deceived, but she ran away and was able to find someone who helped her, and eventually that was the person she got married to, and now they are doing like a legal business. She goes there, buys stuff, and goes back to Kano to go sell. So I said, no, it cannot be possible. Like, we all agreed that it cannot be possible, because that was not what they told us. Looking at what the first guy told us, what the magician guy told us, what the lady told us, that it cannot be possible, that maybe hers is a different kind of connection. So fast forward from there, they came to pick us the next night in a Hilux, arranged us, and we drove for like 3 days non-stop. Okay, we had 2 stopovers. The first stopover was in a very cold, white place. Like, I have never seen that kind of cold in my life before. I was shivering to the brain. Like, I just couldn't imagine why I was going through this. Like, if these people really want to help me, this is not a way to help someone. you cannot be helping someone and the person is in pain. So, but I couldn't really say much because I was already in it. So we drove for days, and on the third day where we stopped was really looking like, I didn't know what to call the place. There were thousands of people, young ladies, guys, and they were calling it ghetto. This is ghetto. They were calling the particular ghetto. The ghetto had a name, and they said, okay, now we can go and have our bath. So for the first time after 7 days, 8 days, we're going to have our bath and have change of clothes. So first of all, my concern was to even just let me even have a bath first and find something tangible to eat. So they made rice, we ate. In the midst of eating, I started hearing conversations. So I said, okay, since they said we should not talk to anybody, no problem. I'm going to find out everything I need to find out, and if possible, go back from here. So during conversations, I heard people saying, they will tell you everything possible, that here it is Libya they're taking you to. You either go and work as a housemaid, or you go and work in connection house, all manner of things. And at that point, it really dawned on me that what that lady had said earlier was very true. So the other 3 ladies, 2 of them now came to meet me when I was sitting down. I like, see what I am hearing. I said, okay, even me too. I heard the same thing. And they're like, are we sure we want to continue this journey? So at that point, I was really upset with myself not to have verified whatever information I got. I started crying. I was in pain. Like, why will I be going through this? Like, no. Even if, for crying out loud, this is not help. This is like putting me in a pit where I can't talk, I can't communicate. Now there is no communication, nothing. So I looked around. We were there till the next day, and then there was this particular guy, Mohammed, that was giving out clothes, was calling out names and all. So I walked up to him and said, please, at this junction, I don't think I want to continue this journey. Can you help me? I want to go back home. And then he said, that what I just asked is very dangerous. That if it was yesterday when I came that I said that it would have been, maybe you can manage or think of how to go about it. That already the person that I'm being taken to knows I'm here. Whatever makes me not get to her, he has to be the one to pay for me. I'm like, pay for me as how? He said, somebody paid for you to be brought to her, and pay transit, they pay additional money just to be sure that the person is being carried along. And I was like, okay, so how much does it cost to get up to this point? And if I'm to go back from here, I can actually call them, tell them I don't want to continue this journey and I want to go back home. He said it's either of 2 things. It's either you get home or you don't get home. They might tell you to go. They'll either kidnap you and sell you to a place where you'll never be able to come out from, or they might even kill you. That he would advise me to just go and face my fate, but I should pray that whoever I'm going to go and meet is not a bad person. And I asked that, why did he say so? He said he cannot say anything more. That I'm here, and the only way forward is to move forward. I was like, okay. I was broken. I couldn't even tell the other ladies what he had said. I summoned courage to eventually see. So that night, they put us in a hilux. We're about 36 or 32 of us. And they made us sit in rows in the hilux. So we drove for like 3 days. We had a couple of stopovers, but I was really choked up because I was seated back in the hilux. So everybody's weight was resting on me, and it was hell for me. I couldn't breathe at some point. My legs were dead. I couldn't move. Even when we stopped, I took like minutes. Most of us took like minutes to even be able to stand up. And I was like, no. But even if I were to travel by road, he did say it was going to be at some point. At least by now, the traveling by road should have stopped. And that was So I remembered what the other guy said at the where we were, that there's no flight, anything. They deceived you. Everything they told you was just to cajole you to decide to go, that there is no flight anywhere. You're going by road to wherever you're going to. So at that point, I was just concerned with one thing, which is surviving and coming back home at all cost. So after the first stopover, I became sick a little bit. I started having too many issues. So I decided not to sit in the hillocks again. And then I had to sit at the edge on top of the tire box. And then I had a stick in between my legs. So they made ladies sit inside the hillocks, and then the guys would sit around the hillocks. But because of my previous experience, I had difficulties breathing. I said I wasn't going to sit inside the hillocks again, that I was going to sit at the edge. So I did sit on the edge of the hillocks and had a stick to hold on to, and we drove for another couple of days. The experience in the desert was, it's not sometimes when I think about it, I just smile. My smiling is not that, okay, I'm happy, but I wonder how I was able to pull through. I wonder how I was able to manage my health. I wonder how I was able to cope up mentally, emotionally, thinking about everything I had left back at home, everyone. I kept them in the dark. I didn't really say much. And then thinking about the people who deceived me, like, if you want to help someone, you should help someone and not even put them into more problems. So a lot of things were racing through my mind. I got so discouraged at my own life. I felt really bad that I was impatient. I didn't ask questions. Of all places, why would I be going to Libya to do what? Like, I wasn't even, I couldn't really define the feelings I had then. But at each point, what I always did was to just pray to God that, God, I know that I have done wrong not to have even, look out for my own self. But I am asking for just one thing. Wherever I'm going to, make sure you take me back home, healed and healthy. So we had another stopover. I got beaten along the way by Arab men. I was trying to save someone from getting beaten wrongly, and I got the beating. Difficulty, there was no food, there was no water, the weather was, the sun would be shining and scorching, and the cold was extremely cold. Like, I couldn't really, there was no definition of everything that was going on. I was just bleak and blank. At a point, I was regretting every step from my friend. I started cursing, like, so she knew about this. That was why at a point she disappeared. She didn't really see anything. And even when I asked her about it, she pretended not to know anything about traveling. That this guy didn't tell her anything about traveling. But I'm like, but you introduced me to this guy, so it's not possible for him to come tell me something about traveling and you didn't know. I thought so far and wide to the point where I felt, okay, I know I'm not going to die. I know I'm not going to die. I know I will go back home, and I'm so going to fish these people out and really find out the reason why they ever did such to me. At some point, I became very ill. I had very bad cough because I refused to sit again at that point. We had sat for like 3 days. So all my ties were burnt and peeled from the sitting. And the hillocks, the speed at which the hillocks was moving was really high. It wouldn't stop. At a point, a guy fell off the hillocks and they didn't wait. They didn't wait. The drivers were so mean. We don't understand their language. They don't understand our language. So even when you're beckoning on them to say, oh, something is going on. There was a time a guy was throwing up. He was feeling, okay, I think it was about throwing up. So we're like, okay, maybe if he stops. We tried beckoning on them, and if they come out, the next thing they do is to maybe hit you with something, saying all manner of languages. We didn't understand. We couldn't speak to them. They couldn't speak to us. It was hell for me. So because my laps were peeled, I couldn't sit again. So I now stood behind the pavement of the main Hilux box. And then that journey was for 5 days. 5 days of cold, 5 days, as in I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe. Like at some point, I would just cry and scream out loud. Like I wish the sky could even feel my pain. Like there was no definition to what I was going through. And I just kept crying and crying and crying. After crying, I'll console myself. You're just crying. You see, everybody here, they also have one reason to cry. So they cannot shoulder you and tell you sorry. So you alone will have to shoulder your pain. And that hurt me so bad. Sometimes when people see me talk about the story and I'm not really showing so much emotions, they feel, oh, we're not too sure you went through this. I have said it like 1,000,001 times. It's something I went through, and I can imagine how I had to just tell myself that, come, you have a child back home that you love. You need to be alive to come back to her. That was my source of strength. And the life I really wanted for myself ever before embarking on that journey just kept me going, that I know one day I am going to eventually come back and say this story to people. So at that point, remembering and recalling everything, one question kept popping in my head: why will people not have any other thing to do other than to do a business where you transport people to an unknown country, you lie to them, you deceive them, you promise them heaven and earth, and then put them on a dangerous path where is either they make it or they don't make it, and you will not even tell them any of this. So I was bent on making it to wherever it is. I said to myself, no matter how wicked whoever it is I'm going to go and meet is, I'm going to come back home and know the reason why people really did this problem, this business. On getting to Sabah is halfway into Libya. On getting to Sabah, we had a connection house where they put us. We met about 60 ladies in the room, and then the guys also had their room. And they kept adding us. They kept adding. And at a point, I counted, we were about 80 in that room, the ladies' room. The guys were about 40-something. The food was really bad. You know, having to make banku. Now, this is not even the original banku. This is the banku made with flour. Having to make flour like fufu. And then maybe they'll serve like 20 plates down. And then everybody will now line up. By the time you're eating, it's as though you're eating stone, you're swallowing stone. The soup was so watery that you won't even, you're not. The very first day I was asking myself, like, I know I had challenges back at home, but my challenges were not so bad that I couldn't even eat a good meal. Like, this is not a meal. So the first day we had that in the night. The next day we had rice, very small portion of the rice was dried. You can imagine when you boil rice and then you open it, you put it in a plate and you just open it down. And because the weather is very cold, so anything you don't keep properly dries up. So by the time you're eating the rice and like it's like you're eating rubber. So at some point we just sit there crying out that no, this is not life. This is not, why are we having to go through this? I would cry every night. I would beg God that please, can I just vanish from here? Okay, at the point I was begging for death to come because it wasn't funny. It wasn't funny. And within ourselves, some girls were like, they were really radical about it and they were like, no, we need to tell them, it's either they change the way they are doing this food or maybe we should even take up the cooking by ourselves. So I thought of it, I was like, okay, that's true. So if already I'm going through hell and then food now has to be a problem. So we waited for the ghetto man, the person in charge of the ghetto, like we waited for him to come. We kept shouting, when is he coming? When is he coming? We don't even know why we are here. We don't even know what we are doing here. So at that time we had stayed a week. We don't know why we are being kept here. We don't know who even put us here. We don't even know anything. Nobody is saying anything. So when the connection man did come, we took turns to ask questions. I noticed everybody was just asking questions. Where are we going to? Where are we going to? And all. So I did ask him. I said, okay, first of all, why are we here? Do you have an answer, or do you know the reason why we are here? And then he said, you are here because you're being transported to your burger. And then we now asked, what is the meaning of a burger? He said a burger is a person that paid for you to be transported from Nigeria. So we're like, is that the reason why we are being given bad food? Like when you're given something to swallow and it's already hurting your throat, like practically almost everybody had sore throat from that banku. And it was like, okay, he doesn't know anything about the way the food was being prepared, but that this place is just a transit, and the reason why we are here is because the road is bad, there is war, and they cannot transport us. It's very risky, and that we might meet rebels on the way, and rebels, they either rape, kill, abduct. And we're like, okay, so for how long are we going to be here? He said, doesn't know until the war is over. So if it takes 1 month, if it takes 2 months, but just know that for every food you are eating, for every extra thing you collect here, your money is piling up. It is your burger that is paying, and when you get to wherever you're going to, you have to work to pay your burger back. So we now, 5 of us volunteered to be cooking our food by ourselves, and we were there for extra 2 weeks and some days. In total, we were there for 3 weeks and 5 days. And then we started the journey to Libya. That was where I had a near-death experience. So we were somewhere, we were kept in a particular house where they locked us. There was no light, nothing. And then we were pressed. We had traveled, we had drove for like 2 days, and they put us there. So, but before we entered, we were already beckoning on this boat that we want to ease, we want to ease. They didn't even want to listen. They were just pushing us like, how can you people just be pushing somebody like animals? We don't even know where we're going. Like, this is very unthinkable. So I held that urine for good 2 days. So the next morning when they came, you now see them begging that, please, we want to wee. So the man was, arrogantly, he was talking, and he went to get a gallon, like this aluminum gallon. We now looked at it that, how a guy can pee in this, but how can a lady pee in this? And from the descriptions he was giving us, he meant that we shouldn't allow the pee to spill on the floor. So we said, okay, all the guys should pee first and the ladies would take turns to pee, which was what happened. And somehow pee actually spilled. So by the time he was coming back, when he opened the door, so the pee, pee wouldn't, and you can imagine pee that stayed, the smell, it was awful. He was angry. He went back, he went to get a stick, and he was holding like 3 different things. So I was wondering, what does this guy want to do? At that point, everybody had their heart in their mouth, because the moment you see them holding anything, they can hit you anywhere. They can hit you anywhere. So he was now asking who spilled pee on the floor. They were pointing to the wrong person. So I was just watching initially. They were pointing to and he was going to start beating her. So I was not like trying to say, no, she wasn't the one. You see, when that spring landed on my head, this spring they use in water closet. Very strong and thick. And all I knew that was going on was that I was screaming at the top of my voice with both hands on my head, because it actually hit me on my head. And when I gave birth, like 8 months, when I was 8 months pregnant, I fell in the bathtub and had a slit on my head from the tiles in the bathroom. So sometimes that part of the head still hurts. So when he hit that spring on my head, it was exactly on that spot, and he did it like 3 times. He kept hitting the spring on me. I remember crying till I didn't know what was going on. And you know, for the first time, when they say people have transition, I always wonder. I knew I was just lost somewhere. I knew something was going on to my body. I didn't know where I was. I didn't know what. I was just blank. But I could hear myself crying. I could hear myself crying, and I was just crying, as in, you know, bitter tears. You cry bitter tears, and you just have to still be the one to tell yourself, you have to stop. So by the time I woke up, the other ladies were like, you need to see the way they were rejoicing, because they said they didn't believe I was going to still come back to life. That, yeah, the head was actually bleeding at that point. Like, and at that point when I woke up, they had cleaned it, they had tried everything. I remember when they were pouring water on me. I remember when somebody was tapping me and everything, and I was like, they started explaining what actually happened. That the moment he hit that spring on my head the second time, I started screaming, and they noticed I was bleeding, and I cried, and I just went mute. And they were telling him that she's not talking, and the man just told them, bara, bara, bara, bara, and he went away. He said they were praying, they were begging God that this girl must not die. She has been like a source of strength to us. If she dies here, what is going to happen and all that. It actually took me 4 to 5 hours before I woke up. And at that point, I had lost strength, I had lost everything. So there was a lady we met in that place that had a phone. So that was the first time I had to beg her. I'm sure it was because as a result of what had happened, she did not allow any other person use her phone. They would normally not allow you use their phones. So I couldn't even tell my mom what I was going through, because there's no how she would hear my voice like that and not panic. And I know the kind of mother I have. So I called my boss that I had worked with in the FRSC and told him, this is what has happened to me. And I don't even know where. Yeah, we were in Trauna at that time. And he said, but why didn't you say anything before leaving? And then I told him that they told us not to say anything. The moment they say don't say anything, you should have known it was trafficking. I know that you're naive and you do not know anything, but you should have told me. Because he was now like a father to me. Even after I had stopped working with the FRSC then, he was like a father to me. He said he was going to try his best to see what he can do, but that still being on transit, there is probably little or nothing he can do at that point. So I'm sure he tried calling back, because the lady kept cutting a particular call. I wouldn't know, and I didn't want to disturb her. So at that point, I really cried. That was the only thing I could do. I just cried. Like, I have never suffered like this in my life before. Even if I'm to suffer anything, it shouldn't be suffering from a decision to have a better life. So long and short was, we got into Libya, and they kept hiding us. They lay us in hillocks, cover us with tarpaulin, you know, hiding, running, making sure you're not seen, number of choking, you have to be there, sometimes 3 hours, 2 hours, you won't be able to breathe, you can practically feel life leaving you, you're sniffing each other's air, and you know, in the midst of all of this, some people will be fighting and quarreling and beating themselves. You know, I just couldn't imagine why. And even in that, some people decided they wanted to go do this thing, like they wanted to travel this way. I didn't know anything like this existed. I didn't know anything of such even happens. Finding myself in it was like the biggest dream I never wish to have again. So, found ourselves in Libya, and the first thing they did seeing Nigerian girls and women, I was like, okay, so finally we have gotten to our destination. So what's next? Entering that house, I knew this is going to be a big problem for me, because already I was upset. I was ready to yell at anybody. And then the first thing they made us do was to strip ourselves. I was like, okay. So I did remember at some point in the journey where a particular guy, we met him somewhere, and he also gave us a hint of how it actually goes. He said they're taking you to the garage. And then I now asked, what is the garage? He said the garage is a place where they take Nigerian girls to. And that's the most common place that they take them to. And they're going to take you to the connection house. And what they do normally in a connection house is sex trade. So I said, no, me, I'm not going to do that one. He said, you will not have a choice. He said, they'll make life hell for you. You will not have a choice. So he now said that if eventually I get there and that is what it is, that I have an option to run away. But that is very risky. And then he did give me his number and said that I must not write that number anywhere. That if they see that number with me, they will beat the living daylight out of me, because they will know that I have contacted the burger as well. So he made me cram that number. Two of us, we crammed that number to be sure that we didn't forget the number. But you see all the experiences we went through afterwards. At a point, I couldn't even remember the number anymore. And then I remember what he said. He said, you just have to help yourself remain strong. And while they asked us to strip ourselves, I was like, for whatever reason, I'm coming to work for someone. Why would you ask me to strip myself? So they said this. They were searching. Maybe you have a number written somewhere in form of a tattoo, or maybe you wrote the number somewhere and you hid it in your clothes, or anything. They just wanted to be sure you didn't have any information whatsoever. They collected my phone, went through my phone, and that night they called us one after the other. So, what were you doing in Nigeria? And then I explained, and the man said, okay, now this is the woman and her husband. The man said, okay, I can see. And then the first question he asked me was, what are you doing here? And I'm like, I was dumb. Like, he said, you have something good doing. What are you doing here? I said, it was a friend though that said there's traveling opportunity, and said, there's no need to explain. You are here, you are here. Oh, no choice near. Your own is to make sure you work on time and pay and get out of here. So the wife now asked, what did they tell you that you're coming here to do? I said, first of all, this is not where they told me I'm coming to, and they told me I'm going to be working in a hair factory and a restaurant. And then she laughed and said, that is not it. That this is what they do here. That did I see all those other girls outside? I said, yes. He said, what do you think they are doing? I said, I don't really know, but I saw a couple of girls sitting down. He said, they're working for their money. He said, that is the same thing you're going to do. And I was like, I don't understand. He said, yes, that's the same thing you're going to do. So the earlier, the better for you. I bluntly refused, because this is that wasn't what I was told in Nigeria. And for no reason, why would I leave Nigeria to come to Libya, to come and prostitute with my body to make money? How much money do I want to make? So I felt I was doing myself good by trying to be as open as possible. I was very plain and blunt, and then she just kept laughing. I was like, but yeah, nobody will tell you. So she said, okay. And the same thing with every other girls, because we had agreed that, okay, if eventually we find out that that is what we're actually being taken there to do, that we are not going to agree to it, because that was not the agreement. And for whatever reason, we cannot just decide to leave Nigeria and go and prostitute somewhere. So she was like, she knows that girls that they just bring from Nigeria are very stubborn, that she will give us 3 days to go and decide. But in that 3 days, we should be watching at the other girls to see how they actually go about what they do. And the first day went by, second day went by. I vowed to myself, I said, nowhere in heaven's name will I live this kind of a life. Like, it was so absurd. I was grieved, I was bitter, I was angry, all manner of words, because looking at all the experience in the journey, I almost died, and then all for what? To come here and come and use my body to work to pay someone. I'm like, it didn't make sense. I cried every minute I remembered. And on the third day, she did call us to ask us if we were ready. I told her that she has to look for another job for me. And then she said, okay, since I don't want to take it easy, since I don't want to take it the easy way, that they'll show me how they also go the hard way. So that night, we didn't even know what she meant. That night, a girl was brought in, and we watched more than 5 people beat that girl black and blue. Wow. She had also refused the connection house where she was taken to. She had also refused to do the same connection house job. It was actually a burger that brought her, but they took her somewhere else. So they said she was being stubborn where she is, or where she was, and then they brought her back to the burger. Madam, come and take your girl, give us back our money. She said she know they work. They beat that girl to stupor. They beat her to the point where I sat where I was and I told myself, I said it out, like, these people are not humans. Like, why? On seeing the way they beat that lady, I was like, so I will also come to this point where they will have to beat me to say, yes, I will do it. I said I would rather die. Because at the point when they beat her, she was like, okay, Mashe, I will do it, I will work, I will do it. I was like, so this is what I will go through. So for some reasons, I didn't know, they took the other 3 ladies out of where I was. It was now left with only me in that house that came together. So after a week, she then asked me that, what else can I do? I said, I cook. She was like, okay. She gave me pepper and oil. I said, go and make stew with it. I made the stew. She told them to teach me how to make banku. I made the banku. She was like, okay, not bad for a start. So first of all, your first job here is you're going to be cooking for everybody. My heart was like, okay, finally she has agreed to give me something else. So another week went by and she said, Orobo, I don't know where one day she just called me by that name and said, for her, that is what she will be calling me. Although she gave me another name, Success. So everybody calls me Success, but she calls me Orobo. And then she looked at me and said, Orobo, are you ready to work now? I was dumbfounded and I couldn't say anything. And in my head, I was like, if it is to die here, I think I'm ready to do that. But to use my body here, I will not. So 3 weeks went down. And all of these weeks, nobody even came in one day to say, this person, how she be, who she be, and all. So after the 3rd week, a man came in, a matured Nigerian man, a Yoruba man. He came in and did ask to take me home. And at first she refused, that she wasn't going to let him take me home, but he begged and all of that. So when we got home, he sat me down and said, I didn't bring you here to come and sleep with you. I brought you here to teach you one lesson that will help you if you must live where you are. He said he noticed the way I was being questioned, the way I was being bullied and all that, that is the way the woman does. And that I'm even still seeing the better side of her, that she's a really, really hard person. And when she's ready to go hard, she goes all the way. He said, you see where you are, there's no shortcut. There is no way out other than for you to actually make money, pay them before you leave. And if you are not even careful, you'll be done paying them, you will not know, you'll still be there playing a fool, working for them. Say you have to be smart. I see that you are innocent, but then yet you are smart. So I need you to wake up that smart instinct in you and know what to do to leave there as soon as possible. He said he was going to be going to Italy in 3 weeks. From that time, that was the reason why the woman refused to give me to him initially, because normally that is the way some men will come there, take girls, and they run away with them, and they don't eventually get their money. So he said, but he's going to teach me how to make it fast. That if I work with my body to pay them, they'll split that money in two. But if I'm doing something extra to pay them, they would record the money just the way it is. Say, for example, I sleep with someone and the man pays me 5,000 naira. They're not recording 5,000 naira. They're recording 2,500. But if maybe I sell something or I save up money and I give them that same 5,000 naira cash at hand, they'll record the 5,000 naira for me. So the best for me is to think of something I can start doing to get extra money, which is begging. So when these guys come, I have to beg them for extra penny. Or if they ask for anything beyond what I'm supposed to give them, like in normal duty, then I should ask for extra cash. Those extra cash are the extra stipends I'm supposed to be saving up to give them. I cried my ass out that night. So he said, you see, she's even giving you grace. He said, it's because she likes you. That this woman, she's naturally not the patient type, and the moment you're proving hard, she'll go hard with you and you'll give up. So the earlier the better for you. But he felt that he should just reach out to me and teach me something that would help me. So I eventually spent 2 years and 9 months in Libya altogether. I spent a year and 8 months in the connection house, and that a year and 8 months was hell for me. So after 7 months, I tried reaching out. So at the point they released a phone for the girls in the house to call their customers, to know when they're coming, to know if you're having someone who is coming to come and sleep with you over, or someone who is going to come and take you out and all. So I begged one of the girls in charge one day to allow me buy airtime on the phone to call. So I did call my dad, and my dad was really bitter, and he said the only way he knows I can get out of that place is for me to find my way to the Nigerian embassy and tell them that I want to come back home. So I waited for 3 days to actually get that report, because he didn't know what to do at that point. He said, okay, can I call you back? So I said, I don't know, but I'll try and talk to the person in charge of this phone so that whenever you call, they give me the call to answer, which was what actually happened. And somehow, I don't know how they got to know, but they found out that I called the Nigerian embassy, and they beat hell out of my life. They beat hell, everybody in the house. Plus, at that time, my burger wasn't in Libya at that time. She was in Nigeria. It was the husband that was at home then. The husband beat me. All the girls in the house beat me, so I wanted to run away. Oh, I'm trying to be smart and this and that. After all, they knew that from the very first day I came, the woman was calling me a virus because she knows that I'm kind of smart. I will try to play smart. So from that time, they locked me out from phone. They stopped allowing me go out. It was I can't start recounting experiences, day-to-day activities, how I felt. At some point, I would just practically pray that, God, please, when I sleep this night, don't allow me wake up in the morning. I slept very late, and I'm always the first to wake up. So after a while, I started gaining confidence, like, no, even if I foolishly allowed myself into this, I should be able to still bring myself out of it. So I changed my attitude and started being very smart. I called up as much information as I could. I got to, I became very nice. I always learned lessons, and, I was trying my possible best to see beyond the problem I was in and was already thinking of a way out. So I had a couple of guys who would just naturally like me, and they would tell me, you see, when you're ready to leave this place. Some guys went as far as asking, okay, madam, how much is this girl's money? Let's pay. She would intentionally double the money and make them run away. So when she did that the first time, the second time, I just knew that, okay, so this woman is actually being wicked. But not to worry, I'm actually still going to live here. So when it was about 1 year and 5 months, I sat down one day and calculated how much I had paid, minus all the subtraction. If you do anything, she'll beat you and subtract your money. Maybe 50 dinars, maybe 100. If you quarrel with anybody, maybe 200 dinars. If you fight, maybe 500 dinars and all. So by the time I calculated and I saw that the money had gotten up to like 5,000 dinars, which was actually what that man told me. He said normally it's supposed to be 2,500 dinars, but burgers are always wicked. They want to collect even double of that. So sometimes you have to pay up to like 5,000 to 6,000 dinars before they will let you go. And some will still not let you go, except you fight for your freedom. So when I calculated, and I had calculated about 7,000 dinars, I was like, okay, I think my time here is up. And then I started asking for freedom. She initially refused and said that I was not done paying her. So I said, okay. So in 2016, when she was going to come to Nigeria in September, she gave me freedom in August. That was 1 year and 8 months. She said, okay, that now I am free to work for my own money. But whatever money you're working, the same way they were splitting in two, it's just that this other half now, instead of them collecting it, they'll give it to you. Sometimes they may not even give it to you. They tell you to keep it with them. Maybe you want to send some money to Nigeria. So I said, okay, no, that I didn't want to keep it with them, that I actually wanted to live there. She said, I cannot live there until she comes back. I have to wait for her to come back to Libya because she had a new child and she wanted to come home. I said, okay. So throughout that month, that September, I kept having dreams that if I don't leave that place, I probably might not have my life again. The dream came like about 5 to 6 times, and then I just summoned courage to open up to the husband, to tell him that I think I'm very sick and I want to go take care of myself. This is about 1 year and 9 months now. From the day one up until now, I worked every day and slept nothing more than 3 to 4 hours that I needed to take care of myself. And he understood with me because several times in between, I had fallen sick, like so bad that at some point it took drips to like resuscitate me back and all. And the man also knew that I was very, very hardworking. Like at the point, he would always tell the wife, stop beating this girl. Like, you need to stop, even if you're beating every other person, but you see this one, stop beating her. And the next thing is, she will say, oh, okay, so now you're sleeping with my husband. My husband is fighting for you. This, that. I know you are hardworking, but you must be sleeping with my husband for him to be fighting me to stop beating you. And then she will intensify whatever thing she was doing. So, but I kept bearing them up. At that point, I made up my mind. So there's this Ghanaian guy who had already told me that whenever I'm ready, that he had an apartment he doesn't really stay in, that he goes to the village to work. Sometimes he doesn't come home 2-3 months, that he could give his space up for me to stay there, take care of myself. So when I did mention to him that I wanted to go and that I was sick, he did say, okay, that I should call the wife and tell her, which I did. And then she was like, so I cannot wait for her to come back. I told her that no, I can't wait, that I'm very, very sick and I needed to go take care of myself. She said, okay, I should hand over the account to the husband and I can leave, which I did. That was in October 2016. I did that in October 2016. In November, sorry, that was November 2016. I did that in November 2016. I had barely stayed a month in the new house where I was staying. I'd stayed a month and I was taking treatment, eating well and all that. And I heard she came back. She did actually call me to come and cook for her, but I refused going. And then on the 2nd of January in 2017, there was a massacre in the garage. The massacre was bloody. I think they were counting 300 bodies and they were still counting as at the time we got the news. The bombing and from where I was, it's not so far a distance, it's a bit far. We could hear the bombs, we could hear the gunshots. Part of the things we face like every day, you don't sleep, like gunshots. There are some bombs that you practically feel like the house is going to be uprooted from the ground. There was a day that we were running and a stray bullet passed by my side, brushed my leg. Like, I don't know how I escaped. I don't know how I escaped, but you know, it was just God that was just protecting me all through. And at that point in January, when that massacre happened, like 6 girls in that house actually died. And for me, I felt, oh, this is God just saving me. I guess this is what God was talking to me about when I kept seeing those dreams, and I made up my mind I was going to just go back home. Um, 2 months out of there, I called a friend and told her that if there was a way she could help me find money, I needed to come back home. And she was the one that told me about the voluntary return, that I needed to find my way to the UN's office or whichever way and all that. So I remembered contacting the Nigerian embassy. So I did keep the number. So I then asked questions because I was now going to a church. I then asked questions and they said, okay, that I needed to get to the IOM office. I had challenges locating them in the first place, but eventually I got to the IOM office and then they gave me a date to come back to visit. I did drop all my information and then they said, okay, that in 2 weeks' time I should go to the Nigerian embassy to go get a travel document. And after getting a travel document, they will not let me know when to come back and I'll be ready to go to Nigeria. So that was all. And up until then, I just kept managing, kept believing God that it was going to work well. And eventually it did work well, and that was how I came back to Nigeria. August 28th in 2017. And for me, that was the best decision I could make. Though it was painful that I just went to suffer my life out for almost 3 years and no gain, nothing, and then I'm back, having to come back empty-handed. And up until today, both the travel agent, both the guy that introduced me to the travel agent and the lady, none of them has been found. And life hasn't been easy getting back to my feet. Like, I was in bad depression for like almost 2 years. It was really bad coming back to see that, okay, first of all, I have lost money, I have lost friends, I have lost business, and then having to resume my motherly duties almost immediately because children wouldn't hear, oh, I had a bad experience. And then having to reintegrate back into the community, it was really difficult. Like, it just took the grace of God, and it took my kind of strong personality to just keep resuscitating me, and I just kept believing that I'll definitely be who I really wanted to be. I didn't really need to think about the pain, but then the lesson can never be forgotten. The experience can never be forgotten. The trauma, the pain, and everything can never be forgotten. But then one thing can be done, which is moving ahead and making use of all the experiences. And then I did find answers to my quest as to why people did trafficking as a business. And I think that apart from poor economy, some people are just ignorant and they don't really care. They just can do anything just to make money.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plustv Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plustv Africa. Big stories live here.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria?
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plustv Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Everyone talks about getting their dream jobs, but what does it take to get that dream job? In a religious society like Nigeria, some people resort to prayer, but did you know that sometimes the only reason you're not getting the job isn't because you don't have the credentials? Many times about how well you can defend your credentials through your presentation and communication skills during the interview. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, the rate of unemployment in Nigeria rose to 33.3% in December 2020 from a 27.1% in 3 months. Interview phobia is a major issue that contributes to unemployment in the country. Some individuals are employable but don't know how to express themselves properly, present their resumes, and network effectively. An expert spoke to us about interview phobia and how it has increased the rate of unemployment within the country.
Okay, so I mentioned I struggled. I went to Lagos State University, public university. Nobody taught you any of these things. And so I thought that if I come to the interview space, I would do well because I know I'm good enough. But coming in, it was difficult. I got plenty of rejections. And I made up my mind that if you can get past this thing, you would help other people who are also like you. And so sitting down in that space, I also see people like me and I feel for them.
According to Student Graduate Report, more than 50% of graduates in Nigeria disclose that communication skill is the least skill their academic education prepared them with.
Like we have a compulsory NYSC every year. I believe the government or the educational sector should do something like when they know somebody's in their final year, maybe they allow them go through a month or so, or they introduce a course and make it mandatory for them to be able to go out there and face the outside world when it comes to interviews, when it comes to networking and all of that. I've seen super amazing, intelligent people lost opportunities because they were not confident, and those who were not so smart but have built their confidence are able to get the job and get these networks and get these opportunities. Especially when you come from a Yoruba or Igbo family where you don't have to look at your dad in the eye. You get that kind of thing. So you have to learn to look at people in the eye when you talk to them. It makes them believe that you are not up to something. You're not hiding anything in your cupboard.
We're going to school or having to attend different schools, all right? They just teach us, we only have syllabus on what they've been doing so far in past years, and there's no trend of bringing in new things.
So the next time you complain about not getting a job, think about how well your CV is prepared. Assess your communication skills during the interview and think about how well you presented yourself.
After a bruising fight over its leadership, a new Congress takes over Capitol Hill. How will divided government impact America's direction? From immigration to defending Ukraine, now the inside story, new Congress, new challenges.
Hi, I'm Katherine Gibson, VOA's congressional correspondent here on Capitol Hill, where the new 118th Congress is trying to make its mark. Democrats managed to hold on to control of the U.S. Senate in November's elections, while Republicans took control of the House of Representatives, giving President Joe Biden a divided Congress to work with for the next 2 years. And the lengthy battle among House Republicans to choose their leader suggests any agreements with the White House will be few and far between.
So help you God.
Republican leader Kevin McCarthy emerged from a rare 4-day battle to become Speaker of the House.
The House will be in order.
Touting Republicans' accomplishments in their first full week of work.
Government should be here to help you, not to go after you. Be able to protect the unborn. We just protected the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, where the president can no longer deplete it and sell our oil to China. And we opened the House back up for the public.
But analysts say the conservative caucus that objected to McCarthy as Speaker will continue to be a problem.
He is in a weakened position, but his biggest problem is that his margin is so small. So he has only, a 5-seat margin.
Many Republicans object to resetting the nation's debt ceiling, a stance that could have global consequences if America's credit rating suffers as a result.
The American people elected Republicans to get our fiscal house in order, and get our fiscal house in order we will.
With inflation still high in the United States, Democrats have warned against government spending cuts.
These spending cuts harm families, communities throughout the U.S. that are already struggling with inflation and the cost of living.
Republicans have also launched multiple investigative committees.
Today, we will counter the Chinese Communist Party with our Select Committee on China. We will vote to protect every American's constitutional rights with the new Select Subcommittee on the weaponization of the federal government.
And President Joe Biden and his family are expected to be a subject of Republican investigations, including concerning their financial transactions, despite Democrats' objections.
Instead of trying to find ways to work together, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle continue to lean into an extreme MAGA Republican agenda, which seems to be focused on trying to investigate the president's family, not make a difference in the lives of everyday Americans.
The Biden administration's immigration policy will also come under scrutiny.
If you look at the operational goals, securing the border, securing our cyber border,
as well as billions of dollars in U.S. aid to Ukraine.
The House Republicans are split also, but Speaker McCarthy has indicated he might side with the elements who want to push back on funding.
But any legislation passed in the House will have to be agreed to in the Democratic majority U.S. Senate. One flashpoint that may emerge soon is the cost of supporting Ukraine in its defense against Russia's attacks. The U.S. has spent tens of billions of dollars in military, economic, and humanitarian assistance for Ukraine since Russia invaded in February 2022. But several Republicans in Congress are questioning the amount of money being spent. VOA politics and policy reporter Veronica Balderas Iglesias explains.
As Ukraine mourns the victims of the Russian missile strike in the city of Dnipro, U.S. President Joe Biden and Dutch Prime Minister Mark Rutte decried Moscow's aggressions during a bilateral meeting in Washington.
Russia is just continuing to act in ways that are almost unbelievable. The brutality with this.
Rutte announced more support for Kyiv.
We have decided to spend another $2.5 billion on helping the Ukraine war effort. We have the intention to join what you are doing with Germany on the Patriot project, so the air defense system. I think that is important.
Also on Tuesday, circulating on Russian social networks, what looked like images of a makeshift memorial in Moscow for the Dnipro victims. At the government level, however, more promises of military might by Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu.
Strengthen the combat component of the Navy, the aerospace forces, and the strategic missile forces.
Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov left the door open, however, for high-level talks between Russian officials and the director of the Central Intelligence Agency, William J. Burns.
It could be excluded, of course. This dialogue is useful. I don't know the exact dates.
Near Romania, meanwhile, NATO expanded the surveillance of Russia's military activities with the deployment of 3 new planes. And on the ground in Ukraine, the International Atomic Energy Agency set a permanent presence to help safeguard key nuclear facilities. Verónica Valderas Iglesias, VOA News, Washington.
We arrived back here in Ukraine yesterday, and we're now in Lviv, in the western part of the country. Lviv is far from the war, but it is still the frequent site of attacks on infrastructure and is a main destination for internally displaced people and war wounded. This hospital specifically treats soldiers and civilians who have lost limbs, mostly from bombings and landmines, and there are hundreds of people on their waiting list. We're reporting today from Dnipro in Ukraine, and right behind me is a makeshift memorial for the more than 40 people that died in the bombing of this building on Saturday. Today we met some people who survived the bombing. One man told us that he only heard silence when the blast hit, and then he realized he was bleeding. He could then hear the screams of women and children and realized he had to go outside. Once he got outside, the situation was even more horrifying. He could see cars and his building on fire. Then, about 20 minutes after the initial blast, his building collapsed. Now he and about 300 other people are homeless. Reporting from Dnipro in Ukraine, this is Heather Murdoch, VOA News.
Republicans in the House of Representatives also have their sights set on investigating President Biden's immigration policy. Controlling the flow of migrants crossing into the U.S. from Mexico has been a challenge for decades and topped the agenda for Biden's meeting with the leaders of neighbors Mexico and Canada. VOA White House correspondent Anita Powell was in Mexico City for the summit.
Amistad, bonhomie, friendship. In all 3 languages, the leaders of Mexico, Canada, and the U.S. made a show of unity as they met Tuesday in Mexico City.
We're true partners, the 3 of us, working together with mutual respect and a genuine like for one another to advance a safer and more prosperous future for all of our people.
But the issues on the table are not as easy. Irregular migration, illegal drugs, climate change, and trade disputes are front and center, as the Mexican president pointed out as he openly challenged Biden to expand economic cooperation.
This
is the moment for us to determine, to do away with this abandonment, this disdain, and this forgetfulness for Latin America and the Caribbean, which is opposed to the policy of the good neighborhood, of the titan of freedom and liberty, FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and starting with you.
Biden fired back.
The United States provides more foreign aid than every other country just about combined in the world, to not just the hemisphere, but around the world. Unfortunately, our responsibility just doesn't end in the Western Hemisphere. It's in Central Europe, it's in Asia, it's in the Middle East, it's in Africa, it's in Southwest Asia.
On Tuesday, the U.S. announced a range of outcomes, which included plans to collaborate on supply chain issues and semiconductor development, modest commitments to reduce methane emissions from the solid waste and wastewater sector, and more clean energy collaboration.
Put it simply, we are, and always will be, stronger together. The world today is facing a lot of uncertainty, with the rise in authoritarian leaders causing global instability and the high cost of living putting stress on families at home. It's important that we come together as leaders and as friends to look at ways to make our economies more resilient.
Irregular migration is also a thorny issue, especially after Biden launched his trip Sunday with his first presidential visit to the busiest port of entry in the U.S., in El Paso. The leaders also reiterated their commitment to safe, orderly, and humane migration through the expansion of legal migration pathways, a range of collaborative measures, and better communication, both among one another and with the public. They also agreed that illegal trafficking in arms, drugs, and people is a shared threat and committed to work together on the challenge. So, was this summit a success? Mexico watchers say that's a tough question.
Trilateral summits rarely yield major announcements or resolution of issues, and given that the issues that the three leaders talked about are complex and long-standing, I think it's not surprising that there was not some explosive announcement in their communique or in their press conference. But I think, having said that, the fact that they meet on a regular basis and that they identify priorities for their administrations to pursue for the coming year, I think that is important.
But as the leaders highlighted, this is a continent with great potential and great challenges. Will this summit move the needle? Time will tell. Anita Powell, VOA News, Mexico City.
More than 100 radio stations shut down last year in Venezuela under the weight of stiff government regulations and random threats of violence. Now, proposed laws to regulate social media adds to the pressure on journalists there. From Caracas, VOA's Alvaro Algarra has our press freedom spotlight.
Media censorship has risen to new heights in Venezuela, with a record number of radio stations closed, even as the Venezuelan Journalists Association, CNP, documented marginally fewer physical attacks in the past 12 months.
There is a policy of censorship, prosecution of the media. Although it is true that physical aggression against journalists decreased, we saw an increase in radio station closures from 4 in 2021 to 104 in 2022.
The state communications regulator cited licensing breaches for many of the closures, and lawmakers in 2022 denied the action was related to the broadcaster's content. But Carlos Correa, director of the free expression nonprofit Espacio Público, says the moves appear to be part of a policy to limit independent media.
This year, we have documented the highest number of closures since 2001. This situation indicates that the government seems to be trying to reconfigure the ownership structure of these stations.
Adding to worries for journalists are new efforts by President Nicolás Maduro's government to reform media laws. The National Assembly is discussing proposals on regulating social media, including requiring platforms to have an in-country office to handle complaints.
We're going to regulate and control because in recent years, Venezuela has been a victim of psychological warfare through messages on social networks.
But reporters working in an already restrictive environment are wary of the plans. And Carlos Julio Rojas, an independent journalist and member of the National Press Workers Union, says pro-government supporters sometimes use social networks to generate smear campaigns against those in media.
We've seen how the Nicolás Maduro regime's dominance over communications continues to get stronger. What's their end goal? To close that last space that exists for freedom of expression?
If passed, the bill could add to Venezuela's already poor ranking on the Global Press Freedom Index, which measures the ability of journalists to work freely. The watchdog Reporters Without Borders says media there work in a restrictive environment with policies that threaten the full exercise of independent journalism. For Álvaro Algarra in Caracas, Venezuela, Veronica Villafañe, VOA News.
Threats of violence and government intimidation has many journalists fleeing Nicaragua, finding safety in neighboring Costa Rica. From its capital, San Jose, our Donaldo Hernandez shows us how a media nonprofit organization is helping those exiled journalists.
In search of protection, this group of Nicaraguan journalists arrived in Costa Rica halfway through 2022. Like many of their colleagues back home, they risked arrest or harassment by Daniel Ortega's government as it cracks down on the media and opposition voices. In the past 2 years, authorities have seized the headquarters of the historic La Prensa newspaper, prompting the entire staff to flee. Officials have also revoked the licenses of several television and radio stations. Helping the exiled journalist adjust is the Institute of Press and Freedom of Expression, or IPLEX, a Costa Rican nonprofit organization dedicated to protecting Central American journalists. Marco Barquero is project manager at IPLEX.
Our goal is to help them in their legalization process and to promote a more orderly migration for Nicaraguan journalists.
More than 150 journalists have been forced to leave Nicaragua in the past 4 years, according to the Independent Journalists and Communicators of Nicaragua collective. Marco Barquero is in close contact with many of those who recently arrived in Costa Rica.
Through all IPLEX programs, we have helped 62 Nicaraguan journalists and 1 Salvadoran journalist.
The nonprofit offers aid and temporary protection as journalists integrate into Costa Rican society. Raúl Sileski Jiménez is president of IPLEX.
The Home Refuge program covers airfare, transportation, insurance, food, shelter, internet, per diem for food and basic necessities to sustain them for a while.
For journalist Alberto Miranda, the support made a big difference. Miranda says he has been assaulted by police and threatened with arrest. He also received death threats. In 2021, he decided to leave for Costa Rica, but for the first 6 months, he could not find work.
I can tell you that this program represents an important support for Nicaraguan journalists when we arrive in Costa Rica, often in a situation of economic vulnerability.
Miranda now works for the news website Nicaragua Investiga. IPLEX wants journalists to continue their work. Media watchdog Reporters Without Borders says Nicaragua's media endure a nightmare of censorship, intimidation, and threats. But even from exile, the country's journalists work to keep news flowing. For Donaldo Hernández in Costa Rica, Verónica Villafañe, VOA News.
For those who overcome the hurdles to enter the U.S. legally, settling into American life and finding a welcoming community can be a challenge unto itself. VOA's senior Washington correspondent Carolyn Persuti found one in an unlikely place, Colorado Springs, Colorado.
Karthik Raghunath Palanimalai is a software consultant. After he arrived in the U.S. on an L1 tech visa, he says he got no help from Colorado Springs to get settled. Instead, he relied on the city's Indian American community.
They helped me to get to the apartments and, to the work nearest to the place, and then the grocery shops or whatever things. So they really helped me for the first 3 months.
Jackie Jaramillo of Centro de la Familia says newcomers like Palanimalai are often invisible and isolated.
It's very difficult. There are a lot of institutional barriers, and there are cultural barriers. There's definitely racism. A lot of the immigrants that we serve are victims of crime.
That's why some found it surprising when the George W. Bush Institute ranked the city 21st out of the top 100 metro areas in the U.S., where immigrants are thriving. Colorado Springs is best known for the U.S. Air Force Academy and for Pikes Peak at 4,300 meters. The city government is largely conservative, and most Republicans are outspoken about stopping illegal border crossings.
I don't think we have a sign up that says, Colorado Springs, great place for migrants.
John Suthers is a staunch Republican and two-term mayor of Colorado Springs. In 2022, the Milken Institute ranked the city 9th in economic performance among large U.S. cities, an enticement for highly skilled authorized immigrants.
Military defense is about 40% of our economy. There's an awful lot of jobs in the related high-tech space, cybersecurity, and things like that. And those are areas where I think a lot of our people who are migrating legally have the expertise in, and so they're looking around. Why wouldn't you come to Colorado Springs?
Colum Clark wrote the George W. Bush Institute's report, Immigrants and Opportunity in America's Cities. He says several factors were considered in the rankings list.
Is it a good place to do business, to start a company? Is it a good place to kind of get ahead career-wise? Is it a good place to afford a home?
To that, Palanimalai says yes. His new wife, who also landed a tech job, joined him in Colorado Springs, where they're enjoying the Rocky Mountain life, along with a little bit of home, like playing on the local cricket team. Carolyn Presutti, VOA News, Colorado Springs, Colorado.
Since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, an outcry for the protection of human rights has echoed throughout the global community. In its annual report, Human Rights Watch highlights a crisis that extends beyond the war in Ukraine and exists in China, Afghanistan, and Africa. Details from our Henry Ridgewell in London.
The Human Rights Watch organization says that following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the global community deserves credit for unleashing what it calls the full arsenal of the human rights system, including an investigation by the International Criminal Court.
We saw immediate responses from the international community to mobilize around key human rights supports, including establishing international justice mechanisms, evidence gathering for war crimes.
In towns like Bucha and Izium, there is widespread evidence that occupying Russian soldiers tortured, raped and executed civilians. The United Nations Human Rights Council has documented several hundred civilian killings, thought to be a fraction of the total.
In some cases, Russian soldiers executed civilians in makeshift places of detention. Others were summarily executed on the spot, following security checks in their houses, yards, and doorways.
Human Rights Watch's annual report also highlights ongoing abuses in China, including the mass detention, torture, and forced labor of as many as 1 million Muslims in the Xinjiang region. Beijing denies the accusations. The report says the UN Human Rights Council's increased scrutiny of Beijing's actions is encouraging.
What we have seen for the first time in a very long time is cracks in the authoritarian armor.
In Iran, protests triggered by the death of Mahsa Amini after she was detained by morality police have grown into nationwide anti-government demonstrations. Human Rights Watch says the execution of at least 4 protesters must trigger a stronger global response.
We need to move beyond international solidarity for protesters and need to make sure that governments all over the world are holding Iranian officials to account.
The report cites increasing human rights abuses in Myanmar, where the authors say the regime is launching assaults on communities across the country that oppose the military coup. In Ethiopia, Human Rights Watch says the recent African Union-led peace process has resulted in a fragile truce.
Ensuring that there is accountability for the egregious crimes that took place in the Tigray region, for example, is going to be critical for this ceasefire and this truce to actually hold.
The report says climate change is having an increasing impact on basic rights worldwide. It says governments have a legal and moral obligation to regulate industries such as fossil fuel extraction that are incompatible with protecting basic rights. Henry Ridgewell for VOA News, London.
That's all we have for now. Stay up to date at voanews.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook at VOA News. Follow me on Twitter at KGYP and catch up on past episodes at our free streaming service, VOA Plus. I'm Katherine Gibson. We'll see you next week for the Inside Story.
Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria with 351,861 hectares of land, is the authentic home of every tribe and tongue in Nigeria. The state, though small in landmass, is controversially the most populous state in the country. One of the neighborhoods in the state is Obalende, located in Etiosa local government area. The area is strategically a historic site because before the relocation of administrative capital from Lagos to Abuja, it was the seat of power of the military head of state, the Dodon Barrack. Historically, a Royal West African Frontier Force, predominantly Hausa men, were initially camped on the land where the famous King's College is situated. Then there was a need for the use of the land, and the Oba of Lagos was said to have pressured the governor of Lagos to resettle the Hausa men and sold the land in what is now Obalende to the British colonial masters. After resettlement in the purchased land, the Royal West Africa Frontier Force men named the place Ibiti Obalewade, which translates to the place where the king drove us to. Obalende, though crowded, is famous for its nightlife and for its suya sport, with a junction popularly called Suya Junction. For ease of administration, former governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, created additional 37 local council development areas from the existing 20 local council areas. So the current Obalende is carved out under Ikoyi Obalende Local Council Development Area. Ikorodu town is another historic location in Lagos, located in the northeast area of the state along the Lagos Lagoon and shares a boundary with Ogun State. Currently, the town houses Ikorodu local government area and 5 local council development areas. Kabiru Shotobi is the king of Ikorodu, traditionally known as Ayogbunre of Ikorodu, who ascended the throne from October 24, 2015. The name Ikorodu came about from people whose ancestors descended from the Remo stock of Yoruba tribe who came to settle on a plateau and named it Ikorodu, a shortened word from Oko Odu, which literally means Odu, farm. The current metro area population of Ikorodu in 2021 is 989,000, a 5.44% increase from 2020. Trading, farming, and manufacturing are some of the things Ikorodu is known for. Ikeja is the capital of Lagos State, formerly called Akeja. It was named after a deity of the Awori people of Ota, who originally settled there. The area was invaded for slaves until the mid-19th century. Ikeja, an abbreviation meaning of Ikorodu and Ekpe joint administration, was coined by colonial administrators for ease of administration. It is the official seat of the governor of the state, where the state secretariat is also located. It is also where the domestic and international airports are located. Its population as of 2006 census is 330,196. Ikeja is home to one of West Africa's largest gadget markets, popularly known as Computer Village, and home to a shopping mall known as Ikeja City Mall, which is the biggest mall in Lagos mainland and also has a cinema. These are some interesting places that make Lagos a world-class destination.
An earthquake kills tens of thousands of people, leaving hundreds of thousands homeless in Turkey and Syria.
We don't know if they are alive or dead, but mostly dead bodies come out now.
From rescue to recovery and survival amid the rubble. Now, on the Inside Story, Earthquake.
Hi, I'm Anita Powell, VOA White House correspondent. It was 4:17 Monday morning, February 6th, when the earth shook in south-central Turkey and northern Syria. The magnitude 7.8 earthquake was followed by a 7.5 magnitude aftershock 9 hours later. The death toll is more than 40,000 people. Rescue operations are shifting to recovery efforts as families grimly watch and pray. The epicenter was 33 kilometers west of Gaziantep, a major city in an area of more than 2 million people. The big aftershock was centered around 80 kilometers north, near the ancient city of Kahramanmaraş, an area with about 1 million people. Getting help to survivors has been hampered by geography and war. Dorian Jones begins our coverage from Istanbul.
For many earthquake survivors, the painful wait continues for loved ones still buried in collapsed buildings as rescuers race against time to find survivors.
2 of our relatives are under the rubble. They still could not take them out. So we are waiting. We don't know if they are alive or dead, but mostly dead bodies come out now. Some come out alive, but not many. We are waiting. God should not make anyone experience such a thing.
Successes still occur. 6 days after the quake, a U.S. search and rescue team dug out a survivor, part of a growing global effort to help. But with over 7,000 buildings destroyed and many more uninhabitable, shelter is of critical importance, with the region in the grip of bitter sub-zero temperatures. For many, just staying warm is a daily struggle.
I applied, but no one gave me a tent. I'm taking care of orphan children. The front of my house was utterly cracked. We were afraid to go back there. There are some places to shelter from the cold, like mosques, schools, and condolence houses, and these are the places we have been staying.
Many remote villages where temperatures drop to -20 Celsius are only now starting to receive assistance, thanks in many cases to local support groups. Neighboring Syria, too, is only now starting to receive aid. AIDS groups warn assistance is desperately needed in the rebel-controlled Idlib province that was devastated by the quakes.
The delay in accessing the aids and the humanitarian aids through the borders increased the vulnerability, increased the crisis which is affecting the people over there. These medical supplies is approaching to be finished, and also the logistic supplies for the civil defense are approaching to finish, including diesel for the equipments and vehicles for evacuation.
In Turkey, international assistance is picking up as the government faces criticism over the speed of its response to the disaster. Those in shelters contemplate the painful reality they face.
We are staying with 4 families in this tent. We have no heating, we have nothing. You can see this is all we have.
Survivors in Turkey and Syria face the prospect of having to rebuild with nothing, at a time when so many are grieving the loss of their loved ones. Dorian Jones, VOA News, Istanbul.
Turkey's government estimates the quake has cost $50 million in damage. A Turkish business group puts the number closer to $80 million. Help is coming in from all corners in all kinds of ways, from clothing to food to heavy construction equipment to individuals volunteering their time.
Many of our neighbors died. We are so sad and wish to recover. We wish Turkey will recover. People are still under the rubble, and we are already mourning. God bless those who died and bring healing to the injured.
İçeride şu an kayınvalidem ve kayınpederim var. Enkaz altındalar. Yani ben buraya dün geldim.
My mother and father-in-law are inside under rubble. I got here yesterday and there was no one here. There were no rescue teams. I went up by myself, took a look, walked around. I saw bodies and we pulled them out from under the rubble. Some without heads. There's everything, believe me, it's all there. If you ask people which building in Hatay wouldn't collapse, they'd all point to this one. But this is the one that's in the worst shape. We have Ukrainian guests who fled the war, and they are also laying inside. We have had no contact.
Eight family members were missing. We pulled out 4 and buried them with our own hands. The civil defense rescued 3, and there is still a girl under the rubble, and until now, we don't know anything about her. Today I went to the hospital and asked the father. He said, "My little daughter, who is 14 years old, is she still under the rubble? She hasn't been pulled out?" I said, "Not yet." He said, "She was sleeping in the bedroom alone."
Cold. Can you put that thing? It's skeletal. Oh, mashallah. Merador. Merre, Tevron Kruid. Samarugan. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Nefes almakta zorlanıyor. Tamam. Tamam.
I was sleeping that time. Just I see something shaking. I heard my wife say, earthquake.
Today, I'm announcing that the United Nations is launching a $397 million humanitarian appeal for the people of earthquake-ravaged Syria. And this will cover a period of 3 months. We all know that life-saving aid has not been getting in at the speed and scale needed. The scale of this disaster is one of the worst in recent memory. 1 week after the devastating earthquakes, millions of people across the region are struggling for survival, homeless, and in freezing temperatures. We are doing all we can to change this, but much more is needed. And I have an urgent message to the international community. The human suffering from this epic natural disaster should not be made even worse by man-made obstacles. Access, funding, supplies. Aid must get through from all sides to all sides through all routes without any restrictions.
تعي لعند خالك تعي. يلا تعي يا ابو تعي. ابو امير. تكبير. الله اكبر. ابو امير الله اكبر. شوي بس على الشارع. شوي على الشارع.
VOA's Turkish and Kurdish services are on the ground in Turkey and Syria, trying to bring audiences there the latest information about rescue and recovery efforts, along with where survivors can find help.
There was a clear lack of coordination by the government, the local authorities, like the governors, the local rescue groups, local branches. They were not mobilized fast enough by the government. The situation on the ground is difficult. There's a serious problem of sheltering. Many people, as I said, are homeless. They lost their homes. They live outside on the streets. Even if their building is safe, they prefer living outside, either in the tents or especially a significant number of people staying overnight in their cars. So there will have to be an effort, a serious effort. Maybe it will take years of rebuilding effort from right now.
I want to talk about the political fault lines that go through this region. I'm talking about conflict across the border. I'm talking about allegations of repression both in Syria and in Turkey. Why does that matter? Why does that make the impact of a natural disaster like this any different?
Well, I should say this is the first test of a big natural disaster. How Erdogan would handle a natural disaster in such a big scale after he implemented the presidential system in Turkey. This is the big one. So we will see how he will handle. But as of right now, until right now, there's like we can clearly say that he did not make a good beginning.
Can I ask you just about the presence of a large number of Syrian refugees in this area? How is this resonating for that community and also for Syrians in Syria who are seeing this happen to their relatives?
Yes, there is the disparity in distributing the aid, but if you look at the Syrian side, one thing actually our stringers talk with the Syrians in the region. The Gaziantep especially you can see as the capital of Syrian refugees. There are a significant number of Syrian refugees there. They're like, how can I describe? They're saying that our country during the war had already collapsed on our heads, and now here the same thing happened. Turkey also collapsed on our head. We ended up being crushed under the rubble in both countries. And also in Turkey, maybe not from the political level, but when we look at the reaction attitude of Turkish people against the Syrian refugees, there's been an increasing level of animosity. When we look at the people's reaction, when we look at the social media posts, like, for example, there is a far-right party in Turkey, Victory Party. When we look at this party's leaders' statements now, we can see that there is, at least from some circles, there is a negative campaign going on against Syrian refugees.
For refugees who fled Syria's civil war, the earthquake adds yet another challenge for a group of people already beset with challenges. From Mersin, Turkey, our Arif Aslan tracks a Syrian refugee family who are once again facing hard times.
Mohammed Beko and his family had no choice but to flee the Turkish city of Hatay, one of the areas hit hardest by the earthquakes on February 6 that has left thousands of people dead in Turkey and Syria. Originally from the northwestern Syrian province of Idlib, Beko and his family moved to Turkey in 2013 after fleeing civil war in their country. The quake had a devastating impact on the Beko family, like so many other residents of Hatay.
The entire house was destroyed. My father and aunt remained under the rubble. We kept digging for 3 hours to get them out. My aunt lost her life, God bless her soul, but my father survived. Thank God he's fine.
After 3 days, Beko decided to move his family to the city of Mersin, which has been spared the devastation of the earthquake.
We left the city because there were still aftershocks. While there, we stayed under a tent for 3 days. It was very cold, and my children couldn't bear it. With every aftershock, my children got more terrified.
While they feel safe in Mersin, the family has been living on the street with no place to stay. With processing the scale of the devastation and grieving for the loss of his loved ones in Turkey and Syria, Beko says the future is uncertain once again. For Arif Aslan in Mersin, Turkey, Sirwan Kejo, VOA News.
Among the first responders to this catastrophe is a search and rescue team from Fairfax County, about 10 kilometers from here. VOA's Veronica Balderas Iglesias tells us they are joining others from the U.S. who are trying to help.
Syrian refugees in Turkey and those who have been displaced in northwest Syria are among the most vulnerable and have the greatest need for food and other assistance. The United States has joined several other nations to support relief efforts.
We are in the process of deploying additional teams to support Turkish search and rescue efforts and address the needs of those injured and displaced by the earthquakes. U.S.-supported humanitarian partners are also responding to the destruction in Syria.
Mobilized by USAID, the Fairfax County Urban Search and Rescue Team prepped for deployment to Turkey.
We have about 60,000 pounds of equipment here. We're loading 79 people with 6 dogs.
Health concerns will also need to be addressed, notes the U.S.-based humanitarian organization Project Hope.
Whether that be waterborne diseases or airborne diseases that are spread through communities that are now living very in close proximity in shelters. You will have a number of different disease vectors that will arise after the first few days of a disaster.
For those who want to help, the nonprofit Global Giving has some advice.
Cash is first and foremost the most important way to donate, and that is because the needs on the ground fluctuate so quickly. Look at the organizations on Charity Navigator in order to be able to verify that that is a trusted charity entity.
Humanitarian workers say it could take weeks for the emergency in Turkey and Syria to move to the recovery phase. Veronica Valderas Iglesias, VOA News, Washington.
Among the challenges facing the hundreds of thousands left homeless by the earthquake is managing through winter temperatures. While it rarely gets that cold in Los Angeles, a mobilization is underway to get warm clothing and other essentials to those who need it. Details from LA and our Angelina Bagdasarian.
Since early morning, Los Angeles residents have been bringing humanitarian aid, including warm clothes and other essentials, to this mosque so that it can be sent to Turkey and Syria.
We are collecting winter clothes for Turkish people. As we know that Turkey has a really big disaster, and at this point, any humanity, either Muslim or non-Muslim or different faith, if they get hurt, we feel that we are getting hurt. So we are helping each and every person.
We at this masjid respond very kindly. And I have seen some clothes here that are summer clothes. What we need most are blankets and winter clothes like this.
Residents throughout California are stepping up with aid for earthquake survivors across the ocean. Nurdan Sivi is a singer and a volunteer in Northern California. For years, she's been collecting money to help Turkish children to get an education.
Maybe instead of sending kids to school, giving them scholarships, maybe we're gonna use the funds to build new schools. So we will use the funds for maybe more essential needs.
Businessman Murat Karslioğlu has sent all the trucks from his firm to transport humanitarian aid from collection centers to the airports in San Francisco and Los Angeles. Most boxes contain warm clothing and hygiene essentials for women and small children.
The only thing we can do from here, providing them things to help them survive, blankets, tents again, and because they will go through difficult next 3-6 months at least, and then after that Well, recovery will take at least 1 year, maybe longer than that.
U.S. rescue teams, along with their search dogs, are also on the way to help, and they're taking tons of humanitarian aid with them. Californians know all too well about this kind of catastrophe. The state itself is situated on the very active San Andreas Fault, making the region susceptible to powerful and dangerous earthquakes. For Angelina Bagdasaryan in Los Angeles, California, Anna Rice, VOA News.
Before we go, a development here in the United States that has raised more questions than answers. Less than a week after the U.S. downed what officials say was a Chinese surveillance balloon, the U.S. military shot down 3 more flying objects of unknown origin. Chinese officials say they can't say whether the newly downed objects are theirs, but say the U.S. is overreacting. Amid the questions, one thing is clear. China-U.S. relations have taken a hit. There are many questions about the 3 unidentified flying objects the U.S. military has shot down in as many days. Here's one thing the White House can say with confidence.
There is no indication of aliens or terrestrial activity with these recent takedowns. Wanted to make sure that the American people knew that, all of you knew that, and it was important for us to say that.
But seriously, White House officials offered one theory on why the military is suddenly finding more of these flying vessels. Because these are the objects they're looking for.
If you set the parameters in such a way that to look for a certain something, it's more likely that you're going to find a certain something.
On Friday, less than a week after downing a Chinese balloon over the eastern shore of the United States, the U.S. military shot down a UFO over Alaska. The U.S. worked with the Canadian military to take down another over the Yukon Territory. And on Sunday, a third was shot from the sky into Lake Huron. People should not panic, Kirby said.
We do not assess that these most recent objects posed any direct threat to people on the ground, and we are laser focused on confirming their nature and purpose.
But if the truth is out there, it's clouded by China's anger over what they say is unfair U.S. punishment for a weather balloon that simply drifted off course and across the entire continental U.S. On Monday, China's foreign ministry spokesperson Wang Wenbin accused Washington of being trigger happy. He did not say whether the 3 recent objects were Chinese, but fired a volley of accusations at Washington.
The U.S.'s abuse of force, overreaction, and escalation of the situation goes against the spirit of international law and against international practice. Now they are hyping up, exaggerating, and exacerbating the situation, using this as an excuse to illegally sanction Chinese enterprises and organizations. China is strongly dissatisfied and firmly opposes this.
The White House said there is no current plan for President Joe Biden to talk to Chinese President Xi Jinping. And Kirby said the Chinese military is not interested in speaking to the U.S. Defense Secretary. He also repeated claims that the U.S. does not have surveillance aircraft in Chinese airspace. That, says analyst Emily Harding, sets up tension with Beijing and raises serious questions for Washington, questions that Kirby could not answer when asked on Monday.
I think the messages that are sent to Beijing is, hey, we caught you, we know what you're up to, cut it out. I think the more interesting question right now for the Pentagon is going to be, what are the rules of engagement on these? Suddenly we've found these objects that are floating over the northern United States, and are we going to try and shoot down every single one of them that floats over the airspace, or are we going to come up with a much better way of determining what is and is not a national security threat?
And she said the conspiracy theories floating around the internet raise another concern.
When we have so little information out in the public, it's very easy for misinformation, disinformation, conspiracy theories to spread. There's been some, I think, well-intentioned joking about this on the interwebs over the weekend, but at the same time, like, you don't really know and you don't want to speculate and spread potential mis and disinformation.
Which leaves the biggest question of all. Once investigators learn what the objects are and what they were doing, what then? Stay up to date on that story, the earthquake recovery, and the rest of the news at voanews.com. Follow us on Instagram and Facebook at VOA News, and follow me on Twitter at 6ArmsPowell. Catch up on past episodes on our free streaming service, VOA+. I'm Anita Powell. See you next week for The Inside Story.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
As a journalist who covered health and women's issues, and as a mother raising 4 children from exile in Pakistan, Azita Nazimi knows what news Afghan women find important. For 15 years, she reported for stations including Tolo TV, Yak TV, and Radio Begum. But when the Taliban entered Kabul in August of 2021, Nazimi and her female colleagues were told to go home. Nazimi remembers what was lost when the Taliban took over.
All our dreams and hopes, the achievements that women made in the past 20 years, and the main achievement of the Republic, having freedom of speech and press.
About 6 weeks after the fall of Kabul, Nazimi joined a group protesting the rules imposed on women.
We wanted to raise our voices to gain our freedoms, but on the contrary, no one listened to us, and our voices were silenced. That's why we left Afghanistan.
The Taliban takeover had dire consequences on Afghan media, says Rebecca Vincent of Reporters Without Borders, an international organization that advocates for press freedom.
The numbers of working journalists have decreased drastically for both sexes, but disproportionately so for women.
As of 2023, 11 of Afghanistan's 34 provinces have no female journalists at all. And of the 2,700 women reporters pre-Taliban, a little over 600 are still working, says Vincent.
Women are largely absent now, in not just in the storytelling role, but in the stories themselves. We've seen increasing restrictions by the Taliban on not only who can present the news and in what way, but who they're allowed to interview, who can be present on these broadcasts.
The shrinking space for female journalists mirrors that for Afghan women in general. Under Taliban rule, women are denied education and oftentimes employment, and are forbidden to travel unless accompanied by a close male relative. Local media in recent weeks reported that pharmacies had been told to stop providing access to contraceptives, a claim the Taliban rejected. For a journalist who used to report on women's health, Nazimi is frustrated.
If I could or I were allowed to, I would focus on women's issues, particularly health and women's empowerment, such as in social and economic sectors. Unfortunately, no journalist is allowed to work on such issues.
Afghanistan still has media, but Vincent says the ability of independent journalists to keep working is deteriorating. For Muska Safi in Islamabad and Lisa Bryant in Paris, Shaista Sadatlami, VOA News.
I have not come across a blind person who have become sighted. Unfortunately, I've come across too many sighted people who have become blind.
I stood for like maybe 2 or 3 minutes, was like, a blind individual writing like this. Even a typical human being cannot do most of what he is doing.
They are pushed aside. They look them as perpetual beggars, and it's not supposed to be. Some of us, we are learned. We don't need pity. We need opportunities. We need encouragement.
A February 2021 report by the World Health Organization says that globally, 2.2 billion people have a visual impairment. Of that number, 64 million people suffer from glaucoma, the leading cause of irreversible blindness in the world. It is projected that by the year 2030, 95.4 million people would suffer from the disease. Being a black person is a risk factor. At Ikeja Junior High School, Lagos, Nigeria, there are 55 steps from one end of the hallway to the other. There are 18 steps down the stairwell and 15 steps between classes. Cyril Ojime counted them all because he needed the figures as well as his white cane to find his way around work.
It's more than the cost price.
Cyril is a 48-year-old visually impaired mathematician. He teaches math here to students with and without hearing disabilities in junior secondary classes 1 to 3. This situation presents a peculiar communication challenge.
Imagine they will do sign language, I cannot see what they are signing. I will talk, they cannot hear what I'm saying. So if they want to talk, I cannot even hear them. They will make noise with it. And it has really been a very difficult situation. How are you today? Fine, fine. I had to learn a little bit of sign language, and that gladdened their heart. They love seeing me making that effort to communicate with them. Unfortunately, they feel, because I cannot see them back, they feel saddened about it, that I'm not seeing them sign back to me, communicating with me in their own way.
Here's where 30-year-old Tawalkat Babatunde comes in.
Take note, it's over the cost price, not the selling price.
She's a sign language specialist at the school. She works with Cyril to coordinate and communicate math lessons to the class.
I'll make sure the class is being arranged. Okay, keep quiet, watch what he's saying, explain. When he's explaining, I'll demonstrate. You do give them classwork and homework. I will mark it, distribute it to the students. Honestly, the first day we worked together, I stood at just for like maybe 2 or 3 minutes. Was like a blind individual writing like this. Even a typical human being cannot do most of what he is doing. So I was amazed.
Cyril Ojime is a 1996 graduate of Pure and Applied Mathematics from the University of Ilori, Kwara State. He's also an award-winning math and further math teacher with experience spanning 11 different schools in 5 states across Nigeria since 1999. Cyril recalls a childhood experience that motivated him to take up teaching as a career.
I used to have a math teacher. He would just put some problems on the board and I would just be smiling. We would not be able to solve it. So in my mind, I said, I want to be a teacher whereby I will make math to look simpler than what this man is doing.
That resolve made in the early 80s still nudges him to demystify math for children today. However, in 2012, Cyril was diagnosed with glaucoma. This almost puts paid to his life ambition of teaching math.
When I first of all found out 2012, it was like a shock to me. Because as at then, in my family, the extended family, we only know for maybe eye issues such as myopia or long distance issue. Then maybe at worst cataracts, but nothing like glaucoma. So it was a surprise to me. And when it started, it was as if it was an insect in my eye that was blurring my vision. So when I was told it was glaucoma, I went to Google it to read more about it. When I learned it was white blindness, I got a bit scared at first. But I said, okay, let me see what can be done.
Dr. Adiola Onokoya is a professor of ophthalmology at the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, LUTH. She throws some light on Cyril's condition.
Glaucoma is the commonest cause of irreversible blindness. It's a disease of the nerve of the eye. That nerve is like a cable that connects the eyeball to the brain. In glaucoma, what happens is there's some damage, inside the eyeball where you have those nerves originating from that we call the optic nerve. They are damaged. And what damages them? Well, it's either there isn't enough blood flowing into them, or because there's a lot of pressure inside the eye. And once those cells in the eye die, even the eye is opened, is looking at whatever object, but there is no connection. There's a disconnect between what the eye sees and the brain. So the eye looks normal, but no image processing is taking place.
What causes glaucoma and how can it be treated?
Nobody knows the cause. And if the cause of a disease is not known, then there's no cure. It's commoner in blacks than in the Caucasian. There's just an inherent, risk for us to develop glaucoma, being blacks. And then if you have a family history, because genetics is at the basis of glaucoma, really. And then if that pressure is high, that's eye pressure, intraocular pressure, if it's high. And then people who have severe hypertension, people who have very low blood pressure, even people who are using low blood pressure medication, but they are overusing it. Management of the glaucoma, we can give eye drops. And if the eye drops are not working well, then you may have to go to surgery. It's a lifelong disease. But suffice is to say that once you have lost vision from glaucoma, it is not recovered.
Cyril was in the prime of his career when glaucoma struck. He was deputy head of the math department, mathematics coordinator, and was vying to be head of senior school before he began to have challenges with his vision. The new reality devastated him. He began to struggle with tasks that were once easy.
Then, to be moving around, it was difficult for me. There are times I would just miss my way when going to the class. I would not really know the right class that I'm going to until I therefore come back and count my steps again. Some of my colleagues will be assisting me in typing, to be marking that I'm going through a phase. And I thank God for my colleagues then who rallied around me to see that I was not failing. Being a private institution, they were not looking at whether you are going through a phase or whether you are going through a medical situation. There was for you to be effective, no matter what it takes. Be effective. Don't go down. Don't relent in your effort. So I was trying to meet up.
He sought medical help in 2012. However, the doctor's strike paralyzed healthcare services for 6 months. In that time, his eyesight worsened.
For 6 months, when they were on strike, I could not get medical attention, and that was when the eyes deteriorated. Thereafter, when they called back the strike, it was a bit late. The pressure in the eyes became very high and uncontrollable. Despite eye drops and medication, it just skyrocketed. If the doctors were on ground, I would have been able to get the proper medical attention on time. I would be able to at least know the right eye drops to take to preserve the vision. And I'll be able to at least, if it was not becoming better, at least the doctors would have been able to refer me to LUTH or even to another institution entirely for me to get proper attention.
Indeed, the lack of a reliable healthcare system in Nigeria does jeopardize the health of citizens. Additionally, glaucoma does not show symptoms. Therefore, Cyril only began to have signs of visual impairment in the advanced stages of the disease.
We usually advise that we should get our eyes tested regularly. Once you are above the age of 35, you should make it a point of duty to get your eyes examined once in 2 years. But if you have a family member who suffers from glaucoma, or you have a family member who is blind, you don't know why, you should check your eyes for glaucoma. So regular eye examination is the way to detect it at the very early stage. And once it is detected, treatment is started, and we can then slow down that rate of progression.
As Cyril's eyesight was deteriorating, his work at Olashere Grammar School in Osun State was failing. In March 2015, he made a decision he never imagined he would take in his early 30s. Cyril Ojimen resigned.
I had to meet the HOD, my supervisor, that look, I cannot continue like this, that I don't want to be a burden to the students, members of staff, and especially my immediate colleagues. It's best for me to quit while the ovation was still loud.
Nothing prepared him for the challenges ahead. He was about to face trying times due to a deteriorating vision and a lack of steady income.
2016 to 2018, I will call those 2 years the worst period of my life. Number one, I stopped going out. 2, feeding myself, my family became difficult. 3, paying for children's school fees stopped. After exhausting my gratuity, nothing was coming in, a lot of expenditure came in, no income. So everything was just dry. And I felt for my children because it was something they never expected, never wanted to experience. My wife did all she could to support, but it was all to no avail. She became more or less like a beggar, asking people around for assistance. Myself, I started calling people, calling my brothers, calling those that I know, those who I don't know, to see what they can do to help me out. I got almost to a stage of depression, but my wife and my children, they stood by me, they encouraged me that it's not over.
Just when the nights got darkest, some lights shone through. Cyril got to know of the Federal Nigeria Society for the Blind at Kappa, Oshodi. It's a special rehabilitation center for the blind. He didn't have the funds to enroll for the vocational training course. His friends and family began an online campaign to crowdfund his rehabilitation.
The help started with my classmates, Federal Government College Kano classmates. They came in. At first, they helped with the surgery, but after a while, they stepped back to take care of their own personal issues. But by the time I now raised the voice again in the wilderness to say, please, I need help, they came again, sent 1 or 2 things just to keep body and soul together. My elder brother came in, then ex-students, those that I taught, came in as well. And they rallied around, helped me out until I graduated.
With his fees paid, he began a 1-year process to rehabilitate for his new life.
I did braille reading and writing, did rehabilitation and mobility. Mobility is by means of how you move around without being aided with the use of a white cane. This is a white cane. It's a white cane. You just put it on the ground and you just be feeling around. It guides one, a visually impaired person, to move around freely without any fear of falling down. Then I learned how to operate the computer using keystrokes. My students from a Federal Junior High School. D4, 40, E4. So I'm going through their scores. Gradually, I started getting used again to the laptop, something I felt I could not do again. And what really helped me was the application that was installed in the computer. It's called JAWS, Job Access with Speech. On the phone, we have what we call TalkBack. So that's the way we started using handset and the computer in general. The experience changed my life and my way of seeing life in a new perspective.
In 2019, Cyril graduated as the best student at the rehabilitation school. Thereafter, he enrolled in another course by Sight Savers, an international non-governmental organization dedicated to empowering the visually impaired with digital skills.
Sight Savers really helped me out in terms of how to replan yourself, how to organize your career, how to work out your CV to make it to be a one-page document, how to prepare for an interview, what kind of questions to expect, how to do follow-up after an interview, then preparing for the work environment, and it gave me that boost and that confidence to be bold, to be self-confident, to be to have that charisma, to have that character, to move on. So Plustv did that for me.
Despite all these training, he was not quite prepared for the challenge of getting back into the labor market as a person with disability. Luckily, an old connection came through.
The person's name is Mrs. Grace Egbobi. I will be grateful to her. She got in touch with me and said, there's an opening in the public sector. They are looking for a maths teacher, and she's going to submit my name, being that that's my course. And an interview was conducted, and today I was employed. I was posted to Ikeja Junior High School. When I first of all met the principal, Mr. Safiu, he said he's not going to reject me because he sees in me something that will be of benefit to the school.
He gave me a brief interview in my office, and he told me that he will be able to handle mathematics skillfully. So I said, let me give him a try. And since then, I've been watching him. What I noticed about him is that he has great passion for this job. You will never see him coming late to work. He's always prompt in the class, and he does the work with passion.
I'm happy his decision of accepting me is paying dividends now. And ever since I stepped in here, I've been putting my best, and I believe the best is still yet to come.
Just when he thought getting a job was hard enough, commuting to and from work as a visually impaired man became a tough road to travel.
When I leave the compound, I stay at the gate side. The person that do help us at times, he comes in, he will take me to the bus stop. I will enter a bus going to Oshodi. I will drop at Kappa. From Kappa, I will take a bus coming down to PWD. Drop at PWD. When I get down, God has been faithful. Somebody is always there. They will take me across the railway track and to the other side, bring me over to this side, to the GRA side, drop me at the gate. At times it will be a teacher, a fellow teacher. At times it will be a student. At times just be a passerby who has a measure of kindness in him or her.
This is David Okon, former president of the Nigeria Association of the Blind. He is the current chairman of the association's education committee. Okon was born sighted, but became blind as an infant. Like Cyril, he had a hard time securing a job despite his skills and education. He's now a staunch advocate for equal opportunities for persons with disabilities.
Blind people can work as long as they have the education that is required. They need training like other people. It might be some specialized training, but honestly, it doesn't cost the price of a rocket. They need equipment that will make them function appropriately. That might cost a little more than what you give. But every employer should think this way.
Okon also analyzes the role that the Nigerian society has played in perpetuating the belief that persons with disabilities are outcast.
The society is yet to come to terms with the fact that a blind person or a person with disability is a member of the society. Or they see him as that lesser being. You can even hear things like, this handsome man or this beautiful girl or lady is blind. That is just nothing but pity. But are they ready to see you as an equal stakeholder in the society, in the organization, in the workplace, in the school environment, even in the church? The answer is not in the affirmative for now. A blind person would have ordinarily not been so disadvantaged if the society was more enabled. The environment, the road network was not built with me in mind. And even when the government even did some walkways, pavements that you could walk and not be run down by moving traffic, you find out that that is not possible because the walkways have now become markets. The bike owners, ones we call Okada, park their bikes on top there. And so I now it would then be as if I'm more handicapped than I should be.
Drawing from his personal experience with disability discrimination, Cyril makes a passionate plea for an inclusive society.
Those who have physical disabilities, they are pushed aside. They look them as perpetual beggars. And it's not supposed to be. Some of us, we are learned. We don't need pity. We need opportunities. We need encouragement. Those who are lacking education, they need to go to school. Those who need employment, they need to get employment. Those who need to even start their own crafts and their own little business, they need such help.
Every 6 minutes, someone is told they're going blind. Leading medical journal Lancet Global Health projects that global blindness will triple by 2050 to 115 million. Okon speaks to these figures as he calls for a paradigm shift in how society views and treats persons with disabilities.
I have not come across a blind person who have become sighted. Unfortunately, I've come across too many sighted people who have become blind. The question then is, why don't you think of making the society a better place? In case it will be that person you know, or even you, because there's nothing that says that it cannot be you tomorrow, so that will not join us in the crying and lamentations that we're going through.
In January 2019, President Muhammadu Buhari signed the Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities Prohibition Act. The act criminalizes discrimination against persons with disabilities and requires all public organizations to reserve at least 5% of employment opportunities for these persons. But that law has the challenge of enforcement. As for Cyril Ojimen, he has found a job that pays him 2 times Nigeria's minimum wage, and he plans to retire in the teaching profession. However, many other PWDs are not as lucky. They can be found on the streets, begging for alms to survive, or locked up in homes, hidden by their families for fear of discrimination.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plustv Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plustv Africa. Big stories live here.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Where would I start from? Because I started acting very young. I started 1997. And what would I say was my downtime? Well, maybe when I started Palace, I couldn't tell my mom that I was acting. But when they would show me on screen, the teasers, I was there. And my mom asked one day that, Foluke, is that what you said? No, it's not me. So I had to go and meet my mentors to come and help me beg her to act. She first refused vehemently that she wasn't going to allow me to act, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. And I had to beg. I was crying for days. So eventually, she now called me and said, okay, that she will accept on one condition, that I will make sure that I go to school very well. I'm still fulfilling that promise till now because I promised her PhD. And that I'll make sure that I have a home and I'll be a role model worthy of emulation.
Well, my journey into Nollywood has been an amazing experience, actually. I didn't just start off and became who I am right now. I actually started from somewhere. I can remember when I was still in school, UJ, I would jump from one bus to another, you know, going for auditions, and sometimes when I get to the audition ground, I fail the audition. I actually worked with a director who said I failed this audition like twice or 3 times. And eventually I played a lead character, you know, on that project. And it's actually very inspiring. And I also want to talk to everybody out there. Sometimes I believe young people just want to be stars and they don't want to work hard. And I feel it's not right. I feel you must, if you want to showcase your talent, you have to do it right. Focus on the important things, which is go for auditions, be nice to people, be humble, because once you're humble, you find purpose. Yeah.
One of my downtime moments would be probably when while acting, I had a terrible car accident that nearly took my life. My legs were broken, my face got burnt, my hands, legs, and everything got burnt. That was quite a challenging time in my life when that happened. So that's because it was life-threatening, life-changing. You felt like your whole life was coming to a stop. You know, the things that your face is your business. You can imagine your face being burnt at that time and you're feeling that your career was over or your life was over. So that was a quite downtime. But, you know, God was merciful throughout those period. He gave me like a very strong, resilient spirit to pull through. But, you know, it was a difficult time because I had like series of operation. You know, like when you do the first operation, you think, okay, you're fine. And then you do the second one and you get heartbroken and they have to start all over again. So it was quite a challenging time for me, but I drew the strength from the fact that God kept me alive. So I felt maybe he kept me alive for a reason. And, you know, it just gave me a new lease of life to do and see things differently. And that's it.
Personal life and life issues sometimes. And family and relationships and things that they have to like settle like as well before, you know, being in a state of mind to record and create good music. You know, sometimes you might just be in a creative block or any of that stuff, and you need time to chill out, because when you force it in that period of having like a creative block, then you lose it. You lose the plot there. And for us, like at some point in our lives, we're kind of like really down. To be honest, I won't even lie to you. Like that was like about 2 years ago, or like a year ago, something like that. It was crazy in the sense that there was a lot of pressure like from us, and we as of the time did not know how to handle the pressure coming from the industry, coming from the fans. The next P Square, we're waiting for you guys to take over from P Square, we're waiting for you guys to drop new songs, and all that stuff. And
Hello, compliments of the season and Happy New Year. You're welcome to Plus Events, your favorite social diary show that brings the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Antonia Oshili, and in today's show, we have 3 lovely events lined up for you. Now, in the spirit of Christmas, the Redeemed Christian Church of God, RCCG, reached out to people in a charity fair. The event, which took place at the Teslim Balogun Stadium, Surulere, Lagos, had the General Overseer of the Church, Pastor Enoch Adejare Adeboye, and other ministers in attendance. Plustv Africa was there to cover the event.
It was all joy as the multitudes in this main bowl celebrated Christmas in praises and dancing. In this Christmas message, the General Overseer, Pastor Enoch Adeboye, spoke about Jesus Christ being a perfect gift to mankind.
I'm going to say, Lord, give me a Christmas present. Something big that I want you to do for me today. The second one, you ask him for a New Year present. You ask these 2 things and you will pray.
Other clergies expressed hope for the coming year.
Jesus is alive. Jesus was brought and he has come so that we can be set free. Free from anything called sorrow, free from bondage, free from any form of lack. Free so that we can have joy and a future. The whole world is rejoicing and we know that for as long as we have Jesus, all will be well. In the name of Jesus. We heard it from the man of God.
When you talk about gift, we have gifts. But this gift of Christ is indescribable. So great, so mighty. Even knowing Christ is the best thing that can happen to anyone in life. It can transform, it can give a new life, and it can give everything.
My takeaway with a prophet like a daddy, from daddy, if it meant staying the whole day to get that father's blessing and that message, I would have sat down here to get it. And it was a real blessing to me. That Papa said, the Papa that God honors is asking me to make a request from the Lord. I got a perfect gift. 2023 is here already. We have hope. We are the children of God. We have hope in our Father. And we're seeing 2023 by His grace.
Food items and others were distributed earlier in the day by the welfare arm of RCCG.
Now, still in the spirit of the festive season, a group, Akoka Compassionate Initiative, has reached out to the needy in its community. The event, which was held in the Yaba area of Lagos State, had over 500 people in attendance.
Men, women, and young adults gather at this venue. They have come to benefit from the demonstration of love of the pioneers of the Akoka Compassionate Initiative at this annual giveaway. Shegun Adesanya is the project manager of the initiative. He is hopeful of increased support.
We started with about 10, and last year we did 200 people. And this year we are doing 500 this year. And for me, we pray that the Lord will increase us next year. And it's our belief that the Lord will increase everybody, the donors and everybody, so that I've said it, I have announced it. We are going to do 750 next year.
The guest speaker, Professor Taibat Lawansin, and the chairman of the fundraising committee of the group, explained why the gesture is important during this period. They spoke alongside a member of the committee.
Akoka CDA is a community that hosts the University of Lagos, and we have a close working relationship with the community, and we are very proud of what they're doing, because this indeed is what the spirit of community is: bringing people together, looking out for those who need a helping hand, and working together to move, the community forward. Like I said earlier, a community that thrives is a precursor for national building, national development.
The funds for this was actually raised within the community. We didn't go to corporate bodies, we didn't go to governments. We went to people within the community, those who had, and they have a little extra. They actually made it happen. I mean, looking at the smiles on people's faces, looking at the crowd that is here today, you come to the conclusion that this is a good thing to do, and they would like to repeat it again and again, as long as we have life.
We just want to extend the loving hand to people around us, of course, not only women or men, even children. We made provision for 500 people, and as it is now, we have over 500. We have to do more.
The beneficiaries expressed delight, urging well-meaning Nigerians to support such gestures.
I hope there can be continuity, and everyone that arranged this program, thanks to everyone and the Coca community as a whole.
I'm really excited. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it for their work. So I'm just happy, Sha. I appreciate it.
I pray to them that God will continue to uplift them, and all members of the CDA. I pray that by this time next year, they shall be reaping the goodness of their reward of their goodness in manifold.
The high point of the event was the distribution of food items to the beneficiaries.
And finally, on this episode of Plus Events, family and friends of Adebayo Oluwake gathered to honor him as he retired from the International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC, in Nigeria. Now, the event attracted professionals and government officials, among which were the Special Advisor on Media and Publicity to President Muhammadu Buhari, Femi Adesina, and also Managing Director of Plustv Africa, Lekan Ogumbawo. His colleagues, among others, were there.
Known faces from the media industry and in public service were seen in the hall. Other professionals, family and friends also graced the occasion. The event was in honor of one of Nigeria's diplomat and humanitarian, Mr. Adebayo Oluwake, as he announced his retirement with a book titled The Journey of a Passport on the Road of Humanity. Mr. Oluwake, who has spent close to 2 decades of his career serving the country in different capacities, talked about his sojourn.
I am very, very proud to say by the time I was leaving, and again it's in my book, I left 13 Nigerians occupying important international positions with the International Committee of the Red Cross. I thank God for the opportunity that He gave to me and for keeping me hale and hearty. When I left secondary school, my ambition was to become a journalist. I think I did become one. And if you buy my book, you see, throughout my comments, I'm going to be promoting my book. If you buy my book, you will understand why, and how that happened. But after university, I thought I should become a lecturer. I actually had a very great improvement in my grades because I had been student union president in UI, of all places. And when you are president, you hardly go to class. Some of you know what I mean. So I got the basic minimum I needed to go to my final year. So I just focused on my book in my final year. And my head of department, the late Professor Anda, those of you from Victory Baptist Church, you know our brother Anda, that's his elder brother. Professor Anda said, this young man has done so well, we need to give him a second offer. But his other colleagues said no. If he wanted a second offer, he wouldn't have gone to be student union president. But anyway, I was so interested in academia, but in any case, by the time I left Ibadan, however, I found myself working as a corporate affairs manager in the petroleum marketing industry. But I was still burning to be a lecturer, a researcher. So I left. And I started engaging with this think tank. And it was in that process that I met the International Committee of the Red Cross. At that time, we had a conflict in Liberia and Sierra Leone. And most of the time, the ICRC would ask for my opinion about what was happening. I also had links with the Nigerian Armed Forces. And some of my friends were involved either as commanding operations there. So I could also help facilitate the work of the Red Cross with the ECOMOG forces. So that was, you can see the link between me and the Red Cross, how it started. And then, strangely at some point, the International Committee of the Red Cross, let me not jump. After I went to the ICRC, the office of the Nigerian Red Cross used to be in Ikoyi, the headquarters. And there you had the International Committee of the Red Cross, the Nigerian Red Cross, and what we call the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies. So after I went to see the ICRC, I was doing a research actually. I went to interview people there. So I found Nigerian Red Cross. So I walked into Nigerian Red Cross office. What do you people do? I've known the Red Cross, I know, in school, but I was really interested at what they were doing at the headquarters. Ofomo Obodo, the late Ofomo Obodo, may he so rest in peace. He was Secretary General. He was Secretary General of the Nigerian Red Cross, and we became very close. There was Alhaji Shehu Musa, the late Alhaji Shehu Musa, who used to be Secretary to the governments of the Federation. He was chairman of the Nigerian Red Cross. And I got introduced to the Red Cross. I got to know, and I said, listen, I want to contribute. You are doing such a wonderful job. I really want to, just ask me for anything. To cut a long story short, because this boy told me I have 10 minutes, I was later encouraged to contest for a position on the governance board. So I was elected as National Information Advisor of the Nigerian Red Cross, and I served in that capacity. And it was later on that the International Committee of the Red Cross came for me and said, you have to work with us. I never wrote an application for the International Committee of the Red Cross. There was satisfaction, there was also frustration. The frustration was largely because thousands of people need help, but unfortunately, even as humanitarians, we are only able to support only a few. And we use the word, the most vulnerable. So we are not always able to help everybody. And sometimes the security situation might make it so difficult that we can't even reach certain people. But working during the Nepalese conflict, Sierra Leonean conflict, post-election violence in Kenya, collapse of the economy of Zimbabwe. In Zimbabwe, we had cholera almost every 6 months, cholera outbreak. So imagine also the kind of dangerous environment we were. Armed conflicts in Sudan, and South Sudan, responding to the consequences of the conflict between the DRC and M23 in DRC, which spills into Uganda, as well as the crisis in Somalia, the humanitarian challenges imposed by the prevailing situation in Indian-administered Kashmir. Some of you have heard of Kashmir. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict, my last mission in the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, the Syrian conflict as well. So I played my little part together with my colleagues, and God saw me through. I covered 17 countries in the course of those functions, and I did a calculation, because when I started my first mission, we had a Dutch doctor who was retiring, and he did something that surprised me. When we were sending him off, he told us exactly how many kilometers he covered in his ICRC mission. And I'm like, how did he do that? So when I was retiring, I started backtracking and calculating everywhere I have been as well. And I could, without any doubt, I covered not less than 500,000 kilometers. Wow. And then I remembered Apostle Paul, you know, in all of these missions. 2 Corinthians 11:26, it says, and I quote, in journeys often, in perils of waters, in perils of robbers, in perils by the heathen, in perils in the city, in perils in the wilderness, in perils in the sea, in perils among false brethren. God saw him through. I'm not Apostle Paul, of course you know that. But there are some similarities with, that verse, and I thank God. And I also had my fair share of medical challenges. If you read my book, you will see. But the reason why I'm mentioning this is that my doctor is supposed to be here. He told me he had a procedure this morning, but he was going to come, Dr. Wagapo. And this point is very important, because I also learned from that. You know, we often say that our medical system in Nigeria has collapsed, and so nothing works and all that. I have had the same doctor since 2004. He knows my entire medical history.
The humanitarian, however, dismissed insinuations about him going into full-time politics.
No, I think I'm more useful to my country and to the continent, because I worked a lot across many African countries. I made a lot of friends in government, in the military, in the diplomatic community in those African countries. So I believe strongly that I have something to contribute in helping to advance development on the continent.
His better half of decades, Oluwatoyin Oluwake, shared her experience of how tough it was coping without her husband, who was always moving from one diplomatic duty to the other across the globe.
Initially it was tough, because when the children were young, and I had to stay back to take care of the children. But the minute the youngest two, as the twins, got into university, I started traveling with him. I wish him the very best. I wish him renewed strength. He's been a very considerate man. He's a kind person. And I'm trusting that the Lord would enlarge his course. He sacrificed a lot for us, the children and I. And I'm praying that the Lord in his own way will reward him.
Their daughters, Sheung and Shola, took turns to play their roles at the book event.
His areas of interest are development, public communication and humanitarian diplomacy, international humanitarian law, security architectures, and post-conflict reconstruction. He is married to Oluwatoyin, and they are blessed with 3 beautiful children.
Flexibility and impact, and enabled us to actualize Jeremy's vision and our operations in a more clear and impactful way, building on the bold initiatives that Mary Went had taken.
Unending encomiums were poured on Mr. Oluwake by his contemporaries, who shared their experiences with the journalist come humanitarian.
I'm glad to be a friend to Mr. Oluwake. This is not the first book that he will write that I'll read. He has sent me one before which I've read, and I look forward to reading this one. All the support that he needs post-retirement.
Bio is everybody's bio.
This is a man who has used his God-given brains for this country. And he doesn't have a national award yet. And if there's any Nigerian to be proud of, his name is Bayolo.
The high point of the event was the unveiling of the 158-page book.
2 and 1. Thank you so much, everyone.
Well, that's a wrap for this episode today. I hope you enjoyed the events on the show. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Plustv Africa, and do subscribe to our YouTube channels at Plustv Africa and Plustv Africa Lifestyle. I am Antonia Oshili. Once again, Happy New Year. Thanks for watching.
that you wanted to have a career session? When I was taken to Portobello Road Market in London when I was about 10 or 12 years old, and there was all these colourful characters everywhere dressing up, and I saw very quickly the reaction and the way that they made me feel, and I wanted to have a part of that. I think there's a level of escapism within the fashion industry, and it's a chance to put feathers on and dress up and escape maybe from your day-to-day life. Yeah.
For photography and beauty, Linda asked if I would do her makeup for this photo shoot. So, of course, I was beyond thrilled, and I said that I would do it. I mean, after all, I've done her makeup over the years, kind of on the side, learning my craft along the way, and I'm going to be honest with you. There were a lot of messy attempts at learning that perfect smoky eye. Trust me, terrible. But after Linda's shoot, Christian complimented me on my work, and he asked if I would be interested in working with him from time to time.
Before I, introduce her, she's such an amazing person, such a vibrant personality. She's one of us. She's the first West African woman to be a style editor at Elle magazine. Her style has been described as eccentric, classy, and fashionable. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Nikki Ogonaike. Nikki, welcome. Thank you.
What does style mean to me? Style is inspiration. It is, and style is a portrait of who you are as a person. So when you put on your clothing every day, you're telling the world something. And so here I'm telling the world with this outfit that I like colors and I like vibrancy, and I'm excited to be here.
So what am I telling the world about?
I think you're telling me the same thing.
Okay.
The yellow is nice. So, I think that fashion and style is just inspired by what you see in the world via Instagram, via Snapchat, and also through fashion magazines and websites.
Yeah.
Okay. Come on up, just turn around.
No, Wookie, you have to model for us.
Okay, she's modeling for us, and so I guess I'm gonna weigh in on my sister's outfit, which I love. Doesn't she look good? Can we get a round of applause for Lola? Oh, come on. Thank you. So as a fashion expert, this is what I'm weighing in on. I think Lola looks amazing. She's figured out a way to use a traditional sort of silhouette, wear white, which is nice and airy, but she added her own sort of sense of style with this belt. And I love it. And I think she got these shoes in Nigeria when we were just here. So she's mixing, American fashion with Nigerian fashion. Okay, everyone give them a round of applause. Okay, work it, so work it.
Hey. There you go.
But she paired it with a nice sort of top, and so it's like a menswear inspired top. And this is an example of how to do menswear and women's wear, but with African accessories, which is really great to see. The mix is
to this edition of Timeless Conversations. Today, the conversation will bring in a very dear friend and brother of mine, someone with whom we go back many, many, many decades. He is into our line of work. By that, I don't mean he appears on TV or radio, but what he does really brings to your screen, in many ways, stuff that will touch your heart. He's the founder and managing director of IBST Limited. It's a company that's into media and TV production right here in Lagos. I want to welcome Remy Ogunpitan to Timeless Conversation.
Thank you very much, Lekon. Yes. Nice to be here.
It's a pleasure that you came. I know how busy you can be. Now, Remy, one first question I want to ask you is this. You have a very strong Ijebu background. You also have a UK background, plus your Nigerian background. Tell me who Remy Ogunpitan is.
I don't know. I think I'm a mix of various things. You know, I think our experiences in life and our exposure, the places we live, the schools we go to, the friends that we make, and all these potpourri of experiences make us who we are. But I went to school in England. I left Nigeria when I was 5. My father was a politician. And during that period, he decided to go to England with his wife to pursue his accountancy qualifications. And he took his wife along. We were young. And they left us behind in Lagos, myself, my sister, Yetunde, and my brother, Ladipo. Yetunde and I were living with the Adelajas.
Okay.
At CMS Grammar
School compound.
Yeah, Mrs. Adelaja is the senior sister to my mother. Okay. And Ladipo was staying in Ibadan with my mother's junior sister. When they settled in England, they sent for us. I was about 5 or 6. Yetunde that's my junior sister, was about 5. We went to join them. And we were with them there for many, many years. We went to school, went to university, started work. My father qualified, worked in various companies and organizations, and at a period in time, he decided that he was coming back to Nigeria. And he decided to come and work with the company he was working with in the UK then, and they brought him back, and he was in Kano.
What company was that?
That Rally Bicycles.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And he rose to become the managing director of Rally Bicycles. They came back with Yetunde. I stayed in the UK. I was then, by the time they came back, I had left school, I had left university. I was in the British Army. And I spent some time in the British Army, in the Ordnance Corps. Wow. And that was where I got the love for video communications and all of those kind of things, apart from the fact that I was a sportsman. So those were the two things I was doing. And when I left the army, I spent 3 years there, came out of the army, and I was looking at what to do. And I realized that in all this period that my parents had left me. My sister had left me, and here I was in England. And by that time, I spent like 16, 17 years in the UK. I'd never been to Nigeria during that period.
That explains your Yoruba.
Yes. So, yeah, why I don't speak Yoruba well, and why you love to hear me speaking Yoruba and like to laugh at me. It's okay, I understand. And
yes, now.
Yeah, and all my friends who are Yoruba love laughing at me and give me funny looks, but it's okay, I'm used to that too. So I decided I was going to come back and visit my parents and come and see what Nigeria was like. And I came, bought a ticket, and went to Kano. And I want to tell you a funny story, because when I was coming back to Nigeria to visit, I decided I was going to look, amazing. That when I arrived at the airport, everybody was know that this guy just landed from England, and that there was going to be everything was going to be there. I'll just pick up the phone, I'll go to the public telephone, I'll call my mom, and guess what? Because it was meant to be a surprise. I'm in Nigeria.
Yeah.
And all of that. So that's what I did. And I landed at Kano Airport. And I asked them, I said, please, I need a public telephone to call my parents. This is like 1980. And the guys were all looking at me. Who is this guy? public telephone, what?
What?
And I didn't have the address where they were living. All I knew as of that time was my father was the financial director of Raggy Bicycles. That's all I knew. When I landed in Kano, so I came out with my stuff. I called a taxi driver and I said, look, this is where I'm going. I want to go and look for this man. I want to go to the factory. And it was funny because that was the same man when my parents arrived in Nigeria.
The same man?
Yes, that took them to their home in Alu Avenue.
In Kano?
Yes. So the man said, don't worry. I know who you are. I know where they live. And then he took me straight there. Of course, my father at that time wasn't back from work. He had gone to pick up my mother, who then was teaching, and there was no lights.
Culture shock.
No light. So he dropped me. He said I shouldn't worry about the money, that I will come back and collect the money. And I sat there for 2-3 hours in darkness, waiting for my parents to arrive. They drove in with their 504 Peugeot. They turned the light. They just saw me like this. They just ran out of the car. So, and I was in the north. I worked for some time in the north. I'm very familiar with the north. I worked in Kano. I worked in Zaria. I worked in Kaduna. I used to play rugby. We used to travel around together. I have a lot of amazing friends that I made in the north. When I came back to Nigeria, that period, it was peaceful. There was cohesion. There wasn't a lot of all this religious and all of that. It didn't exist. The only thing that I witnessed during that period that was anything like that was the Maitasini riots.
That was in 1980 or 81.
That was the only thing. But Igbos, Yorubas, Hausa people, we mixed together. It didn't matter whether you had money or you didn't have money. We were all one. There was nobody, So that was good. So that is where you get that mix of Ijebu, where that is my origins.
Yes.
My mother is from. She always used to tease my father when he used to misbehave. That look, don't talk to me anyhow. I'm from a royal family. My father is the Daguri of Idowa. So my mother was from a royal family.
But Idowa is also Ijebu now.
Yeah, Ijebu, yes. And my father too. You tell her that look, my father was one of the richest men in Ijebu. And that's how they used to banter. And I just used to laugh. But that's my Ijebu origin.
Yes.
That's my Oyibo UK origin.
UK origin.
To Nigeria, where I've been
since 1980.
Yes.
You see, I was going to ask you the question, but you alluded to it, so I'll just expand it now. But what attracted you to media and TV production? You said it started from the UK,
when I was in the army. Yes. Yeah. We used to make in those days making career films, training films was a big thing, and I wasn't really doing that, but I was working in the department that used to do that, more like a production secretary.
Yeah, okay.
And I liked it, and I got interested in it, and when I applied to go to uni, which was Leeds University, to study film and television, it was the army that actually.
Okay, so it was like a hop, step, and jump thing for you.
Yes, and I got into it. Then when I finished, I worked a bit in the UK. CBS Records.
Okay.
Just doing what they call new release coordination, which is a big name for a runt job. And it was during that period of doing that job I decided to come back, and and that's when I started getting into TV production. I went back to Unilag. I did Mascom again. I met Jimmy Odumosu, worked on some of his projects, Fiery Force, and that was how I started getting into the industry.
Into the industry.
Yeah.
But you must have seen something that made you say, "This is the line I was going to stay with."
It was, some things are fortuitous in the sense that it's destiny. I went through a lot of different things. I worked with, when I finished at Unilab, Jimmy Odumosu was doing a project then called Fiery Force.
Fiery Force, yes, I remember that.
And I ended up being the production manager on that.
Yeah.
And I've met a whole lot of people. That was where I met doing Jaisini and quite a lot of other people.
Doing is my cousin.
Yeah, and doing Jaisini played a significant role in my life. Yes, because things were not easy then. My father was a bit of the disciplinarian. The way you make your bed is the way you lie in it, and at times it will just leave you to sort yourself out.
Yeah.
And doing after school, Doing took me in, and I lived with him and his wife, Lucy.
Yeah, Lucy, yeah.
You know, and I was with Doing for almost a year. And if you you might not remember, but the commercial that we did together.
Yeah, I remember we
the
did
Sheraton
the
Hotel.
Yes.
It was Doing
that
yeah. Took me to you.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, you see life.
That's true. That's true. That's
circle
true.
of life, and that
Yes.
was Doing.
Yeah, Doing is my cousin, like I said.
Doing
So,
was at LTVH. So
yes.
Let's go to Lekonka and
Yes, can do this for you.
that was, so I went through that phase. I went through that phase of with Doing, thinking that we were going to start an amazing TV production company doing commercials. We did that commercial and then didn't get another commercial
for a while.
For
a
a
long
long time.
while.
So I had to go back and look for work.
For work, okay.
And that was when I now ran into Doing Osasoni Adun.
Okay.
And I started working at DBN.
At DBN, yes, that's true.
In fact, the interview for that job was myself and Sheye Kehinde.
Really?
Yes. Sheye Kehinde looked dapper that day. If you see the suits that he wore, the shoes, I said, lie, I cannot get this job with this guy looking like this. But we did that interview together. I think he had just come back from England or something.
England too.
Yes. And I got the job. But I remember it was me and Sheye. We sat down to each other. We sat down next to each other.
Wow.
So I worked with Osa. Osa was the one that really opened up my eyes.
Good.
He gave me a lot of responsibility. And he gave me a lot of opportunity. I was in charge of production. I was able to travel to around the world. Osa paid for it.
Yeah.
I'll go to NAB. I'll go to IBC.
Yeah.
I'll go to Cannes. All those places. I think he had a lot of faith in me.
Yeah.
And I was also able to challenge him in terms of, intellectually and in terms of vision and direction and everything. And I think he liked that.
Yeah.
Because he had just come back from America and had set up DBN. He had DAS network and everything.
Yes.
And we got on really well. And also had a lot of arguments. But what was important was that it was somebody that was always able to accommodate and listen. And if you could come with a superior argument, even if it will go with you. So he gave me that opportunity.
Not a lot of employers do that.
He gave me that opportunity, and I traveled and I saw and I said, this is it. This is where I want to be. I became passionate about it. I'll read everything. I'll go anything concerning media, broadcast, equipment. I wanted to be there.
You're just like a sponge.
Yes, just taking it all in.
Yeah.
And I worked with him for, I think it was about 3 years. And then the American embassy came along and offered me an opportunity that I couldn't resist.
What was that opportunity?
They offered me a job at the United States Information Service.
Okay.
Yeah, as the audiovisual manager.
Oh, that's on Broad Street, USIS.
Yes, when, I think the director then was a guy called Bob Lagama.
Okay.
And the director of communication was Carol Wild. And that was where I met the late Livy Ajunoma.
Yeah, Livy Ajunoma, yes.
He worked there.
Yeah,
yes. And there was an amazing house guy, Kabir Dangogo.
Okay, yes, I know that.
You know Kabir Dangogo too, yeah. Yes. So, but what was amazing about it was that was where I really got introduced to technology. Because even as of that time, this would be like about 1987, 86, 87, everything was computerized. And I'd never been exposed to a computer before then.
Computers.
It was a new thing. You know, everybody also start shouting about, I've got a 286, I've got a 386 computer,
Yes.
I've got a 486.
Yes.
And that was where I got introduced to computers and technology and everything. And I just soaked it all in. And it was the same time too that I started talking to my cousin,
Gubernatorial.
about, he was then the managing director at a television company called Nationwide
Television, yes, I remember that.
Which I think was set up with the late Mike Enauro.
Mike Enauro, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he was also running it with a guy then called Felix Egbanumo.
Yes.
So we started talking, blah, blah, blah. We're interested, can't continue working for people all our lives. This thing, we know it, let's do it. How are we going to do it? We don't have money. We'll talk, we'll see regularly. I was still at the USIS. He was at Tafawa Balewa.
Tafawa, just next door.
So we always see, always talk.
Lunchtime talk.
Yeah, lunchtime, evening, we sit down, drink beer, pepper soup. What are we going to do? So after working there for some time, I was approached by an American called Lloyd Weaver.
Oh, Lloyd Weaver. He died recently.
Yes, sir, it is.
Yes.
That's another of my...
Yes.
Lloyd. Yeah. He's so rested.
Amen, amen. He was an amazing man.
I get emotional when I think about him.
Yes.
Lloyd approached me. They were setting up a company there called Swift Studios.
Swift before this, after
CDW.
Yes.
After CDW,
yes.
they set up Swift.
Yes.
There were some Nigerians that came around and gave them money. I don't want to mention their names.
Oh, no. We don't need their names.
They gave them money and they set up Swift Studios. And they asked me to come and work for them as the executive producer.
Okay.
The unfortunate thing though was that during that period, Wig and I were already running around trying to see where we can get money, doing proposals, budgets, business plans, and all of that. And as I started that job with them,
that's with Swift.
With Swift, yes, a lot of things started coming through on the other end of it.
On the other end, okay.
And we approached Otumba Shubomi Balogun.
I thought you said you didn't want to mention names.
No, I must. These are the ones that are important.
This one must be mentioned.
Yes.
Okay, let me take a break now.
Okay.
We'll come back. Don't forget where you are.
Much.
We're taking a break now. We'll be back with you shortly. It's still Timeless Conversations, and I'm talking with my friend and brother, Remy Ogunpiton. So you were going to mention names of, or the name of someone who stood by you in that quest.
We approached, when we decided we wanted to set up a production company, we approached Shubomi Balogun, or Tumba Shubomi Balogun, who then, FCMB. But then he had a finance and security firm called City Securities.
Yeah, City Securities, yeah, that's true.
And he believed in the dream, and he gave us money, a lot of money, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of pounds then in 1989.
Was a lot of money.
Yeah, and we took the money, and I think we did well. We set up a company called Solar Productions.
Solar Productions,
which was in Lupeju.
Yes. Down Planning Way.
Yeah, we had people like Olumide Ofere, Mike Afigo, Unwosu, plenty of the big company.
I know all of those guys.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know them now.
Yes.
Moses Ebere.
Yes.
All of them. They were all, and we had an amazing business, and we quickly established ourselves in the marketplace and did a lot of work and started to make money. But things fell apart.
How?
It's simple, and I think everybody can relate to it. If a business partnership is a marriage.
Yes.
And this was not even a ordinary business marriage. This was a business marriage of family.
Yeah.
You know, everybody on the board was family.
Yeah.
In fact, City Securities Limited then was represented by Bolaji Balogun. My father was on the board. Mega's father was on the board. But you know, the directors, they're not involved in the day-to-day running.
It's their running, sure.
You see, when two people who are meant to act as one have a different vision, the center can never hold.
It can't.
Whether it's in a business, whether it's in a home, whether it's any public institution, whether it's the president and the vice president.
Sure.
Once the vision diverts, it can't hold. And that's basically what happened.
What happened?
And apart from differences also, because division comes because of differences in approach, differences in ability, differences in skills, differences in the ability to manage funds,
even in style,
everything, And even differences in terms of who the clients prefer to work with. Maybe they prefer working with this person to this person, and all those things become convoluted. The jealousies come in, all kinds of things come in, and it becomes difficult for the center to hold. So after 5 years, I left. And for quite a period of time, almost like a year, I didn't know what to do. I knew that, I'm going to do work in production. I knew that.
Yeah.
And then I was again, God continues to send people along. And then I was again rescued by two gentlemen called, who then were running an advertising agency called Concept Unit. Larry Awokoya. And Kaudedo.
Yes.
Who basically came to me and said, well, look, we've been working with you for a long time. We like the way you work. We've noticed that you're no longer with Bega. What do you want to do? And I said, I want to set up a production company. And they said, fine, they're interested. And they put some money up, a substantial amount of money. And I looked at the whole thing. And of course, you tell your family, look, this is what I want to do now. I want to put money up, want to start a new business. And I remember my father said, no way, that you're not going to take their money without any of your own money in there. How much do you have? I told him, he said, no. He said, we're going to match them penny for penny. So that this time around, we have a hold. And that's what we did. So I was able to use some money I had. My father gave me a substantial amount of money and added it to what they put in. And we started Schaff-Weisberg Media, Studio 77.
I remember that. I just wanted to hit you a little bit. Your disciplinarian father.
Yes.
Supported you.
Yes, he did.
I'm underlining it because we'll come back to it.
Yes, he supported me.
Yes.
And that was how we started Schaff-Weisberg Media.
Yes.
Which I ran for 9 years. And later on sold my shares to, because by that time the company had become part of a bigger group called Integrated Marketing Services.
Yeah, I remember that.
Which was, it was used. So by the time I decided I wanted to go on my own 100%, when I sold my shares, it was a juicy bit of money.
Very good.
With some other businesses that I had done at that time, like the All Africa Games and everything, I started IBST till today.
What does IBST mean?
Integrated Broadcast Services and Technologies.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So congratulations on that roller coaster of a movement. Now, because that's the space you operate in, the production sector of the Nigerian media space appears to be growing, interestingly, at both a fast and slow pace. Fast because technology is moving fast, but slow because of peculiar Nigerian challenges. What do you think can bring us to par with other clients? And by other clients, I mean even other African countries, like South Africa, for instance. What do you think can bring us to par with that?
That's an interesting question because our sector is made up of various and very, very, very, very diverse ingredients that make it a whole. If you look at our film sector, everybody would think that it's growing, that we're seeing a lot more of our movies on Netflix.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot more commissioning going on and things like that, which makes sense.
Yeah.
Because that's the perception.
Yes.
In our TV industry, broadcast, terrestrial, cable, OTT, and online, things are not moving so rapidly in terms of revenue.
Yes.
There are revenue challenges there. There are challenges in technology. And if you look at where we are and how broadcasting is done today, a lot of it is still it's all IP based.
Yes.
So we're dealing with issues of technology. We're dealing with issues of how do we improve our quality. And to improve your quality, you need to access revenues. And for revenues to come, you need to have quality. So that one is like, which one, chicken or egg? And then we have what I've talked about before, the movies, which everybody is talking about. You know, the government, Nigeria, daddy, and all of that. The fastest moving sector in Nigeria is all of that. And as I said, it's just a perception.
But they say perception is everything.
Yeah, it's just a perception, because what you have to ask yourself is that, what is it doing to the country as a whole, economically, socially, and all of those things? Is it really having an impact? And for me, I think that we're not really making that impact yet. The challenges are multifarious, but I think a lot of it has to do with the enabling environment, which is one. It has to do with access and education. And then it has also to do with the people who actually are in control of the industry.
Okay.
If we look at a lot of the people that are in control of the industry and have made investments in the industry, the question is, who are they? Where do they come from? You know, what is their stake?
What's their long-term goal?
So all these things, when you add them all together, the position that I have taken is that you can't, if you try to change everything, you can't change it.
Yeah.
One person can't do it.
No way.
So I just figured that the only way to really address this is decide where you want to play. Decide, do I want to play here? Do I want to play here? Or do I want to play defense? Do I want to play midfield? Do I want to play attack? Left or right? Decide where you're going to play. And then carve out a role for yourself. And try to become the best at it. And through that way, also influence people that come into contact with you. Try to create revenues and opportunities in the areas where you can influence. Because, Nico, I'll be honest with you, I get confused a lot about Nigeria and the direction, especially even in our own industry.
Yes.
Because, you know, we can't isolate ourselves from everything that's going on around us. So that worries me. So that question is something that is an ongoing discussion in my mind.
Yes.
And at times, the answers and the solutions change from day to day as the environment and as the equation changes, as it always does.
Yes, it must.
Yeah,
It has
as
to
it
remain
always does.
dynamic.
Yeah, so, you know, you've got to, if you're a computer geek, you'll understand what DHCP means when you're trying to network. DHCP means that it's on a dynamic frequency. So if it goes up, you go up with it. If it comes down, you come down with it.
But then you must remain consistent.
Yeah, but as long as there's a throughput, as long as there's data coming through, if it is good, it will be fast. If it is slow, you'll still be able to access, but it will be.
But then you see, the consistency I even mean is, I know this is not to patronize you. I know that your love for technology and innovation has been always at the forefront and the background of your engagements. So, in your company, in your productions, we see a lot of that.
Yes.
And that love, for me, is the consistency.
Yeah, okay.
That can drive the engagement. So for you,
yeah, you know what? Like, really, what the way I thought about it really is that, for me, the focus has always been on value. We work in a very, very competitive environment because I work in the private, all my clients are in the private sector. And a lot of those clients are driven by institutional values in terms of quality, excellence, what they want for themselves, how they want their brands to be perceived and all of those things. So a lot of the things that one does is focused on value. So the equipment, the personnel, the manner you run your business, the style and all of those things are just a means to an end.
Yeah.
So technology is just one of the legs of ensuring that you deliver value. But whatever is required to deliver value is something that I always try to ensure is contained in our offering, in our product offering, because a lot of people say Nigerian business, man no man. Yeah, fine. But when man no dey nko, when the man has gone,
yes,
what are you going to do? So the only thing that is sustainable is value.
Is value.
So that's just the way I look at it.
Thank you, Remy. We'll take another break and resume our conversation.
Wow.
Please stay tuned. All right, welcome back to our program. Remy Ogupito is still my guest, and we just during the break we were saying he'd never been interviewed like this before, and I said, well, it's, like they say, it's the person who knows you that knows what to ask you now, and don't be too humble. I know who you are, don't I? I do now. I do. Now, value is the soul and the heart of the business that you run. If you deliver good value, then your clients will come back. If the value is bad, they take a hike. Now, you don't want them to take a hike. However, in rating the media industry in the country, what would you like to place your finger on as what can improve our industry?
People.
In what sense?
People. We've got to train people. We've got to invest in people. We've got to expose our people. We've got to support our people. We've got to grow them, talent, in knowledge, in their networking skills and everything. You know, we talk about technology all the time. Technology is technology. Garbage in, garbage out. So give anybody, people talk about DOPs and cameramen, they talk about all these kinds of people. But if you give, I always, this analogy is that give a 60,000 pound camera to a cameraman that's not trained, and give a $5,000 cameraman to a DOP who has been trained and has experience and has exposure, and tell them to go and shoot the same thing. The guy with the $5,000 camera who is trained and has exposure will shoot you something better than the guy that had the 60.
Very true.
Yeah?
Very true.
Yeah. So it's all about people. I think that we don't invest enough in our people. I think business owners take people for granted. And I get it all the time. They say, look, if we train people, they will just go, they will come, they will land, I think that's all bunkum and rubbish. You know, in life, when you invest in other people, it will come back to you.
It does.
Whether they leave you,
they've got to leave.
Doesn't matter. But what you are doing is that you are feeding an industry with people who are talented, who have knowledge, and they're coming from you.
And they will impact others too.
They will impact others. And that impact they have on others will come back and impact you.
Sure.
So that is a very critical area. I think in terms of technology and all of those things, all that is money.
Okay.
If you have the money, you can buy it. But I think it's people. People.
Yes, you asked me what areas I wanted to cover, and I said, don't worry, I'll ask you any question. You reserve the right to answer or refuse. Now, you said your dad was a politician.
Yes.
Are you a politician?
No way.
Why?
No, I'm not going to answer that question. Kai, politics, no.
Okay.
Ọlọ́run má jẹ́.
Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ o.
Yes.
Now, how do we solve the problem of low voter turnout in our country?
I vote.
You vote?
I vote.
You do?
Yeah, but just I will not be a politician.
Okay, very good. So then let's expand the question so that you can answer it. Let's look at it this way. How can we get more Nigerians involved in politics, especially the younger one? And by involvement, I mean them voting, I mean them participating in the process of canvassing for votes, of changing the society.
That sounds like a complex question, but it's actually very, very simple. You know, until we show that our people have a stake in government, in the decisions that are made by government, that those things are done in their own interest, you will always continue to have low public turnout during voting because there is no trust and there's no belief and there's no validity in the minds of Nigerians about the system being operated in their interest.
How do we show that?
By ensuring that the things that matter will start to change it, by showing that there's actually, truly, there's justice in the system. By showing that everybody is accountable to the law, and nobody is above the law. By showing that it's only the best people that will run this country. Merit.
Yes.
By ensuring that if you are running government, you are accountable. Those are the things. They're very, very simple, actually. You know, by showing that that government cares about the education of the child of somebody who is poor, the hospitals that they go to. As it is now, the majority of Nigerians don't believe they have a stake in the country. The people that are fighting for a stake in the country are the politicians and the people that identify with them. And of course, the elite ruling class who have invested money and are working to try to keep their businesses going, their manufacturing plants, their banks, their retail shops, their restaurants.
Yeah.
You know, they're the people that have that seem to have a stake because things that happen around them impact them. But the average Nigerian believes that no matter what impacts them, they can't change it.
They can't change it.
So that's why they don't bother to vote.
How do we achieve that change?
You know, Lekon, it's a very interesting question, but I used to be very idealistic about all these things, and I used to be very vocal. And I came to the conclusion that we're in a big ocean of, can I say, rishi. And that I, as Remy Ogunpiton, the only way I can impact and do anything is within my sphere of influence, within the people that I relate with, that I do business with.
Spot on.
You know, we talked about people before and training and everything. Do you know, because I have staff over the years. I have staff that have worked with me. I've had a driver that worked with me for 23 years. From the time I was at Solar.
Yeah.
And he's retired now.
Yeah.
I have people that worked with me for 7 years, 8 years, 10 years. I have 3 of my staff. I know that, you know, because that was the way I was exposed and I was gifted. So when I have money, I send them, yeah, go to America, go to NAB, go to Dubai, go to CAPSAT, go to this, go and attend this course, go and do this. Some of them have gone, some of them have left.
Yeah.
Many of them, one of them that has left was a young man that I found in Computer Village. He worked with me for many years. And I originally brought him to come and do cabling for me, cabling. But after 7 years, he left, set up his own production company. And he's doing amazingly well.
Fantastic.
You know? So we have the ability to influence people around us. We have the ability to uplift people around us. And I believe that, you know, when we do that, the more people we uplift, the more people we expose, the more people we teach, the more people we mentor.
Yeah.
When they look at us, they will see that these are the principles, these are the values that have made this man what he is. And hopefully they will emulate us, imbibe some of those values, and also teach other people.
Teach other people.
So hopefully to be like a ripple.
Okay.
But we need a lot of people doing that. A lot of people doing that. A lot of people able to stand up, for instance, and say that there are certain things they won't accept.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And
principle.
And for you to get to that level in this country where you are saying that there are certain things you don't accept and you be principled, you know, the tendency is that you must have either been through a lot and you are not comfortable to be able to say, I'm not going to take it. Because you can't ask a man to be principled and not steal and not take an orange you put on the table there who has not eaten for 1 week.
Well, he could be. It could be.
It could be.
Yeah.
He could resist it. He could say, I want it. Could I? But the tendency is that most Nigerians, they don't have. They are in need. They are in want. So they take shortcuts. Because at the top, you don't get dealt with if you take a shortcut. So who am I not to take a shortcut?
So we need to strengthen our institutions, right? Institutions like the police, like judiciary,
we
have to. Yes.
We know now. We say this all the time.
Yes.
We all know it, but
then we have to keep saying it so that it can be relevant. We have to. Change does not come when we keep quiet.
People in leadership don't know that.
Well, some of us will get into leadership too and not change from what we used to be.
Well,
that's the truth.
Well, you know, the thing is that change, individual change can change yourself, can change you, can change your life. But what we're talking about is a change for a country of over 200 million people.
Yes.
And that's something that when I think about it, I won't lie to you, it baffles me how you do it all. Because I ask myself, how do you galvanize into a cohesive force of the same power, the same thought, the same vision, the same drive? 200 million people or so of different interests, of different backgrounds.
It's leadership.
It's
leadership.
Well,
yeah, even from your own analogy, it's leadership. Yeah. It's if they start in their own spheres.
Yes.
Right. then others will emanate. They will produce people and all that. And some of those people will get into that position of leadership.
I think, I think at times when we look at leadership as being from the top down, at times leadership can be from bottom up.
It actually should be from bottom up, so that when you find yourself at the very top, you already are known for something. That's it. You're known for something.
But it can be very disquieting.
Yeah, well, it can be. We're going to take another break now. Don't worry, it won't be too long. We'll be back shortly. Thank you. Welcome back to the program, where we're talking to none other than Remy Ogunpitan. Now, Remy, in the last 3 or 4 decades, almost about 4 decades now, almost 4 decades, you've been doing business in Nigeria, you've worked in this same industry, you've led or headed, and then you have founded, right, companies that deal with production. What's that experience been like for you?
If I died and I had the choice of coming back again, I don't think I would have changed. I don't think I'll change my.
You will come back and do the same thing.
Again, I'll do the same thing.
Okay, fine. So let's start being specific about your experience. For instance, traveling around the country as a result of working. What was that like?
Okay, let me tell you. It's been interesting. When I came back to Nigeria, the 1980, I was in Kano. What I did was I bought myself a Volkswagen bus, a Kombi bus.
A bus?
Yes.
So we have that in common.
Yeah, and I equipped it with a bed, a kerosene fridge, a kerosene cooker.
Are you kidding?
And I spent 1 year traveling around Nigeria.
You did that?
Yes, I did, yes. My first 1 year back in the country. There was nowhere I didn't go to. I traveled from... There was nowhere I didn't go to. And in some places, I would spend a week or 2 weeks. I remember I spent 2 weeks in Boko.
Really?
Yeah, because I had met this girl and I thought I was in love with her, but I had to move. But there was nowhere I didn't go to. From Sokoto
so
to
you left the love back in
Boko. I moved, from Sokoto to Potiskum to Nguru to Biu to Daura, Dambata, Adeja,
just driving.
Yola, Guzo, Mubi, yes.
Right
down to Miduyo, Kafancha, Funtwa, Adeja, Guzo, Kafancha, Kontagora,
all by
Shendam, Jos, yeah. And I did that for about 11 years, almost a year. And it was amazing.
And your parents left you to do that?
Yes, now. You
you were a full-grown adult.
And apart from that, Nigeria wasn't stressed now. Yeah, there was still armed robbery, but it was not like the way it was now. You could move. You could drive at night.
Yeah, that's true.
You could drive at night.
And police were friendlier.
Yes. You could get somewhere, park and sleep and wake up in the morning and the villagers will come out and say, wow, okay, look, you want food? Nigeria was like that. Now, it's not so much like that.
Yeah.
We travel a lot now. Our production crews today in Nigeria, when we travel to locations outside of, let's just say Ibadan, Abeokuta, but the minute we're going to Ilorin, Akure, Benin, all those places we normally go by road. We go with police escort.
No.
Yes, we do.
But you didn't need that in 1984?
No, it didn't. Even when we were doing productions where we were traveling on the road with things like Benson and Edge's Golden Tones, the road shows, when we were doing Rothman's Groove, the road shows and things like that, Peak Talent Show, Glow Soccer Academy, all of those things. We used to travel by road. We didn't used to go with police now. But now you do.
You do.
Some of the clients will not even allow you to travel without them. I mean, we work for flour mills, we work for a lot of the oil companies. You can't go anywhere without security.
Without police?
Yeah, you can't.
These days?
Yeah, you can't. It's impossible.
Yeah, what's that like for you? Someone who's traveled all by himself.
Yeah.
And now needing police escort to do that.
It's just part of the, it's part of the mix now. You know, these things, they become normalized. So you don't see, you know, what happens is that over a period of time, things that you're not used to, you now have to start putting them in place. And after a while, they become normalized. So you don't even see it as being unusual. You see it as being just part of.
Just part of.
Yeah. You know, like our international clients that we work with.
Yes.
I'm not going to mention their names, but there's not one of them that comes into this country without security devices, which maps and tracks their every single movement, right up to where they are, with an accuracy of 25 meters. They carry it. It's not a phone, it's not anything, but a lot of people don't know it, but it will be on them. So that if anything happens, they can be tracked. So that is there. In terms of work, you know, liaison with Nigerians and getting things done, it's a bit more challenging because Nigerians are wiser. They know that a lot of these things that people do, you want to use a place, you want to use somebody's shop, you want to shoot in a location, they understand that what we're doing, we're being paid for it and we make money from it. They're smart. Social media, live TV, cable TV has made everybody understand.
Made them aware.
Yeah. So, you know, they will cooperate with you, but, you know, these days you need to drop something. We're shooting something in the market on the 3rd of February. We have to pay 250,000 naira to enter the market.
I was going to ask that.
Yeah.
How do you acquire your sites and locations?
Yeah.
What's been like?
We pay.
And then even shooting within communities.
Yeah, communities are easier because the shooting within communities, what you tend to do is that you identify who the key leaders are within that community, whether it's a traditional Oba or a chief or whatever, identify them, tell them what you want to do. At times, some of the things we want to do is actually to their advantage.
Yes.
And when it is, you know,
they might even end up being the ones entertaining you.
They'll cooperate and you know, we're Africans and we're Nigerians and we have a culture, you know, which is not this is not a corruption culture.
No.
But this is a culture of you show respect.
Yes.
I accommodate you. I thank you.
Yes.
So
So the experience has been a mixed one.
Yeah, it's mixed, but nothing nasty, nothing horrible.
Okay.
You know, it's something
in the last 3-4
No, you can always
get over that.
Yeah, walk over it. Yeah. We've never had anything nasty like that.
So finally, let me ask you, you did some tourism content, some of which